Lesbia's Sparrow, the Latin poet Catullus, was the first poet in the ancient world to write about a personal love affair in an extended way. Other poets treated the subject of love, allowing the flushed cheeks or alabaster limbs of this, or that inamorata to enter the frame of their poems. But it was Catullus who built his neugae, or trifles, around a single, near-obsessional passion for a woman whose entire presence, body and mind, fills the lines of his poetry. From the first excruciating moments of infatuation with the woman he called Lesbia, through the intense emotional connection, to the betrayals that leave him stricken, Catullus told it all, and in so doing, did more than anyone to create the form we recognize today as the love story. Gaius Catullus was born around 84 BC, in Cisalpine Gaul, the son of a minor aristocrat and businessman with holdings in Spain and Asia Minor, and lived until roughly the age of 30. It was as a very young man, then, that he found his way to poetry and to Lesbia. Lesbia wasn't her real name. Her real name was Clodia. Classical scholars disagree over whether she was the Clodia married to the praetor Metellus Celer, infamous for her scandalous behavior and possible matricide. Lesbia might have been one of Clodia's sisters, or another Clodia altogether. What's certain is that she was married, and that Catullus's relationship with her was adulterous. Though, like many adulterers, Catullus disapproved of adultery, in poem Lxi he writes, "Your husband is not light, not tied to some bad adulteress, nor pursuing shameful scandal will he wish to sleep apart from your tender presence." He found himself, in the case of Clodia/Lesbia, compelled to make an exception. He became involved with a wicked aristocratic Roman lady who used him as a plaything, or the alternate version, he fell for a fashionable married Roman girl who ended up betraying him with his best friend Rufus. Whatever the details, one thing is clear: a great love story had begun. Of Catullus's many hendecasyllabics devoted to his relationship with Lesbia, only two concern us here. The first two, the poems having to do with Lesbia and her pet Sparrow. Sparrow, my girl's darling, whom she plays with, whom she holds close, whom she likes to tempt with finger-tip and teases to nip harder when my own bright-eyed desire fancies some endearing fun and a small solace for her pain, I suppose. So heavy passion then rests. Would I could play with you as she does and lighten the spirit's gloomy cares. That's poem Roman 2. Poem Roman 2a is a fragment, and by poem Roman 3 Lesbia's Sparrow is dead. Acer mortus est me puelli / passer, delitii me puelli / quem plus illa oculi sues amabit, Catullus writes, which translates as, "My girl's sparrow is dead Sparrow, my girl's darling whom she loved more than her eyes." Incidentally, this poem, or more specifically, the onomatopoeia of its two central words, passer and pipiabat, did more than anything I can remember to make me want to become a writer. I can still hear our Latin teacher, Miss Ferguson, piping out in her most piercing Sparrow's voice, passer pipiabat, getting us to notice how much the plosive rhythm resembled a bird singing. That words were music, that at the same time they were marks on a page, they also referred to things in the world and, in skilled hands, took on properties of the things they denoted, was for me, at 15, an exciting discovery, all the more notable for the fact that this poetic effect had been devised by a young man dead for 2,000 years. Who'd sent this phrase drifting down the centuries to reach me in my Michigan classroom, filling my American ears with the sound of Roman bird song. Back to the poem. The pluperfect of pipiabat is elegiac, the bird used to sing. Now its song has been silenced. Catullus, who in the previous poem had cause to wish the bird would fly away, now changes his mind. "Oh, what a shame," he writes. "O wretched sorrow, your fault it is that now my girl's eyelids are swollen from crying." Things were bad with the Sparrow around. They're bad with the Sparrow gone. Nothing is keeping Lesbia from giving all her love to Catullus now, but Lesbia's no longer in the mood. Worse, her crying has ruined her looks. If Catullus gave us the confessional love story, these first two poems delineated its scope. The book you're holding in your hands, which takes its title from Catullus, is an anthology of love stories. They were all written in the past 120 years. There are translations from Russian, Chinese, French, Austrian, and Czech writers. There are stories by famous, dead writers and by young Americans, stories involving, as in Milan Kundera's The Hitchhiking Game, two lovers taking a road trip in communist-era Czechoslovakia, to the two terrifically well-groomed, adolescent trendsetters and tastemakers from the near future in George Saunders's John, to the little Jewish boy in Isaac Babel's First Love, who falls for the Christian neighbor who shelters him during a Russian pogrom. Despite the multiplicity of subjects and situations treated here, one Catalan requirement remains in force throughout. In each of these 26 love stories, either there is a sparrow or the sparrow is dead. A labor of love at the behest of the energetic, unstoppable Dave Eggers, the Bono of Lit. I've been reading almost nothing but love stories for the past year. Note, the entire proceeds of this anthology will go to support 826 Chicago, the literacy project here in Bucktown, and another labor of love. In discovering and gathering these stories, my method has been maximally random and sociable. At lectures and book parties, in elevators with editors, and at literary festivals with fellow novelists, on college campuses, in loud tapas bars, over a delirium tremens at the Hopleaf on Clark Street, I asked whoever happened to be nearby to name a favorite love story. Jonathan Franzen, bobbing off the Amalfi Coast after an illegal dinner of sea urchins, suggested 3 separate stories by Alice Munro. Kathy Chetkovich nominated Secretary by Mary Gateskill, which I didn't select, not about love, I didn't think, and Mary Robison's Yours, which I did. Jhumpa Lahiri was the first of many to insist on the dead. Asked to propose something from his own oeuvre, Martin Amis struggled to find anything sufficiently romantic. I didn't confine myself to writers. Natasha Egan, of the Museum of Contemporary Photography in Chicago, mentioned a story I'd read a few years earlier and loved, David Besmezgiz's Natasha. The German artist Thomas Demand had me look at Robert Musil's difficult and rather punishing Tonka, which I tried my best to forget but couldn't get out of my mind. How like love. Edwin Frank, editor of Nia Books, was responsible for sending my way the work of the illustrious Chinese writer Eileen Chang, which was a revelation to me and, I suspect, will be a revelation to many American readers. And then there were the students and dinner party guests, the bookworm bartenders, the voluble taxi drivers. Many stories in this collection didn't need an advocate. They were among my favorite stories already. As a way to narrow literary focus, selecting love as your theme doesn't help much. Viewed a certain way, almost any story appears to be a love story. Generally speaking, however, what animates most of the stories in this collection isn't agape but eros. The love here is mainly romantic love. In almost every story you'll find a lover and a beloved, a subject pursuing an object. In Miranda July's Something That Needs Nothing, a young woman longs for the love of her best friend, only to finally win it at the expense of turning herself into another person. The spinster in William Faulkner's Southern Gothic, a rose for Emily, whose chances for marriage have been doomed by paternal opposition, devises a desperate measure after her father's death to keep her next lover at her side. A frustrated teenage love affair leaves the narrator of Stuart Dybek's We Didn't, with a memory more indelible than any resulting from fulfillment. At dinner just the other night, asked to list and describe the love stories I plan to include here, I did so at length and was met by furrowed brows. This wasn't what my dinner companions had expected when I'd said the word love. They were expecting happier, fluffier stories. They were expecting love. And so here I should make an important distinction. What is this thing called a love story? Please keep in mind, my subject here isn't love. My subject is the love story. A compendium of philosophical notions of love might begin with Plato's hypothesis that human beings were originally hermaphroditic. Severed into two sexes, men and women spend their lives seeking their other halves. St. Thomas Aquinas reasoned that before the fall erections were volitional. Adam, sinless, couldn't have impure thoughts. In the garden, confronted with Eve's nakedness he didn't recognize as such, Adam issued disinterested elevator-operator commands. Up was one, and afterward, down. Evolutionary biology does away with love completely, finding in the novelist's most dependable material adultery, and divorce nothing more than a hardwired imperative to pass genes along to the next generation. Sexologists see only a chemical state of infatuation that lasts a couple of years, transforming thereafter, among even the most well-matched couples, into the bath-towelly togetherness known as pair bonding. When it comes to love, there are a million theories to explain it. But when it comes to love stories, things are simpler. A love story can never be about full possession. The happy marriage, the requited love, the desire that never dims, these are lucky eventualities, but they aren't love stories. Love stories depend on disappointment, on unequal births and feuding families, on matrimonial boredom and at least one cold heart. Love stories, nearly without exception, give love a bad name. We value love not because it's stronger than death, but because it's weaker. Say what you want about love, death will finish it. You will not go on loving in the grave, not in any physical way that will at all resemble love as we know it on earth. The perishable nature of love is what gives love its profound importance in our lives. If it were endless, if it were on tap, love wouldn't hit us the way it does, and we certainly wouldn't write about it. The stories in this collection bear this out in each and every instance. From William Trevor's Lovers of Their Time, which tells the story of a married travel agent and pharmacy clerk who have nowhere to meet but an out-of-the-way bathroom in an old hotel, to Gilbert Sorrentino's postmodern The Moon in Its Flight, where the teenage lovers are thwarted not only by fate but by the literary conventions of romance, to Harold Brodkey's scandalous story, Innocence, which consists of the extended account of a Harvard senior's unflagging attempt to bring his girlfriend to profound emotional connection through a deeply cerebral act of intimacy. The characters in these stories seek a paradise that recedes endlessly before them. Escape from one set of circumstances brings confinement in another. The fated love turns out to be a human fantasy. Desire is a homeostatic system. Push it down in one place and it rises in another. Roman bird-song. The stories in this volume fall within the continuum laid out by Catulus's first two Lesbia poems, from voyeuristic longing to disenchanted entanglement. The narrator of Spring in Fialta recounts the many missed romantic opportunities he's had with a woman named Nina, whom he'd first met and kissed on a pitch-black Russian winter night years and years before. Nina recurs in the narrator's life like a theme in a piece of music, and every time the strings announce her arrival, the cymbals clash and she disappears. I'd been under the impression lately that I was cooling ever so slightly on Nabokov, that sober middle age had made me less susceptible to his lush lyricism. But rereading Spring in Fialta reminded me how much better Nabokov is than everybody else. Not only does the story impart to the reader a profound wistfulness, in which the evanescence of love expands to suggest the fragility of life and time and memory itself, but Nabokov manages, at the same time, to weave into the story secondary and tertiary levels of meaning. There's what's happening with the weather, For instance, the cloudy and dull spring of Fialta that, in the background of the narrated events, is slowly transforming, thawing, dripping, and brightening, in order to flash out at the end with the story's tragic revelation. Along with this, Nabokov has studied the story with recurring details of the circus coming to town, of speeding automobiles, all of which will figure in the denouement. The literary craft in all this mirrors the literary imagination, the seeing of patterns, the orchestrating of fate, that the narrator brings to his random meetings with Nina throughout the years, a literary imagination that every lover possesses and is a veritable Shakespeare of. Spring in Fialta isn't only about a love fated never to be. It reenacts the story-making we inevitably engage in whenever we fall in love. The sparrow in Spring in Fialta is Nina's husband Ferdinand, who's always in the way. In the case of the lady with the little dog, however, the sparrow is dead. Gurov, the unfaithful husband in the story, seduces Anna Sergeyevna, an unhappy young married woman, while they are both visiting Yalta. Gurov, who has done this sort of thing before, assumes he'll forget Anna as he's forgotten other women. But he doesn't. Her memory haunts him, and finally, he pursues her to her hometown, where they resume their affair. In the story's final scene, the two lovers clandestinely meet in a dingy hotel room in Moscow, and then comes one of the most enigmatic endings in literature. And it seemed that just a little more and the solution would be found, and then a new, beautiful life would begin. And it was clear to both of them that the end was still far off, and that the most complicated and difficult part was just beginning. One of Chekhov's admirers, Serafima Rimizova, was highly disappointed with this ending. "I read your story," she wrote to Chekhov in a letter, "and I should like to ask you to write the continuation of it. You have abandoned your heroes at the most critical moment in their lives when they are about to make a decision. But which one? It is important for someone like you, Anton Pavlovich, who can see into the human heart, to show how happiness can be found in such a situation." But the inconclusiveness of Chekhov's ending, his failure to show how happiness can be found in such a predicament, along with the suggestion that perhaps it can't be found, is exactly what makes this story one of the greatest love stories of all time. It ends where the preliminaries of love end, after the stirrings of attraction, after the trysts and renunciations and the renunciations of those renunciations. When desire has attained its object and the heavy problems begin. I've read The Lady with the Little Dog countless times over the years, and my interpretation continually changes. When I was younger and more sophisticated, I was sure the ending was ironic. The emotional deadness of the lovers' marriages was sure to infect their own new relationship in time. Reading the story now, older and more innocent, I couldn't help finding in Chekhov's last line a glimmer of optimism. The story seemed to me, this time through, to be about that miracle you come across every once in a long while. Two unexceptional people, for no demonstrable reasons, being exceptionally in love. Christianity, which in its beginning retained much of the earthiness of Judaism, a sense of the body and its appetites as inherently good, was slowly influenced by Neoplatonism, which held for a strict duality between the body and the spirit. Asceticism, abstinence, monasticism, you can blame it all on the Greeks. Nevertheless, if the stories in this collection provide any evidence, it's the renunciation of the body that distinguishes true love from any simulacrum. When the body is no longer desired, when beauty has faded, when possessiveness has been relinquished, real love shows its face. This seems to happen most often in old age, or as the result of a winnowing of ego. Born with desire, these stories say, we grow into love, and then only sometimes, and only if we're lucky. In Alice Munro's magnificent The Bear Came Over the Mountain, the husband of a woman suffering from Alzheimer's disease, after regretfully relinquishing her to a nursing home, finds, on his subsequent visits, that she is slowly forgetting him and becoming involved with an elderly male patient. The husband responds to this death in life with an act of love that goes beyond the bounds of matrimony, approaching the selflessly divine. Deborah Eisenberg's shatteringly beautiful and unerring, some other, better Otto, suggests that, in moments of existential crisis, the only lifeline remains the quotidian, humdrum, durable presence of that imperfect thing, one's life partner. Each of these two stories is nearly impossibly good. The complexity of the characterization alone is a marvel. Munro's model husband was, it turns out, a serial philanderer some years back, and the irascible Otto of Eisenberg's tale becomes, despite his scorched earth policy relating to other human beings, a person of uncommon tenderness and philosophical insight, in the way depleted soil is enriched by burning. These two stories are the bleakest in the collection, too. They tiptoe right up to the abyss, Munro by unsentimentally describing the inevitable decay of the mind and body, Eisenberg by insisting on the absurd and pitiful insubstantiality, the puniness of the self. And yet these are the stories in which love, to use an old-fashioned word, triumphs. To borrow from Raymond Carver, whose work is also included here. This is what we talk about when we talk about love. Not eros, maybe, when all is said and done. Closer to agape. Had Catullus written only those two opening poems about Lesbia's Sparrow, he might not be remembered today. Although they prefigured his own fraught relationship with his married woman, and although I find in them the poles around which all love stories revolve, there is a whole world of detail, particularity, and specificity in between. Read these stories, then, not to confirm the brutal realities of love, but to experience its many variegated, compensatory pleasures. From the bracing acerbities of Lorrie Moore's How to Be an Other Woman, to the stark assessments of Richard Ford's Fireworks, to Bernard Malamud's comic presentation of One Very Picky Rabbi, the stories that made their way to me by sometimes circuitous paths never failed to be just the thing, after a long, unromantic day at my desk, that I most wanted to read. It is perhaps only in reading a love story, or in writing one, that we can simultaneously partake of the ecstasy and agony of being in love without paying a crippling emotional price. I offer this book, then, as a cure for lovesickness and an antidote to adultery. Read these love stories in the safety of your single bed. Let everybody else suffer. There's this thought, too. After Lesbia spurned him, what did Catullus do? Kill himself. Drink to excess. Number mostly, he wrote and eulogized his friendships and his dead brother. He brought to his work the same devotion he'd once lavished in vain on Clodia, and he left behind his poems which speak to the stories in this collection that burn, dazzle, delight, or sadden depending. Passer pipiabat. Here's a loose translation. Better a sparrow, living or dead, than no birdsong at all. Finally, as this book is a charitable undertaking, I ask the reader to be charitable toward its numerous and unavoidable omissions. First Love and Other Sorrows Harold Brodkey toward the end of March. In St. Louis, slush fills the gutters, and dirty snow lies heaped alongside porch steps, and everything seems to be suffocating in the embrace of a season that lasts too long. Radiators hiss mournfully. No one manages to be patient. The wind draws tears from your eyes. The clouds are filled with sadness. Women with scarves around their heads and their feet encased in fur-lined boots pick their way carefully over patches of melting ice. It seems that winter will last forever, that this is the decision of nature and nothing can be done about it. At the age when I was always being warned by my mother not to get overheated, spring began on that evening when I was first allowed to go outside after dinner and play kick the can. The ground would be moist, I'd managed to get muddy in spite of what seemed to me extreme precautions. My mother would call me home in the darkness, and when she saw me she would ask, "What have you done to yourself?" "Nothing," I'd say hopefully. But by the time I was 16, the moment when the year passed into spring, like so many other things, was less clear. In March and early April, track began, but indoors. Midterm exams came and went. The buds appeared on the maples, staining all their branches red. But it was still winter, and I found myself having feelings in class that were like long petitions for spring and all its works. And then one evening I was sitting at my desk doing my trigonometry, and I heard my sister coming home from her office. I heard her high heels tapping on the sidewalk, and realized that, for the first time since fall, all the windows in the house were open. My sister was coming up the front walk. I looked down through a web of budding tree branches and called out to her that it was spring, by God. She shrugged. She was very handsome and she didn't approve of me, and then she started up the front steps and vanished under the roof of the porch. I ran downstairs. "The bus was crowded tonight," my sister said, hanging up her coat. I could hardly breathe. "This is such a warm dress." "You need a new spring dress," my mother said, her face lighting up. She was sitting in the living room with the evening paper on her lap. She and my sister spread the newspaper on the dining room table to look at the ads. "We'll just have to settle for sandwiches tonight," my mother said to me. My father was dead, and my mother pretended that now all the cooking was done for my masculine benefit. "Look, that suit's awfully smart," she cried, peering at the paper. "Montaldo's always has such nice suits." She sighed and went out to the kitchen, leaving the swinging door open so she could talk to my sister. $90 isn't too much for a good suit, do you think?" "No," my sister said. "I don't think it's too much. But I don't really want a suit this spring. I'd much rather have a sort of sky blue dress with a round neck that shows my shoulders a little bit. I don't look good in suits. I'm not old enough." She was 22. "My face is too round," she added in a low voice. My mother said, "You're not too young for a suit." She also meant my sister was not too young to get married. My sister looked at me and said, "Mother, do you think he shaves often enough? How often do you shave?" "Every 3 days," I said, flushing up my neck and cheeks. "Well, try it every other day." "Yes, try to be neater," my mother said. "I'm sure girls don't like boys with fuzz on their chin." "I think he's too proud of his beard to shave it," my sister said and giggled. "I feel sorry for the man who marries you," I said, "because everybody thinks you're sweet and you're not." She smiled pityingly at me, and then she looked down over the newspaper again. Until I was 4, we lived in a large white frame house overlooking the Mississippi River south of St. Louis. This house had, among other riches, a pork-cotcher, an iron deer on the lawn, and a pond with goldfish swimming in it. Once, I asked my mother why we had left that earlier house, and she said, "We lost our money, that's why. Your father was a very trusting man," she said. "He was always getting swindled." She was not a mercenary woman, nor was she mean about money except in spells that didn't come often, but she believed that what we lost with the money was much of our dignity and much of our happiness. She did not want to see life in a grain of sand. She wanted to see it from the shores of the Riviera, wearing a white sharkskin dress. I will never forget her astonishment when she took us. She was dressed in her best furs as a gesture, I suppose, to see the house that was to be our home from then on, and I told her I liked it. It had 9 rooms, a stained glass window in the hall, and neighbors all up and down the block. She detested that house. As she grew older, she changed. She grew less imperious. She put her hair into a roll, wore dark-colored clothes, said often, "I'm not a young woman anymore," and began to take pride in being practical. But she remained determined. She had seen a world we didn't remember too clearly, and she wanted us to make our way back to it. "I had it all," she said once to my sister. "I was good-looking. We were rich. You have no idea what it was like. If I had died when I was 30, I would have died completely happy. But being practical did not come easy to her. She was not practical in her bones, and every spring brings back the memory of my mother peering nearsightedly, with surprise, at the tulip shoots in her flower border, and it brings back her look of distraught efficiency during spring house cleaning. "You'd better clear your closet shelves tonight," she would warn me, "because tomorrow Tilly and I are going in there with a vacuum cleaner, and we'll throw out everything we find." Year after year, I would run upstairs to save my treasures even when I was 16, and on the verge of a great embarkation, the nature of which I could not even begin to guess. My treasures consisted of my postcard collection, 2,500 cards in all, arranged alphabetically by states of the Union and countries of the world. The wonder was that I lived in St. Louis, an old baseball glove, my leaf collection, 2 inappropriate comic books I had won in a poker game at a Boy Scout jamboree, my marble collection, and 35 pages of secret thoughts written out in longhand. All these had to be taken out to the garage and hidden among the tools until the frenzy of cleaning was over and I could smuggle them back upstairs. After supper, as the season grew warmer, my mother and sister and I would sit on the screened porch in the rear of the house, marooned among the shadows and the new leaves and the odor of insect spray, the light from our lamps sticking to the trees like bits of yellow paper. Usually the radio was on, and my mother, a book on her lap, her face abstracted. She was usually bored. Her life was moved mainly by the burning urge to rise once more along the thin edge of social distinction, would listen to the comedians and laugh. When the phone rang, she would get up and go into the house with long strides, and if the call was for my sister, my mother would call her to the phone in a voice mottled with triumph. Sometimes in the evening my mother would wash my sister's hair. My sister would sit in front of the basin in mother's bathroom, a towel around her shoulders, smiling. From my room across the hall I would hear my sister chattering about the men she knew, the ones she dated, the ones she wanted to date, the ones she wouldn't touch with a 10-foot pole. My mother would interrupt with accounts of her own cleverness, her sorties and successes when young, sometimes laughingly, but sometimes gloomily, because she regretted a lot of things. Then she and my sister would label my sister's suitors. 1 or 2 had family, 1 had money, 1 a poor boy had a brilliant future, and there were a few docile, sweet ones who were simply fillers, who represented the additional number of dates that raised my sister to the rank of a very popular girl. In these conversations, my mother would often bring up matters of propriety. Late dates were improper, flirting with boys other than one's date, breaking dates. Then, too, she would try to instruct my sister in other matters, which had to do with keeping passion in its place, and so preventing embarrassment for the boy and disaster for the girl. My sister would grow irritated. "I don't know why you talk like that. I behave very well," she would tell my mother. "Better than the other girls I know." Her irritation would please my mother, who would smile and say that only good-looking girls could afford to be good, and then they would both laugh. I used to wonder why my mother didn't take my sister's success for granted. My sister was lovely, she had plenty of dates, the phone rang incessantly. Where was the danger? Why did she always lecture my sister? Once my mother said my sister ought not to dance with too many boys or she would frighten off the more serious ones. My sister was getting dressed for the spring dance at the country club. Arrogant and slender, she glistened like a water nymph among her froth of bottles and jars and filmy clothes. She became furious. She screamed that she liked to dance. I closed the door to my room, but I could still hear the two of them. "Don't be so foolish," my mother kept saying over and over again. "Please don't be foolish." Then my sister, on the verge of tears, said she just wanted to have a good time. My sister's date arrived and I went downstairs to let him in, and by the time I came back upstairs, the two of them were laughing. My mother said she was just trying to be helpful, After all, my sister was impractical and her looks wouldn't last forever. My sister, as she opened the door of her room, said under her breath, "They'll last a lot longer yet." I'll never forget the wild rustling of her voluminous white skirt as she came down the hallway toward me. Her face was strangely still, as if seen by moonlight. Her hair was smooth and shining, her hands bent outward at the wrist as if they were flowers. "How beautiful you look!" I cried. My sister smiled and then solemnly turned all the way around, and her huge skirt rose and fell like a splash of surf. She was so beautiful I could hardly bear it. I hugged her and she laughed. Later that night, I asked my mother why she got so distraught. Wasn't my sister popular enough? My mother was sitting in the kitchen in an old, faded yellow housecoat, drinking a glass of warm milk. "You don't know anything about it," she said, with such sadness that I rose from the table and fled to my room. "I know what I'm saying," my mother would cry when she argued with my sister. "You must listen to me. People talk. You don't know who you'll meet on a date. It's good to accept even if you don't like the boy. Girls have to be very careful. You're thoughtless. Don't you think in 50 years I've learned what makes the world go around? Now listen to me. I know what I'm saying." But my sister's face was so radiant, her charm was so intense. She pushed her blonde hair back from her face with a gesture so quick, so certain, so arrogant and filled with vanity that no one, I thought, could doubt that whatever she did would be right. I wanted to be arrogant too. I didn't want to wear glasses and be one of the humorless, heavy-handed boys my sister despised. I was on her side as much as she'd let me be. She was the elder, and she often grew impatient with me. I didn't seem to understand all the things involved in being on her side. Night after night I saw her come home from work tired. She had a secretarial job in a hospital, and she hated it, and 2 hours later she would descend the stairs to greet her date, her face alight with seriousness or with a large, bright smile, depending on her mood or on where her escort was taking her that evening. A concert or an art movie made her serious. One of the hotel supper clubs brought the smile to her face. She would trip down the stairs in her high heels, a light, flimsy coat thrown over one arm, one hand clutching a purse and gloves, her other hand on the banister. In the queer yellow light of the hall chandelier, her necklace or her earrings would shine dully, and sometimes, especially if she was all dressed up in a black dress, say, with a low neck because they were going out to a supper club, there would be an air, in spite of her gaiety, of the captive about her. It was part of her intense charm. In her voluminous white skirt, she went to the spring dance at the country club and brought back to my mother the news that she had captured the interest of Sonny Brewster, the oldest son of M.F. Brewster, a banker and a very rich man more than interest. It turned out, because he started calling my sister up almost every day at work and taking her out almost every night. My mother was on the phone much of the afternoon explaining to her friends that my sister wasn't engaged. It was criminal the way some people gossiped, she said. My sister had only gone out with the boy 10 or 12 times. They were just getting to know each other. Then my mother began to receive calls. Someone had heard from a friend of Mrs. Brewster's that Mrs. Brewster had said her son was very serious about my sister, who was a very charming, very pretty girl of good family. My mother rubbed her hands with glee. She borrowed money from her brothers, and every week my sister had new clothes. My sister would come home from work and run upstairs to change. Sonny would be due at 7 to take her out to dinner. My sister would kick her shoes off, struggle out of her dress, and dash around the upstairs in her slip. "Mother, I can't find my earrings." "Which earrings, dear?" "The little pearls, the little tiny pearl ones that I got 2 Easters ago to go with my black." My sister was delighted with herself. She loved being talked about, being envied. "Mother, do you know what Seal Johnson said to me today? She said that Beryl Faringhouse, you know, the real estate people, was heartbroken because she thought Sonny Brewster was going to get engaged to her." My sister giggled. Her long hair was tangled and my mother yanked a comb through it. "Maybe you ought to cut your hair," my mother said, trying to hide her own excitement and to stay practical. During this period, my mother was living in the imminence of wealth. Whenever she stopped what she was doing and looked up, her face would be bright with visions. That spring when I was 16, more than anything else in the world, I wanted to be a success when I grew up. I did not know there was any other way of being lovable. My best friend was a boy named Preston who already had a heavy beard. He was shy and unfortunate in his dealings with other people, and he wanted to be a physicist. He had very little imagination, and he pitied anyone who did have it. "You and the word beautiful," he would say disdainfully, holding his nose and imitating my voice. "Tell me, what does beautiful mean?" "It's something you want," I would say. "You're an aesthete," Preston would say. "I'm a scientist, that's the difference." He and I used to call each other almost every night and have long, profound talks on the telephone. On a date, Preston would sit beside his girl and stolidly eye her. Occasionally, toward the end of the evening, he would begin to breathe heavily, and he would make a few labored, daring jokes. He might catch the girl's hand and stare at her with inflamed and wistful eyes, or he might mutter incoherent compliments. Girls liked him and escaped easily from his clumsy longing. They slipped their hands from his grasp and asked him to call them up again, but after a few dates with a girl, Preston would say disgustedly, "All she does is talk. She's uninterested or something." But the truth was, he was afraid of hurting them, of doing something wrong to them, and he never really courted them at all. At school, Preston and I had afternoon study hall together. Study hall was in the library, which was filled with the breathing of 150 students, and with the dim, half-fainting breezes of high spring, and with books. It was the crossroads of the world. Preston and I would sign out separately and meet in the lavatory. There we would lean up against the stalls and talk. Preston was full of thoughts. He was tormented by all his ideas. "Do you know what relativity means?" he would ask me. "Do you realize how it affects every little detail of everyday life?" Or it might be Spinoza that moved him. 18th century, but by God, there was a rational man. I would pace up and down, half listening, half daydreaming, wishing my name would appear on Preston's list of people who had elements of greatness, or we talked about our problems. "I'm not popular," I would say. "I'm too gloomy." "Why is that, do you think?" Preston would ask. "I don't know," I would say. "I'm inexperienced. That has a lot to do with everything." "Listen," Preston said one day, "you may not be popular, but you're likable. Your trouble is you're a snob." He walked up and down the white-tiled floor, mimicking me. He slouched and cast his eyes down and jutted his chin out and pulled a foolish, serious look over his face. "Is that me?" I cried, heartbroken. "Well, almost," Preston said. Or leaning on the windowsill, sticking our heads out into the golden afternoon air and watching a girls' gym class doing archery under the trees, we talked about relationships. "It starts in the infant," Preston said, "and it lasts forever." "Saints escape it," I said mournfully. "The hell they do," Preston said. The girls beneath us on the hillside drew their bows. Their thin green gym suits fluttered against their bodies. "Aren't they nice?" Preston asked longingly. "Aren't they wonderful?" After school, Preston and I went out for track. The outdoor track was a cinder oval surrounding the football field. A steep, grassy hill led up to the entrance of the school locker room. "Run up that hill every night, boys," the coach pleaded, old Mackes, with his paunch and his iron-gray wavy hair at the end of the practice period. "Run, boys, because when you're absolutely exhausted, that's when you got to give more. It's the more, boys, that makes champions." And then he'd stand there, humble and touched by his own speech. During our warm-up sessions, we used to jog-trot the length of the field and back again, keeping our knees high. The grand inutility of this movement filled me with something like exaltation, and on every side of me, in irregular lines, my fellow males jogged, keeping their knees high. "What happiness!" "The turf's too springy," Preston would mumble. "Bad for the muscles." Preston was a miler. He was thickset and without natural grace. Mackes said he had no talent, but he ran doggedly and he became a good miler. I ran the 440. I was tall and thin, and even Mackies said I ought to be good at it, but I wasn't. Mackies said I didn't have the spirit. All you smart boys are alike, he said. You haven't got the heart for it. You always hold back. You're all a bunch of gold bricks. I tried to cure my maimed enthusiasm. As I ran, Mackies would bawl desperately, hit the ground harder. Hit with your toes. Spring, boy, spring. Don't coddle yourself, for Christ's sake. After a race, I'd throw myself down on a knoll near the finish line under a sycamore tree, where the track manager dug a new hole every day for us to puke in. 3 or 4 others would join me, and we'd lie there wearily, our chests burning, too weak to move. Among my other problems was that I was reduced nearly to a state of tears over my own looks whenever I looked at a boy named Joel Bush. Joel was so incredibly good-looking that none of the boys could quite bear the fact of his existence. His looks weren't particularly masculine or clean-cut, and he wasn't a fine figure of a boy, he was merely beautiful. He looked like a statue that had been rubbed with honey and warm wax to get a golden tone, and he carried at all times, in the neatness of his features and the secret proportions of his face and body that made him so handsome in that particular way, the threat of seduction. Displease me, he seemed to say, and I'll get you. I'll make you fall for me, and I'll turn you into a donkey. Everyone either avoided him or gave in to him. Teachers refused to catch him cheating, boys never teased him, and no one ever told him off. One day I saw him saying goodbye to a girl after school, and as he left her to join me, walking toward the locker room, he said to her, "Meet you here at 5:30. Track wasn't over until 6, and I could tell that he had no intention of meeting her. And yet, when he asked me about some experiments we had done in physics, instead of treating him like someone who had just behaved like a heel, I told him everything I knew. He never joined us under the sycamore tree, and he ran effortlessly. He would pass the finish line, his chest heaving under his sweat-stained track shirt, and climb into the stands and sit in the sunlight. I was watching him one afternoon as he sat there wiping his face and turning his head from side to side. At one moment it was all silver except for the charred hollows of his eyes, and the next it was young and perfect, the head we all recognized as his. Mackies saw him and called out to him to put his sweatshirt on before he caught a cold. As he slipped the sweatshirt on, Joel shouted, "Oh, go fry your head." Mackies laughed good-naturedly. Sprinkled here and there on the football field were boys lifting their arms high and then sweeping them down to touch their toes, or lying on their backs and bicycling their legs in the air. I got up and walked toward them to do a little jog-trotting and hiney prancing. I looked at Joel. "I'm cooling off," he said to me. I walked on, and just then a flock of crows wheeled up behind the oak tree on the hill and filled the sky with their vibrant motion. Everyone, even Preston, paused and looked up. The birds rose in a half-circle and then glided, scythe-like, with wings outspread, on a down current of air until they were only 20 feet or so above the ground. Then they flapped their wings with a noise like sheets being shaken out and soared aloft, dragging their shadows up the stepped concrete geometry of the stands, past Joel's handsome, rigid figure off into the sky. "What do you know about that?" Mackies said. "Biggest flock of crows I ever saw. Why didn't you get your gun and shoot a couple?" Joel called out. Everyone turned. "Then you'd have some crow handy whenever you had to eat some," Joel said. "Take a lap," Mackies bawled, his leathery face turning red up to the roots of his iron-gray hair. "He was only kidding," I said, appalled at Mackies's hurt. Mackies looked at me and scowled. "You can take a lap too, and don't talk so much." I took off my sweatshirt and dropped it on the grass and set off around the track. As soon as I started running, the world changed. The bodies sprawled out across the green of the football field were parts of a scene remembered, not one real at this moment. The whole secret of effort is to keep on, I told myself. Not for the world would I have stopped then, And yet nothing, not even if I had been turned handsome as a reward for finishing, could have made up for the curious pain of the effort. About halfway around the track, Joel caught up to me, and then he slowed down and ran alongside. "Mac's isn't watching," he said. "Let's sneak up the hill." I looked and saw that Mac's was lining up the team for high jump practice. Joel sailed up over the crest of the hill and I followed him. "He's getting senile," Joel said, dropping to a sitting position, sighting over the crest of the hill at Mac's and then lying down. "Come on, jerk, lie down. You want Mac's to see you." I was uneasy. This sort of fooling was all right for Joel because he made the effort, but if Mac's caught me, he'd kick me off the team. I pointed this out to Joel. "Aw, Mac's takes everything too seriously. That's his problem," Joel said. "He's always up in the air about something. I don't see why he makes so much fuss. You ever notice how old men make a big fuss over everything? Mac is not so old." "All right, you ever notice how middle-aged men make a big fuss over everything?" A few seconds later, he said casually, his gaze resting on the underside of the leaves of the oak tree. "I was with someone last night." "No kidding," I said. He spread his fingers over his face, no doubt to see them turn orange in the sunlight as children do. "Yeah," he said. From the football field came the sounds of high jump practice starting. Mac's was shouting, "Now start with your left foot, 1, 2, 3, take off. Take off, god damn it. Spread your goddamned legs, spread 'em. You won't get ruptured. There's sand to catch you, for Christ's sake." The jumper's footsteps made a series of thuds. There was a pause and then the sound of the landing in the sand. Lifting my head, I could see the line of boys waiting to jump, the lead boy breaking into a run, leaping from the ground and spreading his arms in athletic entreaty. "It was disappointing," Joel said. "How?" I asked. "It's nothing very special." I was intrigued by this revelation. "You mean the books? It's not like that at all." He turned sullenly and scrabbled with his fingers in the dirt. "It's like self-pleasure, kind of, with bells. Maybe the girl didn't know how to do it. She was a grown woman." "Yeah, but she was a fully grown woman. She knew what she was doing." "Oh," I said. Then after a minute, "Look, would you mind telling me what you said to her? If I ever had a chance, I wouldn't know what to say." I don't remember," Joel said. "We just looked at each other and then she got all tearful and she told me to get comfortable." We lay there a moment in the late afternoon sunshine, and then I said we'd better be getting back. We walked around behind the hill and waited until Mac's wasn't looking before we sprinted out onto the track. The jumping went on for 15 or 20 minutes more. Then Mac's raised his arms in a gesture of benediction. "All right, you squirts all out on the track for a fast lap. And that includes you, Goldbrick," he said to me, wagging his finger. All the boys straightened up and started toward the track. The sun's light poured in long, low rays over the roof of the school. Jostling and joking, we started to run. "Faster," Mac's yelled. "Faster. What's the matter, you all a bunch of girls? Faster. For Christ's sake, faster." Since Preston, in his dogged effort to become a good miler, ran 3 laps to everyone else's 1, he was usually the last in the locker room. He would come in, worn out and breathing heavily. Sometimes he even had to hold himself up with one hand on his locker while he undressed. Everyone else would long since have showered and would be almost ready to leave. They might make 1 or 2 remarks about Preston's running his legs down to stumps or trying to kill himself for Mac's sake. Preston would smile numbly while he tried to get his breath back, and somehow I was always surprised by how little attention was paid to Preston, how cut off and how alone he was. More often than not, Joel would be showing off in the locker room, walking around on his hands, singing crude songs, or engaged in some argument or other. Preston would go into the shower. I would talk to Joel, dressing slowly, because I usually waited for Preston. By the time I was all dressed, the locker room would be empty and Preston would still be toweling himself off. Then, instead of hurrying to put his clothes on, he would run his hand over his chest to curl the few limp hairs. "Oh, come on," I would say disgustedly. "Hold your horses," he would say with his maddening physicist serenity. "Just you hold your horses." It took him half an hour to get dressed. He'd stand in front of the mirror and flex his muscles endlessly and admire the line his pectorals made across his broad rib cage. And he always left his shirt until last, even until after he had combed his hair. I found his vanity confusing. He was far from handsome, with his heavy mouth and bushy eyebrows and thick, sloping shoulders, but he loved his reflection, and he'd turn and gaze at himself in the mirror from all sorts of angles while he buttoned his shirt. He hated Joel. "There's a guy who will never amount to much," Preston would say. "He's chicken, and he's not very smart. I don't see why you want him to like you except that you're a sucker. You let your eyes run away with your judgment." I put up with all this because I wanted Preston to walk me part way home. It seemed shameful somehow to have to walk home alone. Finally, he would finish, and we would emerge from the now deserted school into the dying afternoon. As we walked, Preston harangued me about my lack of standards and judgment, the hunger I had for holding school office and for being well thought of he dismissed as a streak of lousy bourgeois cowardice. I agreed with him. I didn't like myself anyway, but what was to be done about it? "We might run away," Preston said, squinting up at the sky. "Hitchhike, work in factories, go to a bar." I leaned against a tree trunk and Preston stood with one foot on the curb and one foot in the street, and we lobbed pebbles back and forth. "We're doomed," Preston said. Doom was one of his favorite words, along with culture, kinetic, and the absolute. "We come from a dying culture," he said. "I suppose you're right," I said. "It certainly looks that way." But then I cheered up. After all, it's not as if we were insane or anything. "It wouldn't show yet," Preston said gloomily. "It's still in the latent stage. It'll come out later, you'll see. After all, you're still living at home and you've got your half-assed charm." I broke in. I'd never had a compliment from him before. "I didn't say you were charming," he said. "I said you have a half-assed charm. You behave well in public, that's all I meant." At the corner where we separated, Preston stood a moment or two. "It's hopeless," he said. "God, do you really think so?" I asked. "That's my honest opinion," he said. He turned toward his house. I jogged a block or two and then felt my stomach muscles. When I came to a maple with a low, straight branch, I ran and jumped up and swung from the branch, while a big green diesel bus rolled ponderously past, all its windows filled with tired faces that looked out at the street going by and at me hanging from the branch and smiling. I was doomed, but I was very likely charming. I ran in the front door of my house and called out, "Mother, Mother!" "What is it?" she answered. She was sitting on the screened porch, and I could see a little plume of cigarette smoke in the doorway. There was the faint mutter of a radio news program turned on low. "Nothing," I said. "I'm home, that's all." At the dinner table, I would try to disguise myself by slouching in my chair and thinking about my homework, but my mother and my sister always recognized me. "How was track today?" my sister would ask in a slightly amused way. "Fine," I would say in a low voice. My mother and my sister would exchange glances. I must have seemed comic to them, stilted and slightly absurd like all males. Almost every evening, Sonny Brewster used to drive up to our house in his yellow convertible. The large car would glide to a stop at the curb, and Sonny would glance quickly at himself in the rearview mirror, running his hand over his hair. Then he'd climb out and brush his pants off, too occupied with his own shyness to notice the children playing on the block. But they would stop what they were doing and watch him. I would wait for him at the front door and let him in and lead him into the living room. I walked ahead of Sonny because I had noticed that he could not keep himself from looking up the stairs as we passed through the hallway, as if to conjure up my sister then and there with the intensity of his longing, and I hated to see him do this. I would sit in the high-backed yellow chair, and Sonny would settle himself on the couch and ask me about track or if I'd picked a college yet. "You ought to think carefully about college," he would say. "I think Princeton is more civilized than Yale." His gentle, well-bred voice was carefully inexpressive. In his manner there was a touch of stiffness to remind you and himself that he was rich, and if some disrespect was intended for him, he wouldn't necessarily put up with it. But I liked him. He treated me with great politeness, and I liked the idea of his being my brother-in-law, and I sometimes thought of the benefits that would fall to me if my sister married him. Then my sister would appear at the head of the stairs, dressed to go out, and Sonny would leap to his feet. "Are you ready?" he'd cry, as if he had never dared hope she would be. My sister would hand him her coat, and with elaborate care he'd hold it for her. It would be perhaps 8 o'clock or a little after. The street lamps would be on, but looking pallid because it wasn't quite dark. Usually, Sonny would open the car door for my sister, but sometimes, with a quick maneuver, she would forestall him. She would hurry the last few steps, open the door, and slip inside before he could lift his hand. Sonny was not the first rich boy who had loved my sister. He was the 4th or 5th. And in the other cases, there had been scenes between my mother and sister in which my mother extolled the boy's eligibility, and my sister argued that she was too young to marry and didn't want to stop having a good time yet. Each time she had one, and each time the boy had been sent packing, while my mother looked heartbroken and said my sister was throwing her chances away. With Sonny, the same thing seemed about to happen. My sister missed going out with a lot of boys instead of with just one. She complained once or twice that Sonny was jealous and spoiled. There were times when she seemed to like him very much, but there were other times when she would greet him blankly in the evening when she came downstairs, and he would be apologetic and fearful, and I could see that her disapproval was the thing he feared most in the world. My mother didn't seem to notice, or if she did, she hid her feelings. Then one night I was sitting in my room doing my homework, and I heard my mother and sister come upstairs. They went into my sister's room. "I think Sonny's becoming very serious," my mother said. "Sonny's so short," I heard my sister say. "He's not really interesting either, mother." "He seems to be very fond of you," my mother said. "He's no fun," my sister said. "Mother, be careful, you're brushing too hard, you're hurting me." I stopped trying to work and listened. "Sonny's a very intelligent boy," my mother said. "He comes from a good family." "I don't care," my sister said. "I don't want to waste myself on him." "Waste yourself," my mother laughed derisively. I got up and went to the door of my sister's room. My sister was sitting at her dressing table, her hair shining like glass and her eyes closed. My mother was walking back and forth, gesturing with the hairbrush. "He's the one who's throwing himself away," she said. "Who do you think we are anyway? We're nobodies." "I'm pretty," my sister objected angrily. My mother shrugged. "The woods are full of pretty girls. What's more, they're full of pretty, rich girls. Now Sonny's a very nice boy, leave me alone." My sister pulled her hair up from her shoulders and held it in a soft mop on the top of her head. "Sonny's a jerk, a jerk." "He's nice looking," my mother cried. "Oh, what do you know about it?" my sister cried. "You're old, for God's sake." The air vibrated. My sister rose and looked at my mother, horrified at what she had said. She took her hands from her hair and it fell tumbling to her shoulders, dry and pale and soft. "I don't care," she said suddenly, and brushed past me and fled into the bathroom and locked the door. There was no further sound from her. The only trace of her in the house at that moment was the faint odor in her room of the flowery perfume she used that spring. "Oh, she's so foolish," my mother said, and I saw that she was crying. "She doesn't know what she's doing. Why is she so foolish?" Then she put the hairbrush down and raised her hands to her cheeks and began to pinch them. I went back to my room and closed the door. When I came out again, an hour later, my mother was in bed reading a magazine. She looked as if she had been wounded in a dozen places. My sister sat in her room, in front of the mirror. Her hair streamed down the back of her neck and lay in touching, defenseless little curls on the towel she had over her shoulders. She was studying her reflection thoughtfully. "Are flowers vain? Are trees? Are they consumed with vanity during those days when they are in bloom?" She raised her finger and pressed it against her lower lip to see, I think, if she would be prettier if her lip, instead of being so smooth, had a slight break in the center as some girls did. Shortly after this, my mother, who was neither stupid nor cruel, suggested that my sister stop seeing Sonny for a while. "Until you make up your mind," she said. "Otherwise you might break his heart, you know. Tell him you need some time to think. He'll understand. He'll think you're grown up and responsible." Sonny vanished from our house. In the evenings now, after dinner, the three of us would sit on the screened porch. My sister would look up eagerly when the phone rang, but the calls were never for her. None of her old boyfriends knew she had stopped dating Sonny, and after a while, when the phone rang, she would compose her face and pretend she wasn't interested, or she would say irritably, "Who can that be?" She began to answer the phone herself. She never had before, because it wasn't good for a girl to seem too eager, and she would look sadly at herself in the hall mirror while she said, "Yes, Preston, he's here." She tried to read. She'd skim a few pages and then put the book down and gaze out through the screens at the night and the patches of light on the trees. She would listen with my mother to the comedians on the radio and laugh vaguely when my mother laughed. She picked on me. "Your posture's no good," she'd say. Or, "Where do you learn your manners? Mother, he behaves like a zoot suitor or something." Another time she said, "If I don't make a good marriage, you'll be in trouble. You're too lazy to do anything on your own." She grew more and more restless. Toying with her necklace, she broke the string, and the beads rolled all over the floor, and there was something frantic in the way she went about retrieving the small, rolling bits of glitter. It occurred to me that she didn't know what she was doing. She was not really as sure of everything as she seemed. It was a painfully difficult thought to arrive at, and it clung to me. Why hadn't I realized it before? Also, she sort of hated me, it seemed to me. I had never noticed that before, either. How could I have been so wrong, I wondered. Knowing how wrong I had been about this, I felt that no idea I had ever held was safe. For instance, we were not necessarily a happy family with the most wonderful destinies waiting for my sister and me. We might make mistakes and choose wrong. Unhappiness was real. It was even likely. How tired I became of studying my sister's face. I got so I would do anything to keep from joining the two women on the porch. After 3 weeks of this, Sonny returned. I was never told whether he came of his own accord or whether he was summoned. But one night the yellow convertible drove up in front of our house, and he was back. Now when my mother would watch my sister and Sonny getting into Sonny's car in the evenings, she would turn away from the window smiling. "I think your sister has found a boy she can respect," she would say, "or they'll be very happy together," or some such hopeful observation which I could see no basis for, but which my mother believed with all the years and memories at her disposal, with all the weight of her past and her love for my sister. And I would go and call Preston. I used to lie under the dining-room table, sheltered and private like that, looking up at the way the pieces of mahogany were joined together, while we talked. I would cup the telephone to my ear with my shoulder and hold my textbook up in the air, over my head, as we went over physics, which was a hard subject for me. "Preston," I asked one night, "what in God's name makes a siphon work?" They did work, everyone knew that, and I groaned as I asked it. Preston explained the theory to me, and I frowned, breathed heavily through my nose, squinted at the incomprehensible diagrams in the book, and thought of the complexities of life, of the dignity of man, of the wonders of the mind as he talked. Every few minutes he asked, "Do you see?" and I would sigh. It was spring, and there was meaning all around me if only I were free of school, free of my mother, free of duties and inhibitions, if only I were mounted on a horse. Where was the world? Not here, not near me, not under the dining-room table. Not quite, I'd say untruthfully, afraid that I might discourage him. But I almost get it, just tell me once more. And on he went while I frowned, breathed hard and squinted, and then it happened. "I see," I cried. I see, I see. It was air pressure. How in the world had I failed to visualize air pressure? I could see it now. I would never again not see it. It was there in my mind, solid and indestructible, a whitish column sitting on the water. God damn, but science is wonderful, I said, and heaved my physics book into the living room. Really wonderful. It's natural law, Preston said reprovingly. Don't get emotion mixed up with it. One evening when my sister and Sonny didn't have a date to go out, my mother tapped lightly on my foot, which protruded from under the dining room table. I have a feeling Sonny may call, she whispered. I told Preston I had to hang up and crawled out from beneath the table. I have a feeling that they're getting to the point, my mother said. Your sister's nervous. I put the phone back on the telephone table. But mother, I said, and the phone rang. Shhh, she said. The phone rang 3 times. My sister on the extension upstairs said, hello, oh, Sonny. My mother looked at me and smiled. Then she pulled at my sleeve until I bent my head down and she whispered in my ear, they'll be so happy. She went into the hall to the foot of the stairs. Tell him he can come over, she whispered passionately. Sure, my sister was saying on the phone. I'd like that, if you want, sure. My mother went on listening, her head tilted to one side, the light falling on her aging face, and then she began to pantomime the answers my sister ought to be making, sweet yesies, dignified no's, and little bursts of alluring laughter. I plunged down the hall and out the screen door. The street lamps were on and there was a moon. I could hear the children. I see Digger. 1, 2, 3, you're caught, Digger. 2 blocks away, the clock on the Presbyterian church was striking the hour. Just then a little girl left her hiding place in our hedge and ran shrieking for the tree trunk that was home free base. I'm home safe. I'm home safe. Everybody free. All the prisoners, who had been sitting disconsolately on the bumpers of Mr. Carmgut's Oldsmobile, jumped up with joyful cries and scattered abruptly in the darkness. I lifted my face, that exasperating factor, my face, and stared entranced at the night, at the waving tops of the trees, and the branches blowing back and forth, and the round moon embedded in the night sky, turning the nearby streamers of cloud into mother of pearl. It was all very rare and eternal seeming. What a dreadful unhappiness I felt. I walked along the curb, balancing with my arms outspread. Leaves hung over the sidewalk. The air was filled with their rustling, and they caught the light of the street lamps. I looked into the lighted houses. There was Mrs. Kearns, tucked girlishly into a corner of the living room couch, reading a book. Next door, through the leaves of a tall plant, I saw the Lewises all standing in the middle of the floor. When I reached the corner, I put one arm around the post that held the street sign and leaned there, above the sewer grating, where my friends and I had lost perhaps 100 tennis balls over the years. In numberless dusks, we had abandoned our games of catch and handball and gathered around the grating and stared into it at our ball, floating down in the darkness. The Cullens' porch light was on, in the next block, and I saw Mr. and Mrs. Cullen getting into their car. Eleanor Cullen was in my class at school, and she had been dating Joel. Her parents were going out, and that meant she'd be home alone if she was home. She might have gone to the library, I thought, as the car started up, or to a sorority meeting. While I stood there looking at the Cullens' house, the porch light went off. A minute later, out of breath from running, I stood on the dark porch and rang the doorbell. There was no light on in the front hall, but the front door was open and I could hear someone coming. It was Eleanor. "Who is it?" she asked. "Me," I said. "Are you busy? Would you like to come out for a little while and talk?" She drifted closer to the screen door and pressed her nose against it. She looked pale without makeup. "Sure," she said. "I'll have to go put my shoes on. I'm not in a good mood or anything." "That's all right," I said. "Neither am I just want to talk to somebody." While I waited for Eleanor to come out, Matty Seaton appeared, striding along the sidewalk. He was on the track team. "Hey, Matty," I called out to him. "Hi," he said. "What's new?" "Nothing much," he said. "You got your trig done?" No, not yet. You going with her? He asked, pointing to the house. No, I said. Well, I got to get my homework done, he said. See you later, I called after him. I knew where he was going, Nancy Ellis's house 2 blocks down. Who was that? Eleanor asked. She stepped out on the porch. She had combed her hair and put on lipstick. Matty Seaton, I said. He's pinned to Nancy, Eleanor said. He likes her a lot. She sat down in a white metal chair. I sat on the porch railing, facing her. She fumbled in her pocket and pulled out a pack of cigarettes. You want a cigarette? She asked. No, I'm in training. We looked at each other, and then she looked away and I looked down at my shoes. I sat there liking her more and more. How come you're in a bad mood? I asked her. Me? Oh, I don't know. How did you know I was in a bad mood? You told me. I could barely make out her face and the dull color of her hands in the darkness. You know, I think I'm not basically a happy person, Eleanor said suddenly. I always thought I was. People expect you to be, especially if you're a girl. It doesn't surprise me, I said. A breeze set all the leaves in motion again. It's going to rain, I said. Eleanor stood up, smoothing her yellow skirt, and threw her cigarette off the porch. The glowing tip landed on the grass. She realized I was staring at her. She lifted her hand and pressed it against her hair. You may have noticed I look unusually plain tonight, she said. She leaned over the porch railing beside me, supporting herself on her hands. I was trying to do my geometry, she said in a low voice. I couldn't do it. I felt stupid, she said. So I cried. That's why I look so awful. I think you look all right, I said. I think you look fine. I leaned forward and rested my cheek near her shoulder. Then I sat up quickly, flushing. I don't like to hear you being so dissatisfied with yourself, I mumbled. You could undermine your self-confidence that way. Eleanor straightened and faced me in the moonlight. You're beautiful, I burst out longingly. I never noticed before, but you are. Wait, Eleanor said, tears gathered in her eyes. Don't like me yet. I have to tell you something first. It's about Joel. You don't have to tell me, I said. I know you're going with him. I understand. Listen to me. She said impatiently, stamping her foot. I'm not going with him. She suddenly pressed her hands against her eyes. Oh, it's awful, she cried. A little shudder of interest passed through me. Okay, I said, but I don't care if you don't tell me. I want to, she cried. I'm just a little embarrassed. I'll be all right in a minute. We went out Sunday night. She began after a few seconds. They had gone to Medart's in Clayton for a hamburger. Joel had talked her into drinking a bottle of beer, and it had made her so drowsy that she had put her head on the back of the seat and closed her eyes. What kind of car does Joel have? I asked. A Buick, Eleanor said, surprised at my question. I see, I said. I pictured the dashboard of a Buick and Joel's handsome face, and then, daringly, I added Eleanor's hand with its bitten fingernails holding Joel's hand. I was only half listening because I felt the preliminary stirrings of an envy so deep it would make me miserable for weeks. I looked up at the sky over my shoulder. Clouds had blotted out the moon and everything had got darker. From the next block, in the sudden stillness, I heard the children shouting, uttering their Babylonian cries as they played kick the can. Their voices were growing tired and fretful. And then I felt his hand on my Eleanor, half drowned in shadow, gestured vaguely near her shoulder. Is that all? I said, suddenly smiling. Now I would not have to die of envy. That's nothing. I slapped his face, she exclaimed. Her lip trembled. Oh, I didn't mean I sort of wanted. Oh, it's all so terrible, she burst out. She ran down the front steps and onto the lawn and leaned against the trunk of an oak tree. I followed her. The pre-storm stillness filled the sky, the air between the trees, the dark spaces among the shrubbery. Oh, God, Eleanor cried. How I hate everything. My heart was pounding and I didn't know why. I hadn't known I could feel like this, that I could pause on the edge of such feeling, which lay stretched like an enormous meadow all in shadow inside me. It seemed to me a miracle that human beings could be so elaborate. Listen, Eleanor, I said, you're all right. I've always liked you. I swallowed and moved closer to her. There were 2 moist streaks running down her face. I raised my arm and with the sleeve of my shirt I wiped away her tears. "I think you're wonderful. I think you're really something. You look down on me," she said. "I know you do, I can tell." "How can I, Alina, how can I cried. "I'm nobody, I've been damaged by my heredity." "You too," she exclaimed happily. "Oh, that's what's wrong with me." A sudden hiss swept through the air and then the first raindrop struck the street. "Quick!" Alina cried, and we ran up on her porch. 2 bursts of lightning lit up the dark sky and the rain streamed down. I held Alina's hand and we stood watching the rain. "It's a real thunder shower," she said. "Do you feel bad because we only started being friends tonight? I mean, do you feel you're on the rebound and settling on the second best?" I asked. There was a long silence and all around it was the sound of the rain. "I don't think so," Alina said at last. "How about you?" I raised my eyebrows and said, "Oh no, it doesn't bother me at all." "That's good," she said. We were standing very close to one another. We talked industriously. "I don't like geometry," Alina said. "I don't see what use it is. It's supposed to train your mind, but I don't believe it." I took my glasses off. "Alina," I said. I leaned closer and kissed her, then turned away, pounding my fists on top of each other. "Excuse me," I whispered hoarsely. That moment had lasted a long time and I thought I would die. Alina was watching the long, slanting lines of rain falling just outside the porch, gray in the darkness. She was breathing very rapidly. "You know what?" she said. "I could make you scrambled eggs. I'm a good cook." I leaned my head against the brick wall of the house and said I'd like some. In the kitchen, she put on an apron and bustled about, rattling pans and silverware and talking in spurts. "I think a girl should know how to cook, don't you?" She let me break the eggs into a bowl, 3 eggs, which I cracked with a flourish. "Oh, you're good at it," she said, and began to beat them with a fork while I sat on the kitchen table and watched her. "Did you know most eggs aren't baby chickens?" she asked me. She passed so close to me on her way to the stove that, because her cheeks were flushed and her eyes bright, I couldn't help leaning forward and kissing her cheek. She turned pink and hurried to the stove. I sat on the kitchen table, swinging my legs and smiling to myself. Suddenly we heard a noise just outside the back door. I leaped off the table and took up a polite position by the sink. Alina froze, but no one opened the door, no one appeared. "Maybe it was a branch falling," I said. Alina nodded. Then she made a face and looked down at her hands. "I don't know why we got so nervous. We aren't doing anything wrong." "It's the way they look at you," I said. "Yes, that's it," she said. "You know, I think my parents are ashamed of me, but someday I'll show them. I'll do something wonderful and they'll be amazed." She went back to the stove. "When are your parents coming home?" I asked. "They went to a double feature. They can't possibly be out before 11. "They might walk out on it," I said. "Oh no," Alina said. "Not if they pay for it." We ate our scrambled eggs and washed the dishes and watched the rain from the dining room windows without turning the light on. We sat close together for a while and then we both grew restless and uncomfortable. She went into the kitchen and I heard her running the water. When she returned, her hair was combed and she had put on fresh lipstick. "I don't like being in the house," she said and led me out on the porch. We stood with our arms around each other. The rain was slackening. "Goodbye, rain," Alina said sadly. It was as if we were watching a curtain slowly being lifted from around the house. The trees gleamed wetly near the street lamps. When I started home, the rain had stopped. Water dripped on the leaves of the trees. Little plumes of mist hung over the wet macadam of the street. I walked very gently in order not to disturb anything. I didn't want to run into anybody, and so I went home the back way, through the alley. At the entrance to the alley, there was a tall cast-iron pseudo-Victorian lamppost, with an urn-shaped head and panes of frosted glass. The milky light it shed trickled part way down the alley, illuminating a few curiously still garage fronts, and here and there, the wet leaves of the bushes and vines that bordered the backyards and spilled in such profusion over the fences. hiding the ash pits, and making the alley so pretty a place in spring. When I was younger, I had climbed on those ash pits, those brick squares nearly smothered under the intricacies of growing things, and I had searched in the debris for old, broken mirrors, discarded scarves with fringes, bits of torn decorated wrapping paper, and such treasures. But now I drifted down the alley, walking absently on the wet asphalt. I was having a sort of daydream where I was lying with my head near Alina's shoulder, and I could hear the slow, even sound of her breathing as I began to fall asleep. I was now in the darkest part of the alley, the very center where no light reached, and in my daydream I turned over and kissed Alina's hand, her cheek, and then I broke into a sprint down the alley, slipping and sliding on the puddles and wet places. I came out the other end of the alley and stood underneath the lamppost. I was breathing with difficulty. Across the street from me, two women stood, one on the sidewalk, the other on the front steps of a house, hugging her arms. "It's not a bad pain," the woman on the sidewalk said, "but it persists." my dear," said the other. "Don't take any chances, not at our age." And a couple, a boy and a girl, were walking up the street, coming home from the Tivoli theater. The girl was slouching in order not to seem taller than the boy, who was very short and who sprang up and down on the balls of his feet as he walked. I picked a spray of lilac and smelled it, but then I didn't know what to do with it. I didn't want to throw it away, and finally I put it in my pants pocket. I vaulted our back fence and landed in our backyard, frightening a cat, who leaped out of the hedge and ran in zigzags across the dark lawn. It startled me so much I felt weak. I tucked my shirt in carefully and smoothed my hair. Suddenly, I looked down at my fingertips. They were blurred in the darkness and moist from the lilac, and I swept them to my mouth and kissed them. The kitchen was dark. There was no sound in the house, no sound at all, and a tremor passed through me. I turned the kitchen light on and hurriedly examined myself for marks of what had happened to me. I peered at my shirt, my pants. I rubbed my face with both hands. Then I turned the light off and slipped into the dining room, which was dark too, and so was the hallway. The porch light was on. I ran up the front stairs and stopped short at the top. There was a light on in my mother's room. She was sitting up in bed with pillows at her back, a magazine across her lap, and a pad of paper on the magazine. "Hello," I said. I expected her to bawl me out for being late, but she just looked at me solemnly for a moment, and then she said, "Sonny proposed to your sister." Because I hadn't had a chance to wash my face, I raised one hand and held it over my cheek and chin to hide whatever traces of lipstick there might be. She said, "They're going to be married in June. They went over to the Brewsters to get the ring. He proposed practically the first thing when he came. They were both so happy," she said. "They make such a lovely couple. Oh, if you could have seen them." She was in a very emotional state. I started to back out the door. "Where are you going?" my mother asked. "To bed," I said, surprised. "I'm in training." "Oh, you ought to wait up for your sister." "I'll leave her a note," I said. I went to my room and took the white lilac out of my pocket and put it on my desk. I wrote, "I heard the news and think it's swell. Congratulations. Wake me up when you come in." I stuck the note in the mirror of her dressing table. Then I went back to my room and got undressed. Usually I slept raw, but I decided I'd better wear pajamas if my sister was going to come in and wake me up. I don't know how much later it was that I heard a noise and sat bolt upright in bed. I had been asleep. My sister was standing in the door of my room. She was wearing a blue dress that had little white buttons all the way down the front, and she had white gloves on. "Are you awake?" she whispered. "Yes," I said. "Where's Mother?" "Downstairs," my sister said, coming into the room. "Sending telegrams. Do you want to see my ring?" She took her gloves off. I turned the bedside table lamp on and she held her hand out. The ring was gold and there was an emerald and 4 diamonds around it. "It was his grandmother's," my sister said. I nodded. It's not what she said, and sat down on the edge of the bed and forgot to finish her sentence. Tell me, she said, do you think he's really rich? Then she turned a sad gaze on me through her lashes. Do you want to know something awful? I don't like my ring. Are you unhappy? I asked. No, just upset. It's scary getting married. You have no idea. I kept getting chills all evening. I may get pneumonia. Do you have a cigarette? I said I'd get her one downstairs. No, there's some in my room, she said. I'll get them. You know, Sonny and I talked about you. We're going to send you to college and everything. We planned it all out tonight. She played with her gloves for a while, and then she said, looking at the toes of her shoes, I'm scared. What if Sonny's not good at business? She turned to me. You know what I mean, he's so young. You don't have to marry him, I said. After all, you don't understand, my sister said hurriedly, warding off advice she didn't want. You're too young yet, she laughed. You know what he said to me. Just then my mother called out from the bottom of the stairs, Listen, how does this sound to you? Dear Greta, it's a night letter and we get a lot of words, and I thought Greta would like it better if I started that way. Greta's so touchy, you know. Can you hear me? I have to go, my sister whispered. She looked at me and then suddenly she leaned over and kissed me on the forehead. Go to sleep, she said. Have nice dreams. She got up and went out into the hall. Dodie got engaged tonight, my mother read. Is got engaged the right way to say it? Became engaged, my sister said in a distant voice. I put on my bathrobe and slippers and went out into the hall. My sister was leaning over the banister, talking to my mother at the bottom of the stairs about the night letter. I slipped past her and down the back stairs and into the kitchen. I found a cold chicken in the icebox, put the platter on the kitchen table, and tore off a leg and began to eat. The door to the back stairs swung open and my sister appeared. I'm hungry too, she said. I don't know why. She drifted over to the table and bent over the chicken. I guess emotion makes people hungry. My mother pushed open the swinging door from the dining room side. There you are, she said. She looked flustered. I'll have to think some more and then I'll write the whole thing over, she said to my sister. To me she said, Are you eating at this time of night? My sister said that she was hungry too. There's some soup, my mother said. Why don't I heat it up? And suddenly her eyes filled with tears, and all at once we fell to embracing one another, to smiling and making cheerful predictions about one another there in the white, brightly lighted kitchen. We had known each other for so long, and there were so many things that we all three remembered. Our smiles, our approving glances, wandered from face to face. There was a feeling of politeness in the air. We were behaving the way we would in railway stations, at my sister's wedding, at the birth of her first child, at my graduation from college. This was the first of our reunions. The lady with the little dog, Anton Chekhov, the talk was that a new face had appeared on the embankment, a lady with a little dog. Dmitri Dmitrich Gurov, who had already spent 2 weeks in Yalta and was used to it, also began to take an interest in new faces. Sitting in a pavilion at Vernitz, he saw a young woman, not very tall, blonde in a beret, walking along the embankment. Behind her ran a white Spitz, and after that he met her several times a day in the town garden or in the square. She went strolling alone in the same beret with the white Spitz. Nobody knew who she was, and they called her simply the lady with the little dog. If she's here with no husband or friends, Gurov reflected, it wouldn't be a bad idea to make her acquaintance. He was not yet 40, but he had a 12-year-old daughter and 2 sons in school. He had married young, while still a second-year student, and now his wife seemed half again his age. She was a tall woman with dark eyebrows, erect, imposing, dignified, and a thinking person, as she called herself. She read a great deal, used the new orthography, called her husband not Dmitri but Dmitri, but he secretly considered her none too bright, narrow-minded, graceless, was afraid of her, and disliked being at home. He had begun to be unfaithful to her long ago, was unfaithful often, and probably for that reason almost always spoke ill of women, and when they were discussed in his presence he would say of them, "An inferior race." It seemed to him that he had been taught enough by bitter experience to call them anything he liked, and yet he could not have lived without the inferior race, even for 2 days. In the company of men he was bored, ill at ease. With them he was taciturn and cold, but when he was among women he felt himself free and knew what to talk about with them and how to behave, and he was at ease even being silent with them. In his appearance, in his character, in his whole nature there was something attractive and elusive that disposed women towards him and enticed them. He knew that, and he himself was attracted to them by some force. Repeated experience, and bitter experience indeed, had long since taught him that every intimacy, which in the beginning lends life such pleasant diversity, and presents itself as a nice and light adventure, inevitably, with decent people, especially irresolute Muscovites, who are slow starters, grows into a major task, extremely complicated, and the situation finally becomes burdensome. But at every new meeting with an interesting woman, this experience somehow slipped from his memory, and he wanted to live, and everything seemed quite simple and amusing. And so one time, towards evening, he was having dinner in the garden, and the lady in the beret came over unhurriedly to take the table next to his. Her expression, her walk, her dress, her hair told him that she belonged to decent society, was married in Yalta for the first time and alone, and that she was bored here. In the stories about the impurity of local morals there was much untruth. He despised them, and knew that these stories were mostly invented by people who would eagerly have sinned themselves had they known how. But when the lady sat down at the next table, 3 steps away from him, he remembered those stories of easy conquests, of trips to the mountains, and the tempting thought of a quick, fleeting liaison, a romance with an unknown woman of whose very name you are ignorant, suddenly took possession of him. He gently called the Spitz, and when the dog came over he shook his finger at it. The Spitz growled. Gurov shook his finger again. The lady glanced at him and immediately lowered her eyes. "He doesn't bite," she said, and blushed. "May I give him a bone?" And when she nodded in the affirmative he asked affably, "Have you been in Yalta long?" "About 5 days. And I'm already dragging through my 2nd week here." They were silent for a while. "The time passes quickly, and yet it's so boring here," she said without looking at him. "It's merely the accepted thing to say it's boring here. The ordinary man lives somewhere in his Belivo or Zhizdra and isn't bored, then he comes here. Ah, how boring! Ah, how dusty! You'd think he came from Granada." She laughed. Then they went on eating in silence like strangers. But after dinner they walked off together and a light, bantering conversation began, of free, contented people who do not care where they go or what they talk about. They strolled and talked of how strange the light was on the sea. The water was of a lilac color, so soft and warm, and over it the moon cast a golden strip. They talked of how sultry it was after the hot day. Gurov told her he was a Muscovite, a philologist by education but worked in a bank, had once been preparing to sing in an opera company but had dropped it, owned 2 houses in Moscow. And from her he learned that she grew up in Petersburg but was married in S, where she had now been living for 2 years, that she would be staying in Yalta for about a month, and that her husband might come to fetch her, because he also wanted to get some rest. She was quite unable to explain where her husband served in the provincial administration or the Zemstvo council, and she herself found that funny. And Gurov also learned that her name was Anna Sergeyevna. Afterwards, in his hotel room, he thought about her, that tomorrow she would probably meet him again. It had to be so. Going to bed, he recalled that still quite recently she had been a schoolgirl, had studied just as his daughter was studying now, recalled how much timorousness and angularity there was in her laughter, her conversation with a stranger. It must have been the first time in her life that she was alone in such a situation, when she was followed, looked at, and spoken to with only one secret purpose, which she could not fail to guess. He recalled her slender, weak neck, her beautiful gray eyes. There's something pathetic in her all the same, he thought, and began to fall asleep. Roman 2, a week had passed since they became acquainted. It was Sunday. Inside it was stuffy, but outside the dust flew in whirls, hats blew off. They felt thirsty all day, and Gurov often stopped at the pavilion, offering Anna Sergeyevna now a soft drink, now ice cream. There was no escape. In the evening, when it relented a little, they went to the jetty to watch the steamer come in. There were many strollers on the pier. They had come to meet people, they were holding bouquets. And here two particularities of the smartly dressed Yalta crowd distinctly struck one's eye. The elderly ladies were dressed like young ones, and there were many generals. Owing to the roughness of the sea, the steamer arrived late, when the sun had already gone down, and it was a long time turning before it tied up. Anna Sergeyevna looked at the ship and the passengers through her lorgnette, as if searching for acquaintances, and when she turned to Gurov, her eyes shone. She talked a lot, and her questions were abrupt, and she herself immediately forgot what she had asked. Then she lost her lorgnette in the crowd. The smartly dressed crowd was dispersing. The faces could no longer be seen. The wind had died down completely, and Gurov and Anna Sergeyevna stood as if they were expecting someone else to get off the steamer. Anna Sergeyevna was silent now and smelled the flowers, not looking at Gurov. "The weather's improved towards evening," he said. "Where shall we go now? Shall we take a drive somewhere?" She made no answer. Then he looked at her intently and suddenly embraced her and kissed her on the lips, and he was showered with the fragrance and moisture of the flowers, and at once looked around timorously had anyone seen them. "Let's go to your place," he said softly, and they both walked quickly. Her hotel room was stuffy and smelled of the perfume she had bought in a Japanese shop. Gurov, looking at her now, thought, what meetings there are in life. From the past he had kept the memory of carefree, good-natured women, cheerful with love, grateful to him for their happiness, however brief. And of women his wife, for example, who loved without sincerity, with superfluous talk, affectedly, with hysteria, with an expression as if it were not love, not passion, but something more significant. And of those 2 or 3 very beautiful, cold ones, in whose faces a predatory expression would suddenly flash, a stubborn wish to take, to snatch from life more than it could give. And these were women not in their first youth, capricious, unreasonable, domineering, unintelligent. And when Gurov cooled towards them, their beauty aroused hatred in him, and the lace of their underwear seemed to him like scales. But here was all the timorousness and angularity of inexperienced youth, a feeling of awkwardness and an impression of bewilderment, as if someone had suddenly knocked at the door. Anna Sergeyevna, the lady with the little dog, somehow took a special, very serious attitude towards what had happened, as if it were her fault, so it seemed, and that was strange and inopportune. Her features drooped and faded, and her long hair hung down sadly on both sides of her face. She sat pondering in a dejected pose, like the sinful woman in an old painting. "It's not good," she said. "You'll be the first not to respect me now." There was a watermelon on the table in the hotel room. Gurov cut himself a slice and unhurriedly began to eat it. At least half an hour passed in silence. Anna Sergeyevna was touching. She had about her a breath of the purity of a proper, naive, little experienced woman. The solitary candle burning on the table barely lit up her face, but it was clear that her heart was uneasy. "Why should I stop respecting you?" asked Gurov. "You don't know what you're saying yourself." "God forgive me," she said, and her eyes filled with tears. "This is terrible. It's like you're justifying yourself." "How can I justify myself? I'm a bad, low woman. I despise myself and am not even thinking of any justification. It's not my husband I've deceived, but my own self. And not only now, I've been deceiving myself for a long time. My husband may be an honest and good man, but he's a lackey. I don't know what he does there, how he serves. I only know that he's a lackey. I married him when I was 20. I was tormented by curiosity. I wanted something better. I told myself there must be a different life. I wanted to live and live. I was burning with curiosity. You won't understand it, but I swear to God that I couldn't control myself any longer. Something was happening to me. I couldn't restrain myself. I told my husband I was ill and came here. And here I go about as if in a daze, as if I'm out of my mind. And now I've become a trite, trashy woman whom anyone can despise. Gurov was bored listening. He was annoyed by the naive tone, by this repentance, so unexpected and out of place. Had it not been for the tears in her eyes, one might have thought she was joking or playing a role. "I don't understand," he said softly. "What is it you want?" She hid her face on his chest and pressed herself to him. Believe me, I beg you," she said. "I love an honest, pure life. Sin is vile to me. I myself don't know what I'm doing. Simple people say, 'The unclean one beguiled me.' And now I can say of myself that the unclean one has beguiled me. Enough, enough," he muttered. He looked into her fixed, frightened eyes, kissed her, spoke softly and tenderly, and she gradually calmed down and her gaiety returned. They both began to laugh. Later, when they went out, there was not a soul on the embankment. The town with its cypresses looked completely dead, but the sea still beat noisily against the shore. One barge was rocking on the waves, and the lantern on it glimmered sleepily. They found a cab and drove to Orinda. "I just learned your last name downstairs in the lobby. It was written on the board von Diedritz," said Gurov. "Is your husband German?" "No, his grandfather was German, I think, but he himself is Orthodox." In Orinda they sat on a bench not far from the church, looked down on the sea, and were silent. Yalta was barely visible through the morning mist. White clouds stood motionless on the mountain tops. The leaves of the trees did not stir, cicadas called, and the monotonous, dull noise of the sea, coming from below, spoke of the peace, of the eternal sleep that awaits us. So it had sounded below when neither Yalta nor Orinda were there. So it sounded now and would go on sounding with the same dull indifference when we are no longer here. And in this constancy, in this utter indifference to the life and death of each of us, there perhaps lies hidden the pledge of our eternal salvation, the unceasing movement of life on earth, of unceasing perfection. Sitting beside the young woman, who looked so beautiful in the dawn, appeased and enchanted by the view of this magical Daker sea, mountains, clouds, the open sky, Gurov reflected that, essentially, if you thought of it, everything was beautiful in this world. Everything except for what we ourselves think and do when we forget the higher goals of being and our human dignity. Some man came up, it must have been a watchman, looked at them, and went away. And this detail seemed such a mysterious thing and also beautiful. The steamer from Fedosia could be seen approaching in the glow of the early dawn, its lights out. "There's dew on the grass," said Anna Sergeyevna after a silence. "Yes, it's time to go home." They went back to town. After that they met on the embankment every noon, had lunch together, dined, strolled, admired the sea. She complained that she slept poorly and that her heart beat anxiously, kept asking the same questions, troubled now by jealousy, now by fear that he did not respect her enough. And often on the square or in the garden, when there was no one near them, he would suddenly draw her to him and kiss her passionately. Their complete idleness, those moments in broad daylight with a furtive look around and the fear that someone might see them, the heat, the smell of the sea, and the constant flashing before their eyes of idle, smartly dressed, well-fed people, seemed to transform him. He repeatedly told Anna Sergeyevna how beautiful she was and how enchanting, was impatiently devoted, never left her side, while she often brooded and kept asking him to admit that he did not respect her, did not love her at all, and saw in her only a commonplace woman. Late almost every evening they went somewhere out of town, to Orinda or the Cascade. These outings were successful. Their impressions each time were beautiful, majestic. They were expecting her husband to arrive. But a letter came from him in which he said that his eyes hurt and begged his wife to come home quickly. Anna Sergeyevna began to hurry. "It's good that I'm leaving," she said to Gurov. "It's fate itself." She went by carriage and he accompanied her. They drove for a whole day. When she had taken her seat in the express train and the second bell had rung, she said, "Let me have one more look at you, one more look, there." She did not cry but was sad as if ill, and her face trembled. "I'll think of you. Remember you," she said. "God be with you. Don't think ill of me. We're saying goodbye forever. It must be so because we should never have met. Well, God be with you." The train left quickly, its lights soon disappeared, and a moment later the noise could no longer be heard, as if everything were conspiring on purpose to put a speedy end to this sweet oblivion, this madness. And left alone on the platform and gazing into the dark distance, Gurov listened to the churring of the grasshoppers and the hum of the telegraph wires with a feeling as if he had just woken up. And he thought that now there was one more affair or adventure in his life, and it too was now over, and all that was left was the memory. He was touched, saddened, and felt some slight remorse. This young woman whom he was never to see again had not been happy with him. He had been affectionate with her and sincere, but all the same, in his treatment of her, in his tone and manner, there had been a slight shade of mockery, the somewhat coarse arrogance of a happy man, who was, moreover, almost twice her age. She had all the while called him kind, extraordinary, lofty. Obviously, he had appeared to her not as he was in reality, and therefore he had involuntarily deceived her. Here at the station there was already a breath of autumn, the wind was cool. "It's time I headed north too," thought Gurov, leaving the platform. "High time." Roman III at home in Moscow everything was already wintry, the stoves were heated, and in the morning when the children were getting ready for school and drinking their tea, it was dark, and the nanny would light a lamp for a short time. The frosts had already set in. When the first snow falls on the first day of riding in sleighs, it is pleasant to see the white ground, the white roofs. One's breath feels soft and pleasant, and in those moments one remembers one's youth. The old lindens and birches, white with hoarfrost, have a good-natured look. They are nearer one's heart than cypresses and palms, and near them one no longer wants to think of mountains and the sea. Gurov was a Muscovite. He returned to Moscow on a fine, frosty day, and when he put on his fur coat and warm gloves and strolled down Petrovka, and when on Saturday evening he heard the bells ringing, his recent trip and the places he had visited lost all their charm for him. He gradually became immersed in Moscow life, now greedily read 3 newspapers a day, and said that he never read the Moscow newspapers on principle. He was drawn to restaurants, clubs, to dinner parties, celebrations, and felt flattered that he had famous lawyers and actors among his clients, and that at the doctor's club he played cards with a professor. He could eat a whole portion of Selianka from the pan. A month would pass and Anna Sergeyevna, as it seemed to him, would be covered by mist in his memory, and would only appear to him in dreams with a touching smile, as other women did. But more than a month passed, deep winter came, and yet everything was as clear in his memory as if he had parted with Anna Sergeyevna only the day before, and the memories burned brighter and brighter. Whether from the voices of his children doing their homework, which reached him in his study in the evening quiet, or from hearing a romance, or an organ in a restaurant, or the blizzard howling in the chimney, everything would suddenly rise up in his memory. What had happened on the jetty, and the early morning with mist on the mountains, and the steamer from Fedosia, and their time together. He would pace the room for a long time and remember and smile, and then his memories would turn to reveries, and in his imagination the past would mingle with what was still to be. Anna Sergeyevna was not a dream. She followed him everywhere like a shadow and watched him. Closing his eyes, he saw her as if alive, and she seemed younger, more beautiful, more tender than she was, and he also seemed better to himself than he had been then, in Yalta. In the evenings she gazed at him from the bookcase, the fireplace, the corner. He could hear her breathing, the gentle rustle of her skirts. In the street he followed women with his eyes, looking for one who resembled her, and he was tormented now by a strong desire to tell someone his memories. But at home it was impossible to talk of his love, and away from home there was no one to talk with. Certainly not among his tenants nor at the bank. And what was there to say? Had he been in love then? Was there anything beautiful, poetic, or instructive, or merely interesting in his relations with Anna Sergeyevna? And he found himself speaking vaguely of love, of women, and no one could guess what it was about, and only his wife raised her dark eyebrows and said, "You know, Dmitri, the role of fop doesn't suit you at all." One night, as he was leaving the doctor's club together with his partner, an official, he could not help himself and said, "If you only knew what a charming woman I met in Yalta." The official got into a sleigh and drove off, but suddenly turned around and called out, "Dmitri Dmitrich." "What? You were right earlier, the sturgeon was a bit off." Those words, so very ordinary, for some reason suddenly made Gurov indignant, struck him as humiliating, impure. Such savage manners, such faces, these senseless nights and such uninteresting, unremarkable days. Frenzied card-playing, gluttony, drunkenness, constant talk about the same thing. Useless matters and conversations about the same thing took for their share the best part of one's time, the best of one's powers, and what was left in the end was some sort of curtailed, wingless life, some sort of nonsense, and it was impossible to get away or flee, as if you were sitting in a madhouse or a prison camp. Gurov did not sleep all night and felt indignant, and as a result had a headache all the next day. And the following nights he slept poorly, sitting up in bed all the time and thinking or pacing up and down. He was sick of the children, sick of the bank, did not want to go anywhere or talk about anything. In December, during the holidays, he got ready to travel and told his wife he was leaving for Petersburg to solicit for a certain young man and went to S.Y. He did not know very well himself. He wanted to see Anna Sergeyevna and talk with her, to arrange a meeting if he could. He arrived at S in the morning and took the best room in the hotel, where the whole floor was covered with gray army flannel, and there was an inkstand on the table, gray with dust, with a horseback rider who held his hat in his raised hand, but whose head was broken off. The hall porter gave him the necessary information. Von Diedritz lives in his own house on Starogoncharnaya Street, not far from the hotel. He has a good life, is wealthy, keeps his own horses. Everybody in town knows him. The porter pronounced it Dridiritz. Gurov walked unhurriedly to Starogoncharnaya Street, found the house. Just opposite the house stretched a fence, long, gray, with spikes. You could flee from such a fence, thought Gurov, looking now at the windows, now at the fence. He reflected. Today was not a workday and the husband was probably at home. And anyhow it would be tactless to go in and cause embarrassment. If he sent a message, it might fall into the husband's hands, and that would ruin everything. It would be best to trust to chance. And he kept pacing up and down the street and near the fence and waited for his chance. He saw a beggar go in the gates and saw the dogs attack him. Then, an hour later, he heard someone playing a piano, and the sounds reached him faintly, indistinctly. It must have been Anna Sergeyevna playing. The front door suddenly opened and some old woman came out, the familiar white Spitz running after her. Gurov wanted to call the dog, but his heart suddenly throbbed, and in his excitement he was unable to remember the Spitz's name. He paced up and down, and hated the gray fence more and more, and now he thought with vexation that Anna Sergeyevna had forgotten him, and was perhaps amusing herself with another man, and that was so natural in the situation of a young woman who had to look at this cursed fence from morning till evening. He went back to his hotel room and sat on the sofa for a long time, not knowing what to do, then had dinner, then took a long nap. How stupid and upsetting this all is, he thought when he woke up and looked at the dark windows. It was already evening. So I've had my sleep. Now what am I to do for the night? He sat on the bed, which was covered with a cheap, gray, hospital-like blanket, and taunted himself in vexation. Here's the lady with the little dog for you. Here's an adventure for you. Yes, here you sit. That morning at the train station, a poster with very big lettering had caught his eye. It was the opening night of the Geisha. He remembered it and went to the theater. It's very likely that she goes to opening nights, he thought. The theater was full. And here, too, as in all provincial theaters generally, a haze hung over the chandeliers. The gallery stirred noisily. The local dandies stood in the front row before the performance started, their hands behind their backs. And here, too, in the governor's box, the governor's daughter sat in front, wearing a boa, while the governor himself modestly hid behind the portière, and only his hands could be seen. The curtain swayed, the orchestra spent a long time tuning up. All the while the public came in and took their seats. Gurov kept searching greedily with his eyes. Anna Sergeyevna came in. She sat in the third row, and when Gurov looked at her, his heart was wrung, and he realized clearly that there was now no person closer, dearer, or more important for him in the whole world. This small woman, lost in the provincial crowd, not remarkable for anything, with a vulgar lorgnette in her hand, now filled his whole life, was his grief, his joy, the only happiness he now wished for himself. And to the sounds of the bad orchestra with its trashy local violins, he thought how beautiful she was. He thought and dreamed. A man came in with Anna Sergeyevna and sat down next to her, a young man with little side whiskers, very tall, stooping. He nodded his head at every step, and it seemed he was perpetually bowing. This was probably her husband, whom she, in an outburst of bitter feeling that time in Yalta, had called a lackey. And indeed, in his long figure, his side whiskers, his little bald spot, there was something of lackeyish modesty. He had a sweet smile, and the badge of some learned society gleamed in his buttonhole like the badge of a lackey. During the first intermission the husband went to smoke. She remained in her seat. Gurov, who was also sitting in the stalls, went up to her and said in a trembling voice and with a forced smile, "How do you do?" She looked at him and paled, then looked again in horror, not believing her eyes, and tightly clutched her fan and lorgnette in her hand, obviously struggling with herself to keep from fainting. Both were silent. She sat, he stood, alarmed at her confusion, not venturing to sit down next to her. The tuning-up violins and flutes sang out. It suddenly became frightening. It seemed that people were gazing at them from all the boxes. But then she got up and quickly walked to the exit. He followed her, and they both went confusedly through corridors and stairways, going up, then down. And the uniforms of the courts, the schools, and the imperial estates flashed before them, all with badges. Ladies flashed by, fur coats on hangers, a drafty wind blew, drenching them with the smell of cigar stubs. And Gurov, whose heart was pounding, thought, "Oh, Lord, why these people, this orchestra?" And just then he suddenly recalled how, at the station in the evening after he had seen Anna Sergeyevna off, he had said to himself that everything was over and they would never see each other again. But how far it still was from being over. On a narrow, dark stairway with the sign to the amphitheater, she stopped. "How you frightened me," she said, breathing heavily, still pale, stunned. "Oh, how you frightened me, I'm barely alive. Why did you come? Why? But understand, Anna, understand." He said in a low voice, hurrying, "I beg you to understand." She looked at him with fear, with entreaty, with love, looked at him intently, the better to keep his features in her memory. "I've been suffering so," she went on, not listening to him. "I think only of you all the time. I've lived by my thoughts of you. And I've tried to forget, but why Why did you come?" Further up on the landing, two high school boys were smoking and looking down, but Gurov did not care. He drew Anna Sergeyevna to him and held her close. "What are you doing? What are you doing?" she repeated in horror, pushing him away from her. "We've both lost our minds. Leave today, leave at once. I adjure you by all that's holy, I implore you, somebody's coming." Someone was climbing the stairs. "You must leave," Anna Sergeyevna went on in a whisper. "Do you hear, Dmitri Dmitrich? I'll come to you in Moscow. I've never been happy, I'm unhappy now, and I'll never, never be happy, never. Don't make me suffer still more. I swear I'll come to Moscow. But we must part now. My dear one, my good one, my darling, we must part." She pressed his hand and quickly began going downstairs, turning back to look at him, and it was clear from her eyes that she was indeed not happy. Gurov stood for a little while, listened then, when everything was quiet, found his coat and left the theater. Roman IV and Anna Sergeyevna began coming to see him in Moscow. Once every 2 or 3 months she left S. and told her husband she was going to consult a professor about her female disorder, and her husband did and did not believe her. Arriving in Moscow, she stayed at the Slaviansky Bazaar and at once sent a man in a red hat to Gurov. Gurov came to see her and nobody in Moscow knew of it. Once he was going to see her in that way on a winter morning. The messenger had come the previous evening but had not found him in. With him was his daughter, whom he wanted to see off to school, which was on the way. Big, wet snow was falling. "It's now 3 degrees above freezing, and yet it's snowing," Gurov said to his daughter. "But it's warm only near the surface of the earth, while in the upper layers of the atmosphere the temperature is quite different. And why is there no thunder in winter, Papa?" He explained that too. He spoke and thought that here he was going to a rendezvous, and not a single soul knew of it or probably would ever know. He had 2 lives, an apparent one, seen and known by all who needed it, filled with conventional truth and conventional deceit, which perfectly resembled the lives of his acquaintances and friends, and another that went on in secret. And by some strange coincidence, perhaps an accidental one, everything that he found important, interesting, necessary, in which he was sincere and did not deceive himself, which constituted the core of his life, occurred in secret from others, while everything that made up his lie, his shell in which he hid in order to conceal the truth, for instance, his work at the bank, his arguments at the club, his inferior race, his attending official celebrations with his wife, all this was in full view. And he judged others by himself, did not believe what he saw, and always supposed that every man led his own real and very interesting life under the cover of secrecy, as under the cover of night. Every personal existence was upheld by a secret, and it was perhaps partly for that reason that every cultivated man took such anxious care that his personal secret should be respected. After taking his daughter to school, Gurov went to the Slaviansky Bazaar. He took his fur coat off downstairs, went up and knocked softly at the door. Anna Sergeyevna, wearing his favorite gray dress, tired from the trip and the expectation, had been waiting for him since the previous evening. She was pale, looked at him and did not smile, and he had barely come in when she was already leaning on his chest. They held each other close as if they had not seen each other for 2 years. "Well, how is your life there?" he asked. "What's new?" "Wait, I'll tell you, I can't." She could not speak because she was crying. She turned away from him and pressed a handkerchief to her eyes. "Well, let her cry a little, and meanwhile I'll sit down," he thought, and sat down in an armchair. Then he rang and ordered tea. And then while he drank tea she went on standing with her face turned to the window. She was crying from anxiety, from a sorrowful awareness that their life had turned out so sadly. They only saw each other in secret. They hid from people like thieves. Was their life not broken? "Well, stop now," he said. For him it was obvious that this love of theirs would not end soon, that there was no knowing when. Anna Sergeyevna's attachment to him grew ever stronger. She adored him, and it would have been unthinkable to tell her that it all really had to end at some point, and she would not have believed it. He went up to her and took her by the shoulders to comfort her, to make a joke, and at that moment he saw himself in the mirror. His head was beginning to turn gray. And it seemed strange to him that he had aged so much in those last years, had lost so much of his good looks. The shoulders on which his hands lay were warm and trembled. He felt compassion for this life, still so warm and beautiful, but probably already near the point where it would begin to fade and wither, like his own life. Why did she love him so? Women had always taken him to be other than he was, and they had loved in him, not himself, but a man their imagination had created, whom they had greedily sought all their lives. And then, when they had noticed their mistake, they had still loved him. And not one of them had been happy with him. Time passed, he met women, became intimate, parted, but not once did he love. There was anything else but not love. And only now, when his head was gray, had he really fallen in love as one ought to for the first time in his life. He and Anna Sergeyevna loved each other like very close, dear people, like husband and wife, like tender friends. It seemed to them that fate itself had destined them for each other, and they could not understand why he had a wife and she a husband. And it was as if they were two birds of passage, a male and a female, who had been caught and forced to live in separate cages. They had forgiven each other the things they were ashamed of in the past. They forgave everything in the present, and they felt that this love of theirs had changed them both. Formerly, in sad moments, he had calmed himself with all sorts of arguments, whatever had come into his head, but now he did not care about any arguments. He felt deep compassion. He wanted to be sincere, tender. "Stop, my good one," he said. "You've had your cry and enough. Let's talk now, we'll think up something." Then they had a long discussion, talked about how to rid themselves of the need for hiding, for deception, for living in different towns and not seeing each other for long periods. How could they free themselves from these unbearable bonds? How, he asked, clutching his head. How? And it seemed that, just a little more and the solution would be found, and then a new, beautiful life would begin. And it was clear to both of them that the end was still far, far off, and that the most complicated and difficult part was just beginning. Love Grace Paley. First I wrote this poem. Walking up the slate path of the college park under the nearly full moon, the brown oak leaves are red as maples, and I have been looking at the young people. They speak and embrace one another because of them. I thought I would descend into remembering love, so I let myself down hand over hand until my feet touched the earth of the gardens of Vesey Street. I told my husband, "I've just written a poem about love." "What a good idea," he said. Then he told me about Sally Johnson on Lake Winnipesaukee, who was 12 and a half when he was 14. Then he told me about Rosemary Johansson on Lake Sunapee. Then he told me about Jane Marston in Concord High. And then he told me about Mary Smythe of Radcliffe when he was a poet at Harvard. Then he told me about two famous poets, one fair and one dark, both now dead, when he was a secret poet working at an acceptable trade in an office without windows. When at last he came to my time, that is, the past 15 years or so, he told me about Dottie Wasserman. "Hold on," I said. "What do you mean, Dottie Wasserman? She's a character in a book. She's not even a person." "Okay," he said. "Then why Vesey Street? What's that?" "Well, it's nothing special. I used to be in love with a guy who was a shrub buyer. Vesey Street was the downtown garden center of the city when the city still had wonderful centers of commerce. I used to walk the kids there when they were little carriage babies half asleep, maybe take the ferry to Hoboken. Years later I'd bike down there Sundays, ride round and round. I even saw him about 3 times. "No kidding," said my husband. "How come I don't know the guy?" The stupidity of the beloved. "It's you," I said. "Anyway, what's this baloney about you and Dottie Wasserman?" "Nothing much. She was this crazy kid who hung around the bars, but she didn't drink. Really, it was for the men, you know." Neither did I drink too much, I mean. I was just hoping to find companionship once in a while or maybe meet someone and fall madly in love. He is that romantic. Sometimes I wonder if loving me in this homey life in middle age with 2 sets of bedroom slippers, one a skin of sandal for summer, and the other pair lined with cozy sheepskin, it must be a disappointing experience for him. He made a polite bridge over my conjectures. He said she was also this funny mother in the park years later when we were all doing that municipal politics and I was married to Josephine. Dottie and I were both delegates to that famous Kansas City national meeting of town meetings. NMTM, remember, some woman. No, I said, that's not true. She was made up, just plain invented in the late 50s. Oh, he said, then it was after that. I must have met her afterward. He is stubborn, so I dropped the subject and went to get the groceries. Our shrinking family requires more coffee, more eggs, more cheese, less butter, less meat, less orange juice, more grapefruit. Walking along the street, encountering no neighbor, I hummed a little up-and-down tune and continued jostling time with the help of my nice reconnoitering brain. Here I was, experiencing the old earth of Vesey Street, breathing in and out with more attention to the process than is usual in the late morning, all because of love, probably. How interesting the way it glides to solid, invented figures from true, remembered wraiths. By God, I thought, the lover is real. The heart of the lover continues. It has been propagandized from birth. I passed our local bookstore, which was doing well, with the joy of all sex underpinning its prosperity. The owner gave me, a dependable customer of poorly advertised books, an affectionate smile. He was a great success. He didn't know that 3 years later his rent would be tripled, he would become a sad failure, and the landlord, feeling himself brilliant, an outwitting entrepreneur, a star in the microeconomic heavens, would be the famous success. From half a block away, I could see the kale in the grocer's bin, crumbles of ice shining the dark leaves. In interior counterview, I imagined my husband's North Country fields, the late autumn frost in the curly green. I began to mumble a new poem. In the grocer's bin, the green kale shines in the North Country. It stands sweet with frost dark, and curly in a garden of tan hay and light white snow. Light white. I said that a couple of questioning times. Suddenly my outside eyes saw a fine-looking woman named Margaret, who hadn't spoken to me in 2 years. We'd had many years of political agreement before some matters relating to the Soviet Union separated us. In the angry months during which we were both right in many ways, she took away with her to her political position and daily friendship my own best friend, Louise, my lifelong park, PTA, and anti-war movement sister, Louise. In a hazy litter of love and leafy green vegetables, I saw Margaret's good face, and before I remembered our serious difference, I smiled. At the same moment she knew me and smiled. So foolish is the true lover when responded to that I took her hand as we passed, bent to it, pressed it to my cheek and touched it with my lips. I described all this to my husband at supper time. Well, of course, he said. Don't you know? The smile was for Margaret, but really you do miss Louise a lot, and the kiss was for Louise. We both said, ah. Then we talked over the way the SALT treaty looked more like a floor than a ceiling, read a poem written by one of his daughters, looked at a TV show telling the destruction of the European textile industry, and then made love. In the morning he said, "You're some lover, you know." He said, "You really are. You remind me a lot of Dottie Wasserman." A rose for Emily William Faulkner. When Miss Emily Grierson died, our whole town went to her funeral. The men threw a sort of respectful affection for a fallen monument, the women mostly out of curiosity to see the inside of her house, which no one save an old manservant, a combined gardener and cook, had seen in at least 10 years. It was a big, squarish frame house that had once been white, decorated with cupolas and spires and scrolled balconies in the heavily lightsome style of the 70s, set on what had once been our most select street. But garages and cotton gins had encroached and obliterated even the august names of that neighborhood. Only Miss Emily's house was left, lifting its stubborn and coquettish decay above the cotton wagons, and the gasoline pumps an eyesore among eyesores. And now Miss Emily had gone to join the representatives of those august names, where they lay in the cedar-bemused cemetery, among the ranked and anonymous graves of Union and Confederate soldiers who fell at the Battle of Jefferson. Alive, Miss Emily had been a tradition, a duty, and a care, a sort of hereditary obligation upon the town, dating from that day in 1894 when Colonel Sartoris, the mayor, he who fathered the edict that no Negro woman should appear on the streets without an apron, remitted her taxes, the dispensation dating from the death of her father on into perpetuity. Not that Miss Emily would have accepted charity. Colonel Sartoris invented an involved tale to the effect that Miss Emily's father had loaned money to the town, which the town, as a matter of business, preferred this way of repaying. Only a man of Colonel Sartoris' generation and thought could have invented it, and only a woman could have believed it. When the next generation, with its more modern ideas, became mayors and aldermen, this arrangement created some little dissatisfaction. On the first of the year they mailed her a tax notice. February came and there was no reply. They wrote her a formal letter asking her to call at the sheriff's office at her convenience. A week later the mayor wrote her himself, offering to call or to send his car for her, and received in reply a note on paper of an archaic shape, in a thin, flowing calligraphy in faded ink, to the effect that she no longer went out at all. The tax notice was also enclosed, without comment. They called a special meeting of the Board of Aldermen. A deputation waited upon her, knocked at the door through which no visitor had passed since she ceased giving China painting lessons 8 or 10 years earlier. They were admitted by the old Negro into a dim hall from which a stairway mounted into still more shadow. It smelled of dust and disuse, a close, dank smell. The Negro led them into the parlor. It was furnished in heavy, leather-covered furniture. When the Negro opened the blinds of one window, they could see that the leather was cracked, and when they sat down, a faint dust rose sluggishly about their thighs, spinning with slow motes in the single sun ray. On a tarnished gilt easel before the fireplace stood a crayon portrait of Miss Emily's father. They rose when she entered, a small, fat woman in black, with a thin gold chain descending to her waist and vanishing into her belt, leaning on an ebony cane with a tarnished gold head. Her skeleton was small and spare. Perhaps that was why what would have been merely plumpness in another was obesity in her. She looked bloated, like a body long submerged in motionless water, and of that pallid hue. Her eyes, lost in the fatty ridges of her face, looked like 2 small pieces of coal pressed into a lump of dough as they moved from one face to another while the visitors stated their errand. She did not ask them to sit. She just stood in the door and listened quietly until the spokesman came to a stumbling halt. Then they could hear the invisible watch ticking at the end of the gold chain. Her voice was dry and cold. "I have no taxes in Jefferson. Colonel Sartoris explained it to me. Perhaps one of you can gain access to the city records and satisfy yourselves." "But we have. We are the city authorities, Miss Emily. Didn't you get a notice from the sheriff signed by him?" "I received a paper, yes," Miss Emily said. "Perhaps he considers himself the sheriff. I have no taxes in Jefferson. But there is nothing on the books to show that, you see. We must go by the see Colonel Sartoris. I have no taxes in Jefferson. But Miss Emily, see Colonel Sartoris." Colonel Sartoris had been dead almost 10 years. "I have no taxes in Jefferson. Tobe," the Negro appeared. "Show these gentlemen out." Roman II, so she vanquished them, horse and foot, just as she had vanquished their fathers 30 years before about the smell. That was 2 years after her father's death, and a short time after her sweetheart, the one we believed would marry her, had deserted her. After her father's death, she went out very little. After her sweetheart went away, people hardly saw her at all. A few of the ladies had the temerity to call, but were not received, and the only sign of life about the place was the Negro man, a young man then going in and out with a market basket. Just as if any man could keep a kitchen properly, the ladies said, so they were not surprised when the smell developed. It was another link between the gross, teeming world and the high and mighty Griersons. A neighbor, a woman, complained to the mayor, Judge Stevens, 80 years old. "But what will you have me do about it, madam?" he said. "Why, send her word to stop it," the woman said. "Isn't there a law?" "I'm sure that won't be necessary," Judge Stevens said. "It's probably just a snake or a rat that nigger of hers killed in the yard. I'll speak to him about it." The next day he received 2 more complaints, one from a man who came in diffident deprecation. "We really must do something about it, Judge. I'd be the last one in the world to bother Miss Emily, but we've got to do something." That night the Board of Aldermen met 3 graybeards and 1 younger man, a member of the rising generation. "It's simple enough," he said. "Send her word to have her place cleaned up. Give her a certain time to do it in, and if she don't—" "Damn it, sir," Judge Stevens said, "will you accuse a lady to her face of smelling bad?" So the next night, after midnight, 4 men crossed Miss Emily's lawn and slunk about the house like burglars, sniffing along the base of the brickwork and at the cellar openings, while one of them performed a regular sewing motion with his hand out of a sack slung from his shoulder. They broke open the cellar door and sprinkled lime there, and in all the outbuildings. As they recrossed the lawn, a window that had been dark was lighted, and Miss Emily sat in it, the light behind her, and her upright torso motionless as that of an idol. They crept quietly across the lawn and into the shadow of the locusts that lined the street. After a week or 2, the smell went away. That was when people had begun to feel really sorry for her. People in our town, remembering how old Lady Wyatt, her great-aunt, had gone completely crazy at last, believed that the Griersons held themselves a little too high for what they really were. None of the young men were quite good enough for Miss Emily and such. We had long thought of them as a tableau. Miss Emily, a slender figure in white in the background, her father a spraddled silhouette in the foreground, his back to her and clutching a horsewhip, the 2 of them framed by the back-flung front door. So when she got to be 30 and was still single, we were not pleased exactly, but vindicated. Even with insanity in the family, she wouldn't have turned down all of her chances if they had really materialized. When her father died, it got about that the house was all that was left to her, and in a way, people were glad. At last they could pity Miss Emily. Being left alone, and a pauper, she had become humanized. Now she too would know the old thrill and the old despair of a penny more or less. The day after his death, all the ladies prepared to call at the house and offer condolence and aid, as is our custom. Miss Emily met them at the door, dressed as usual and with no trace of grief on her face. She told them that her father was not dead. She did that for 3 days, with the ministers calling on her and the doctors trying to persuade her to let them dispose of the body. Just as they were about to resort to law and force, she broke down, and they buried her father quickly. We did not say she was crazy then. We believed she had to do that. We remembered all the young men her father had driven away, and we knew that with nothing left she would have to cling to that which had robbed her, as people will. Roman 3, she was sick for a long time. When we saw her again, her hair was cut short, making her look like a girl, with a vague resemblance to those angels in colored church windows, sort of tragic and serene. The town had just let the contracts for paving the sidewalks, and in the summer after her father's death they began the work. The construction company came with niggers and mules and machinery, and a foreman named Homer Barron, a Yankee, a big, dark, ready man, with a big voice and eyes lighter than his face. The little boys would follow in groups to hear him cuss the niggers, and the niggers singing in time to the rise and fall of picks. Pretty soon he knew everybody in town. Whenever you heard a lot of laughing anywhere about the square, Homer Barron would be in the center of the group. Presently we began to see him and Miss Emily on Sunday afternoons driving in the yellow-wheeled buggy and the matched team of bays from the livery stable. At first we were glad that Miss Emily would have an interest, because the ladies all said, of course a Grierson would not think seriously of a northerner, a day laborer. But there were still others, older people, who said that even grief could not cause a real lady to forget noblesse oblige without calling it noblesse oblige. They just said, poor Emily, her kinsfolk should come to her. She had some kin in Alabama, but years ago her father had fallen out with them over the estate of old Lady Wyatt, the crazy woman, and there was no communication between the two families. They had not even been represented at the funeral. And as soon as the old people said, poor Emily, the whispering began. Do you suppose it's really so? They said to one another. Of course it is. What else could? This behind their hands, rustling of craned silk and satin behind jalousies closed upon the sun of Sunday afternoon as the thin, swift clop 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 of the matched team passed. Poor Emily. She carried her head high enough even when we believed that she was fallen. It was as if she demanded more than ever the recognition of her dignity as the last Grierson, as if it had wanted that touch of earthiness to reaffirm her imperviousness. Like when she bought the rat poison, the arsenic. That was over a year after they had begun to say, poor Emily, and while the two female cousins were visiting her. I want some poison, she said to the druggist. She was over 30 then, still a slight woman, though thinner than usual, with cold, haughty black eyes and a face the flesh of which was strained across the temples and about the eye sockets as you imagine a light-housekeeper's face ought to look. I want some poison, she said. Yes, Miss Emily. What kind? For rats and such. Id recom, I want the best you have. I don't care what kind. The druggist named several. They'll kill anything up to an elephant, but what you want is arsenic, Miss Emily said. Is that a good one? Is arsenic? Yes, ma'am, but what you want, I want arsenic. The druggist looked down at her. She looked back at him erect, her face like a strained flag. Why, of course, the druggist said, if that's what you want, but the law requires you to tell what you are going to use it for. Miss Emily just stared at him, her head tilted back in order to look him eye for eye, until he looked away and went and got the arsenic and wrapped it up. The Negro delivery boy brought her the package. The druggist didn't come back. When she opened the package at home, there was written on the box, under the skull and bones, for rats. Roman 4, so the next day we all said, she will kill herself, and we said it would be the best thing. When she had first begun to be seen with Homer Barron, we had said, she will marry him. Then we said, she will persuade him yet, because Homer himself had remarked he liked men, and it was known that he drank with the younger men in the Elks Club, that he was not a marrying man. Later we said, poor Emily behind the jalousies as they passed on Sunday afternoon in the glittering buggy, Miss Emily with her head high and Homer Barron with his hat cocked and a cigar in his teeth, reins and whip in a yellow glove. Then some of the ladies began to say that it was a disgrace to the town and a bad example to the young people. The men did not want to interfere, but at last the ladies forced the Baptist minister, Miss Emily's people were Episcopal, to call upon her. He would never divulge what happened during that interview, but he refused to go back again. The next Sunday they again drove about the streets, and the following day the minister's wife wrote to Miss Emily's relations in Alabama. So she had bloodkin under her roof again, and we sat back to watch developments. At first nothing happened. Then we were sure that they were to be married. We learned that Miss Emily had been to the jeweler's and ordered a man's toilet set in silver, with the letters HB on each piece. 2 days later we learned that she had bought a complete outfit of men's clothing, including a nightshirt, and we said, they are married. We were really glad. We were glad because the two female cousins were even more Grierson than Miss Emily had ever been. So we were not surprised when Homer Barron, the streets had been finished some time since, was gone. We were a little disappointed that there was not a public blowing off, but we believed that he had gone on to prepare for Miss Emily's coming, or to give her a chance to get rid of the cousins. By that time it was a cabal, and we were all Miss Emily's allies to help circumvent the cousins. Sure enough, after another week they departed, and as we had expected all along, within 3 days Homer Barron was back in town. A neighbor saw the Negro man admit him at the kitchen door at dusk one evening, and that was the last we saw of Homer Barron, and of Miss Emily for some time. The Negro man went in and out with the market basket, but the front door remained closed. Now and then we would see her at a window for a moment, as the men did that night when they sprinkled the lime, but for almost 6 months she did not appear on the streets. Then we knew that this was to be expected too, as if that quality of her father which had thwarted her woman's life so many times had been too virulent and too furious to die. When we next saw Miss Emily, she had grown fat and her hair was turning gray. During the next few years it grew grayer and grayer until it attained an even pepper and salt iron gray, when it ceased turning. Up to the day of her death at 74, it was still that vigorous iron gray, like the hair of an active man. From that time on her front door remained closed, save for a period of 6 or 7 years, when she was about 40, during which she gave lessons in China painting. She fitted up a studio in one of the downstairs rooms, where the daughters and granddaughters of Colonel Sartoris, contemporaries, were sent to her with the same regularity, and in the same spirit that they were sent to church on Sundays with a 25-cent piece for the collection plate. Meanwhile her taxes had been remitted. Then the newer generation became the backbone and the spirit of the town, and the painting pupils grew up and fell away, and did not send their children to her with boxes of color and tedious brushes and pictures cut from the ladies' magazines. The front door closed upon the last one and remained closed for good. When the town got free postal delivery, Miss Emily alone refused to let them fasten the metal numbers above her door and attach a mailbox to it. She would not listen to them. Daily, monthly, yearly we watched the Negro grow grayer and more stooped, going in and out with the market basket. Each December we sent her a tax notice, which would be returned by the post office a week later, unclaimed. Now and then we would see her in one of the downstairs windows. She had evidently shut up the top floor of the house like the carven torso of an idol in a niche, looking or not looking at us. We could never tell which. Thus she passed from generation to generation, dear, inescapable, impervious, tranquil, and perverse. And so she died, fell ill in the house filled with dust and shadows, with only a doddering Negro man to wait on her. We did not even know she was sick. We had long since given up trying to get any information from the Negro. He talked to no one, probably not even to her, for his voice had grown harsh and rusty as if from disuse. She died in one of the downstairs rooms, in a heavy walnut bed with a curtain, her gray head propped on a pillow yellow and moldy with age and lack of sunlight. The Negro met the first of the ladies at the front door and let them in, with their hushed, sibilant voices and their quick, curious glances, and then he disappeared. He walked right through the house and out the back and was not seen again. The two female cousins came at once. They held the funeral on the second day, with the town coming to look at Miss Emily beneath a mass of bought flowers, with the crayon face of her father musing profoundly above the bier, and the ladies sibilant and macabre, and the very old men, some in their brushed Confederate uniforms, on the porch and the lawn, talking of Miss Emily as if she had been a contemporary of theirs, believing that they had danced with her and courted her perhaps, confusing time with its mathematical progression, as the old do, to whom all the past is not a diminishing road, but, instead, a huge meadow which no winter ever quite touches, divided from them now by the narrow bottleneck of the most recent decade of years. Already we knew that there was one room in that region above stairs which no one had seen in 40 years, and which would have to be forced. They waited until Miss Emily was decently in the ground before they opened it. The violence of breaking down the door seemed to fill this room with pervading dust. A thin, acrid pall as of the tomb seemed to lie everywhere upon this room, decked and furnished as for a bridal. Upon the valance curtains of faded rose color, upon the rose-shaded lights, upon the dressing table, upon the delicate array of crystal and the man's toilet things backed with tarnished silver, silver so tarnished that the monogram was obscured. Among them lay a collar and tie as if they had just been removed, which left upon the surface a pale crescent in the dust. Upon a chair hung the suit, carefully folded. Beneath it the two mute shoes and the discarded socks. The man himself lay in the bed. For a long while we just stood there, looking down at the profound and fleshless grin. The body had apparently once lain in the attitude of an embrace, but now the long sleep that outlasts love, that conquers even the grimace of love, had cuckolded him. What was left of him, rotted beneath what was left of the nightshirt, had become inextricable from the bed in which he lay, and upon him and upon the pillow beside him lay that even coating of the patient and biting dust. Then we noticed that in the second pillow was the indentation of a head. One of us lifted something from it, and leaning forward, that faint and invisible dust dry and acrid in the nostrils, we saw a long strand of iron-gray hair. The dead James Joyce Lily, the caretaker's daughter, was literally run off her feet. Hardly had she brought one gentleman into the little pantry behind the office on the ground floor and helped him off with his overcoat when the wheezy hall door bell clanged again, and she had to scamper along the bare hallway to let in another guest. It was well for her she had not to attend to the ladies also. But Miss Kate and Miss Julia had thought of that, and had converted the bathroom upstairs into a ladies' dressing room. Miss Kate and Miss Julia were there, gossiping and laughing and fussing, walking after each other to the head of the stairs, peering down over the banisters and calling down to Lily to ask her who had come. It was always a great affair, the Mrs. Morkan's annual dance. Everybody who knew them came to it, members of the family, old friends of the family, the members of Julia's choir, any of Kate's pupils that were grown up enough, and even some of Mary Jane's pupils too. Never once had it fallen flat. For years and years it had gone off in splendid style as long as anyone could remember, ever since Kate and Julia, after the death of their brother Pat, had left the house in Stony Batter and taken Mary Jane, their only niece, to live with them in the dark gaunt house on Usher's Island, the upper part of which they had rented from Mr. Fulham, the corn factor on the ground floor. That was a good 30 years ago if it was a day. Mary Jane, who was then a little girl in short clothes, was now the main prop of the household, for she had the organ in Haddington Road. She had been through the academy and gave a pupils' concert every year in the upper room of the Antient concert rooms. Many of her pupils belonged to better class families on the Kingstown and Dalkey line. Old as they were, her aunts also did their share. Julia, though she was quite gray, was still the leading soprano in Adam and Eve's, and Kate, being too feeble to go about much, gave music lessons to beginners on the old square piano in the back room. Lily, the caretaker's daughter, did housemaid work for them. Though their life was modest, they believed in eating well, the best of everything: diamond-bone sirloins, 3-shilling tea, and the best bottled stout. But Lily seldom made a mistake in the orders, so that she got on well with her 3 mistresses. They were fussy, that was all, but the only thing they would not stand was back answers. Of course they had good reason to be fussy on such a night, and then it was long after 10 o'clock, and yet there was no sign of Gabriel and his wife. Besides, they were dreadfully afraid that Freddie Malins might turn up screwed. They would not wish for worlds that any of Mary Jane's pupils should see him under the influence, and when he was like that it was sometimes very hard to manage him. Freddie Malins always came late, but they wondered what could be keeping Gabriel, and that was what brought them every 2 minutes to the banisters to ask Lily had Gabriel or Freddie come. "Oh, Mr. Conroy," said Lily to Gabriel when she opened the door for him, "Miss Kate and Miss Julia thought you were never coming." "Good night, Mrs. Conroy." "I'll engage they did," said Gabriel, "but they forget that my wife here takes 3 mortal hours to dress herself." He stood on the mat, scraping the snow from his galoshes, while Lily led his wife to the foot of the stairs and called out, "Miss Kate, here's Mrs. Conroy." Kate and Julia came toddling down the dark stairs at once. Both of them kissed Gabriel's wife, said she must be perished alive, and asked was Gabriel with her. "Here I am as right as the mail, Aunt Kate. Go on up." "I'll follow," called out Gabriel from the dark. He continued scraping his feet vigorously while the 3 women went upstairs, laughing, to the ladies' dressing room. A light fringe of snow lay like a cape on the shoulders of his overcoat and like toe-caps on the toes of his galoshes. And as the buttons of his overcoat slipped with a squeaking noise through the snow-stiffened frieze, a cold, fragrant air from out of doors escaped from crevices and folds. "Is it snowing again, Mr. Conroy?" asked Lily. She had preceded him into the pantry to help him off with his overcoat. Gabriel smiled at the 3 syllables she had given his surname and glanced at her. She was a slim, growing girl, pale in complexion and with hay-colored hair. The gas in the pantry made her look still paler. Gabriel had known her when she was a child and used to sit on the lowest step nursing a rag doll. "Yes, Lily," he answered, "and I think we're in for a night of it." He looked up at the pantry ceiling, which was shaking with the stamping and shuffling of feet on the floor above, listened for a moment to the piano, and then glanced at the girl who was folding his overcoat carefully at the end of a shelf. "Tell me, Lily," he said in a friendly tone, "do you still go to school?" "Oh, no, sir," she answered. "I'm done schooling this year and more." "Oh, then," said Gabriel gaily, "I suppose we'll be going to your wedding one of these fine days with your young man, eh?" The girl glanced back at him over her shoulder and said with great bitterness, "The men that is now is only all palaver and what they can get out of you." Gabriel colored as if he felt he had made a mistake, and without looking at her, kicked off his galoshes and flicked actively with his muffler at his patent leather shoes. He was a stout, tallish young man. The high color of his cheeks pushed upwards even to his forehead, where it scattered itself in a few formless patches of pale red. And on his hairless face, there scintillated restlessly the polished lenses and bright gilt rims of the glasses, which screened his delicate and restless eyes. His glossy black hair was parted in the middle and brushed in a long curve behind his ears, where it curled slightly beneath the groove left by his hat. When he had flicked luster into his shoes, he stood up and pulled his waistcoat down more tightly on his plump body. Then he took a coin rapidly from his pocket. "Oh, Lily," he said, thrusting it into her hand, "it's Christmas time, isn't it? Just here's a little." He walked rapidly towards the door. "Oh, no, sir," cried the girl, following him. "Really, sir, I wouldn't take it." Christmas time," said Gabriel, almost trotting to the stairs and waving his hand to her in deprecation. The girl, seeing that he had gained the stairs, called out after him, "Well, thank you, sir." He waited outside the drawing-room door until the waltz should finish, listening to the skirts that swept against it and to the shuffling of feet. He was still discomposed by the girl's bitter and sudden retort. It had cast a gloom over him which he tried to dispel by arranging his cuffs and the bows of his tie. Then he took from his waistcoat pocket a little paper and glanced at the headings he had made for his speech. He was undecided about the lines from Robert Browning, for he feared they would be above the heads of his hearers. Some quotation that they could recognize from Shakespeare or from the melodies would be better. The indelicate clacking of the men's heels and the shuffling of their soles reminded him that their grade of culture differed from his. He would only make himself ridiculous by quoting poetry to them, which they could not understand. They would think that he was airing his superior education. He would fail with them just as he had failed with the girl in the pantry. He had taken up a wrong tone. His whole speech was a mistake from first to last, an utter failure. Just then his aunts and his wife came out of the ladies' dressing room. His aunts were two small, plainly dressed old women. Aunt Julia was an inch or so the taller. Her hair, drawn low over the tops of her ears, was gray, and gray also with darker shadows was her large, flaccid face. Though she was stout in build and stood erect, her slow eyes and parted lips gave her the appearance of a woman who did not know where she was or where she was going. Aunt Kate was more vivacious. Her face, healthier than her sister's, was all puckers and creases like a shriveled red apple, and her hair, braided in the same old-fashioned way, had not lost its ripe nut color. They both kissed Gabriel frankly. He was their favorite nephew, the son of their dead elder sister Ellen, who had married T.J. Conroy of the Port and Docks. "Greta tells me you're not going to take a cab back to Monkstown tonight," Gabriel said. Aunt Kate. "No," said Gabriel, turning to his wife. "We had quite enough of that last year, hadn't we? Don't you remember, Aunt Kate, what a cold Greta got out of it? Cab windows rattling all the way and the east wind blowing in after we passed Marion. Very jolly it was." Greta caught a dreadful cold. Aunt Kate frowned severely and nodded her head at every word. "Quite right, Gabriel, quite right," she said. "You can't be too careful. But as for Greta there," said Gabriel, "she'd walk home in the snow if she were let." Mrs. Conroy laughed. "Don't mind him, Aunt Kate," she said. "He's really an awful bother, what with green shades for Tom's eyes at night and making him do the dumbbells and forcing Lottie to eat the stirabout. The poor child. And she simply hates the sight of it. Oh, but you'll never guess what he makes me wear now." She broke out into a peal of laughter and glanced at her husband, whose admiring and happy eyes had been wandering from her dress to her face and hair. The two aunts laughed heartily too, for Gabriel's solicitude was a standing joke with them. "Goloshes," said Mrs. Conroy. "That's the latest. Whenever it's wet underfoot I must put on my goloshes. Tonight even he wanted me to put them on, but I wouldn't. The next thing he'll buy me will be a diving suit." Gabriel laughed nervously and patted his tie reassuringly, while Aunt Kate nearly doubled herself, so heartily did she enjoy the joke. The smile soon faded from Aunt Julia's face and her mirthless eyes were directed towards her nephew's face. After a pause she asked, "And what are goloshes, Gabriel?" "Goloshes, Julia," exclaimed her sister. "Goodness me, don't you know what goloshes are? You wear them over your boots, Greta, isn't it?" "Yes," said Mrs. Conroy. "Gutpercha things. We both have a pair now. Gabriel says everyone wears them on the continent." "Oh, on the continent," murmured Aunt Julia, nodding her head slowly. Gabriel knitted his brows and said, as if he were slightly angered, "It's nothing very wonderful, but Greta thinks it very funny because she says the word reminds her of Christy minstrels." "But tell me, Gabriel," said Aunt Kate with brisk tact. "Of course you've seen about the room." Greta was saying. "Oh, the room is all right," replied Gabriel. "I've taken one in the Gresham." "To be sure," said Aunt Kate, "by far the best thing to do. And the children, Greta, you're not anxious about them?" "Oh, for one night," said Mrs. Conroy. "Besides, Bessie will look after them." "To be sure," said Aunt Kate again. "What a comfort it is to have a girl like that, one you can depend on. There's that Lily, I'm sure I don't know what has come over her lately. She's not the girl she was at all." Gabriel was about to ask his aunt some questions on this point, but she broke off suddenly to gaze after her sister, who had wandered down the stairs and was craning her neck over the banisters. "Now, I ask you," she said almost testily, "where is Julia going? Julia, Julia, where are you going?" Julia, who had gone halfway down one flight, came back and announced blandly, "Here's Freddie." At the same moment a clapping of hands and a final flourish of the pianist told that the waltz had ended. The drawing-room door was opened from within and some couples came out. Aunt Kate drew Gabriel aside hurriedly and whispered into his ear, "Slip down, Gabriel, like a good fellow, and see if he's all right, and don't let him up if he's screwed. I'm sure he's screwed. I'm sure he is." Gabriel went to the stairs and listened over the banisters. He could hear two persons talking in the pantry. Then he recognized Freddie Malin's laugh. He went down the stairs noisily. "It's such a relief," said Aunt Kate to Mrs. Conroy, "that Gabriel is here. I always feel easier in my mind when he's here. Julia, there's Miss Dolly and Miss Power will take some refreshment. Thanks for your beautiful waltz, Miss Dolly. It made lovely time." A tall, wizen-faced man with a stiff, grizzled mustache and swarthy skin who was passing out with his partner said, "And may we have some refreshment too, Miss Morkan?" "Julia," said Aunt Kate summarily, "and here's Mr. Brown and Miss Furlong. Take them in, Julia, with Miss Dolly and Miss Power." "I'm the man for the ladies," said Mr. Brown, pursing his lips until his mustache bristled and smiling in all his wrinkles. "You know, Miss Morkan, the reason they are so fond of me is—" He did not finish his sentence but, seeing that Aunt Kate was out of earshot, at once led the three young ladies into the back room. The middle of the room was occupied by two square tables placed end to end, and on these Aunt Julia and the caretaker were straightening and smoothing a large cloth. On the sideboard were arrayed dishes and plates and glasses and bundles of knives and forks and spoons. The top of the closed square piano served also as a sideboard for viands and sweets. At a smaller sideboard in one corner, two young men were standing, drinking hot bitters. Mr. Brown led his charges thither and invited them all in jest to some ladies' punch, hot, strong, and sweet. As they said they never took anything strong, he opened 3 bottles of lemonade for them. Then he asked one of the young men to move aside and, taking hold of the decanter, filled out for himself a goodly measure of whiskey. The young men eyed him respectfully while he took a trial sip. "God help me," he said smiling, "it's the doctor's orders." His wizened face broke into a broader smile, and the 3 young ladies laughed in musical echo to his pleasantry, swaying their bodies to and fro, with nervous jerks of their shoulders. The boldest said, "Oh, now, Mr. Brown, I'm sure the doctor never ordered anything of the kind." Mr. Brown took another sip of his whiskey and said, with sidling mimicry, "Well, you see, I'm like the famous Mrs. Cassidy who is reported to have said, 'Now, Mary Grimes, if I don't take it, make me take it, for I feel I want it.'" His hot face had leaned forward a little too confidentially, and he had assumed a very low Dublin accent so that the young ladies, with one instinct, received his speech in silence. Miss Furlong, who was one of Mary Jane's pupils, asked Miss Dolly what was the name of the pretty waltz she had played, and Mr. Brown, seeing that he was ignored, turned promptly to the 2 young men who were more appreciative. A red-faced young woman dressed in pansy came into the room, excitedly clapping her hands and crying, "Quadrilles, quadrilles." Close on her heels came Aunt Kate, crying, "2 gentlemen and 3 ladies, Mary Jane." "Oh, here's Mr. Burgeon and Mr. Kerrigan," said Mary Jane. "Mr. Kerrigan, will you take Miss Power? Miss Furlong, may I get you a partner, Mr. Burgeon?" "Oh, that'll just do now. 3 ladies, Mary Jane," said Aunt Kate. The 2 young gentlemen asked the ladies if they might have the pleasure, and Mary Jane turned to Miss Dolly. "Oh, Miss Dolly, you're really awfully good after playing for the last 2 dances, but really we're so short of ladies tonight." "I don't mind in the least, Miss Morkan. But I've a nice partner for you, Mr. Bardell Darcy, the tenor. I'll get him to sing later on. All Dublin is raving about him." Lovely voice," said Aunt Kate. As the piano had twice begun the prelude to the first figure, Mary Jane led her recruits quickly from the room. They had hardly gone when Aunt Julia wandered slowly into the room, looking behind her at something. "What is the matter, Julia?" asked Aunt Kate anxiously. "Who is it?" Julia, who was carrying in a column of table napkins, turned to her sister and said simply, as if the question had surprised her. It's only Freddie, Kate, and Gabriel with him. In fact, right behind her, Gabriel could be seen piloting Freddie Malins across the landing. The latter, a young man of about 40, was of Gabriel's size and build with very round shoulders. His face was fleshy and pallid, touched with color only at the thick hanging lobes of his ears and at the wide wings of his nose. He had coarse features, a blunt nose, a convex and receding brow, tumid and protruded lips. His heavy-lidded eyes and the disorder of his scanty hair made him look sleepy. He was laughing heartily in a high key at a story which he had been telling Gabriel on the stairs, and at the same time rubbing the knuckles of his left fist backwards and forwards into his left eye. "Good evening, Freddie," said Aunt Julia. Freddie Malins bade the Misses Morkan good evening in what seemed an offhand fashion by reason of the habitual catch in his voice, and then, seeing that Mr. Brown was grinning at him from the sideboard, crossed the room on rather shaky legs and began to repeat in an undertone the story he had just told to Gabriel. "He's not so bad, is he?" said Aunt Kate to Gabriel. Gabriel's brows were dark, but he raised them quickly and answered, "Oh no, hardly noticeable." "Now, isn't he a terrible fellow?" she said. "And his poor mother made him take the pledge on New Year's Eve. But come on, Gabriel, into the drawing-room." Before leaving the room with Gabriel, she signaled to Mr. Brown by frowning and shaking her forefinger in warning to and fro. Mr. Brown nodded in answer, and when she had gone, said to Freddie Malins, "Now then, Teddy, I'm going to fill you out a good glass of lemonade just to buck you up." Freddie Malins, who was nearing the climax of his story, waved the offer aside impatiently, but Mr. Brown, having first called Freddie Malins' attention to a disarray in his dress, filled out and handed him a full glass of lemonade. Freddie Malins' left hand accepted the glass mechanically, his right hand being engaged in the mechanical readjustment of his dress. Mr. Brown, whose face was once more wrinkling with mirth, poured out for himself a glass of whiskey while Freddie Malins exploded, before he had well reached the climax of his story, in a kink of high-pitched bronchitic laughter, and setting down his untasted and overflowing glass, began to rub the knuckles of his left fist backwards and forwards into his left eye, repeating words of his last phrase as well as his fit of laughter would allow him. Gabriel could not listen while Mary Jane was playing her Academy piece, full of runs and difficult passages, to the hushed drawing-room. He liked music, but the piece she was playing had no melody for him, and he doubted whether it had any melody for the other listeners, though they had begged Mary Jane to play something. 4 young men, who had come from the refreshment room to stand in the doorway at the sound of the piano, had gone away quietly in couples after a few minutes. The only persons who seemed to follow the music were Mary Jane herself, her hands racing along the keyboard or lifted from it at the pauses like those of a priestess in momentary imprecation, and Aunt Kate standing at her elbow to turn the page. Gabriel's eyes, irritated by the floor which glittered with beeswax under the heavy chandelier, wandered to the wall above the piano. A picture of the balcony scene in Romeo and Juliet hung there, and beside it was a picture of the 2 murdered princes in the tower which Aunt Julia had worked in red, blue, and brown wools when she was a girl. Probably in the school they had gone to as girls that kind of work had been taught. For 1 year his mother had worked for him as a birthday present a waistcoat of purple tabinet with little foxes' heads upon it, lined with brown satin, and having round mulberry buttons. It was strange that his mother had had no musical talent, though Aunt Kate used to call her the brains carrier of the Morkan family. Both she and Julia had always seemed a little proud of their serious and matronly sister. Her photograph stood before the pier-glass. She held an open book on her knees and was pointing out something in it to Constantine who, dressed in a man-o'-war suit, lay at her feet. It was she who had chosen the names for her sons, for she was very sensible of the dignity of family life. Thanks to her, Constantine was now senior curate in Balbriggan, and thanks to her, Gabriel himself had taken his degree in the Royal University. A shadow passed over his face as he remembered her sullen opposition to his marriage. Some slighting phrases she had used still rankled in his memory. She had once spoken of Greta as being country cute, and that was not true of Greta at all. It was Greta who had nursed her all during her last long illness in their house at Monkstown. He knew that Mary Jane must be near the end of her piece, for she was playing again the opening melody with runs of scales after every bar, and while he waited for the end, the resentment died down in his heart. The piece ended with a trill of octaves in the treble, and a final deep octave in the bass. Great applause greeted Mary Jane as, blushing and rolling up her music nervously, she escaped from the room. The most vigorous clapping came from the 4 young men in the doorway, who had gone away to the refreshment room at the beginning of the piece, but had come back when the piano had stopped. Lancers were arranged. Gabriel found himself partnered with Miss Ivors. She was a frank-mannered, talkative young lady with a freckled face and prominent brown eyes. She did not wear a low-cut bodice, and the large brooch which was fixed in the front of her collar bore on it an Irish device. When they had taken their places, she said abruptly, "I have a crow to pluck with you." "With me?" said Gabriel. She nodded her head gravely. "What is it?" asked Gabriel, smiling at her solemn manner. "Who is G.C.?" answered Miss Ivors, turning her eyes upon him. Gabriel colored and was about to knit his brows as if he did not understand when she said bluntly, "Oh, innocent Amy, I have found out that you write for the Daily Express. Now aren't you ashamed of yourself?" "Why should I be ashamed of myself?" asked Gabriel, blinking his eyes and trying to smile. "Well, I'm ashamed of you," said Miss Ivors frankly. "To say you'd write for a rag like that. I didn't think you were a West Briton." A look of perplexity appeared on Gabriel's face. It was true that he wrote a literary column every Wednesday in the Daily Express for which he was paid 15 shillings, but that did not make him a West Briton surely. The books he received for review were almost more welcome than the paltry check. He loved to feel the covers and turn over the pages of newly printed books. Nearly every day when his teaching in the college was ended, he used to wander down the quays to the second-hand booksellers, to Hickey's on Bachelor's Walk, to Webb's or Massey's on Aston's Quay, or to Clohissey's in the by-street. He did not know how to meet her charge. He wanted to say that literature was above politics. But they were friends of many years' standing, and their careers had been parallel, first at the university and then as teachers. He could not risk a grandiose phrase with her. He continued blinking his eyes and trying to smile, and murmured lamely that he saw nothing political in writing reviews of books. When their turn to cross had come, he was still perplexed and inattentive. Miss Ivors promptly took his hand in a warm grasp and said in a soft, friendly tone, "Of course, I was only joking. Come, we cross now." When they were together again, she spoke of the university question, and Gabriel felt more at ease. A friend of hers had shown her his review of Browning's poems. That was how she had found out the secret, but she liked the review immensely. Then she said suddenly, "Oh, Mr. Conroy, will you come for an excursion to the Aran Isles this summer? We're going to stay there a whole month. It will be splendid out in the Atlantic. You ought to come. Mr. Clancy is coming, and Mr. Kilkelly and Kathleen Carney. It would be splendid for Greta, too, if she'd come. She's from Connaught, isn't she?" "Her people are," said Gabriel shortly. "But you will come, won't you?" said Miss Ivors, laying her warm hand eagerly on his arm. "The fact is," said Gabriel, "I have already arranged to go." "Go where?" asked Miss Ivors. "Well, you know, every year I go for a cycling tour with some fellows and so." "But where?" asked Miss Ivors. "Well, we usually go to France or Belgium or perhaps Germany," said Gabriel awkwardly. "And why do you go to France and Belgium?" said Miss Ivors, "instead of visiting your own land?" "Well," said Gabriel, It's partly to keep in touch with the languages and partly for a change. And haven't you your own language to keep in touch with, Irish?" asked Miss Ivors. "Well," said Gabriel, "if it comes to that, you know, Irish is not my language." Their neighbors had turned to listen to the cross-examination. Gabriel glanced right and left nervously and tried to keep his good humor under the ordeal which was making a blush invade his forehead. "And haven't you your own land to visit," continued Miss Ivors, "that you know nothing of, your own people and your own country?" "Oh, to tell you the truth," retorted Gabriel suddenly, "I'm sick of my own country, sick of it." "Why?" asked Miss Ivors. Gabriel did not answer, for his retort had heated him. "Why?" repeated Miss Ivors. They had to go visiting together, and, as he had not answered her, Miss Ivors said warmly, "Of course, you've no answer." Gabriel tried to cover his agitation by taking part in the dance with great energy. He avoided her eyes, for he had seen a sour expression on her face, but when they met in the long chain he was surprised to feel his hand firmly pressed. She looked at him from under her brows for a moment quizzically until he smiled. Then, just as the chain was about to start again, she stood on tiptoe and whispered into his ear, "West Britain." When the Lancers were over, Gabriel went away to a remote corner of the room where Freddie Malin's mother was sitting. She was a stout, feeble old woman with white hair. Her voice had a catch in it like her son's, and she stuttered slightly. She had been told that Freddie had come and that he was nearly all right. Gabriel asked her whether she had had a good crossing. She lived with her married daughter in Glasgow and came to Dublin on a visit once a year. She answered placidly that she had had a beautiful crossing and that the captain had been most attentive to her. She spoke also of the beautiful house her daughter kept in Glasgow and of the nice friends they had there. While her tongue rambled on, Gabriel tried to banish from his mind all memory of the unpleasant incident with Miss Ivors. Of course the girl or woman or whatever she was an enthusiast, but there was a time for all things. Perhaps he ought not to have answered her like that, but she had no right to call him a West Briton before people, even in joke. She had tried to make him ridiculous before people, heckling him and staring at him with her rabbit's eyes. He saw his wife making her way towards him through the waltzing couples. When she reached him, she said into his ear, "Gabriel, Aunt Kate wants to know, won't you carve the goose as usual? Miss Dolly will carve the ham and I'll do the pudding." "All right," said Gabriel. "She's sending in the younger ones first as soon as this waltz is over, so that we'll have the table to ourselves." "Were you dancing?" asked Gabriel. "Of course I was. Didn't you see me? What words had you with Molly Ivors?" "No words." "Why, did she say so?" "Something like that. I'm trying to get that Mr. Darcy to sing. He's full of conceit, I think." "There were no words," said Gabriel moodily, "only she wanted me to go for a trip to the west of Ireland, and I said I wouldn't." His wife clasped her hands excitedly and gave a little jump. "Oh, do go, Gabriel," she cried. "I'd love to see Galway again." "You can go if you like," said Gabriel coldly. She looked at him for a moment, then turned to Mrs. Malins and said, "There's a nice husband for you, Mrs. Malins." While she was threading her way back across the room, Mrs. Malins, without adverting to the interruption, went on to tell Gabriel what beautiful places there were in Scotland and beautiful scenery. Her son-in-law brought them every year to the lakes, and they used to go fishing. Her son-in-law was a splendid fisher. One day he caught a fish, a beautiful big fish, and the man in the hotel boiled it for their dinner. Gabriel hardly heard what she said. Now that supper was coming near, he began to think again about his speech and about the quotation. When he saw Freddie Malins coming across the room to visit his mother, Gabriel left the chair free for him and retired into the embrasure of the window. The room had already cleared, and from the back room came the clatter of plates and knives. Those who still remained in the drawing-room seemed tired of dancing and were conversing quietly in little groups. Gabriel's warm, trembling fingers tapped the cold pane of the window. How cool it must be outside! How pleasant it would be to walk out alone, first along by the river and then through the park. The snow would be lying on the branches of the trees and forming a bright cap on the top of the Wellington Monument. How much more pleasant it would be there than at the supper table. He ran over the headings of his speech: Irish hospitality, sad memories, the three graces, Paris, the quotation from Browning. He repeated to himself a phrase he had written in his review: one feels that one is listening to a thought-tormented music. Miss Ivors had praised the review. Was she sincere? Had she really any life of her own behind all her propagandism? There had never been any ill feeling between them until that night. It unnerved him to think that she would be at the supper table, looking up at him while he spoke with her critical, quizzing eyes. Perhaps she would not be sorry to see him fail in his speech. An idea came into his mind and gave him courage. He would say, alluding to Aunt Kate and Aunt Julia, "Ladies and gentlemen, the generation which is now on the wane among us may have had its faults, but for my part I think it had certain qualities of hospitality, of humor, of humanity, which the new and very serious and hyper-educated generation that is growing up around us seems to me to lack." Very good. That was one for Miss Ivors. What did he care that his aunts were only two ignorant old women? A murmur in the room attracted his attention. Mr. Brown was advancing from the door, gallantly escorting Aunt Julia, who leaned upon his arm, smiling and hanging her head. An irregular musketry of applause escorted her also as far as the piano, and then, as Mary Jane seated herself on the stool and Aunt Julia, no longer smiling, half turned so as to pitch her voice fairly into the room, gradually ceased. Gabriel recognized the prelude. It was that of an old song of Aunt Julia's, arrayed for the bridal. Her voice, strong and clear in tone, attacked with great spirit the runs which embellished the air, and though she sang very rapidly, she did not miss even the smallest of the grace notes. To follow the voice, without looking at the singer's face, was to feel and share the excitement of swift and secure flight. Gabriel applauded loudly with all the others at the close of the song, and loud applause was borne in from the invisible supper table. It sounded so genuine that a little color struggled into Aunt Julia's face as she bent to replace in the music stand the old leather-bound songbook that had her initials on the cover. Freddie Malins, who had listened with his head perched sideways to hear the better, was still applauding when everyone else had ceased, and talking animatedly to his mother, who nodded her head gravely and slowly in acquiescence. At last, when he could clap no more, he stood up suddenly and hurried across the room to Aunt Julia, whose hand he seized and held in both his hands, shaking it when words failed him or the catch in his voice proved too much for him. "I was just telling my mother," he said, "I never heard you sing so well, never. No, I never heard your voice so good as it is tonight. Now, would you believe that now? That's the truth. Upon my word and honor, that's the truth. I never heard your voice sound so fresh and so clear and fresh, never." Aunt Julia smiled broadly and murmured something about compliments as she released her hand from his grasp. Mr. Brown extended his open hand towards her, and said to those who were near him in the manner of a showman introducing a prodigy to an audience, "Miss Julia Morkan, my latest discovery." He was laughing very heartily at this himself when Freddie Malins turned to him and said, "Well, Brown, if you're serious you might make a worse discovery. All I can say is I never heard her sing half so well as long as I am coming here, and that's the honest truth." "Neither did I," said Mr. Brown. "I think her voice has greatly improved." Aunt Julia shrugged her shoulders and said with meek pride, "30 years ago I hadn't a bad voice as voices go." "I often told Julia," said Aunt Kate emphatically, "that she was simply thrown away in that choir, but she never would be said by me." She turned as if to appeal to the good sense of the others against a refractory child, while Aunt Julia gazed in front of her, a vague smile of reminiscence playing on her face. "No," continued Aunt Kate, "she wouldn't be said or led by anyone, slaving there in that choir night and day, 6 o'clock on Christmas morning. And all for what? Well, isn't it for the honor of God, Aunt Kate? Asked Mary Jane, twisting round on the piano stool and smiling. Aunt Kate turned fiercely on her niece and said, I know all about the honor of God, Mary Jane, but I think it's not at all honorable for the Pope to turn out the women out of the choirs that have slaved there all their lives and put little whippersnappers of boys over their heads. I suppose it is for the good of the church if the Pope does it. But it's not just, Mary Jane, and it's not right. She had worked herself into a passion and would have continued in defense of her sister, for it was a sore subject with her, but Mary Jane, seeing that all the dancers had come back, intervened pacifically. Now, Aunt Kate, you're giving scandal to Mr. Brown, who is of the other persuasion. Aunt Kate turned to Mr. Brown, who was grinning at this allusion to his religion, and said hastily, Oh, I don't question the Pope's being right. I'm only a stupid old woman, and I wouldn't presume to do such a thing. But there's such a thing as common, everyday politeness and gratitude. And if I were in Julia's place, I'd tell that Father Healy straight up to his face. And besides, Aunt Kate, said Mary Jane, we really are all hungry, and when we are hungry we are all very quarrelsome. And when we are thirsty we are also quarrelsome, added Mr. Brown. So that we had better go to supper, said Mary Jane, and finish the discussion afterwards. On the landing outside, the drawing-room Gabriel found his wife and Mary Jane trying to persuade Miss Ivors to stay for supper. But Miss Ivors, who had put on her hat and was buttoning her cloak, would not stay. She did not feel in the least hungry, and she had already overstayed her time. But only for 10 minutes, Molly, said Mrs. Conroy. That won't delay you. To take a pick itself, said Mary Jane, after all your dancing. I really couldn't, said Miss Ivors. I am afraid you didn't enjoy yourself at all, said Mary Jane hopelessly. Ever so much, I assure you, said Miss Ivors, but you really must let me run off now. But how can you get home? Asked Mrs. Conroy. Oh, it's only 2 steps up the quay. Gabriel hesitated a moment and said, If you will allow me, Miss Ivors, I'll see you home if you really are obliged to go. But Miss Ivors broke away from them. I won't hear of it, she cried. For goodness' sake, go into your suppers and don't mind me. I'm quite well able to take care of myself. Well, you're the comical girl, Molly, said Mrs. Conroy frankly. Beanact lib, cried Miss Ivors with a laugh as she ran down the staircase. Mary Jane gazed after her, a moody, puzzled expression on her face, while Mrs. Conroy leaned over the banisters to let us drink to their health, wealth, long life, happiness, and prosperity, and may they long continue to hold the proud and self-won position which they hold in their profession, and the position of honor and affection which they hold in our hearts. All the guests stood up, glass in hand, and, turning towards the 3 seated ladies, sang in unison with Mr. Brown as leader. For they are jolly gay fellows, for they are jolly gay fellows, for they are jolly gay fellows which nobody can deny. Aunt Kate was making frank use of her handkerchief, and even Aunt Julia seemed moved. Freddie Malins beat time with his pudding fork, and the singers turned towards one another as if in melodious conference, while they sang with emphasis, Unless he tells a lie, unless he tells a lie. Then turning once more towards their hostesses they sang, For they are jolly gay fellows, for they are jolly gay fellows, for they are jolly gay fellows which nobody can deny. The acclamation which followed was taken up beyond the door of the supper-room by many of the other guests and renewed time after time, Freddie Malins acting as officer with his fork on high. The piercing morning air came into the hall where they were standing, so that Aunt Kate said, Close the door, somebody. Mrs. Malins will get her death of cold. Brown is out there, Aunt Kate, said Mary Jane. Brown is everywhere, said Aunt Kate, lowering her voice. Mary Jane laughed at her tone. Really, she said archly, he is very attentive. He has been laid on here like the gas, said Aunt Kate in the same tone, all during the Christmas. She laughed herself this time good-humoredly and then added quickly, "But tell him to come in, Mary Jane, and close the door." I hope to goodness he didn't hear me. At that moment the hall door was opened and Mr. Brown came in from the doorstep, laughing as if his heart would break. He was dressed in a long green overcoat with mock astrakhan cuffs and collar, and wore on his head an oval fur cap. He pointed down the snow-covered quay whence the sound of shrill prolonged whistling was borne in. "Teddy will have all the cabs in Dublin out," he said. Gabriel advanced from the little pantry behind the office, struggling into his overcoat and looking round the hall, said, "Greta not down yet?" "She's getting on her things, Gabriel," said Aunt Kate. "Who's playing up there?" asked Gabriel. "Nobody." "They're all gone." "Oh no, Aunt Kate," said Mary Jane. "Bartell Darcy and Miss O'Callaghan aren't gone yet." "Someone is strumming at the piano anyhow," said Gabriel. Mary Jane glanced at Gabriel and Mr. Brown and said with a shiver, "It makes me feel cold to look at you two gentlemen muffled up like that. I wouldn't like to face your journey home at this hour." "I'd like nothing better this minute," said Mr. Brown stoutly, "than a rattling fine walk in the country or a fast drive with a good-spirited horse between the shafts." "We used to have a very good horse and trap at home," said Aunt Julia sadly. "The never-to-be-forgotten Johnny," said Mary Jane, laughing. Aunt Kate and Gabriel laughed too. "Why, what was wonderful about Johnny?" asked Mr. Brown. "The late lamented Patrick Morkan, our grandfather, that is," explained Gabriel, commonly known in his later years as the old gentleman, "was a glue boiler." "Oh now, Gabriel," said Aunt Kate, laughing, "he had a starch mill." "Well, glue or starch," said Gabriel, "the old gentleman had a horse by the name of Johnny, and Johnny used to work in the old gentleman's mill, walking round and round in order to drive the mill. That was all very well, but now comes the tragic part about Johnny. One fine day, the old gentleman thought he'd like to drive out with the quality to a military review in the park." "The Lord have mercy on his soul," said Aunt Kate compassionately. "Amen," said Gabriel. "So the old gentleman, as I said, harnessed Johnny and put on his very best tall hat and his very best stock collar, and drove out in grand style from his ancestral mansion somewhere near Back Lane, I think." Everyone laughed, even Mrs. Maylands, at Gabriel's manner, and Aunt Kate said, "Oh now, Gabriel, he didn't live in Back Lane really. Only the mill was there." "Out from the mansion of his forefathers," continued Gabriel, "he drove with Johnny, and everything went on beautifully until Johnny came in sight of King Billy's statue, and whether he fell in love with the horse King Billy sits on or whether he thought he was back again in the mill, anyhow he began to walk round the statue." Gabriel paced in a circle round the hall in his galoshes amid the laughter of the others. "Round and round he went," said Gabriel, "and the old gentleman, who was a very pompous old gentleman, was highly indignant." "Go on, sir." "What do you mean, sir?" "Johnny, Johnny, most extraordinary conduct. Can't understand the horse." The peals of laughter which followed Gabriel's imitation of the incident were interrupted by a resounding knock at the hall door. Mary Jane ran to open it and let in Freddie Maylands. Freddie Maylands, with his hat well back on his head and his shoulders humped with cold, was puffing and steaming after his exertions. "I could only get one cab," he said. "Oh, we'll find another along the quay," said Gabriel. "Yes," said Aunt Kate. "Better not keep Mrs. Maylands standing in the draught." Mrs. Maylands was helped down the front steps by her son and Mr. Brown, and after many maneuvers, hoisted into the cab. Freddie Maylands clambered in after her and spent a long time settling her on the seat, Mr. Brown helping him with advice. At last she was settled comfortably, and Freddie Maylands invited Mr. Brown into the cab. There was a good deal of confused talk. Then Mr. Brown got into the cab. The cabman settled his rug over his knees and bent down for the address. The confusion grew greater, and the cabman was directed differently by Freddie Maylands and Mr. Brown, each of whom had his head out through a window of the cab. The difficulty was to know where to drop Mr. Brown along the route, and Aunt Kate, Aunt Julia, and Mary Jane helped the discussion from the doorstep, with cross-directions and contradictions and abundance of laughter. As for Freddie Maylands, he was speechless with laughter. He popped his head in and out of the window every moment, to the great danger of his hat, and told his mother how the discussion was progressing, till at last Mr. Brown shouted to the bewildered cabman above the din of everybody's laughter, "Do you know Trinity College?" "Yes, sir," said the cabman. "Well, drive bang up against Trinity College gates," said Mr. Brown, "and then we'll tell you where to go. You understand now?" "Yes, sir," said the cabman. "Make like a bird for Trinity College." "Right, sir," cried the cabman. The horse was whipped up and the cab rattled off along the quay amid a chorus of laughter and adieus. Gabriel had not gone to the door with the others. He was in a dark part of the hall gazing up the staircase. A woman was standing near the top of the first flight in the shadow also. He could not see her face, but he could see the terracotta and salmon-pink panels of her skirt, which the shadow made appear black and white. It was his wife. She was leaning on the banisters listening to something. Gabriel was surprised at her stillness and strained his ear to listen also. But he could hear little save the noise of laughter and dispute on the front steps, a few chords struck on the piano, and a few notes of a man's voice singing. He stood still in the gloom of the hall, trying to catch the air that the voice was singing and gazing up at his wife. There was grace and mystery in her attitude, as if she were a symbol of something. He asked himself, what is a woman standing on the stairs in the shadow, listening to distant music, a symbol of? If he were a painter, he would paint her in that attitude. Her blue felt hat would show off the bronze of her hair against the darkness, and the dark panels of her skirt would show off the light ones. Distant music he would call the picture if he were a painter. The hall door was closed, and Aunt Kate, Aunt Julia, and Mary Jane came down the hall, still laughing. "Well, isn't Freddie terrible?" said Mary Jane. "He's really terrible." Gabriel said nothing, but pointed up the stairs towards where his wife was standing. Now that the hall door was closed, the voice and the piano could be heard more clearly. Gabriel held up his hand for them to be silent. The song seemed to be in the old Irish tonality, and the singer seemed uncertain both of his words and of his voice. The voice, made plaintive by the distance and by the singer's hoarseness, faintly illuminated the cadence of the air with words expressing grief. "Oh, the rain falls on my heavy locks, and the dew wets my skin, my babe lies cold." "Oh," exclaimed Mary Jane, "it's Bartell D'Arcy singing, and he wouldn't sing all the night. Oh, I'll get him to sing a song before he goes." "Oh, do, Mary Jane," said Aunt Kate. Mary Jane brushed past the others and ran to the staircase, but before she reached it the singing stopped and the piano was closed abruptly. "Oh, what a pity," she cried. "Is he coming down, Greta?" Gabriel heard his wife answer yes, and saw her come down towards them. A few steps behind her were Mr. Bartell D'Arcy and Miss O'Callaghan. "Oh, Mr. Darcy," cried Mary Jane, "it's downright mean of you to break off like that when we were all in raptures listening to you." "I have been at him all the evening," said Miss O'Callaghan, "and Mrs. Conroy too, and he told us he had a dreadful cold and couldn't sing." "Oh, Mr. Darcy," said Aunt Kate, now that was a great fib to tell. "Can't you see that I'm as hoarse as a crow?" said Mr. Darcy roughly. He went into the pantry hastily and put on his overcoat. The others, taken aback by his rude speech, could find nothing to say. Aunt Kate wrinkled her brows and made signs to the others to drop the subject. Mr. Darcy stood swathing his neck carefully and frowning. "It's the weather," said Aunt Julia after a pause. "Yes, everybody has cold," said Aunt Kate readily, "everybody." "They say," said Mary Jane, "we haven't had snow like it for 30 years. And I read this morning in the newspaper that the snow is general all over Ireland." "I love the look of snow," said Aunt Julia sadly. "So do I," said Miss O'Callaghan. "I think Christmas is never really Christmas unless we have the snow on the ground." "But poor Mr. Darcy doesn't like the snow," said Aunt Kate smiling. Mr. Darcy came from the pantry, fully swathed and buttoned, and in a repentant tone told them the history of his cold. Everyone gave him advice and said it was a great pity, and urged him to be very careful of his throat in the night air. Gabriel watched his wife, who did not join in the conversation. She was standing right under the dusty fanlight, and the flame of the gas lit up the rich bronze of her hair, which he had seen her drying at the fire a few days before. She was in the same attitude and seemed unaware of the talk about her. At last she turned towards them, and Gabriel saw that there was color on her cheeks and that her eyes were shining. A sudden tide of joy went leaping out of his heart. "Mr. Darcy," she said, "what is the name of that song you were singing?" "It's called The Lass of Orham," said Mr. Darcy, "but I couldn't remember it properly." "Why, do you know it?" "The Lass of Orham," she repeated. "I couldn't think of the name." "It's a very nice air," said Mary Jane. "I'm sorry you were not in voice tonight." "Now, Mary Jane," said Aunt Kate, "don't annoy Mr. Darcy. I won't have him annoyed." Seeing that all were ready to start, she shepherded them to the door where good night was said. "Well, good night, Aunt Kate, and thanks for the pleasant evening." "Good night, Gabriel." "Good night, Greta." "Good night, Aunt Kate, and thanks ever so much." "Good night, Aunt Julia." "Oh, good night, Greta, I didn't see you." "Good night, Mr. Darcy." "Good night, Miss O'Callaghan." "Good night, Miss Morkan." "Good night again." "Good night, all safe home." "Good night." "Good night." The morning was still dark. A dull yellow light brooded over the houses and the river, and the sky seemed to be descending. It was slushy underfoot, and only streaks and patches of snow lay on the roofs, on the parapets of the quay, and on the area railings. The lamps were still burning redly in the murky air, and across the river, the palace of the Four Courts stood out menacingly against the heavy sky. She was walking on before him with Mr. Bartle Darcy, her shoes in a brown parcel tucked under one arm and her hands holding her skirt up from the slush. She had no longer any grace of attitude, but Gabriel's eyes were still bright with happiness. The blood went bounding along his veins, and the thoughts went rioting through his brain, proud, joyful, tender, valorous. She was walking on before him so lightly and so erect that he longed to run after her noiselessly, catch her by the shoulders, and say something foolish and affectionate into her ear. She seemed to him so frail that he longed to defend her against something, and then to be alone with her. Moments of their secret life together burst like stars upon his memory. A heliotrope envelope was lying beside his breakfast cup, and he was caressing it with his hand. Birds were twittering in the ivy, and the sunny web of the curtain was shimmering along the floor. He could not eat for happiness. They were standing on the crowded platform, and he was placing a ticket inside the warm palm of her glove. He was standing with her in the cold, looking in through a grated window at a man making bottles in a roaring furnace. It was very cold. Her face, fragrant in the cold air, was quite close to his, and suddenly she called out to the man at the furnace, "Is the fire hot, sir?" But the man could not hear her with the noise of the furnace. It was just as well. He might have answered rudely. A wave of yet more tender joy escaped from his heart and went coursing in warm flood along his arteries. Like the tender fire of stars, moments of their life together, that no one knew of or would ever know of, broke upon and illumined his memory. He longed to recall to her those moments, to make her forget the years of their dull existence together and remember only their moments of ecstasy. For the years, he felt, had not quenched his soul or hers. Their children, his writing, her household cares had not quenched all their souls' tender fire. In one letter that he had written to her then, he had said, "Why is it that words like these seem to me so dull and cold? Is it because there is no word tender enough to be your name?" Like distant music, these words that he had written years before were borne towards him from the past. He longed to be alone with her. When the others had gone away, when he and she were in their room in the hotel, then they would be alone together. He would call her softly, "Greta." Perhaps she would not hear at once. She would be preparing for bed. Then something in his voice would strike her. She would turn and look at him. At the corner of Winetavern Street they met a cab. He was glad of its rattling noise as it saved him from conversation. She was looking out of the window and seemed tired. The others spoke only a few words, pointing out some building or street. The horse galloped along wearily under the murky morning sky, dragging his old rattling box after his heels, and Gabriel was again in a cab with her, galloping to catch the boat, galloping to their honeymoon. As the cab drove across O'Connell Bridge, Miss O'Callaghan said, "They say you never cross O'Connell Bridge without seeing a white horse." "I see a white man this time," said Gabriel. "Where?" asked Mr. Bartle D'Arcy. Gabriel pointed to the statue on which lay patches of snow. Then he nodded familiarly to it and waved his hand. "Good night, Dan," he said gaily. When the cab drew up before the hotel, Gabriel jumped out and, in spite of Mr. Bartle D'Arcy's protest, paid the driver. He gave the man a shilling over his fare. The man saluted and said, "A prosperous new year to you, sir." "The same to you," said Gabriel cordially. She leaned for a moment on his arm in getting out of the cab and while standing at the curbstone bidding the others good night. She leaned lightly on his arm, as lightly as when she had danced with him a few hours before. He had felt proud and happy then, happy that she was his, proud of her grace and wifely carriage. But now, after the kindling again of so many memories, the first touch of her presence, musical and strange and perfumed, sent through him a keen pang of emotion. Under cover of her silence, he pressed her arm closely to his side, and as they stood at the hotel door, he felt that they had escaped from their lives and duties, escaped from home and friends, and run away together with wild and radiant hearts to a new adventure. An old man was dozing in a great hooded chair in the hall. He lit a candle in the office and went before them to the stairs. They followed him in silence, their feet falling in soft thuds on the thickly carpeted stairs. She mounted the stairs behind the porter, her head bowed in the ascent, her frail shoulders curved as with a burden, her skirt girt tightly about her. He stood still, his hands clenched at his sides. The porter halted on the stairs to settle his guttering candle. They halted too on the steps below him. In the silence, Gabriel could hear the falling of the molten wax into the tray and the thumping of his own heart against his ribs. The porter led them along a corridor and opened a door. Then he set his unstable candle down on a toilet table and asked at what hour they were to be called in the morning. 8, said Gabriel. The porter pointed to the tap of the electric light and began a muttered apology, but Gabriel cut him short. "We don't want any light. We have light enough from the street. And I say," he added, pointing to the candle, "you might remove that handsome article like a good man." The porter took up his candle again, but slowly, for he was surprised by such a novel idea. Then he mumbled good night and went out. Gabriel shot the lock to. A ghostly light from the street lamp lay in a long shaft from one window to the door. Gabriel threw his overcoat and hat on a couch and crossed the room towards the window. He looked down into the street in order that his emotion might calm a little. Then he turned and leaned against a chest of drawers with his back to the light. She had taken off her hat and cloak and was standing before a large swinging mirror, unfastening her dress. Gabriel paused for a few moments, watching her, and then said, "Greta." She turned away from the mirror slowly and walked along the shaft of light towards him. Her face looked so serious and weary that the words would not pass Gabriel's lips. No, it was not the moment yet. "You look tired," he said. "I am a little," she answered. "You don't feel ill or weak?" "No, tired, that's all." She went on to the window and stood there looking out. Gabriel waited again, and then, fearing that diffidence was about to conquer him, he said abruptly, "By the way, Greta, what is it?" "You know that poor fellow Maylands," he said quickly. "Yes, what about him?" "Well, poor fellow, he's a decent sort of chap after all," continued Gabriel in a false voice. "He gave me back that sovereign I lent him, and I didn't expect it, really. It's a pity he wouldn't keep away from that Brown, because he's not a bad fellow at heart." He was trembling now with annoyance. Why did she seem so abstracted? He did not know how he could begin. Was she annoyed too about something? If she would only turn to him or come to him of her own accord. To take her as she was would be brutal. No, he must see some ardor in her eyes first. He longed to understand her strange mood. "When did you lend him the £1?" she asked after a pause. Gabriel strove to restrain himself from breaking out into brutal language about the sottish Malins and his £1. He longed to cry to her from his soul, to hold her close, to comfort her. But he said, "Oh, at Christmas, when he opened that little Christmas card shop in Henry Street." He was in such a fever of emotion that he did not hear her come from the window. She stood before him for an instant looking at him strangely. Then, suddenly raising herself on tiptoe and resting her hands lightly on his shoulders, she kissed him. "You are a very generous person, Gabriel," she said. Gabriel, trembling with delight at her sudden kiss and at the quaintness of her phrase, put his hands on her hair and began smoothing it back, scarcely touching it with his fingers. The washing had made it fine and brilliant. His heart was brimming over with happiness. Just when he was wishing for it, she had come to him of her own accord. Perhaps her thoughts had been running with his. Perhaps she had felt the same impulse that was in him, and then the yielding mood had come upon her. Now that she had turned to him so easily, he wondered why he had been so diffident. He stood, holding her head between his hands. Then, slipping one arm swiftly about her and drawing her towards him, he said softly, "Greta dear, what are you thinking about?" She did not answer nor yield wholly to his arm. He said again softly, "Tell me what it is, Greta. I think I know what is the matter. Do I know?" She did not answer at once. Then she said in an outburst of tears, "Oh, I am thinking about that song, The Lass of Orem." She broke loose from him and ran to the bed, and throwing her arms across the bedrail, hid her face. Gabriel stood stock-still for a moment in astonishment and then followed her. As he passed in the way of the cheval glass, he caught sight of himself in full length, his broad, well-filled shirt front, the face whose expression always puzzled him when he saw it in a mirror, and his glimmering, gilt-trimmed eye-glasses. He halted a few paces from her and said, "What about the song? Why does that make you cry?" She raised her head from her arms and dried her eyes with the back of her hand like a child. A kinder note than he had intended went into his voice. "Why, Greta?" he asked. "I am thinking about a person long ago who used to sing that song." "And who was the person long ago?" asked Gabriel, smiling. "It was a person I used to know in Galway when I was living with my grandmother," she said. The smile passed away from Gabriel's face. A dull anger began to gather again at the back of his mind, and the dull fires of his emotion began to glow angrily in his veins. "Someone you were in love with?" he asked ironically. "It was a young boy I used to know," she answered, "named Michael Fury. He used to sing that song, The Lass of Orem. He was very delicate." Gabriel was silent. He did not wish her to think that he was interested in this delicate boy. "I can see him so plainly," she said after a moment. "Such eyes as he had, big dark eyes, and such an expression in them, an expression." "Oh, then you were in love with him," said Gabriel. "I used to go out walking with him," she said, "when I was in Galway." A thought flew across Gabriel's mind. "Perhaps that was why you wanted to go to Galway with that Ivors girl," he said coldly. She looked at him and asked in surprise, "What for?" Her eyes made Gabriel feel awkward. He shrugged his shoulders and said, "How do I know? To see him, perhaps." She looked away from him along the shaft of light towards the window in silence. "He is dead," she said at length. "He died when he was only 17. Isn't it a terrible thing to die so young as that?" "What was he?" asked Gabriel, still ironically. "He was in the gasworks," she said. Gabriel felt humiliated by the failure of his irony and by the evocation of this figure from the dead, a boy in the gasworks. The irony of his mood soured into sarcasm. While he had been full of memories of their secret life together, full of tenderness and joy and desire, she had been comparing him in her mind with another. A shameful consciousness of his own person assailed him. He saw himself as a ludicrous figure, acting as a pennyboy for his aunts, a nervous, well-meaning sentimentalist, orating to vulgarians and idealizing his own foolish impulses, the pitiable, fatuous fellow he had caught a glimpse of in the mirror. Instinctively, he turned his back more to the light lest she might see the shame that burned upon his forehead. He tried to keep up his tone of cold interrogation, but his voice when he spoke was humble and indifferent. "I suppose you were in love with this Michael Fury, Greta," he said. "I was great with him at that time," she said. Her voice was veiled and sad. Gabriel, feeling now how vain it would be to try to lead her whither he had purposed, caressed one of her hands and said also sadly, "And what did he die of so young, Greta? Consumption, was it?" "I think he died for me," she answered. A vague terror seized Gabriel at this answer, as if, at that hour when he had hoped to triumph, some impalpable and vindictive being was coming against him, gathering forces against him in its vague world. But he shook himself free of it with an effort of reason and continued to caress her hand. He did not question her again, for he felt that she would tell him of herself. Her hand was warm and moist. It did not respond to his touch, but he continued to caress it just as he had caressed her first letter to him that spring morning. "It was in the winter," she said, "about the beginning of the winter, when I was going to leave my grandmother's and come up here to the convent. And he was ill at the time in his lodgings in Galway and wouldn't be let out, and his people in Oughterard were written to. He was in decline, they said, or something like that. I never knew rightly." She paused for a moment and sighed. "Poor fellow," she said, "he was very fond of me, and he was such a gentle boy. We used to go out together walking, you know, Gabriel, like the way they do in the country. He was going to study singing only for his health. He had a very good voice, poor Michael Fury." "Well, and then?" asked Gabriel. "And then when it came to the time for me to leave Galway and come up to the convent, he was much worse, and I wouldn't be let see him, so I wrote him a letter saying I was going up to Dublin and would be back in the summer, and hoping he would be better then." She paused for a moment to get her voice under control and then went on. "Then the night before I left I was in my grandmother's house in Nuns Island, packing up, and I heard gravel thrown up against the window. The window was so wet I couldn't see, so I ran downstairs as I was and slipped out the back into the garden, and there was the poor fellow at the end of the garden shivering." "And did you not tell him to go back?" asked Gabriel. "I implored of him to go home at once and told him he would get his death in the rain, but he said he did not want to live. I can see his eyes as well. He was standing at the end of the wall where there was a tree." "And did he go home?" asked Gabriel. "Yes, he went home. And when I was only a week in the convent he died, and he was buried in Oughterard where his people came from. Oh, the day I heard that he was dead." She stopped, choking with sobs, and overcome by emotion, flung herself face downward on the bed, sobbing in the quilt. Gabriel held her hand for a moment longer, irresolutely, and then, shy of intruding on her grief, let it fall gently and walked quietly to the window. She was fast asleep. Gabriel, leaning on his elbow, looked for a few moments unresentfully at her tangled hair and half-open mouth, listening to her deep-drawn breath. So she had had that romance in her life. A man had died for her sake. It hardly pained him now to think how poor a part he, her husband, had played in her life. He watched her while she slept as though he and she had never lived together as man and wife. His curious eyes rested long upon her face and on her hair, and as he thought of what she must have been then, in that time of her first girlish beauty, a strange friendly pity for her entered his soul. He did not like to say even to himself that her face was no longer beautiful, but he knew that it was no longer the face for which Michael Fury had braved death. Perhaps she had not told him all the story. His eyes moved to the chair over which she had thrown some of her clothes. A petticoat string dangled to the floor. One boot stood upright, its limp upper fallen down. The fellow of it lay upon its side. He wondered at his riot of emotions of an hour before. From what had it proceeded? From his aunt's supper, from his own foolish speech, from the wine and dancing, the merrymaking when saying good night in the hall, the pleasure of the walk along the river in the snow. Poor Aunt Julia! She too would soon be a shade with the shade of Patrick Morkan and his horse. He had caught that haggard look upon her face for a moment when she was singing arrayed for the bridal. Soon perhaps he would be sitting in that same drawing-room, dressed in black, his silk hat on his knees. The blinds would be drawn down and Aunt Kate would be sitting beside him, crying and blowing her nose and telling him how Julia had died. He would cast about in his mind for some words that might console her and would find only lame and useless ones. Yes, yes, that would happen very soon. The air of the room chilled his shoulders. He stretched himself cautiously along under the sheets and lay down beside his wife. One by one they were all becoming shades. Better pass boldly into that other world, in the full glory of some passion, than fade and wither dismally with age. He thought of how she who lay beside him had locked in her heart for so many years that image of her lover's eyes when he had told her that he did not wish to live. Generous tears filled Gabriel's eyes. He had never felt like that himself towards any woman, but he knew that such a feeling must be love. The tears gathered more thickly in his eyes, and in the partial darkness, he imagined he saw the form of a young man standing under a dripping tree. Other forms were near. His soul had approached that region where dwell the vast hosts of the dead. He was conscious of, but could not apprehend, their wayward and flickering existence. His own identity was fading out into a gray, impalpable world. The solid world itself which these dead had one time reared and lived in was dissolving and dwindling. A few light taps upon the pane made him turn to the window. It had begun to snow again. He watched sleepily the flakes, silver and dark, falling obliquely against the lamplight. The time had come for him to set out on his journey westward. Yes, the newspapers were right. Snow was general all over Ireland. It was falling on every part of the dark central plain, on the treeless hills, falling softly upon the bog of Allen and, farther westward, softly falling into the dark mutinous Shannon waves. It was falling, too, upon every part of the lonely churchyard on the hill where Michael Furey lay buried. It lay thickly drifted on the crooked crosses and headstones, on the spears of the little gate, on the barren thorns. His soul swooned slowly as he heard the snow falling faintly through the universe, and faintly falling, like the descent of their last end, upon all the living and the dead. Dirty wedding Denny's Johnson, I liked to sit up front and ride the fast ones all day long. I liked it when they brushed right up against the buildings north of the loop. And I especially liked it when the buildings dropped away into that bombed-out squalor a little farther north in which people, through windows you'd see a person in his dirty kitchen spooning soup toward his face, or 12 children on their bellies on the floor watching television. But instantly they were gone, wiped away by a movie billboard of a woman winking and touching her upper lip deftly with her tongue, and she in turn erased by a wham. The noise and dark drop down around your head tunnel actually lived. I was 25, 26, something like that. My fingertips were all yellow from smoking. My girlfriend was with child. It cost 50 cents, 90 cents, $1 to ride the train. I really don't remember. Out in front of the clinic building picketers shook drops of holy water at us and twisted their rosaries around their fingers. A man in dark glasses shadowed Michelle right up to the big steps to the door, chanting softly in her ear. I guess he was praying. What were the words of his prayer? I wouldn't mind asking her that question. But it's winter, the mountains around me are tall and deep with snow, and I could never find her now. Michelle handed her appointment card to the nurse on the 3rd floor. She and the nurse went through a curtain together. I wandered over across the hall where they were showing a short movie about medical procedures. Much later I told her that I'd actually gotten a procedure a long time ago, and somebody else must have made her pregnant. I also told her once that I had inoperable cancer and would soon be passed away and gone, eternally. But nothing I could think up, no matter how dramatic or completely horrible, ever made her repent or love me the way she had at first before she really knew me. Anyway, they showed the movie to 2 or 3 or 4 of us who were waiting for women across the hall. The scene was cloudy in my sight because I was frightened of whatever they were doing to Michelle and to the other women. After the film, I talked to a man about the procedures. A man with a mustache. I didn't like him. "You have to be sure," he said. "I'm never getting anybody pregnant again. I know that much. Would you like to make an appointment? Would you like to give me the money? It won't take long to save the money." "It would take me forever to save the money," I corrected him. Then I sat down in the waiting area across the hall. In 45 minutes the nurse came out and said to me, "Michelle is resting now." "Is she okay?" "Of course." "I kind of wish she wasn't." She looked frightened. "I don't know what you mean." I went in through the curtain to see Michelle. She smelled bad. "How are you feeling?" "I feel fine." "What did they do?" "What?" she said. "What?" The nurse said. "Hey, out of here, out of here." She went through the curtain and came back with a big black guy wearing a starched white shirt and one of those phony gold badges. "I don't think this man needs to be in the building," she said to him, and then she said to me, "Would you like to wait outside, sir?" Yeah, I said. And all the way down the big stairs and out the front I said, Yeah. It was raining outdoors and most of the Catholics were squashed up under an awning next door with their signs held overhead against the weather. They splashed holy water on my cheek and on the back of my neck, and I didn't feel a thing. Not for many years. I didn't know what to do now except ride around on the elevated train. I stepped into one of the cars just as the doors closed, as though the train had waited just for me. What if there was just snow? Snow everywhere, cold and white, filling every distance, and I just follow my sense of things through this winter until I reach a grove of white trees, and she takes me in. The wheels screamed, and all I saw suddenly was everybody's big, ugly shoes. The sound stopped. We passed solitary, wrenching scenes. Through the neighborhoods and past the platforms, I felt the canceled life dreaming after me. Yes, a ghost, a vestige, something remaining. At one of the stops down the line, there was a problem with the doors. We were delayed, those of us who had destinations anyway. The train waited and waited in a troubling sleep. Then it hummed softly. You can tell it's going to move before it moves. A guy stepped in just as the doors closed. The train had waited for him all this time, not a second longer than his arrival, not even half a second, and then it broke the mysterious crystal of its inertia. We'd picked him up and now we were moving. He sat down near the front of the car, completely unaware of his importance. With what kind of miserable or happy fate did he have an appointment across the river? I decided to follow him. Several stops later, he left the train and went down into a section of squat, repetitive brownstone buildings. He walked with a bounce, his shoulders looped and his chin scooping forward rhythmically. He didn't look right or left. I supposed he'd walked this route 12,000 times. He didn't sense or feel me following half a block behind him. It was a polished neighborhood somewhere or other. The polished neighborhoods have that snow. They have that fruit with the light on it. They have that music you can't find. We ended up in a laundromat where the guy took off his shirt and put it in a washer. He bought some coffee in a paper cup out of a coin machine. He read the notices on the wall and watched his machine tremble, walking around the place with only his sharkskin sports jacket on. His chest was narrow and white and hair sprouted from around his small nipples. There were a couple of other men in the laundromat. He chatted with them a little. I could hear one of them say, "The cops wanted to talk to Benny." How come? What'd he do? He had a hood up. They were looking for a guy with a hood up. What'd he do? Nuttin'. Some guy got murdered last night. And now the man I was following walked right up to me. "You were on the L," he said. He hefted his cup, tossing a sip of coffee between his lips. I turned away because my throat was closing up. Suddenly, I felt overwhelmed. I knew men got that way about men, but I didn't know I did. His chest was like Christ's. That's probably who he was. I could have followed anybody off that train. It would have been the same. I got back on to ride around some more above the streets. There was nothing stopping me from going back to where Michelle and I were staying, but these days had reduced us to the Rebel Motel. The maids spat out their chew in the shower stalls. There was a smell of insecticide. I wasn't going back there to sit in the room and wait. Michelle and I had our drama. It got very dreary sometimes, but it felt like I had to have her. As long as there was one other person at these motels who knew my real name. Out back they had all these dumpsters stuffed with God knows what. We can't imagine the shape of our fate, that's for sure. Think of being curled up and floating in a darkness. Even if you could think, even if you had an imagination, would you ever imagine its opposite, this miraculous world the Asian Taoists call the 10,000 things? And if the darkness just got darker, and then you were dead, what would you care? How would you even know the difference? I sat up front. Right beside me was the little cubicle filled with the driver. You could feel him materializing and dematerializing in there. In the darkness under the universe, it didn't matter that the driver was a blind man. He felt the future with his face. And suddenly the train hushed as if the wind had been kicked out of it, and we came into the evening again. Catty-corner from me sat a dear little black child, maybe 16, all messed up on skag. She couldn't keep her head up. She couldn't stay out of her dreams. She knew nothing mattered except that we were alive. I never tasted black honey, I said to her. She itched her nose and closed her eyes, her face dipping down into paradise. I said, "Hey, black, I ain't black," she said. "I'm yellow, don't call me black." "I wish I had some of what you have," I said. "Gone, boy, gone, gone, gone," she laughed like God. I didn't blame her for laughing. Any chance of getting some more? "How much you want?" "You got 10. Maybe, sure." "I'll take you down here," she said. "I'll take you down over to the Savoy." And after 2 more stops, she led me off the train and down into the streets. A few people stood around trash cans with flames leaping up out of them and that sort of thing, mumbling and singing. The street lamps and traffic lights had wire mesh screens over them. I know there are people who believe that wherever you look, all you see is yourself. Episodes like this make me wonder if they aren't right. The Savoy Hotel was a bad place. The reality of it gave out as it rose higher above First Avenue, so that the upper floors dribbled away into space. Monsters were dragging themselves up the stairs. In the basement was a bar going 3 sides of a rectangle, as big as an Olympic pool, and a dancing stage with a thick gold curtain hanging down over it that never moved. Everyone knew what to do. People were paying with bills they'd made by tearing a corner off a 20 and pasting it onto a 1. There was a man with a tall black hat, a helmet of thick blonde hair, and a sharp blonde beard. He seemed to want to be here. How did he know what to do? Beautiful women in the corners of my sight disappeared when I looked directly at them. Winter outside. Night by afternoon. Darkly, darkly the happy hour. I didn't know the rules. I didn't know what to do. The last time I'd been in the Savoy, it had been in Omaha. I hadn't been anywhere near it in over a year, but I was just getting sicker. When I coughed, I saw fireflies. Everything down there but the curtain was red. It was like a movie of something that was actually happening. Black pimps in fur coats. The women were blank, shining areas with photographs of sad girls floating in them. "I'll just take your money and go upstairs," somebody said to me. Michelle left me permanently for a man called John Smith. Or shall I say that during one of the times we were parted she took up with a man and shortly after that had some bad luck and died. Anyway, she never came back to me. I knew him, this John Smith. Once at a party he tried to sell me a gun, and later at the same party he made everyone quiet down for a few minutes because I was singing along with the radio, and he liked my voice. Michelle went to Kansas City with him, and one night when he was out she took a lot of pills. leaving a note beside her on his pillow where he'd be sure to find it and rescue her. But he was so drunk when he got home that night that he just laid his cheek down on the paper she'd written on and went to sleep. When he woke up the next morning, my beautiful Michelle was cold and dead. She was a woman, a traitor and a killer. Males and females wanted her. But I was the only one who ever could have loved her. For many weeks after she died, John Smith confided to people that Michelle was calling to him from the other side of life. She wooed him. She made herself seem more real than any of the visible people around him, the people who were still breathing, who were supposed to be alive. When I heard, shortly after that John Smith was dead, I wasn't surprised. When we were arguing on my 24th birthday, she left the kitchen, came back with a pistol and fired it at me 5 times from right across the table, but she missed. It wasn't my life she was after, it was more. She wanted to hurt me as only a child can be hurt by its mother. I know they argue about whether or not it's right, whether or not the baby is alive at this point or that point in its growth inside the womb. This wasn't about that. It wasn't what the lawyers did. It wasn't what the doctors did. It wasn't what the woman did. It was what the mother and father did together. Natasha David Bezmozg's "It is the opposite which is good to us." Heraclitus, when I was 16, I was high most of the time. That year my parents bought a new house at the edge of Toronto's sprawl. A few miles north were cows, south the city. I spent most of my time in basements. The suburbs offered nothing, and so I lived a subterranean life. At home, separated from my parents by door and stairs, I smoked hash, watched television, read, and was alone. In other basements I smoked, watched television, and refined my style with girls. In the spring, my Uncle Fema, my grandmother's youngest brother, married his second wife. She arrived from Moscow for 2 weeks to get acquainted with him and the rest of the family. Dusa, our dentist, had known the woman in Russia and recommended her. She was almost 40 and my uncle was 44. The woman was the latest in a string of last chances. A previous last chance had led to his first marriage. That marriage, to a fellow Russian immigrant, had failed within 6 months. My uncle was a good man, a hard worker, and a polymath. He read books, newspapers, and travel brochures. He could speak with equal authority about the Crimean War and the Toronto Maple Leafs. Short months after arriving in Toronto, he took a job giving tour of the city to visiting Russians. But he wasn't rich and never would be. He was also honest to a fault and nervous with people. My grandmother's greatest fear was that he would always be alone in the world. Zina, the woman, had greasy brown hair cut in a mannish style. She was thin, her body almost without contour. The first time I saw her was when my uncle brought her to our house for dinner. She wore tight blue pants, high heels, and a yellow silk blouse. The top buttons of her blouse were undone, and a thin gold chain with a Star of David clung to her breastbone. When she kissed me in greeting, she smelled of sweat and lilac. Zina strode into our house as if she were on familiar territory, and her confidence had the effect of making my uncle act as though he were the stranger. He stumbled through the introductions and almost knocked over his chair. He faltered as he tried to explain how they had spent the day, and Zina chided him and finished his sentences. When my mother served the raspberry torte, Zina fed my uncle from her fork. In Russia she was a teacher of English, and she sprinkled her conversation with English words and phrases. The soup my mother served was tasty, our dining room divine, and my father charming. After dinner in the living room, she placed her hand on my uncle's knee. I was, as usual, high, and I became fixated on the hand. It rested on my uncle's knee like a small, pale animal. Sometimes it would arch or rise completely to make a point, always to settle back on the knee. Under her hand, my uncle's knee barely moved. After her 2 weeks in Canada, Zina returned to Moscow. Before she left, my mother and aunt took her shopping and bought her a new wardrobe. They believed that Zina would be good for my uncle. The last thing he needed was a timid wife. Maybe she was a little aggressive, but to make it in this country, you couldn't apologize at every step like him. My grandmother was anxious because Zina had a young daughter in Moscow, but she conceded that at this age to find a woman without a child probably meant there was something wrong with her. My uncle did not disagree. There were positives and negatives, he said. The decision was made quickly, and days after Zina's departure, my uncle wrote her a letter inviting her to return and become his wife. 1 month later, Zina was back in Toronto. This time, my entire family went to the airport to greet her. We stood at the gate and waited as a stream of Russian faces filtered by. Near the end of the stream, Zina appeared. She was wearing an outfit my mother had purchased for her. She carried a heavy suitcase. When she saw my uncle, she dropped the suitcase and ran to him and kissed him on his cheeks and on his mouth. A thin blonde girl, also carrying a suitcase, picked up Zina's abandoned bag and dragged both suitcases through the gate. The girl had large blue eyes and her straight blonde hair was cut into bangs. She strained toward us with the bags and stopped behind Zina. She waited patiently, her face without expression, for her mother to introduce her. Her name was Natasha. She was 14. My mother said, "Meet your new cousin." Later, as we drove my grandparents home, my grandmother despaired that the girl's father was obviously a Shagets. 1 week after their arrival, everyone went down to North York City Hall for the civil ceremony. A retired judge administered the vows and we took photos in the atrium. There was no rabbi, no huppah, no stomping of the glass. Afterward, we all went to our house for a barbecue. One after another, people made toasts. My uncle and Zina sat at the head of the table like a real married couple. For a wedding gift, they were given money to help them rent a larger apartment. My uncle's 1 bedroom would not do. This wasn't Russia, and the girl couldn't continue to sleep in the living room. The one time my grandparents had gone to visit, Natasha emerged from the shower and went into the kitchen for an apple. While my grandparents tried to listen to my uncle and Zina talk about Zina's plans to get her teaching certificate, Natasha stood in the kitchen and ate the apple. At the barbecue, my mother seated Natasha between me and my cousin Jana. It was our duty to make her feel welcome. She was new to the country. She had no friends. She spoke no English. She was now family. Jana, almost 2 years my senior, had no interest in a 14-year-old girl, especially one who dressed differently, didn't speak English, and wasn't saying anything in Russian either. Midway through the barbecue, a car full of girls came for Jana, and Natasha became my responsibility. My mother encouraged me to show her around the house. Without enthusiasm, I led Natasha around the house. Without enthusiasm, she followed. For lack of anything else to say, I would enter a room and announce its name in Russian. We entered the kitchen and I said kitchen, my parents' bedroom and I said bedroom, the living room, which I called the room where we watched television since I had no idea what it was called in Russian. Then I walked her down into the basement. Through the blinds we could see the backyard and the legs of our newly incarnated family. I said, "That's it, the whole house." Natasha looked around the room and then shut the blinds, rendering the already dim basement almost dark. She dropped down into one of the 2 velour beanbag chairs I had in front of the television. "You have all of this to yourself." "Yes, it must be nice." "It is. What do you do here?" "Watch television, read, that's it, that's most of it." "Do you bring girls here?" "Not really." "Have you had relationships down here?" "What?" "You don't have to say if you don't want to. I don't really care. It doesn't mean anything." "You're 14, so what?" "That doesn't mean anything either. I've done it 100 times. If you want, I'll do it with you. We're cousins." "No, we're not. Your mother married my uncle. It's too bad. He's nice." "He is. I feel sorry for him. She'll ruin his life. It's hard to imagine his life getting worse. She'll make it worse. She's your mother. She's difficult." "Do you want to know how it sounds when they argue?" "Not particularly. They argue at least 3 times a day. He groans like he is being killed, and she screams like she is killing him." A month after the wedding, my uncle, Zina, and Natasha rented a new 2-bedroom apartment 10 minutes walk from our house. This was in the early summer and I was on vacation from school. Instead of going off to camp, I made an arrangement to work for Rufus, my dealer. Over the course of the year, we had become friends. He was 20 and while keeping up his business, was also studying philosophy at the University of Toronto. Aside from providing me with drugs, he also recommended books. Because of him, I graduated from John Irving and Mordecai Richler to Camus, Heraclitus, Catullus, and Kafka. That summer, in exchange for doing the deliveries, I got free dope plus whatever I shorted off potheads and a little money. I also got to borrow the books Rufus had been reading over the course of the year. This, to me, was a perfectly legitimate way to spend 2 months, although my parents insisted that I had to find a job. Telling them about the job I already had was out of the question, and so the summer started off on a point of conflict. A week into my summer vacation, my mother resolved our conflict. If I had no intention of finding a job, she would put me to good use. Since I was home by myself, I would be conscripted into performing an essential service. I was alone and Natasha was alone. She didn't know anyone in the city and was making a nuisance of herself. From what I could understand, she wasn't actually doing anything to be a nuisance, but her mere presence in the apartment was inconvenient. My family felt that my uncle needed time alone with his new wife, and having Natasha around made him uncomfortable. Besides, she was difficult. My uncle reported that she refused to speak to her mother and literally hadn't said a word in weeks. The morning after my mother decided that I would keep Natasha company, I was on my way to my uncle's new apartment. I hadn't seen him, Zena, or Natasha since the wedding and the barbecue. They hadn't been back to our house, and I had had no reason to go there. In fact, in all the years that my uncle lived in Toronto, I had never been to his apartment. Despite occasional invitations, I avoided the place because I preferred not to see how he lived. By the time I arrived, my uncle had already left for work. Zena met me at the door wearing a blue Soviet house dress that could have passed for a hospital gown. She put her hand on my arm and ushered me into the kitchen, where she was filling out forms to obtain credentials from the school board. A stack of forms was laid out on the table along with black bread and cucumbers. She made me a sandwich I did not want, and told me what a wonderful man my uncle was. How she was very fortunate to find such a man and how good things would be as soon as Natasha became accustomed to their new life. We were co-conspirators, she and I, both working for Natasha's well-being. She was convinced that I would be able to help her. She sensed that Natasha liked me. Natasha didn't like many people. I'm her mother, and no matter what she says, I would cut off my right arm for her. But she has always been different. Even as a baby, she hardly smiled. Zena led me to Natasha's door and knocked. Through the door, she announced that I was here. After a brief pause, Natasha opened the door. She was wearing blue jeans and a souvenir t-shirt from Niagara Falls. I could see behind her into the room. There was a small bed and a table. On one wall was an old poster of Michael Jackson's circa Thriller. In bold red letters, a phonetic approximation of Michael Jackson's name was written in Cyrillic. I read the name slowly letter by letter since I was effectively illiterate. It gave me something to do while Natasha and Zena glared at each other in acrimonious silence. I'm an enemy because I took her away from her criminal friends. I'm an enemy because I wanted to give her a better life. Now she won't say a word, but one day she'll thank me. Without breaking her silence, Natasha grabbed my hand and led me out of the apartment. As we went past the door, Zena called after us, telling me to watch out for Natasha. I was to make sure that she didn't do anything stupid. Natasha should remember what it would do to my uncle if something were to happen to her. Even if she didn't care about how Zena felt, she should at least consider my uncle, for whom she was now like a daughter. In the stairway, Natasha released my hand and we descended to the back of the building and the parking lot. Outside, she turned and spoke what must have been her first words in weeks. "I can't stand looking at her. I want to scratch out my eyes. In Moscow, I never had to see her. Now she's always there." We wound our way out of the parking lot and toward the subdivisions leading back to my house. On the way, I decided to stop at Rufus's and pick up an eighth for one of our regular heads. Rufus had a house not far from us, and since it was still early in the morning, I knew that he would be home. I walked ahead and Natasha trailed along, more interested in the uniform lawns and houses than the specifics of where we were going. Aside from the odd Filipina nanny wheeling a little white kid, the streets were quiet. The sun was neither bright nor hot, and the outdoors felt conveniently like the indoors, God's thermostat set to suburban basement. In Moscow, everyone lives in apartments. The only time you see houses like this is in the country, where people have their dachas. 3 years ago this was the country. We found Rufus on his backyard deck listening to Led Zeppelin, eating an omelet. Although he was alone, the table was set for 4 with a complete set of linen napkins and matching cutlery. Rufus didn't seem at all surprised to see us. That was part of his persona. Rufus never appeared surprised about anything. At 20 years old, he had already accomplished more than most men twice his age. It was rumored that aside from dealing, Rufus was also a partner in a used car lot body shop and various other ventures. Nobody who knew him had ever seen him sleep. Even though I had only intended to see Rufus for as long as it took to get the eighth, he insisted on cooking us breakfast. Natasha and I sat at the kitchen counter as Rufus made more omelets. He explained that even when he ate alone, he liked to set a full table. The mere act of setting extra places prevented him from receding into solipsism. It also made for good karma, so that even when he was not expecting guests, there existed tangible evidence announcing that he was open to the possibility. While Rufus spoke, Natasha's eyes roamed around the house, taking in the spotless kitchen, the copper cookware, the living room with matching leather sofas, the abstract art on the walls. If not for the contents of the basement refrigerator, the house gave no indication that it was owned and inhabited by a drug dealer barely out of his teens. This was no accident. Rufus believed that it helped his business. His clients were all middle-class suburban kids, and despite his bohemian inclinations, a nice house in the suburbs was the perfect location. It kept him local, and it meant that, for his customers, a visit to their dealer felt just like coming home. Back on the deck, I explained to Rufus about Natasha, leaving out certain details I didn't think he needed to know. As Rufus and I talked, Natasha sat contentedly with her omelet and orange juice. Since we'd left my uncle's apartment, her attitude toward everything had taken a form of benign detachment. She was calibrated somewhere between resignation and joy. I noticed Rufus looking at her. Did I mention she was 14? My interest, I assure you, is purely anthropological, the anthropology of youth. She's an intense young woman. She's Russian. We're born intense. With all due respect, Berman, you and her aren't even the same species. To get her attention, Rufus leaned across the table and tapped Natasha on the arm. She looked up from her omelet and returned Rufus's smile. He asked me to translate for him. His own family, he said, could be traced back to Russia. He wanted to know what Russia was like now, what it was really like. With a shrug, Natasha answered, "Russia is difficult, but people enjoy themselves." After that first day, Natasha started coming to our house regularly. I no longer went to pick her up, but waited instead for her to arrive. Through my basement window, I could see her as she appeared in our backyard and wandered around inspecting my mother's peonies or the raspberry and red currant bushes. If I was in a certain mood, I would watch her for a while before going upstairs and opening the sliding glass door in the kitchen. Other times, I would just go and open the door. We spent most of our days in the basement. I read and Natasha studied television English. When I had a delivery to make, she accompanied me. Between reading, television English, and deliveries, I taught Natasha how to get high. I showed her how to roll a joint, to light a pipe, or, in a pinch, where to cut the holes in a Coke can or Gatorade bottle. In exchange, Natasha taught me other things. Many of these things had nothing to do with relationships. After our days in the basement, we would listen for my mother to arrive home from work. To avoid some serious unpleasantness, I made a habit of setting my alarm for 5 o'clock. If we weren't sleeping, the alarm simply reminded us to open a window or get dressed. By the time my mother came home, we were usually in the kitchen or out in the backyard. Chores that had been assigned to me were usually done at this time. It pleased my mother to come home and find me, spade in hand, turning over the earth around the berry bushes. Also, once it was established that Natasha much preferred to stay at our house, my mother grew more than accustomed to having her around. Unlike me and my father, Natasha volunteered to help her in the kitchen. The two of them would stand at the sink peeling potatoes and slicing up radishes and cucumbers for salad. I often came in to overhear my mother telling stories about her childhood in post-war Latvia, a land of outhouses, horse-drawn wagons, and friendly neighbors. In Natasha, she found a receptive audience. They spoke the same language, Russian girl to Russian girl. This despite the fact that, in too many ways, Natasha's childhood couldn't have been more different from my mother's if she had been raised by Peruvian cannibals, but there was never any indication of this in our kitchen. Only my mother telling stories and Natasha listening. Very quickly, our family of 3 became a family of 4. No more than 2 weeks after I picked her up at my uncle's apartment, Natasha became a fixture at our house. It was a situation that, for different and even perversely conflicting reasons, suited everyone. It solved the Natasha problem for my uncle. It solved the Xena problem for Natasha. It made my mother feel like she was protecting my uncle's last chance at happiness and also satisfying her own latent desire for a daughter. It absolved me of the need to find a job and cast me in a generally favorable light with the rest of my family. And strangely enough, Natasha's incorporation into the household made the things we did in the basement seem less significant, or not significant at all. What we did in the basement became only a part of who we were. There were layers upon layers. Which was why, at any one moment, I felt for Natasha the most natural and unusual feelings. To explain the feelings would be impossible, but whatever they were never bad. Since I had been conditioned to approach relationships as negotiation, I was amazed to discover that it could be as straightforward as daily routines. One day, after some but not too many days together, Natasha simply changed her position. We were sitting inches apart, each on our own beanbag. Moments before, we had finished smoking a joint and I had gone back to Kafka's diaries. I became aware of what she was doing slower than a 16-year-old should have. I looked over as she adjusted herself. That she saw me looking changed nothing. On the beanbag, she turned to me and said, very simply, as if it were as insignificant to her as it was significant to me, "Do you want to?" At 16, no expert but not inexperienced, I lived in a permanent state of want to. But for everything I knew almost nothing. In the middle of the day, Natasha in the basement was the first time I had felt such a connection. All the parts available for viewing. Nothing in my previous dimly lit experiences compared. In my teenage life, what was more elusive than a properly illuminated connection? And the fact that it was Natasha, my nominal cousin, 14, strange, no longer mattered. After spending days with her and thinking about her at night, I knew very well how I felt. And so when she asked if I wanted to, I wanted to. That day was the first of many firsts. With the house to ourselves and no threat of being disturbed, we did everything I had ever dreamed of doing, including some things that hadn't even occurred to me. We spent time together, we slept in the same bed. I watched her walk across the room. I watched her exist. These prosaic things, being new, were as exciting as the connection. And for me, the connection was as much about the variation as the pleasure. Much of the pleasure was in the variation. I kept a mental list from experience to experience, crossing off one accomplishment after another. Nothing was repeated until everything was attempted. That way, in the event that I was struck by a bus, I would feel as though I had lived a full life. Most of the things we did Natasha had already done, but she was perfectly happy to oblige. If she was doing it as a favor, she never expected gratitude and demanded nothing in return. In our quieter moments, Natasha told me about the men who had taken her picture. She had never minded any of it, but she never understood why they couldn't explain why they liked one thing over another. They had always known exactly how they wanted her to look, but none of them could give her a reason. Why did they prefer her leg raised this way and not that? Why squatting from behind or holding her hand in a certain position? Some of the positions had been practically identical, and yet they had insisted on them. The only explanation they offered was that it looked good or that it was appealing, and yet she never felt that way about men. She never cared how they looked or what side she was viewing them from. You don't care how I look, you look how you look. If you bent over, it wouldn't make any difference to me. I bent over. That doesn't make any difference, it looks silly. But what if I bend over? Does it look silly? No, it looks good. Why is that? It just does. You can't explain it. I thought it had to do with the forbidden. The attraction to the forbidden in the forbidden, the forbiddiness. But it still wasn't much of an answer. At the same time that things with Natasha were improving, my mother started to hear the first rumblings of trouble in my uncle's marriage. My grandparents, who had been accustomed to visiting my uncle frequently, were informed that maybe they shouldn't come over quite so often. Their habit of arriving unannounced was aggravating Zena, who insisted that she had too much to worry about without always having to accommodate my grandparents. My grandmother, although hurt, naturally made excuses for both my uncle and Zena. We were a close family, she said, but not all people can be expected to be the same way. Also, with time, as Zena became more comfortable, she was certain that she would feel differently. In any case, as long as my uncle was happy, she was prepared to respect Zena's wishes. My uncle, for his part, said nothing. The signals were mixed. There was what my grandmother said, but my mother also knew that he and Zena took a weekend trip together to Niagara-on-the-Lake and another to Quebec City. After Quebec City, my uncle sported a new leather jacket and a gray Stetson. Whatever was happening between them, he wasn't complaining. I heard all of these things through my mother, but I also heard other things from Natasha. I now knew more about my uncle's life than I ever had, and certainly more than anyone else in my family. I knew, for instance, that he now spent as many nights on the living room couch as he did in the bedroom. I knew that Zena was racking up long-distance bills to Moscow, calling Natasha's father, a drunk who had effectively abandoned them years ago. She called in the mornings as soon as my uncle left for work and made various and emphatic promises. Natasha had seen her father only infrequently as a child and was perfectly content to go the rest of her life without seeing him again. She could say the same thing about her mother. Essentially, since the age of 8, she had been on her own. Going to school, coming home, cooking her own dinners, running around with friends. Zena, when not at work, was chasing after Natasha's father or bringing random men into the apartment. As much as possible, Natasha avoided her. When Natasha was 12, a friend of hers told her about a man who paid $10 for some pictures of her. The girl had gone and taken a shower in the man's bathroom, and he had not only paid her but also bought her dinner. He had promised her the same again if she could bring a friend. $10 each for taking a shower. Natasha remembered thinking that the man had to be an idiot. She went, took her shower, and collected her $10. There wasn't much to it, and it wasn't as boring as hanging out at her friend's apartment. And $10 was $10. Xena hardly gave her anything, and so it was good to have some of her own money. After that man was another who took pictures of her and some friends in the forest. He had them climb birch trees and lie down in a meadow. He asked some of the girls to hold hands and pose together. Another man took some photos of her in her school uniform. None of these men touched her, but she wouldn't have cared if they had. They were nice, and she felt sorry for them. All of this led eventually to a Soviet director who had gone from working at the Moscow studios to making films for Western businessmen. The man had a dacha on the outskirts of the city and would send a car around to pick up Natasha and her friends. Some of these friends were girls, some boys. They would spend the day at the dacha eating, drinking, having a good time. At some point the director would shoot some movies of them. Aside from teenagers, there were also older women. On the first day, Natasha watched the women interact. She understood that doing it or not doing it was not a serious consideration. In the end, everyone did it. If not in movies, then somewhere else, and it made absolutely no difference one way or the other. The only thing about being at the dacha was that it was much more pleasant. The house was beautiful, and there was a large lawn and a forest. There was also a banya and a jacuzzi. The filming itself didn't even take very long. The rest of the time they just relaxed. She was never asked to do anything she didn't want to, and she never saw anyone else do something that she wouldn't have done herself. Even though she and her friends knew they wouldn't be at the dacha if it weren't for the movies, the interactions never felt as though they were the focus. The director and the other men became their friends. They treated them very well, and if they wanted to spend time with the girls could see no reason why not. At the end of the day, everyone got $25. Natasha didn't have any of the pictures or movies, which was disappointing since I wanted to see them. But it wasn't like she was a model. She didn't keep an album of pictures to show to prospective photographers. She was the album. They looked at her and preferred not to know about her past. And without having pictures around, there was no risk of Xena finding out what Natasha was doing. Not that she thought Xena would care. Instead, it was that Natasha suspected Xena would want the money. In any case, when Xena did finally find out, it was only because she heard something from another girl's mother. And much as Natasha expected, Xena told her that if she was going to be difficult, she could at least help out with the rent. Natasha never felt like she was difficult. She didn't do it for the money, but she also wasn't so stupid as to turn it down. If anyone was difficult, it was Xena, and she came cheap. She sold herself to Natasha's father for nothing, and the men she brought to the apartment treated her poorly. They paid her with curses and bruises. I carried all this information around like a prize. It was my connection to a larger, darker world. At Rufus's parties, it allowed me to feel superior to the other stoner acolytes, comparing Nietzsche to Bob Marley. I took Natasha to these parties, and she stood quietly listening to our incoherent and impassioned conversations. Later, she would surprise me with just how much she had understood. By midsummer, if called upon, Natasha could answer basic questions and had learned enough to know when to tell someone to leave. The other stoners liked more than anything to hear Natasha say leave in her crisp Moscow accent. In crude canine fashion, they accepted Natasha as one of their own. Natasha was cool. We coasted this way into August when Xena appeared in our backyard one evening during dinner. The way she looked, it was clear that something horrible was about to happen. My mother opened the sliding door and Xena burst into our kitchen and inaccurately described what Natasha and I had been doing. Then screams, sobbing, and hysterics. I watched as my father restrained Natasha from her mother, her teeth leaving a bloody wound on Xena's hand. Xena let fly a torrent of invective, most of which I couldn't understand. But I understood enough to know that what was happening in the kitchen was nothing compared with what was to come. Xena threatened to call the police, to place an ad in the Russian newspaper, to personally knock on all of our neighbors' doors. Natasha struggled in my father's grip and freed herself enough to lunge unsuccessfully for a bread knife. She shrieked that her mother was a liar. I sat in my chair, nauseated, contemplating lies and escape. After my father bandaged Zena's hand, she waited outside while my mother talked with Natasha and me. With Zena outside, my mother fumbled for the proper way to pose the question. It was hard to believe that what Zena was saying was true, but why would she make something like this up? Natasha said that it was because her mother hated her and never wanted her to be happy. She was jealous that Natasha was happy with us and wanted to ruin it, just as she had dragged Natasha from Moscow even though she hadn't wanted to go. Zena hated her and wanted to ruin her life. That was all. When my mother turned to me, I denied everything. Unless Zena produced pictures or video, I wasn't admitting a thing. I was terrified, but I wasn't a moron. When it became obvious that we had reached an impasse, my mother called my uncle. He came to our house in a state of anxiety that was remarkable even for him. He sat down between my mother and Zena on the living room couch. I was beside my father, who was in his armchair, and Natasha stood rigidly with her back against the door. My uncle confessed that he didn't know what was happening. Everything had been fine. What situation doesn't have problems? But on the whole he was content. The only explanation he could propose was that all of this might have had to do with a fight between Zena and Natasha over a phone bill. There had been a very expensive bill to Russia, almost $600, which Zena had said were calls to her mother. He could understand that while getting used to a new life, Zena would want to talk to her mother. Also, her mother was alone in Moscow and missed her. It was only natural that there would be calls. That there were so many was unfortunately a financial and not a personal problem. If it was within his means, he would be happy if Zena talked to her mother as much as she liked. But as it was, he had suggested that she try to be more careful about the amount of time she spent on the phone. They talked about it, and she said she understood. It was then that Natasha accused Zena of lying to him, and said she wanted her mother to tell him the truth about who she had been calling. This started a fight. But at no point did he hear anything about me and Natasha. He was certain it wasn't true and was just something between a mother and daughter. Everyone was still getting used to things, and it would be a mistake to make too much of it. In a day or so, everyone would calm down and it would be forgotten. That night my uncle, Zena, and Natasha slept at our house. Natasha in the guest room, Zena on the downstairs couch, and my uncle on the floor beside her. Zena refused to leave the house without Natasha, and Natasha refused to leave with Zena. I was relegated to my basement. In the morning, Natasha had indeed calmed down, and she agreed to return home with Zena and my uncle. Foregoing breakfast, the three of them walked out the door, neither looking at or touching one another. As we watched them go, my mother announced that she had now seen enough craziness to last a lifetime. Whatever the truth, she knew one thing for certain: Natasha and I were kaput. The following day, after hours of waiting, I left the house and headed for Rufus's. Books, bong, television. No distraction could eclipse the greater distraction of Natasha's absence. I was alone in my basement. She was up 11 floors with Zena. I couldn't understand why she didn't come. Our afternoons could still be hours. My mother's proscription didn't have to be obeyed between 9 and 5. Had the situation been reversed, I would not have disappointed her. Despite everything that had happened the previous night, I couldn't see why anything needed to change. Clearly, judging from the teeth marks on Zena's hand, Natasha wasn't Zena's source of information. And even though Zena's accusation happened to be more true than not, it appeared to be an unfortunate raving coincidence rather than something she could confirm. I didn't see why I had to suffer because of a lunatic. A pool company's van was parked outside Rufus's, and I followed the sound of voices into the backyard. In the middle of the yard, Rufus stood with two men from the pool company. Guys in jeans and golf shirts with the pool company's logo stitched on the breast pocket. The three were talking like old friends, each with a beer in hand, discussing the possible dimensions of a possible pool. Rufus invited me to contribute to the deliberations. If the price was right, they could start digging tomorrow. I had never known Rufus to be much of a swimmer. On nights when some of the other stoners and I would hop the fences of neighborhood pools, he rarely participated. "Do you even swim?" "Berman, nobody swims in these things. They're for floating. Fill them up with plastic inflatables and free associate. Gentle swaying stimulates the brain pan." I watched the pool guys pacing off most of his yard. "Why not start with a hammock and work your way up? Sometimes I'm out here and I need to take a leak. But I don't want to go inside. The weather's nice. I want to stay out, but I need to pee. Just for that, the pool would be worth the investment. You could pee on the bushes. I'm a suburban homeowner. There's a social contract. Pissing in the pool is fine, but whipping out your dick and irrigating the shrubbery is bad news. It's all about property value." I settled back on Rufus's deck and waited for the pool guys to leave. I had no deliveries to make that morning, and I had neglected to bring along the books I was supposed to return to him. I was there without the veneer of pretext. After escorting the pool guys back to their van, Rufus joined me on the deck. "Where's the girl?" "With her mother." "I thought she hated her mother." "She does." "So what are you doing here?" "Go liberate her. It's forbidden. You're 16, everything is forbidden. The world expects you to disobey. I've been accused of unnatural acts." Society was founded on unnatural acts. Read the Bible. You start with Adam and Eve. After that, if somebody doesn't boink a sibling, it's end of story. "You mind if I use that argument with my mother?" Rufus got up and looked out across his yard. "What do you think about a hot tub instead of the pool? With the pool, do everything in mosaic tile. Give it a real Greek feel. Put up some Doric columns. Get a little fountain. Eat grapes. Play Socrates." He descended from the deck and walked to the corner of his yard and struck a pose that was either Socrates or the fountain. Our conversation was over. From Rufus's, I walked to my uncle's building and lurked until an old man was buzzed in by another old man. Romeo climbed a trellis, so I took the stairs. 11 flights later, I was in the hallway, passing the smells of other apartments. With one or two exceptions, all the doorposts had mezuzahs, just like the hallways above and below. Everyone conveniently assembled for Yuja solicitors and neo-Nazis. I knocked and Zena opened the door. She was wearing the same blue house dress. She blocked the doorway so that it was hard to see beyond her into the apartment. At first she said nothing. I had prepared myself for the worst, but she seemed pleased to see me. "I wanted to apologize to you myself. I don't blame you for what happened. It wasn't your fault. She has turned grown men inside out and you're just a boy. It was crazy to expect anything else. I know how weak men are. I am to blame. The life in Russia was like a disease to children. Natasha is a very sick girl." Behind Zena I noticed a movement. It was Natasha. I could see her over Zena's shoulder. She stood at the far end of the apartment, leaning against the living room couch. When I caught her eyes, they reflected nothing. They were no less remote than the first time I saw her at the airport. She continued looking in my direction, but I couldn't discern if she was looking at me or the back of Zena's head. Zena, sensing Natasha's presence, turned to look at her daughter. When she looked back at me, her turning was a motion that included the closing of the door. "It will be best for everybody if you didn't see Natasha anymore." Late that night, after a day spent missing Natasha, despairing over the black void that was the remainder of my summer and my life in general, Natasha knocked on my basement window. I woke up and cupped my hands against the glass to see out. By the sound of the knock, I knew it was her. I looked out and saw her squatting like a Vietnamese peasant in front of the window. In the dark, it was hard to see her face. Upstairs in the kitchen, I opened the sliding glass door and went into the yard to join her. She was hugging her knees at the base of our pine tree. Her suitcase, the same one I had seen at the airport, was lying on the grass beside her. When I got close enough, I could see that she had been crying. I joined her on the grass. Already, after only 1 day apart and remembering the way she had looked at me over Zena's shoulder, I didn't feel as though I could touch her. You listened to her lies. Why did you listen to her lies? What was I supposed to do? You could have knocked her down. You could have broken down the door, and what then? I don't know, something else would have happened. But you left me alone with her. You looked right at me. Why didn't you say anything? But I already told you everything. You saw how she tried to ruin my life and your life and how she was killing your uncle. You knew all of this, but you didn't do anything. You're like your uncle. You want people to make decisions for you. Natasha picked at the grass. Tears welled up in her eyes. She let them fall. I got up and picked up her suitcase. It felt empty and weighed almost nothing. I made a move toward the house. What are you doing, taking it inside? I can't go inside. I can't stay here. I have to leave. You have to leave tonight. Do you want to come with me? Where? Florida. One of the businessmen who came to the dacha lives there. He is very rich. He promised that if I ever came to Florida, he would give me a job. He'll give you one too. We have to decide this tonight. Yes, I can't stay here and I can't go home. There is no more home. My mother has left your uncle. I can't live with her and I can't stay with him. I have nowhere to go. What do you mean your mother left my uncle? I forced them to decide. I put the suitcase back down. She made him sleep on the couch again. I went out to the living room. At first he was asleep, but when he woke up and understood what was happening, he didn't stop me. He knew whose mouth it was. And then she heard and came out of the bedroom. He needed me to do it that way or he would never have gotten away from her. I wasn't going to let her ruin his life. I wasn't going to let her win. Strangely, my first thought was about my grandmother. My next thought was that my uncle would kill himself. He let her insult him, embarrass him, steal his money. But he wouldn't leave her. He was a coward. So I gave him a coward's reason to leave. It's funny, other men would have felt the opposite way. They would have taken it as a reason to stay and spent the next 2 years controlling me. I helped Natasha back down into the basement and promised her that I would wake her before my parents got up. I gave her my bed and slept on the floor. When the alarm rang, I dug out all the money I had and gave it to her. It amounted to a little more than $100. I watched her drag her suitcase down our street, heading in the direction of the bus station in Florida. When my parents woke up, the phones were already ringing. My uncle had arrived on my grandparents' doorstep at 7 in the morning. His marriage was over. This confirmed my grandmother's suspicions. From the first, she had felt something wasn't right with Zena. That her daughter was the product of a Shagets should have been enough. Now my uncle was without an apartment, and he was financially obligated for Zena and Natasha because of the sponsorship papers he had signed. As to why the separation had to be so drastic, why he couldn't stay in the apartment until he found a new place, my uncle was vague. They could no longer live together. Nobody in my family asked about Natasha or even knew that she had left home. As far as the family was concerned, once my uncle severed his relationship with Zena, she and Natasha ceased to exist. For days afterward, I stayed in my basement. I had no interest in going out, seeing my friends, making deliveries. I was compromised by everything I knew. I knew too much about my uncle. I knew things about him that a 16-year-old nephew should not have known. And when my mother invited him to our house for dinner, in an effort to bolster his spirits, I sat across the table from him and tried to suppress the feeling of an awkward bond. The bond two men have when they have been with the same woman. It wasn't the sort of bond I wanted to share with my 44-year-old uncle, especially under the circumstances. But the feeling was more powerful than my desire not to feel it. It was too easy to picture him with her. Everything my uncle did during dinner, talking, Eating, drinking reminded me that he had been with Natasha. The mouth he spoke with, the hands he ate with, his physical self, were the same mouth, hand, self that had been with Natasha. Of those first few depressing days after Natasha left, the dinner with my uncle was the worst. During that dinner, he avoided the subject of Xena and Natasha entirely. It was the only thing on everyone's mind, and so, characteristically, it was the only thing nobody mentioned. Instead, my uncle gave a very long and detailed history of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. Arafat, Rabin, Ben-Gurion, Balfour, Begin, Nasser, Sadat. I wondered what kept my uncle going, what life offered him, why he didn't kill himself. Watching him, listening to him talk, I realized that there was nothing I could do for him. I felt better. The following morning I ended my self-imposed seclusion and took the familiar walk to Rufus's. Weeks remained in my summer. There were books to read and whatever else the summer still had to offer. During my seclusion I had avoided all phone calls. Rufus had left typically cryptic messages, as did some of my other friends. Something in their voices intimated that there was excitement in our world. Activity was taking place without me. Conversations, discoveries, all sorts of important new things. Because of Natasha, I had removed myself from the common equation, and I was ready to return and accept my place within the social order. Approaching Rufus's house, I wasn't surprised to see the pool company's van as well as a large truck brimming with dirt. Guys with wheelbarrows were carting dirt out from Rufus's yard and shoveling it into the truck. Teams of 6 landscapers shouldered 10-foot-long Doric columns in the opposite direction. The strains of Bizet's Carmen wafted from the backyard. The neighborhood had never seen anything like it. In the backyard, I spotted most of my friends. Guys that had never held down a real job, guys like me who spent their days in basements reading, smoking, and engaging in self-abuse. They were fanned out across Rufus's yard, straining, digging, smoothing, lifting, side by side with the landscapers and pool installers. They looked very happy, intimately involved, and already they had succeeded in transforming Rufus's yard. A massive hole, many feet deep, dominated the property. An orange plastic fence had been erected around the hole's circumference to keep the workmen and stoners from accidentally falling in. Up on the deck, seated with one of the pool guys I had seen on my last visit, was Rufus. A blueprint was laid out on the table, and both of them were hunched over it as though it were a battle plan. I mounted the steps to the deck and stood behind Rufus and waited for him to acknowledge me. Over his shoulder I could see the detail of the blueprint. There were columns, cypress trees, a fountain, and Rufus's hot tub. Rufus looked up as I bent closer to get a better look. For the briefest instant his face assumed an expression I had never seen before. At that moment I didn't understand what it meant, but I later recognized it as pity. "Berman, what's the matter? You don't return calls anymore." He rose and had me follow him down into the yard. I felt the onset of dread. Something about Rufus's posture alerted me to tragedy. It was then that I also realized that none of my friends had said anything to me. The yard was busy, but not so busy that none of them would have seen me. I had, after all, seen them. The sum of these impressions began to register. I knew that whatever it was very bad, and that I was trapped and helpless to avoid the damage. I sensed all of this as I descended from the deck and heard the screen door open. Using her hip, Natasha slid the door closed. She was carrying a tray with a pitcher of water and multicolored plastic glasses. Rufus watched me for a reaction and then took me gently by the shoulder and out to the front of the house. "Berman, this is why I asked you to call. I wanted to tell you on the phone, but it wasn't exactly the sort of thing I could leave on an answering machine." Another team of landscapers passed us with a Doric column. I felt a compulsion to stick out my foot and trip them. "To start a brawl, draw blood, break bones. She doesn't want to see you. I'm sorry about this, Berman, it's just the way it is. I made way for the Doric column. How much do those things weigh? Not as much as you'd think. They're masonry and plaster, not marble. If they were marble, I'd need slaves. I thought she was going to Florida. Come on, Berman, she's a fucking kid. How is she supposed to get to Florida? She barely speaks English. Either she's here or she's on the street. Right. She thinks you betrayed her. She's very principled. Anyway, she'll be safe here. That's one way to look at it. I hope you're not mad. It's not personal. I still have some of your books and maybe a few grams of weed. That's cool. Don't sweat it. Consider them yours. What a great deal for me. That's a shitty attitude, Berman. You're smarter than that. I'm a fucking genius. Take care of yourself, Berman. I lingered in front of Rufus's house after he left and watched the wheelbarrows come and go. I waited for the workmen to bring in the last of the Doric columns and then walked home. In another country, under another code, it would have been my duty to return to Rufus's with a gun. But in the suburbs, at the end of my 16th summer, this was not an option. Instead, I resorted to a form of civilized murder. By the time I reached my house, everyone in Rufus's yard was dead. Rufus, Natasha, my stoner friends. I would never see them again. By the time I got home, I had already crafted a new identity. I would switch schools, change my wardrobe, move to another city. Later, I would avenge myself with beautiful women, learn martial arts, and cultivate exotic experiences. I saw my future clearly. I had it all planned out. And yet, standing in our backyard, drawn by a strange impulse, I crouched and peered through the window into my basement. I had never seen it from this perspective. I saw what Natasha must have seen every time she came to the house. In the full light of summer, I looked into darkness. It was the end of my subterranean life. Some other, better Otto Deborah Eisenberg. I don't know why I committed us to any of those things, Otto said. I'd much prefer to be working or reading, and you'll want all the time you can get this week to practice. It's fine with me, William said. I always like to see Sharon, and we'll survive the evening with your. Otto winced. Well, we will, William said. And don't you want to see Naomi and Margaret and the baby as soon as they get back? Everyone always says, don't you want to see the baby, don't you want to see the baby? But if I did want to see a fat, bald, confused person, obviously I'd have only to look in the mirror. I was reading a remarkable article in the paper this morning about holiday depression, William said. Should I clip it for you? The statistics were amazing. The statistics cannot have been amazing, the article cannot have been remarkable, and I am not depressed. I just happen to be bored sick by these inane waving our little antennae, joining our little paws in indication of, oh, what is the point? Why did I agree to any of this? Well, William said, I mean, this is what we do. Well, true. And the further truth was, Otto saw, that he himself wanted, in some way, to see Sharon. He himself wanted, in some way, to see Naomi and Margaret and the baby as soon as possible. And it was even he himself who had agreed to join his family for Thanksgiving. It would be straining some concept, possibly the concept of wanted, possibly the concept of self, to say that he himself had wanted to join them. And yet there clearly must have been an implicit alternative to joining them that was even less desirable, or he would not, after all, have agreed to it. It had taken him how long? Years and years to establish a viable, if not pristine, degree of estrangement from his family. Which was no doubt why, he once explained to William, he had tended over the decades to be so irascible and easily exhausted. The sustained effort, the subliminal concentration that was required to detach the stubborn prehensile hold, was enough to wear a person right out and keep him from ever getting down to anything of real substance. Weddings had lapsed entirely, birthdays were a phone call at the most, and at Christmas, Otto and William sent lavish gifts of out-of-season fruits, in the wake of which would arrive recriminatory little thank-you notes. From mid-December to mid-January, they would absent themselves. not merely from the perilous vicinity of Otto's family, but from the entire country, to frolic in blue water under sunny skies. When his mother died, Otto experienced an exhilarating melancholy. Most of the painful encounters and obligations would now be a thing of the past. Life, with its humorous theatricality, had bestowed and revoked with one gesture, and there he abruptly was, in the position he felt he'd been born for. He was alone in the world. Or alone in the world anyway, with William. Marching ahead of his sisters and brother Corinne, Martin, and Sharon, Otto was in the front ranks now, death's cannon fodder and so on. He had become old overnight and free. Old and free. Old and free. Still, he made himself available to provide legal advice or to arrange a summer internship for some child or nephew. He saw Sharon from time to time. From time to time there were calls. "Of course you're too busy, but," "Of course you're not interested, but," was how they began. This was the one thing Corinne and her husband and Martin, and whichever wife, were always all in accord about, that Otto seemed to feel he was too good for the rest of them, despite the obvious indications to the contrary. Who was too good for whom? It often came down to a show of force. When Corinne had called a week or so earlier about Thanksgiving, Otto, addled by alarm, said, "We're having people ourselves, I'm afraid." Corinne's silence was like a mirror, flashing his tiny, harmless lie back at him in huge magnification, all covered with sticky hairs and microbes. "Well, I'll see what I can do," he said. "Please try," Corinne said. The phrase had the unassailable authority of a road sign appearing suddenly around the bend, falling rock. "Otto, the children are growing up." "Children? What children? Your children grew up years ago, Corinne. Your children are old now like us." "I meant, of course, Martin's, the new ones." "Martin and Lorrie's, and there's Portia." "Portia? Oh yes, the little girl. The sole, thank heavens, issue of Martin's marriage to that crazy Viola." "I'll see what I can do," Otto said again, this time less cravenly. It was Corinne's own fault. A person of finer sensibilities would have written a note, or used email, or would savingly have left a message at his office, giving him time to prepare some well-crafted deterrent rather than whatever makeshift explosive he would obviously be forced to lob back at her under direct attack. "Wesley and I are having it in the city this year," Corinne was saying. "No need to come all the way out to the nasty country. A few hours and it will all be over with. Seriously, Otto, you're an integral element. We're keeping it simple this year. This year, Corinne, there have been no other years. You do not observe Thanksgiving. In fact, Otto, we do, and we all used to. Who? All of us. Never. When can you imagine Mother being thankful for anything? We always celebrated Thanksgiving when Father was alive. I remember no such thing." "I do, I remember, and so does Martin. Martin was 4 when Father died. Well, you were little too. I was twice Martin's age." "Oh, Otto, I just feel sad sometimes, to tell you the truth, don't you? It's all going so fast. I'd like to see everyone in the same room once a century or so. I want to see everybody well and happy. I mean, you and Martin and Sharon were my brothers and sister. What was that all about? Don't you remember, playing together all the time? I just remember Martin throwing up all the time. You'll be nice to him, won't you, Otto? He's still very sensitive. He won't want to talk about the lawsuit." "Have you spoken to Sharon?" "Well, that's something I wanted to talk to you about, actually. I'm afraid I might have offended her. I stressed the fact that it was only to be us this year. No aunts or uncles, no cousins, no friends, just us, and husbands or wives, husband and wife, or whatever, and children naturally, but she became very hostile." "Assuming William to be whatever," Otto said, "why shouldn't Sharon bring a friend if she wants to? William is family. And surely you remember when she brought that person to Christmas, the person with the feet. I wish you'd go by and talk to her in the next few days. She seems to listen to you." Otto fished up a magazine from the floor, one of the popular science magazines William always left lying around, and idly opened it. "Wesley and I reach out to her," Corinne was saying. "And so does Martin, but she doesn't respond. I know it can be hard for her to be with people, but we're not people, we're family. I'm sure she understands that, Corinne. I hope you do too, Otto. How clearly he could see, through the phone line, this little sister of his in her 50s, now the 6-year-old's expression of aggrieved anxiety long etched decisively on her face. In any case, she said, I've called. And yet there was something to what Corinne had said. They had been one another's environs as children. The distance between them had been as great, in any important way, as it was now, but there had been no other beings close by, no other beings through whom they could probe or illumine the mystifying chasms and absences and yearnings within themselves. They had been born into the arid clutter of one another's behavior, good and bad, their measles, skinned knees, report cards, a barren landscape dotted with clutter. Perhaps the life of the last dinosaurs, as they ranged, puzzled and sorrowful, across the comet-singed planet, was similar to childhood. It hadn't been a pleasant time, surely, and yet one did have an impulse to acknowledge one's antecedents now and again. Hello, that was us, it still is, goodbye, I don't know, William said. It doesn't seem fair to put any pressure on Sharon. Heaven forfend. But I did promise Corinne I'd speak with Sharon. And after all, I haven't actually seen her for some time. We could just go have a plain old visit, though. I don't know. Urging her to go to Corinne's, I'm not really comfortable about that. Oof, William, phrase, please, jargon. Why is that jargon? Why, how should I know why? Because it is. You can say, I'm uncomfortable about that, or that makes me uncomfortable. But I'm uncomfortable with that is simply jargon. He picked up a book sitting next to him on the table and opened it. Relativity for Dummies. Good heavens, he said, snapping the book shut. Obviously Martin doesn't want to talk about the lawsuit. Why bother to mention that to me? Does she think I'm going to ask Martin whether it's true that he's been misrepresenting the value of his client's stock? Am I likely to talk about it? I'm perfectly happy to read about it in the Times every day like everyone else. You know, William said, we could go away early this year. We could just pick up and leave on Wednesday if you'd like. I would not like. I would like you to play in your concert as always. William took the book from Otto and held Otto's hand between his own. They're not really so bad, you know, your family, he said. Sometimes William's consolations were oddly like provocations. Easy for you to say, Otto said. Not that easy. I'm sorry, Otto said. I know. Just like William to suggest going away early for Otto's sake, when he looked forward so much to his concert. The little orchestra played publicly only once a year, the Sunday after Thanksgiving. Otto endured the grating preparatory practicing, not exactly with equanimity. It had to be admitted, but with relative forbearance, just for the pleasure of seeing William's radiant face on the occasion. William in his suit, William fussing over the programs, William busily arranging tickets for friends. Otto's sunny, his patient, his deeply good William. Toward the end of every year, when the city lights glimmered through the fuzzy winter dark, on the Sunday after Thanksgiving, William with his glowing violin, urging the good-natured, timid audience into passionate explorations of the unseen world. And every year now, from the audience, Otto felt William's impress stamped on the planet, more legible and valuable by 1 year, all the more legible and valuable for the 1 year's diminution in William's beauty. How spectacular he had been the first time Otto brought him to a family event, that gladiatorial Christmas 30-odd years earlier. How had Otto ever marshaled the nerve to do it? Oh, one could say till one was blue in the face that Christmas was a day like any other. What difference would it make if he and William were to spend that particular day apart, and so on? And yet, yes, the occasion forced the issue, didn't it? Either he and William would both attend, or Otto would attend alone, or they would not attend together. But whatever it was that one decided to do, it would be a declaration to the family and to the other. And the fact was, to oneself. Steeled by new love, in giddy defiance, Otto had arrived at the house with William, to all intents and purposes on his arm. A tidal wave of nervous prurience had practically blown the door out from inside the instant he and William ascended the front step. And all evening aunts, uncles, cousins, mother, and siblings had stared at William beadily, as if a little bunny had loped out into a clearing in front of them. William's beauty and the fact that he was scarcely 20 had embarrassed Otto on other occasions, but never so searingly. "How intelligent he is!" Otto's relatives kept whispering to one another loudly, meaning apparently that it was a marvel he could speak. Unlike, the further implication was, the men they'd evidently been imagining all these years. Otto had brought someone to a family event only once before, also on a Christmas, with everyone in attendance. Diandra Fetlin, a feverishly brilliant colleague, far less beautiful than William. During the turkey, she thumped Otto on the arm whenever he made a good point in the argument he was having with Wesley, and continued to eat with solemn assiduity. Then, while the others applied themselves to dessert, a stucco-like fantasy requiring vigilance, Diandra had delivered an explication of one of the firm's recent cases that was worth 3 semesters of law school. No one commented on her intelligence, and no one had been in the least deceived by Otto's tepid display of interest in her. "So," Corinne had said in a loud and artificially genial tone, as if she were speaking to an armed high school student, "where did you and William meet, Otto?" The table fell silent. Otto looked out at the wolfish ring of faces. "On 3rd Avenue, he said distinctly, and returned to his meal. "Sorry," he said as he and William climbed into the car afterward. "Sorry to have embarrassed you. Sorry to have shocked them. Sorry, but what was I supposed to say? All that completely fraudulent interest, the solicitude. The truth is, they've never sanctioned my way of life, or, alternately, they've always sanctioned it. Oh, what on earth good is it to have a word that means only itself and its opposite?" Driving back to the city, through the assaultively scenic and demographically uniform little towns, they were silent. William had witnessed. His power over Otto had been substantially increased by the preceding several hours, and yet he was exhibiting no signs of triumph. On the contrary, his habitual chipper mood was simply eclipsed. Otto glanced at him. No glance was returned. Back in the apartment, they sat for a while in the dark. Tears stung Otto's eyes and nose. He would miss William terribly. "It was a mistake," he said. William gestured absently. "Well, we had to do it sooner or later. We did." It was as if snow had begun to fall in the apartment, a gentle, chiming, twinkling snow. And sitting there, looking at one another silently, it became apparent that what each was facing was his future. Marvelous to watch William out in the garden, now with the late chrysanthemums. It was a flower Otto had never liked until William instructed him to look again. Well, all right, so it wasn't a merry flower. But flowers could comfortably embrace a range of qualities, it seemed. And now, how Otto loved the imperial colors, the tensely arched blossoms, the cleansing scent that seemed dipped up from the pure well of winter, nature's ceremony of end and beginning. The flat little disk of autumn sun was retreating, high up over the neighbors' buildings. As Otto gazed out the window, William straightened, shaded his eyes, waved, and bent back to work. Late in the year, William in the garden. Otto bought the brownstone when he and William had decided to truly move in together. Over 25 years ago, that was. The place was in disrepair and cost comparatively little at the time. While Otto hacked his way through the barbed thickets of intellectual property rights issues that had begun to spring up everywhere, struggling to disentangle tiny shoots of weak, drab good from vibrant, hardy evil, William worked in the garden and on the house. And to earn, as he insisted on doing, a modest living of his own, he proofread for a small company that published books about music. Eventually, they rented out the top story of the brownstone, for a purely nominal sum, to Naomi, whom they'd met around the neighborhood and liked. It was nice to come home late and see her light on, to run into her on the stairs. She'd been just a girl when she'd moved in, really, nodding and smiling, and ducking her head when she encountered them at the door or on the way up with intractable brown paper bags, bulging as if they were full of cats but tufted with peculiar groceries, vegetables, sprouting globular appendages and sloshing cartons of mysterious liquids. Then, farther along in the distant past, Margaret had appeared. Where there had been one in the market at the corner bar on the stairs, now there were two. Naomi, short and lively, given to boots and charming cowgirl skirts; tall, arrestingly bony Margaret with arched eyebrows and bright red hair. Now there were lines around Naomi's eyes. She had widened and settled downward. One rarely recalled Margaret's early, sylvan loveliness. So long ago, though it felt that way only at moments when Otto passed by a mirror unprepared, or when he bothered to register the probable ages, in comparison with his own, of people whom so recently he would have taken for contemporaries, or when he caught a glimpse of a middle-aged person coming toward him on the street who turned into William, or sometimes when he thought of Sharon, and right this moment, Naomi and Margaret were on their way back from China with their baby. The adoption went through. Naomi's recent, ecstatic email had announced adoption. Had the girls upstairs failed to notice that they had slid into their late 40s? Sharon's apartment looked, as always, as if it had been sealed up in some innocent period against approaching catastrophes. There were several blonde wood chairs, and a sofa, all slip-covered in a nubby, unexceptionable fabric that suggested nun's sleepwear, and a plastic hassock. The simple, undemanding shapes of the furnishings portrayed the humility of daily life, or at least, Otto thought, of Sharon's daily life. The formica counter was blankly unstained, and in the cupboards there was a set of heavy, functional white dishes. It was just possible, if you craned and scrunched yourself properly, to glimpse through the window a corner of Sharon's beloved planetarium, where she spent many of her waking hours. The light that made its way to the window around the encircling buildings was pale and tender, an elegy from a distant sun. Sharon herself sometimes seemed to Otto like an apparition from the past. As the rest of them aged, her small frame continued to look like a young girl's. Her hair remained an infant and flaxen. To hold it back, she wore bright, plastic barrettes. A large computer, a gift from Otto, sat in the living room, its screen permanently alive. Charts of the constellations were pinned to one of the bedroom walls, and on the facing wall were topographical maps. Peeking into the room, one felt as if one were traveling with Sharon in some zone between Earth and sky. Yes, down there, so far away, that was our planet. Why did he need so many things in his life, Otto wondered. Why did all these things have to be so special? Special, beautiful plates, special, beautiful furniture, special, beautiful everything. And all that specialness, it occurred to him, intended only to ensure that no one, especially himself, could possibly underestimate his value. Yet it actually served to illustrate how corroded he was, how threadbare his native resources, how impoverished his discourse with everything that lived and was human. Sharon filled a tea kettle with water and lit one of the stove burners. The kettle was dented but oddly bright, as if she'd just scrubbed it. "I'm thinking of buying a sculpture," she said. "Nothing big. Sit down, Otto, if you'd like, with some pleasant vertical bits." "Good plan," Otto said. "Where did you find it?" "Find it," she said. "Oh. It's a theoretical sculpture. Abstract in that sense, at least. Because I realized you were right." "About what?" Well, it was certainly plausible that he had once idly said something about a sculpture, possibly when he'd helped her find the place and move in, decades earlier. She remembered encyclopedically her years of education, pages of print, apparently arbitrary details of their histories. And some trivial incident or phrase from their childhood might at any time fetch up from her mind and flop down in front of her, alive and thrashing. No, but it couldn't be called remembering at all, really, could it? That simply wasn't what people meant by remembering. No active mind or the psyche was needed for Sharon to reclaim anything, because nothing in her brain ever sifted down out of precedence. The passage of time failed to distance, blur, or diminish her experiences. The nacreous layers that formed around the events in one's history to smooth, distinguish, and beautify them never materialized around Sharon's. Her history skittered here and there in its original sharp grains on a depthless plane that resembled neither calendar nor clock. "I just had the most intense episode of déjà vu," William said, as if Otto's thoughts had sideswiped him. "We were all sitting here. We are all sitting here," Otto said. "But that's what I mean," William said. "It's supposed to be some kind of synaptic glitch, isn't it? So you feel as if you've already had the experience just as you're having it." "In the view of many neurologists," Sharon said. "But our understanding of time is dim. It's patchy. We really don't know to what degree time is linear and under what circumstances. Is it actually, in fact, manifold or pleated? Is it frilly? And what is our relationship to it? Our relationship to it is extremely problematical." "I think it's a fine idea for you to have a sculpture," Otto said, "but I don't consider it a necessity." Her face was as transparent as a child's, or at least as hers had been as a child, reflecting every passing cloud, rippling at the tiniest disturbance. And her smile, the sheer wattage no one over 11 smiled like that. "We're using the teabag-in-the-cup method," she said. "Greater scope for the exercise of free will, streamlined technology." "Oh, goody," William said. "Darjeeling." Otto stared morosely at his immersed bag and the dark halo spreading from it. How long would Sharon need them to stay? When would she want them to go? It was tricky, weaving a course between what might cause her to feel rejected and what might cause her to feel embattled. Actually, though, how did these things work? Did bits of water escort bits of tea from the bag, or what? "How is flavor disseminated?" he said. "It has to do with oils," Sharon said. Strange, you really couldn't tell, half the time, whether someone was knowledgeable or insane. At school, Sharon had shown an astounding talent for the sciences, for everything. For mathematics especially. Her mind was so rarefied, so crystalline, so adventurous, that none of the rest of them could begin to follow. She soared into graduate school, practically still a child. She was one of the few blessed people, it seemed, whose destiny was clear. Her professors were astonished by her leaps of thought, by the finesse and elegance of her insights. She arrived at hypotheses by sheer intuition, and with what eventually one of her mentors described as an almost alarming speed. She was like a dancer, he said, out in the cosmos springing weightlessly from star to star. Drones, merely brilliant, crawled along behind with laborious proofs that supported her assertions. A tremendous capacity for metaphor, Otto assumed it was. A tremendous sensitivity to the deep structures of the universe. Uncanny. It seemed no more likely that there would be human beings thus equipped than human beings born with satellite dishes growing out of their heads. He himself was so literal-minded he couldn't understand the simplest scientific or mathematical formulation. Plain old electricity, for example, with its amps and volts and charges and conductivity. Metaphors, presumably metaphors to describe some ectoplasmic tiger in the walls just spoiling to shoot through the wires the instant the cage door was opened and out into the bulb. And molecules. What on earth were people talking about? If the table was actually just a bunch of swarming motes, bound to one another by nothing more than some amicable commonality of form, then why didn't your teacup go crashing through it? But from the time she was tiny, Sharon seemed to be in kindly, light-hearted communion with the occult substances that lay far within and far beyond the human body. It was all as easy for her as reading was for him. She was a creature of the universe. As were they all, come to think of it, though so few were privileged to feel it. and how hospitable and correct she'd made the universe seem when she spoke of even its most rococo and far-fetched attributes. The only truly pleasurable moments at the family dinner table were those rare occasions when Sharon would talk. He remembered one evening she would have been in grade school. She was wearing a red sweater, pink barrettes held back her hair. She was speaking of holes in space, holes in nothing. No, not in nothing, Sharon explained patiently, in space. And the others, older and larger, laid down their speared meat and listened, uncomprehending and entranced, as though to distant, wordless singing. Perhaps, Otto sometimes consoled himself, they could be forgiven for failing to identify the beginnings. How could the rest of them, with their ordinary intellects, have followed Sharon's rapid and arcane speculations, her penetrating apperceptions, closely enough to identify with any certainty the odd associations and disjunctures that seemed to be showing up in her conversation? In any case, at a certain point as she wandered out among the galaxies, among the whirling particles and ineffable numbers, something leaked in her mind, smudging the text of the cosmos, and she was lost. Or perhaps, like a light bulb, she was helplessly receptive to an overwhelming influx. She was so physically delicate, and yet the person to whom she was talking might take a step back, and she, in turn, could be crushed by the slightest shift in someone's expression or tone. It was as if the chemistry of her personality burned off the cushion of air between herself and others. Then one night she called, very late, to alert Otto to a newspaper article about the sorting of lettuces, if he were to give each letter its numerological value. The phone cord thrummed with her panic. When their taxi approached the hospital on that first occasion, Sharon was dank and electric with terror. Her skin looked like wet plaster. Otto felt like an assassin as he led her in, and then she was ushered away somewhere. The others joined him in the waiting room, and after several hours had the opportunity to browbeat various doctors into hangdog temporizing. Many people got better, didn't they? Had only one episode, didn't they? Led fully functioning lives. Why wouldn't Sharon be part of that statistic, she, who was so able, so lively, so sweet, so, in a word, healthy? When would she be all right? That depended on what they meant by all right, one of the doctors replied. We mean by all right what you mean by all right, you squirrely bastard, Wesley had shouted, empurpling. Martin paced, sizzling and clicking through his teeth, while Otto sat with his head in his hands, but the fateful, brutal, meaningless diagnosis had already been handed down. I got a cake, Sharon said. She glanced at Otto. Oh, was that appropriate? Utterly, William said. Appropriate. What if the cake turned out to be decorated with invisible portents and symbols? What if it revealed itself to be invested with power? To be part of the arsenal of small objects, nail scissors, postage stamps, wrapped candies that lay about in camouflage to fool the credulous doofus like himself, just as they were winking their malevolent signals to Sharon? Or what if the cake was, after all, only an inert tea-time treat? A cake required thought, effort, expenditure, all that on a negligible scale for most people, but in Sharon's stripped and cautious life, nothing was negligible. A cake. Wasn't that enough to bring one to one's knees? Very appropriate, Otto concurred. Do you miss the fish? Sharon said, lifting the cake from its box. Fish. Otto's heart flipped up, pounding. Oh, the box, fish, nothing. We brought them home from the dime store in little cardboard boxes, she explained to William, passing the cake on its plate and a large knife over to him. I had a hamster, William said. The cake bulged resiliently around the knife. Did it have to rush around on one of those things? Sharon asked. I think it liked to, William said, surprised. Let us hope so, Otto said. Of course it did. I loved the castles and the colored sand, Sharon said. But it was no life for a fish. We had to flush them down the toilet. William, normally so fastidious about food, appeared to be happily eating his cake, which tasted to Otto like landfill, and William had brought Sharon flowers, which it never would have occurred to Otto to do. Why had lovely William stayed with disagreeable old him for all this time? What could possibly explain his appeal for William, Otto wondered. Certainly not his appearance, nor his musical sensitivity middling at best, nor, clearly, his temperament. Others might have been swayed by the money that he made so easily, but not William. William cared as little about that as did Otto himself. And yet, through all these years, William had cleaved to him, or at least usually. Most of the uncleavings, in fact, had been Otto's brief, preposterous seizures having to do with God knows what. Well, actually he himself would be the one to know what, wouldn't he, Otto thought. Having to do with who did know what. Oh, with fear, with flight, the usual. A bit of glitter, a mirage, a chimera. A lot of commotion just for a glimpse into his own life, the real one, a life more vivid, more truly his than the one that was daily at hand. Was there something you wanted to see me about? Sharon asked. Well, powerful beams of misery intersected in Otto's heart. Was it true? Did he always have a reason when he called Sharon? Did he never drop in just to say hello? Not that anyone ought to drop in on Sharon. Or on anyone, actually. How barbarous. Your brother's here in an ambassadorial capacity, William said. I'm just here for the cake. Ambassadorial, Sharon looked alarmed. Oh, it's only Thanksgiving, Otto said. Corinne was hoping I was hoping. Otto, I can't. I just can't. I don't want to sit there being an exhibit of robust good health or non-contaminatingness or the triumph of the human spirit or whatever it is that Corinne needs me to illustrate. Just tell them everything is okay. He looked at his cake. William was right. This was terribly unfair. Well, I don't blame you, he said. I wouldn't go myself if I could get out of it, if you had a good enough excuse. But of course it was exactly what he had meant. He had meant that Sharon had a good enough excuse. Tell Corinne I'm all right. Otto started to speak again, but stopped. Otto, please. Sharon looked at her hands folded in her lap. It's all right. I've sometimes wondered if it might not be possible in theory to remember something that the aspect of yourself that you're aware of haven't experienced yet, William said later. We really don't know whether time is linear, so would you stop that, Otto said. You're not insane. I'm merely speaking theoretically. Well, don't. And your memory has nothing to do with whether time is really, whatever you mean by that, linear. It's plenty linear for us, cradle to grave, over the hill. It's a one-way street, my dear. My hair is not sometimes there and sometimes not there. We're not getting any younger. At moments it occurred to Otto that what explained his appeal for William was the fact that they lived in the same apartment. That William was idiotically accepting, idiotically pliant. Perhaps William was so deficient in subtlety, so insensitive to nuance, that he simply couldn't tell the difference between Otto and anyone else. And, William, I wish you'd get back to your tennis. It's a bore. Besides, you didn't want me playing with Jason, as I remember. Well, I was out of my mind, and at this point it's your arteries I worry about. You know, William said and put his graceful hand on Otto's arm. I don't think she's any more unhappy than the rest of us, really, most of the time. That smile. That smile can't come out of nowhere. There actually were no children to speak of. Corinne and Wesley's boys put in a brief, unnerving appearance. When last seen, they had been surly, furtive, persecuted-looking, snickering, hulking, hairy adolescents, and now here they were, having undergone the miraculous transformation. How gratified Wesley must be. They had shed their egalitarian denim chrysalis and had risen up in the crisp, mean mantle of their class. The older one even had a wife, whom Corinne treated with a stricken, fluttery deference as if she were a suitcase full of weapons-grade plutonium. The younger one was restlessly on his own. When, early in the evening, the three stood and announced to Corinne with thuggish placidity that they were about to leave, "I'm afraid we've got to shove off now, Ma." Otto jumped to his feet. As he allowed his hand to be crushed, he felt the relief of a mayor watching an occupying power depart his city. Martin's first squadron of children Maureen's weren't even mentioned. Who knew what army of relatives, step-relatives, half-relatives they were reinforcing by now? But there were Otto shuddered faintly Martin's two newest Lorries. Yes, just as Corinne had said, they too were growing up. Previously indistinguishable wads of self-interest, they had developed perceptible features, maybe even characteristics. It appeared reasonable, after all, that they had been given names. What on earth was it that William did to get children to converse? Whenever Otto tried to have a civilized encounter with a child, the child just stood there with its finger in its nose. But Martin's two boys were chattering away, showing off to William their whole heap of tiresome electronics. William was frowning with interest. He poked at a keyboard which sent up a shower of festive little beeps, and the boys flung themselves at him, cheering, while Lorrie smiled meltingly. How times had changed. Not so many years earlier, such a tableau would have had handcuffs rattling in the wings. The only other representative of the children to whom Corinne had referred with such pathos was Martin's daughter, Portia Viola's. She'd been hardly more than a toddler at last sight, though she now appeared to be about what? Well, anyhow, a little girl. What are the domestic arrangements? Otto asked. Is she living with Martin and Lorrie these days, or is she with her mother? That crazy Viola has gone back to England, thank God. Martin has de facto custody. Speaking of Martin, where is he? I don't ask, Corinne said. Otto waited. I don't ask, Corinne said again. And if Lorrie wants to share, she'll tell you herself. Is Martin in the pokey already? Otto asked. This is not a joke, Otto. I'm sorry to tell you that Martin has been having an affair with some girl. Again, Corinne stalled, elaborately adjusting her bracelet. I'm sorry to tell you she's his trainer. His trainer? How can Martin have a trainer? If Martin has a trainer, what can explain Martin's body? Otto, it's not funny, Corinne said with ominous primness. The fact is, Martin has been looking very good lately. But of course you wouldn't have seen him. All those wives and a trainer. How? Why would any woman put up with Martin? Martin, who always used to eat his dessert so slowly that the rest of them had been made to wait, squirming at the table, watching as he took his voluptuous, showy bites of chocolate cake or floating island long after they'd finished their own. I'm afraid it's having consequences for Portia. Do you see what she's doing? Otto squinted over at Portia. What is she doing? Portia, come here, darling, Corinne called. Portia looked at them for a moment, then wandered sedately over. And now we'll have a word with Aunt Corinne, she said to her fist as she approached. Hello, Aunt Corinne. Portia, Corinne said, do you remember Uncle Otto? And Uncle Otto, Portia added to her fist. She regarded him with a clear, even gaze. In its glade of light and silence they encountered one another serenely. She held out her fist to him. Would you tell our listeners what you do when you go to work, Uncle Otto? Well, Otto said to Portia's fist, first I take the elevator up to the 20th floor, and then I sit down at my desk, and then I send Brian out for coffee and a bagel. Otto, Corinne said, Portia is trying to learn what it is you do, something I'm sure we'd all like to know. Oh, Otto said. Well, I'm a lawyer, dear. Do you know what that is? Otto, Corinne said wearily, Portia's father is a lawyer. Portia's father is a global money mouthpiece, Otto said. Aunt Corinne is annoyed, Portia commented to her fist. Now Uncle Otto and Aunt Corinne are looking at your correspondent. Now they're not. Tell me, Portia, Otto said. The question had sprung insistently into his mind. What are you going to be when you grow up? Her gaze was strangely relaxing. You know, Uncle Otto, she said pensively to her fist, people used to ask me that a lot. Huh, yes, that was probably something people asked only very small children, when speculation would be exclusively a matter of amusing fantasy. Well, I was only just mulling it over, Otto said. Portia, darling, Corinne said, why don't you run into the kitchen and do a cooking segment with Bea and Cleveland? It's incredible, Otto said when Portia disappeared. She looks exactly like Sharon did at that age. Ridiculous, Corinne said. She takes after her father, Martin. Stuffy, venal Martin, with his nervous eyes and scoopy nose and squashy head balanced on his shirt collar. Portia's large, gray eyes, the flaxen hair, The slightly oversized ears and fragile neck recapitulated absolutely Sharon's appearance in this child who probably wouldn't remember ever having seen Sharon. Her father. Her father, Corinne said. Martin, Portia's father. I know Martin is her father, I just can't divine the resemblance. Well, there's certainly no resemblance to Wesley, Corinne called over to him. Must you read the newspaper? This is a social occasion. Otto, will you listen, please? I'm trying to tell you something. The truth is, we're all quite worried about Portia. Amazing how fast one's body reacted. Fear had vacuumed the blood right through his extremities. One's body, the primeval parts of one's brain, how fast they were. Much faster than that recent part with the words and thoughts and so on. What was it? The cortex, was that it? He'd have to ask William, he thought, his blood settling back down. That sort of wrinkly stuff on top that looked like crumpled wrapping paper. Lorrie is worried sick. The truth is, that's one reason I was so anxious for you to join us today. I wanted your opinion on the matter. On what matter? Otto said. I have no idea what this is about. She's fine. She seems fine. She's just playing. I know she's just playing, Otto. It's what she's playing that concerns me. What she's playing, what is she playing? She's playing radio or something. Is that so sinister? The little boys seem to be playing something called Hammer Her Flat. I'm sure not. Oh, gracious. You and Sharon were both so right not to have children. Excuse me, Otto said incredulously. It's not the radio aspect per se that I'm talking about, it's what that represents. The child is an observer. She sees herself as an outsider, as alienated. There's nothing wrong with being observant. Other members of this family could benefit from a little of that quality. She can't relate directly to people. Who can? Otto said. Half the time Viola doesn't even remember the child is alive. You watch. She won't send Portia a Christmas present. She probably won't even call. Otto, listen. We've always said that Viola is unstable, but frankly, Viola is psychotic. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? Portia's mother, Otto. It's just as you were saying, there's a Genetti. I was saying what? I was saying nothing. I was only saying, oh dear, Lorrie exclaimed. She had an arm around Portia, who was crying. What in hell is going on now? Wesley demanded, slamming down his newspaper. I'm afraid Bea and Cleveland may have said something to her, Lorrie said apologetically. Oh, terrific, Wesley said. Now I know what I'm paying them for. It's all right, sweetie, Lorrie said. It all happened a long time ago. But why are we celebrating that we killed them? Portia asked and started crying afresh. We're not celebrating because we killed the Indians, darling, Lorrie said. We're celebrating because we ate dinner with them. Portia still believes in Indians, one of the little boys exclaimed. So do we all, Josh, Wesley said. They live at the North Pole and make toys for good little Wesley, please, Corinne said. Listener Pole, Portia said to her fist. Did we eat dinner with the Indians or did we kill them? She strode over to Otto and held out her fist. We ate dinner with them and then we killed them, Otto realized out loud to his surprise. Who are you to slag off Thanksgiving, old boy? Wesley said. You're wearing a bow tie. So are you for that matter, Otto said, awkwardly embracing Portia, who was crying again. And I stand behind my tie, Wesley said, rippling upward from his chair. It was Portia's birthday last week, Lorrie interrupted loudly, and Wesley sank back down. Wasn't it? Portia nodded, gulping, and wiped at her tears. How old are you now, Portia? William asked. 9, Portia said. That's great, William said. Get any good stuff? Portia nodded again. And Portia's mommy sent a terrific present, didn't she? Lorrie said. Oh, what was it, sweetie? Corinne said. Lorrie turned pink and her head seemed to flare out slightly in various directions. You don't have to say, darling, if you don't like. Portia held on to the arm of Otto's chair and swung her leg aimlessly back and forth. My mother gave me 2 tickets to go to Glyndebourne on my 18th birthday, she said in a tiny voice. Wesley snorted. Got your frock all picked out, Portia. I won't be going to Glyndebourne, Uncle Wesley, Portia said with dignity. There was a sudden silence in the room. Why not, dear? Otto asked. He was trembling, he noticed. Portia looked out at all of them. Tears still clung to her face. Because, she raised her fist to her mouth again. Factoid, according to the Mayan calendar, the world is going to end in the year 2012, the year before this reporter's 18th birthday. All right, Corinne whispered to Otto. Now do you see? You're right, as always, Otto said in the taxi later. They're no worse than anyone else's. They're all awful. I really don't see the point in it. Just think. Garden, 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 two happy people, and it could have gone on forever. They knew they'd been told, but they ate it anyway, and from there on out, family. Shame, fear, jobs, mortality, envy, murder. Well, William said brightly, and relationships. There's that, Otto conceded. In fact, you could look at both family and mortality simply as byproducts of human connection. I don't really see the point of human connection either, Otto said. I wouldn't stoop to it. Actually, that's very interesting, you know. They think that the purpose of human connection is to purge the genome of harmful mutations. Of course, they also seem to think it isn't working. Then why not scrap it, Otto said. Why not let us divide again like our dignified and immortal forebear, the amoeba? William frowned. I'm not really sure that joke, Otto said. Oh, yes. Well, but I suppose human connection is fairly entrenched by now. People aren't going to give it up without a struggle. And besides, family confers certain advantages as a social unit, doesn't it? No, what advantages? Oh, rudimentary education, protection. Education, protection, Besides, William said, it's broadening. You meet people in your family you'd never happen to run into otherwise. And anyhow, obviously the desire for children is hardwired. Hardwired. You know, that's a term I've really come to loathe. It explains nothing, it justifies anything. You might as well say, humans have children because the great moth in the sky wants them to. Or, humans have children because humans have children. Hardwired, please. It's lazy, it's specious, it's perfunctory, and it's utterly without depth. Why does it have to have depth? William said. It refers to depth. It's good, clean science. It's not science at all, it's a cliché, it's a redundancy. Otto, why do you always scoff at me when I raise a scientific point? I don't scoff at you. I certainly don't mean to. It's just that this particular phrase, used in this particular way, isn't very interesting. I mean, you're telling me that something is biologically inherent in human experience, but you're not telling me anything about human experience. I wasn't intending to, William said. I wasn't trying to. If you want to talk about human experience, then let's talk about it. All right, Otto said. It was painful, of course, to see William irritated, but almost a relief to know that it could actually happen. Let's then, by all means. So, well, any particular issues, William said. Any questions, any, billions. But that was always just the problem, how to disentangle one, how to pluck it up and clothe it in presentable words. Otto stared, concentrating. Questions were roiling in the pit of his mind like serpents. Now a head rising up from the seething mass, now a rattling tail. He closed his eyes. If only he could get his brain to relax. Relax, 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 relax. Oh, you know, William, is there anything at home to eat? Believe it or not, I'm starving again. There was absolutely no reason to fear that Portia would have anything other than an adequately happy, adequately fruitful life. No reason at all. Oh, how prudent of Sharon not to have come yesterday. Though in any case, she had been as present to the rest of them as if she had been sitting on the sofa. And the rest of them had probably been as present to her as she had been to them. When one contemplated Portia, when one contemplated Sharon, when one contemplated one's own apparently pointless, utterly trivial being, the questions hung all around one, as urgent as knives at the throat. But the instant one tried to grasp one of them and turn it to one's own purpose and pierce through the murk, it became as blunt and useless as a piece of cardboard. All one could dredge up were platitudes. One comes into the world alone, snore, snore. One, snore, snore, departs the world alone. What would William have to say? Well, it was a wonderful thing to live with an inquiring and mentally active person. No one could quarrel with that. William was immaculate in his intentions, unflagging in his efforts. But what drove one simply insane was the vagueness, or really, the banality. Not that it was William's job to explicate the foggy assumptions of one's culture, but one's own ineptitude was galling enough. One hardly needed to consult a vacuity expert. And how could one think at all, or even just casually ruminate with William practicing, as he had been doing since they'd awakened? Otto had forgotten what a strain it all was even without any exasperating social nonsense those few days preceding the concert. You couldn't think, you couldn't concentrate on the newspaper. You couldn't even really hear the phone, which seemed to be ringing now, nor could you make any sense of what the person on the other end of it might be saying. "What?" Otto shouted into it. "You what?" Could he? The phone cackled into the lush sheaves of William's arpeggios. "Bribery. Sorted out, William," Otto yelled. "Excuse me." "Could I what?" The phone cackled some more. "Excuse me," Otto said. "William." The violin went quiet. "Excuse me," Otto said again into the phone, which was continuing to emit gibberish. "Sort what out? Took her where? From the library." "I'm trying to explain, sir," the phone said. "I'm calling from the hospital. She was taken from the library by force. Unfortunately, sir, as I've tried to explain, she was understood to be homeless. And so she was taken away by force. That could be construed as kidnapping, you know. I'm only reporting what the records indicate, sir. The records do not indicate that your sister was kidnapped. I don't understand. Is it a crime to be homeless? Apparently your sister did not claim to be homeless. Apparently your sister claimed to rent an apartment. Is this not the case? Is your sister in fact homeless?" "My sister is not homeless. My sister rents an apartment. Is that a crime?" "What does this have to do with why my sister was taken away by force from the library?" "Sir, I'm calling from the hospital." "I'm a taxpayer," Otto shouted. William was standing in the doorway, violin in one hand, bow in the other, watching gravely. "I'm a lawyer. Why is information being withheld from me?" "Information is not being withheld from you, sir, please. I understand that you are experiencing concern, and I'm trying to explain this situation in a way that you will understand what has occurred. It is a policy that homeless people tend to congregate in the library, using the restrooms, and some of these people may be removed if, for example, these people exhibit behaviors that are perceived to present a potential danger. Are you reading this from something? Is it a crime to use a public bathroom? When people who do not appear to have homes to go to appear to be confused and disoriented, is it a crime to be confused? Please calm down, sir. The evaluation was not ours. What I'm trying to tell you is that according to the report, your sister became obstreperous when she was brought to the homeless shelter. She appeared to be disoriented. She did not appear to understand why she was being taken to the homeless shelter." "Shall I go with you?" William said, when Otto put down the phone. "No," Otto said. "Stay, please, practice." So once again, waiting in the dingy whiteness, the fearsome whiteness no doubt of heaven, heaven's sensible shoes, overtaxed heaven's obtuse smiles and ruthless tranquility, heaven's asphyxiating clouds dropped over the screams bleeding faintly from behind closed doors. He waited in a room with others too dazed even to note the television that hissed and bristled in front of them, or to turn the pages of the sticky, dog-eared magazines they held, from which they could have learned how to be happy, wealthy, and successful. They waited, like Otto, to learn instead what it was that destiny had already handed down. Bad, not that bad, very, very bad. The doctor to whom Otto was eventually conducted through the elderly bowels of the hospital looked like an epic hero, shining, arrogant, supple. "She'll be fine now," he said. "You'll be fine now, won't you?" Sharon's smile, the sudden birth of a little son, and the doctor's own brilliant smile met and ignited for an instant. Otto felt as though a missile had exploded in his chest. "Don't try biting any of those guys from the city again," the doctor said, giving Sharon's childishly rounded, childishly humble shoulder a companionable pat. They're poisonous. Bite them, Otto exclaimed, admiration leaping up in him like a dog at a chain-link fence, on the other side of which a team of uniformed men rushed at his defenseless sister with clubs. I did. Sharon cast a repentant, sidelong glance at the doctor. The doctor shrugged and flipped back his blue-black hair, dislodging sparkles of handsomeness. The file certainly painted an unflattering portrait of your behavior. Menace dentally, it says, or something of the sort. Now listen, take care of yourself. Follow Dr. Shiga's instructions, because I don't want to be seeing you around here, okay? He and Sharon looked at each other for a moment, then traded a little, level, intimate smile. It's okay with me, she said. Otto took Sharon to a coffee shop near her apartment and bought her 2 portions of macaroni and cheese. How was it? She said. How was everyone? Thanksgiving. Oh, you didn't miss much. She put down her fork. Aren't you going to have anything, Otto? I'll have something later with William, he said. Oh, she said. She sat very still. Of course. He was a monster. Well, no one was perfect. But in any case, her attention returned to her macaroni, not surprising that she was ravenous. How long had her adventures lasted? Her clothing was rumpled and filthy. I didn't know you liked the library, he said. Don't think I'm not grateful for the computer, she said. It was down. He nodded and didn't press her. There was a bottle of wine breathing on the table, and William had managed to maneuver dinner out of the mysterious little containers and the limp bits of organic matter from the fridge, which Otto had inspected earlier in a doleful search for lunch. Bad? William asked. Fairly, Otto said. Want to tell me? William said. Otto gestured impatiently. Oh, what's the point? Okay, William said. Mustard with that, it's good. I can't stand it that she has to live like this, Otto said. William shook his head. Everyone is so alone, he said. Otto yelped. What? William said. What did I do? Nothing, Otto said. He stood, trying to control his trembling. I'm going to my study. You go on upstairs when you get tired. Otto, just please. He sat downstairs in his study with a book in his hand, listening while William rinsed the dishes and put them in the dishwasher and went, finally, upstairs. For some time, footsteps persisted oppressively in the bedroom overhead. When they ceased, Otto exhaled with relief. A pale tincture spread into the study window. The pinched little winter sun was rising over the earth, above the neighbors' buildings. Otto listened while William came down and made himself breakfast, then returned upstairs to practice once again. The day loomed heavily in front of Otto like an opponent judging the moment to strike. How awful everything was. How awful he was. How bestial he had been to William. William, who deserved only kindness, only gratitude. And yet the very thought of glimpsing that innocent face was intolerable. It had been a vastly unpleasant night in the chair, and it would be hours, he knew, before he'd be able to manage an apology without more denunciations leaping from his treacherous mouth. Hours seemed to be passing, in fact, or maybe it was minutes. The clock said 7, said 10, said 12, said 12, said 12, seemed to be delirious. Fortunately, there were leftovers in the fridge. Well, if time was the multiplicity Sharon and William seemed to believe it was, maybe it contained multiple Sharons, perhaps some existing in happier conditions, before the tracks diverged, one set leading up into the stars, the other down to the hospital. Otto's mind wandered here and there amid the dimensions, catching glimpses of her skirt, her hair, her hand, as she slipped through the mirrors. Did things have to proceed for each of the Sharons in just exactly the same way? Did each one grieve for the Olympian destiny that ought to have been hers? Did each grieve for an ordinary life, a life full of ordinary pleasures and troubles, children, jobs, lovers? Everyone is so alone. For this, all the precious Sharons had to flounder through their loops and tucks of eternity. For this, the shutters were drawn on their aerial and light-filled minds. Each and every Sharon, thrashing through the razor-edged days only in order to be absorbed by this spongy platitude. Everyone is so alone. Great God, how could it be endured? All the Sharons forever and ever discarded in a phrase. And those Ottos sprinkled through the zones of actuality. What were the others doing now? The goldfish gliding within the severe perimeter of water, William pausing to introduce himself. Yes, so of course one felt incomplete. Of course one felt obstructed and blind. And perhaps every creature on Earth, on all the Earths, was straining at the obdurate membranes to reunite as its own original entity, the spark of unique consciousness allocated to each being, only then to be irreconcilably refracted through world after world by the prism of time. No wonder one tended to feel so fragile. It was infuriating enough just trying to have contact with a few other people, let alone with all of oneself. To think there could be an infinitude of selves and not an iota of latitude for any of them, an infinitude of Ottos, lugging around that personality, those circumstances, that appearance, not only once dreary and pointless, but infinitely so. Oh, was there no escape? Perhaps if one could only concentrate hard enough they could be collected, all those errant, enslaved selves. And in the triumphant instant of their reunification, purified to an unmarked essence, the suffocating Otto costumes dissolving, a true freedom at last. Oh, how tired he was, but why not make the monumental effort? Because Naomi and Margaret were arriving at 9 to show off this baby of theirs, that was why not. But anyhow, what on earth was he thinking? Still, at least he could apologize to William. He was himself, but at least he could go fling that inadequate self at William's feet. No. At the very least he could let poor, deserving William practice undisturbed. He'd wait patiently, and when William was finished, William would come downstairs. Then Otto could apologize abjectly, spread every bit of his worthless being at William's feet, comfort him and be comforted, reassure him and be reassured. At a few minutes before 9, William appeared whistling. Whistling. Good practice session, Otto said. His voice came out cracked, as if it had been hurled against the high prison walls of himself. Terrific, William said, and touched his forehead gently. Otto opened his mouth. You know, he said. Oh, listen, William said. There really is a baby. And faintly interspersed among Naomi and Margaret's familiar creakings and bumpings in the hall, Otto heard little chirps and gurgles. Hello, hello, William cried, flinging open the door. Look, isn't she fabulous? We think so, Naomi said, her smile renewing itself. Well, she is. I can't see if you do that, Margaret said, disengaging the earpiece of her glasses and a clump of her red, crimpy hair from the baby's fist as she attempted to transfer the baby over to William. Here. Naomi held out a bottle of champagne. Take this too. Well, but you can't keep the baby. Wow, look, she's fascinated by Margaret's hair. I mean, who isn't? Otto wasn't, despite his strong feelings about hair in general. Should we open this up and drink it? He said, his voice a mechanical voice, his hand a mechanical hand accepting the bottle. That was the idea, Naomi said. She blinked up at Otto, smiling hopefully and rocking slightly from heel to toe. Sit. Sit, everyone, William said. Oh, she's sensational. Otto turned away to open the champagne and pour it into the lovely glasses somebody or another had given to them some time or another. Well, cheers, William said. Congratulations, and here's to Molly, Margaret said. We decided to keep it simple. We figured she's got so much working against her already, Naomi said, including a couple of geriatric moms with a different ethnicity, and God only knows what infant memories or whatever you call that stuff you don't remember. We figured we'd name her something nice that didn't set up all kinds of expectations. Just a nice, friendly, pretty name. And she can take it from there. She'll be taking it from there in any case, Otto said grimly. The others looked at him. I love Maggie, Naomi said. I always wanted a Maggie, but Margaret said, well, Margaret shrugged. I mean, no, I know, Naomi said, but Margaret rolled a little white quilt out on the rug, plunked down on it. The baby sat wobbling with an expression of surprise. Look at her, William said. Here's hoping, Margaret said, raising her glass. So marvelous. Humans were born, they lived. They glued themselves together in little clumps and then they died. It was no more, as William had once cheerfully explained, than a way for genes to perpetuate themselves. The selfish gene, he'd said, quoting, probably detrimentally, someone. You were put on Earth to fight for your DNA. Let the organisms chat. Let them talk. Their voices were as empty as the tinklings of a player piano. Let the organisms talk about this and that. It was what, as William had so trenchantly pointed out, this particular carbon-based life form did, just as its cousin, according to William, the roundworm romped ecstatically beneath the surface of the planet. He tried to intercept the baby's glossy, blurry stare. The baby was actually attractive, for a baby, and not bald at all as it happened. Hello, Otto thought to it, lets you and I communicate in some manner far superior to the verbal one. The baby ignored him. Whatever she was making of the blanket, the table legs, the shod sets of feet, she wasn't about to let on to Otto. Well, see if he cared. William was looking at him, so what was he supposed to do? Oh, all right, he'd contribute, despite his current clarity of mind. And how was China, he asked. Was the food as bad as they say? Naomi looked at him blankly. Well, I don't know actually, she said. Honey, how was the food? The food, Margaret said. Not memorable, apparently. The things people have to do in order to have children, Otto said. We toyed with the idea of giving birth, Margaret said. That is, Naomi toyed with it. At first, Naomi said, I thought what a shame to miss an experience that nature intended for us. And I mean there was this guy at work, or of course there's always, but then I thought, what am I, an idiot? I mean just because you've got arms and legs it doesn't mean you have to. No, William said. But still. I can understand how you felt. Have to what? Margaret said. I can't, Otto said. Have to what? Margaret said. I can't understand it, Otto said. I've just never envied the capacity. Others are awestruck, not I. I've never even remotely wished I were able to give birth, and in fact I've never wanted a baby. Of course it's inhuman not to want one, but I'm just not human. I'm not a human being. William is a human being. Maybe William wanted a baby. I never thought to ask. Was that what you were trying to tell me the other day, William? Were you trying to tell me that I've ruined your life? Did you want a baby? Have I ruined your life? Well, it's too bad, I'm sorry. I was too selfish ever to ask if you wanted one, and I'm too selfish to want one myself. I'm more selfish than my own genes. I'm not fighting for my DNA, I'm fighting against it. I'm happy as I am, William said. He sat, his arms wrapped tightly around himself, looking at the floor. The baby coughed. Who needs more champagne? You see, Otto said into the tundra of silence William left behind him as he retreated into the kitchen. I really am a monster. Miles away, Naomi sat blushing, her hands clasped in her lap. Then she scooped up the baby. There, she said. But Margaret sat back, eyebrows raised in semicircles, contemplating something that seemed to be hanging a few feet under the ceiling. Oh, I don't know, she said, and the room shuttled back into proportion. I suppose you could say it's human to want a child, in the sense that it's biologically mandated. But I mean, you could say that, or you could say it's simply unimaginative. Or you could say it's unselfish, or you could say it's selfish, or you could say pretty much anything about it at all. Or you could just say, well, I want one. But when you get right down to it, really, one what? Because, actually, I mean, well, look at Molly. I mean, actually, they're awfully specific. I suppose I meant like, crawl around on all fours or something, Naomi said. I mean, just because you've got, but look, there they already are, all these babies, so many of them just waiting on the shelves for someone to take care of them. We could have gone to Romania. We could have gone to Guatemala. We could have gone almost anywhere, just, for various reasons, we decided to go to China. And we both really liked the idea, Margaret said, that you could go as far away as you could possibly get, and there would be your child. Uh-huh, Naomi nodded soberly. How crazy is that? I abase myself, Otto told William as they washed and dried the champagne glasses. I don't need to tell you how deeply I'll regret having embarrassed you in front of Naomi and Margaret. He clasped the limp dish-towel to his heart. How deeply I'll regret having been insufficiently mawkish about the miracle of life. I don't need to tell you how ashamed I'll feel the minute I calm down. How deeply I'll regret having trampled your life, and how deeply I'll regret being what I am. Well, that last part I regret already. I profoundly regret every tiny crumb of myself. I don't need to go into it all once again, I'm sure. Just send back the form, pertinent boxes checked. I intend to accept your forthcoming apology for— Please stop, William said. Oh, how awful to have ruined the life of such a marvelous man. Have I ruined your life? You can tell me we're friends. Otto, I'm going upstairs now. I didn't sleep well last night and I'm tired. Yes, go upstairs. Good night, William said. Yes, go to sleep, why not? Oh, it was like trying to pick a fight with a dog toy, just you go on off to sleep. Otto, listen to me. My concert is tomorrow. I want to be able to play adequately. I don't know why you're unhappy. You do interesting work, you're admired. We live in a wonderful place. We have wonderful friends. We have everything we need and most of the things we want. We have excellent lives by anyone's standard. I'm happy and I wish you were. I know that you've been upset these last few days. I asked if you wanted to talk and you said you didn't. Now you do, but this happens to be the one night of the year when I most need my sleep. Can it wait till tomorrow? I'm very tired and you're obviously very tired as well. Try and get some sleep, please. Try and get some sleep. Try and get some sleep. This is unbearable. I've spent the best years of my life with a man who doesn't know how to use the word and is not part of the infinitive, and means in addition to. It's not try and get some sleep. It's try to get some sleep. Two. Please try to get some sleep. Otto sat down heavily at the kitchen table and began to sob how arbitrary it all was and cruel. This identity, that identity. Otto, William, Portia, Molly, the doctor. She'd be up now, sitting at her own kitchen table, the white enamel table with a cup of tea, thinking about something, about numbers streaming past in stately sequences, about remote astral pageants. The doctor had rested his hand kindly on her shoulder, and what she must have felt then. Oh, to convert that weight of the world's compassion into something worthwhile the taste, if only she could have lifted his hand and kissed it, the living satin feel of his skin. Everyone had to put things aside for good. The way they had smiled at one another, she and that doctor. What can you do, their smiles had said. The handsome doctor in his handsome doctor suit and Sharon in her disheveled lunatic suit. What a charade. In this life, Sharon's little spark of consciousness would be costumed inescapably as a waif at the margins of mental organization, and the doctor's would be costumed inescapably as a flashing exemplar of supreme competence. In this life, and frankly, there would be no other, the hospital was where they would meet. Otto, a hand was resting on Otto's shoulder. William, Otto said. It was William. They were in the clean, dim kitchen. The full moon had risen high over the neighbors' buildings where the lights were almost all out. Had he been asleep? He blinked up at William, whose face, shadowed against the light of the night sky, was as inflected, as ample in mystery as the face in the moon. It's late, my darling, Otto said. I'm tired. What are we doing down here? The hitchhiking game Milan Kundera, the needle on the gas gauge suddenly dipped toward empty, and the young driver of the sports car declared that it was maddening how much gas the car guzzled. See that we don't run out of gas again, protested the girl, about 22, and she reminded the driver of several places where this had already happened to them. The young man replied that he wasn't worried, because whatever he went through with her had the charm of adventure for him. The girl objected. Whenever they had run out of gas on the highway it had, she said, always been an adventure only for her. The young man had hidden, and she had had to make ill use of her charms by thumbing a ride and letting herself be driven to the nearest gas station. then thumbing a ride back with a can of gas. The young man asked the girl whether the drivers who had given her a ride had been unpleasant, since she spoke as if her task had been a hardship. She replied with awkward flirtatiousness that sometimes they had been very pleasant, but that it hadn't done her any good as she had been burdened with the can and had had to leave them before she could get anything going. "You're terrible," said the young man. The girl protested that it was he who was terrible. God knows how many girls stopped him on the highway when he was driving the car alone. Still driving, the young man put his arm around the girl's shoulders and touched her forehead gently. He knew that she loved him and that she was jealous. Jealousy isn't a pleasant trait, but if it isn't overdone, and if it's combined with modesty, apart from its inconvenience, there's even something touching about it. At least that's what the young man thought. Because he was only 28, it seemed to him that he was old and knew everything that a man could know about women. In the girl sitting beside him, he valued precisely what, until now, he had encountered least in women: purity. The needle was already on empty when, to the right, the young man caught sight of a sign announcing that a gas station was 500 meters ahead. The girl hardly had time to say how relieved she was before the young man was signaling left and driving into a space in front of the pumps. However, he had to stop a little way off, because beside the pumps was a huge gasoline truck with a large metal tank and a bulky hose, which was refilling the pumps. "We'll have to wait," said the young man to the girl, and he got out of the car. "How long will it take?" he shouted to the man in overalls. "Only a moment," replied the attendant, and the young man said, "I've heard that one before." He wanted to go back and sit in the car, but he saw that the girl had gotten out the other side. "I'll take a little walk in the meantime," she said. "Where to?" the young man asked on purpose, wanting to see the girl's embarrassment. He had known her for a year now, but she would still blush in front of him. He enjoyed her moments of modesty, partly because they distinguished her from the women he'd met before, partly because he was aware of the law of universal transience, which made even his girl's modesty a precious thing to him. II. The girl really didn't like it when, during a trip, the young man would drive for several hours without stopping. She had to ask him to stop for a moment somewhere near a clump of trees. She always got angry when, with feigned surprise, he asked her why he should stop. She knew that her modesty was ridiculous and old-fashioned. Many times at work she had noticed that they laughed at her on account of it and deliberately provoked her. She always blushed in advance at the idea that she was going to blush. She often longed to feel free and easy about her body, the way most of the women around her did. She had even invented a special course in self-persuasion. She would repeat to herself that at birth every human being received one out of the millions of available bodies, as one would receive an allotted room out of the millions of rooms in an enormous hotel, that consequently the body was fortuitous and impersonal, only a ready-made, borrowed thing. She would repeat this to herself in different ways, but she could never manage to feel it. This mind-body dualism was alien to her. She was too much at one with her body. That is why she always felt such anxiety about it. She experienced this same anxiety even in her relations with the young man, whom she had known for a year, and with whom she was happy, perhaps because he never separated her body from her soul, and she could live with him wholly. In this unity there was happiness, but it is not far from happiness to suspicion, and the girl was full of suspicions. For instance, it often occurred to her that other women, those who weren't anxious, were more attractive and more seductive, and that the young man, who did not conceal the fact that he knew this kind of woman well, would someday leave her for a woman like that. True, the young man declared that he'd had enough of them to last his whole life, but she knew that he was still much younger than he thought. She wanted him to be completely hers and herself to be completely his, but it often seemed to her that the more she tried to give him everything, the more she denied him something, the very thing that a light and superficial love or a flirtation gives a person. It worried her that she was not able to combine seriousness with lightheartedness. But now she wasn't worrying, and any such thoughts were far from her mind. She felt good. It was the first day of their vacation, of their 2-week vacation, which she had been dreaming about for a whole year. The sky was blue. The whole year she had been worrying about whether the sky would really be blue, and he was beside her. At his "Where to?" she blushed, and she left the car without a word. She walked around the gas station, which was situated beside the highway in total isolation, surrounded by fields. About 100 meters away, in the direction in which they were traveling, a wood began. She set off for it, vanished behind a little bush, and gave herself up to her good mood. In solitude it was possible for her to get the greatest enjoyment from the presence of the man she loved. If his presence had been continuous, it would have kept on disappearing. Only when she was alone was she able to hold on to it. When she came out of the wood onto the highway, the gas station was visible. The large gasoline truck was already pulling out, and the sports car moved forward toward the red column of the pump. The girl walked on along the highway and only at times looked back to see if the sports car was coming. At last she caught sight of it. She stopped and began to signal at it like a hitchhiker signaling at a stranger's car. The sports car slowed down and stopped close to the girl. The young man leaned toward the window, rolled it down, smiled, and asked, "Where are you headed, miss?" "Are you going to Bystrica?" asked the girl, smiling flirtatiously at him. "Yes, please get in," said the young man, opening the door. The girl got in and the car took off. Roman III, the young man was always glad when his girlfriend was in a good mood. This didn't happen too often. She had quite a tiresome job in an unpleasant environment, many hours of overtime without compensatory leisure, and at home, a sick mother. So she often felt tired. She didn't have either particularly good nerves or self-confidence, and fell easily into a state of anxiety and fear. For this reason, he welcomed every manifestation of her gaiety with the tender solicitude of an older brother. He smiled at her and said, "I'm lucky today. I've been driving for 5 years, but I've never given a ride to such a pretty hitchhiker." The girl was grateful to the young man for every bit of flattery. She wanted to linger for a moment in its warmth, and so she said, "You're very good at lying." "Do I look like a liar?" "You look like you enjoy lying to women," said the girl, and into her words there crept unawares a touch of the old anxiety, because she really did believe that her young man enjoyed lying to women. The girl's jealousy often irritated the young man, but this time he could easily overlook it, for, after all, her words didn't apply to him but to an unknown driver. And so he merely asked an ordinary question. "Does it bother you?" "If I were going out with you, then it would bother me," said the girl, and her words contained a subtle, instructive message for the young man. But the end of her sentence applied only to the unknown driver. "But I don't know you, so it doesn't bother me." Things about her own man always bother a woman more than things about a stranger. This was now the young man's subtle, instructive message to the girl. "So seeing that we are strangers, we could get along well together." The girl pretended not to understand the implied meaning of his message, and so she now addressed the unknown driver exclusively. "What does it matter, since we'll part company in a little while?" "Why?" asked the young man. "Well, I'm getting out at Bystrica." "And what if I get out with you?" At these words the girl looked up at him and found that he looked exactly as she imagined him in her most agonizing hours of jealousy. She was alarmed at how he was flattering her and flirting with her, an unknown hitchhiker, and how seductive he was. Therefore she responded with defiant provocativeness. "What would you do with me, I wonder?" "I wouldn't have to think too hard about what to do with such a beautiful woman," said the young man gallantly. And at this moment he was once again speaking far more to his own girl than to the figure of the hitchhiker. But this flattering sentence made the girl feel as if she had caught him at something, as if she had wheedled a confession out of him with a fraudulent trick. She felt toward him a brief flash of intense hatred and said, "Aren't you rather too sure of yourself?" The young man looked at the girl. Her defiant face appeared to him to be completely convulsed. He felt sorry for her and longed for her usual familiar expression, which he considered childish and simple. He leaned toward her, put his arm around her shoulders, and softly spoke the nickname he often used and with which he now wanted to stop the game. But the girl released herself and said, "You're going a bit too fast." At this rebuff the young man said, "Excuse me, miss," and looked silently in front of him at the highway. The girl's pitiful jealousy, however, left her as quickly as it had come over her. After all, she was sensible and knew perfectly well that all this was merely a game. Now it even struck her as a little ridiculous that she had repulsed her man out of jealous rage. It wouldn't be pleasant for her if he found out why she had done it. Fortunately, she had the miraculous ability to change the meaning of her actions after the event. Using this ability, she decided that she had repulsed him not out of anger but so that she could go on with the game, which, with its whimsicality, so well suited the first day of their vacation. So again she was the hitchhiker who had just repulsed the overeager driver, but only so as to slow down his conquest and make it more exciting. She half turned toward the young man and said caressingly, "I didn't mean to offend you, mister." "Excuse me, I won't touch you again," said the young man. He was furious with the girl for not listening to him and refusing to be herself when that was what he wanted. And since the girl insisted on continuing in her role, he transferred his anger to the unknown hitchhiker whom she was portraying. And all at once he discovered the character of his own role. He stopped making the gallant remarks with which he had wanted to flatter his girl in a roundabout way, and began to play the tough guy who treats women to the coarser aspects of his masculinity: willfulness, sarcasm, self-assurance. This role was a complete contradiction of the young man's habitually solicitous approach to the girl. True, before he had met her he had in fact behaved roughly rather than gently toward women. But he had never resembled a heartless tough guy, because he had never demonstrated either a particularly strong will or ruthlessness. However, if he did not resemble such a man, nonetheless he had longed to at one time. Of course it was a quite naive desire, but there it was. Childish desires withstand all the snares of the adult mind and often survive into ripe old age. And this childish desire quickly took advantage of the opportunity to embody itself in the proffered role. The young man's sarcastic reserve suited the girl very well. It freed her from herself, for she herself was, above all, the epitome of jealousy. The moment she stopped seeing the gallantly seductive young man beside her and saw only his inaccessible face, her jealousy subsided. The girl could forget herself and give herself up to her role. Her role? What was her role? It was a role out of trashy literature. The hitchhiker stopped the car not to get a ride, but to captivate the man who was driving the car. She was an artful charmer, cleverly knowing how to use her charms. The girl slipped into this silly, romantic part with an ease that astonished her and held her spellbound. There was nothing the young man missed in his life more than light-heartedness. The main road of his life was drawn with implacable precision. His job didn't use up merely 8 hours a day. It also infiltrated the remaining time with the compulsory boredom of meetings and home study. And by means of the attentiveness of his countless male and female colleagues, it infiltrated the wretchedly little time he had left for his private life as well. This private life never remained secret, and sometimes even became the subject of gossip and public discussion. Even a 2-week vacation didn't give him a feeling of liberation and adventure. The gray shadow of precise planning lay even here. The scarcity of summer accommodations in our country had compelled him to book a room in the Tatras 6 months in advance, and since for that he needed a recommendation from his office, its omnipresent brain thus did not cease knowing about him for even an instant. He had become reconciled to all this, yet all the same from time to time the terrible thought of the straight road would overcome him, a road along which he was being pursued, where he was visible to everyone, and from which he could not turn aside. At this moment that thought returned to him. Through an odd and brief conjunction of ideas, the figurative road became identified with the real highway along which he was driving, and this led him suddenly to do a crazy thing. "Where did you say you wanted to go?" he asked the girl. "To Bystrica," she replied. "And what are you going to do there?" "I have a date there." "Who with?" "With a certain gentleman." The car was just coming to a large crossroads. The driver slowed down so as to read the road signs, then turned off to the right. "What will happen if you don't turn up for that date?" "I would be your fault and you would have to take care of me." "You obviously didn't notice that I turned off in the direction of Nov Zamki." "Is that true? You've gone crazy." "Don't worry. I'll take care of you," said the young man. The game all at once went into a higher gear. The sports car was moving away not only from the imaginary goal of Bystrica, but also from the real goal toward which it had been heading in the morning, the Tatras and the room that had been reserved. Fiction was suddenly making an assault on real life. The young man was moving away from himself and from the implacable straight road from which he had never strayed until now. "But you said you were going to the Tatras." The girl was surprised. "I'm going, miss, wherever I feel like going. I'm a free man, and I do what I want and what it pleases me to do." Roman 6, when they drove into Nov Zamki, it was already getting dark. The young man had never been here before, and it took him a while to orient himself. Several times he stopped the car and asked the passers-by directions to the hotel. Several streets had been dug up, so that the drive to the hotel, even though it was quite close by, as all those who had been asked asserted, necessitated so many detours and roundabout routes that it was almost a quarter of an hour before they finally stopped in front of it. The hotel looked unprepossessing, but it was the only one in town, and the young man didn't feel like driving on. So he said to the girl, "Wait here," and he got out of the car. Out of the car he was, of course, himself again. And it was upsetting for him to find himself in the evening somewhere completely different from his intended destination, the more so because no one had forced him to do it, and as a matter of fact, he hadn't even really wanted to. He blamed himself for this piece of folly, but then became reconciled to it. The room in the Tatras could wait until tomorrow, and it wouldn't do any harm if they celebrated the first day of their vacation with something unexpected. He walked through the restaurant, smoky, noisy, and crowded, and asked for the reception desk. They sent him to the back of the lobby near the staircase, where behind a glass panel a superannuated blonde was sitting beneath a board full of keys. With difficulty, he obtained the key to the only room left. The girl, when she found herself alone, also threw off her role. She didn't feel ill-humored, though, at finding herself in an unexpected town. She was so devoted to the young man that she never had doubts about anything he did, and confidently entrusted every moment of her life to him. On the other hand, the idea once again popped into her mind that perhaps just as she was now doing, other women had waited for her man in his car, those women he met on business trips. But surprisingly enough, this idea didn't upset her at all now. In fact, she smiled at the thought of how nice it was that today she was this other woman, this irresponsible, carefree other woman, one of those women of whom she was so jealous. It seemed to her that she was cutting them all out, that she had learned how to use their weapons, how to give the young man what until now she had not known how to give him: light-heartedness, boldness, and spontaneity. A curious feeling of satisfaction filled her, because she alone had the ability to be all women, and in this way, she alone could completely captivate her lover and hold his interest. The young man opened the car door and led the girl into the restaurant. Amid the din, the dirt, and the smoke he found a single unoccupied table in a corner. "Roman 7, so how are you going to take care of me now?" asked the girl provocatively. "What would you like for an aperitif?" The girl wasn't too fond of alcohol, still she drank a little wine and liked vermouth fairly well. Now, however, she purposely said, "Vodka." "Fine," said the young man. "I hope you won't get drunk on me." "And if I do," said the girl. The young man did not reply but called over a waiter and ordered 2 vodkas and 2 steak dinners. In a moment the waiter brought a tray with 2 small glasses and placed it in front of them. The man raised his glass. "To you. Can't you think of a wittier toast?" Something was beginning to irritate him about the girl's game. Now sitting face to face with her, he realized that it wasn't just the words that were turning her into a stranger, but that she had completely changed, the movements of her body and her facial expression, and that she unpalatably and faithfully resembled a type of woman he knew all too well and inspired some aversion in him. And so, holding his glass in his raised hand, he corrected his toast. "Okay, then I won't drink to you, but to your kind, in which are combined so successfully the better qualities of the animal and the worse aspects of the human being." "By kind, do you mean all women?" asked the girl. "No, I mean only those who are like you. Anyway, it doesn't seem very witty to me to compare a woman to an animal." "Okay," the young man was still holding his glass aloft. "Then I won't drink to your kind, but to your soul." "Agreed. To your soul, which lights up when it descends from your head into your belly and which goes out when it rises back up to your head." The girl raised her glass. "Okay, to my soul, which descends into my belly." "I'll correct myself once more," said the young man. "To your belly, into which your soul descends." "To my belly," said the girl, and her belly, now that they had named it specifically, seemed to respond to the call. She could feel every bit of its skin. Then the waiter brought their steaks, and the young man ordered them another vodka and some soda water. This time they drank to the girl's smile, and the conversation continued in this peculiar, frivolous tone. It irritated the young man more and more to see how well his girlfriend knew how to behave like a bold woman. If she was able to do it so well, he thought, it meant that she really was like that. After all, no alien soul had entered into her from somewhere in space. What she was acting now was she herself. Perhaps it was that part of her being that had formerly been locked up and that the pretext of the game had let out of its cage. Perhaps the girl supposed that by means of the game she was disowning herself, but wasn't it the other way around? Wasn't she becoming herself only through the game? Wasn't she freeing herself through the game? No, sitting opposite him was not a strange woman in his girl's body. It was his girl herself, no one else. He looked at her and felt growing aversion toward her. However, it was not only aversion. The more the girl withdrew from him psychically, the more he longed for her physically. The alienation of her soul drew attention to her body. Yes, it turned her body into a body, as if until now it had been hidden from the young man within clouds of compassion, tenderness, concern, love, and emotion, as if it had been lost in these clouds. Yes, as if this body had been lost. It seemed to the young man that today he was seeing his girl's body for the first time. After her third vodka and soda, the girl got up and said flirtatiously, "Excuse me." The young man said, "May I ask you where you are going, miss?" "To the ladies' room, if you'll permit me," said the girl, and she walked off between the tables back toward the plush curtain. Roman 8. She was pleased with the way she had astounded the young man with this boldness, which in spite of all its innocence he had never seen from her. Nothing seemed to her truer to the character of the woman she was playing than this flirtatious emphasis placed on her words. Yes, she was pleased. She was in the best of moods. The game captivated her. It allowed her what she had not felt until now, a feeling of happy-go-lucky irresponsibility. She who was always uneasy in advance about her every next step suddenly felt completely relaxed. The alien life in which she had become involved was a life without shame, without biographical specifications, without past or future, without obligations. It was a life that was extraordinarily free. The girl, as a hitchhiker, could do anything. Everything was permitted her. She could say, do, and feel whatever she liked. She walked through the room and was aware that people were watching her from all the tables. It was also a new sensation, one she didn't recognize, indecent joy caused by her body. Until now, she had never been able to get rid of the 14-year-old girl within herself who was ashamed of her figure and had the disagreeable feeling that she was indecent because it was visible. Even though she was proud of being pretty and having a good figure, this feeling of pride was always immediately curtailed by shame. She rightly suspected that feminine beauty functioned above all as provocation, and she found this distasteful. She longed for her body to relate only to the man she loved. When men stared at her in the street, it seemed to her that they were invading a piece of her most secret privacy that should belong only to herself and her lover. But now she was the hitchhiker, the woman without a destiny. In this role she was relieved of the tender bonds of her love and began to be intensely aware of her body, and her body became more aroused the more alien the eyes watching it. She was walking past the last table when an intoxicated man, wanting to show off his worldliness, addressed her in French. "Combien, mademoiselle," the girl understood. She drew herself up and fully experienced every movement of her hips, then disappeared behind the curtain. Roman 9, it was a peculiar game. This peculiarity was evidenced, for example, by the fact that the young man, even though he himself was playing the unknown driver remarkably well, did not for a moment stop seeing his girl in the hitchhiker. And it was precisely this that was tormenting. He saw his girl charming a strange man, and he had the bitter privilege of being present, of seeing at close quarters how she looked, and of hearing what she said when she was being unfaithful, when she had been unfaithful, when she would be unfaithful. He had the paradoxical honor of being himself the pretext for her behavior. This was all the worse because he worshipped rather than loved her. It had always seemed that the girl had reality only within the bounds of fidelity and purity, and that beyond these bounds it simply didn't exist. Beyond these bounds she would cease to be herself, as water ceases to be water beyond the boiling point. When he now saw her crossing this horrifying boundary with nonchalant elegance, he was filled with anger. Girl came back from the rest room and complained. "A guy over there asked me, 'Combien, mademoiselle?' 'Don't be surprised," said the young man. "You look like a woman of loose morals. Do you know that it doesn't bother me in the least? Then you should go with the gentleman, but I have you. You can join him later, go and work out something with him. I don't find him attractive, but in principle you have nothing against it having several men in one night. Why not, if they're good-looking? Do you prefer them one after the other or at the same time?" "Either way," said the girl. The conversation was proceeding to still greater enormities. It shocked the girl slightly, but she couldn't protest. Even in a game there lurks a lack of freedom. Even a game is a trap for the players. If this had not been a game and they had really been two strangers, the hitchhiker could long ago have taken offense and left. But there's no escape from a game. A team cannot flee before the end of the match. Chess pieces cannot desert the chessboard. The boundaries of the playing field are impassable. The girl knew that she had to accept whatever form the game might take, just because it was a game. She knew that the more extreme the game became, the more it would be a game, and the more obediently she would have to play it. And it was futile to evoke good sense and warn her dazed soul that she must keep her distance from the game and not take it seriously. Just because it was only a game, her soul was not afraid, did not oppose the game, and sank deeper into it as if drugged. The young man called the waiter and paid. Then he got up and said to the girl, "We're going." "Where to?" The girl feigned surprise. "Don't ask, just come on," said the young man. "Is that any way to talk to me? It's the way I talk to women of loose morals." They went up the badly lit staircase. On the landing below the second floor, a group of intoxicated men was standing near the rest room. The young man caught hold of the girl from behind so that he was holding her arm. The men by the rest room saw this and began to call out. The girl wanted to break away, but the young man yelled at her, "Keep still." The men greeted this with general ribaldry and addressed several rude remarks to the girl. The young man and the girl reached the second floor. He opened the door of their room and switched on the light. It was a narrow room with 2 beds, a small table, a chair, and a wash basin. The young man locked the door and turned to the girl. She was standing facing him in a defiant pose with insolent sensuality in her eyes. He looked at her and tried to discover behind her lascivious expression the familiar features that he loved tenderly. It was as if he were looking at 2 images through the same lens, at 2 images superimposed one on the other with one showing through the other. These 2 images showing through each other were telling him that everything was in the girl, that her soul was terrifyingly amorphous, that it held faithfulness and unfaithfulness, treachery and innocence, flirtatiousness and chastity. This disorderly jumble seemed disgusting to him, like the variety to be found in a pile of garbage. Both images continued to show through each other, and the young man understood that the girl differed only on the surface from other women, but deep down was the same as they, full of all possible thoughts, feelings, and vices, which justified all his secret misgivings and fits of jealousy. The impression that certain outlines delineated her as an individual was only a delusion to which the other person, the one who was looking, was subject, namely himself. It seemed to him that the girl he loved was a creation of his desire, his thoughts, and his faith, and that the real girl now standing in front of him was hopelessly other, hopelessly alien, hopelessly polymorphous. He hated her. "What are you waiting for? Prepare yourself," he said. The girl flirtatiously bent her head and said, "Is it necessary?" The tone in which she said this seemed to him very familiar. It seemed to him that once long ago some other woman had said this to him, only he no longer knew which one. He longed to humiliate her, not the hitchhiker, but his own girl. The game merged with life. The game of humiliating the hitchhiker became only a pretext for humiliating his girl. The young man had forgotten that he was playing a game. He simply hated the woman standing in front of him. He stared at her and drew a 50-crown bill from his wallet. He offered it to the girl. "Is that enough?" The girl took the 50 crowns and said, "You don't think I'm worth much?" The young man said, "You aren't worth more." The girl nestled up against the young man. "You can't get around me like that. You have to be nicer. You have to make an effort." She put her arms around him and moved her mouth toward his. He put his fingers on her mouth and gently pushed her away. He said, "I only kiss women I love." "And you don't love me?" "No. Who do you love?" "What's that got to do with you? Prepare yourself." She had never prepared herself like this before. The shyness, the feeling of inner panic, the dizziness, all that she had always felt when preparing herself in front of the young man and she couldn't hide in the darkness, all this was gone. She was standing in front of him self-confident, insolent, bathed in light, and astonished at her sudden discovery of the gestures, heretofore unknown to her, of a slow, provocative display. She took in his glances, slipping off each piece of clothing with a caressing movement and enjoying each individual stage of this exposure. But then suddenly she was standing in front of him completely unclothed, and at this moment it flashed through her head that now the whole game would end. That since she had stripped off her clothes, she had also stripped away her dissimulation, and that being unclothed meant that she was now herself, and the young man ought to come up to her now and make a gesture with which he would wipe out everything, and after which would follow only their most intimate closeness. So she stood unclothed in front of the young man and at that moment stopped playing the game. She felt embarrassed, and on her face appeared the smile that really belonged to her, a shy and confused smile. But the young man didn't come to her and didn't end the game. He didn't notice the familiar smile. He saw before him only the beautiful, alien body of his own girl, whom he hated. Hatred cleansed his sensuality of any sentimental coating. She wanted to come to him, but he said, "Stay where you are. I want to have a good look at you." Now he longed only to treat her as a woman of loose morals. But the young man had never had such a woman, and the ideas he had about them came from literature and hearsay. So he turned to these ideas, and the first thing he recalled was the image of a woman in black clothing and black stockings, dancing on the shiny top of a piano. In the little hotel room there was no piano, there was only a small table, covered with a linen cloth, leaning against the wall. He ordered the girl to climb up on it. The girl made a pleading gesture, but the young man said, "You've been paid." When she saw the look of unshakable obsession in the young man's eyes, she tried to go on with the game, even though she no longer could and no longer knew how. With tears in her eyes, she climbed onto the table. The top was scarcely a yard square, and one leg was a little bit shorter than the others, so that standing on it the girl felt unsteady. But the young man was pleased with the figure now towering above him, and the girl's ashamed uncertainty merely inflamed his imperiousness. He wanted to see her body in all positions and from all sides, as he imagined other men had seen it and would see it. He was vulgar and lascivious. He used words she had never heard from him before. She wanted to refuse. She wanted to be released from the game. She called him by his first name, but he immediately yelled at her that she had no right to address him so intimately. And so eventually, in confusion and on the verge of tears, she obeyed. She bent forward and crouched according to the young man's wishes, gave a military salute, and then wiggled her hips as she did the twist for him. During a slightly more violent movement, when the cloth slipped beneath her feet and she nearly fell, the young man caught her and dragged her to the bed. He joined her on the bed. She was glad that at least now finally the unfortunate game would end, and they would again be the two people they had been before and would love each other. She wanted to press her mouth against his, but the young man pushed her head away and repeated that he only kissed women he loved. She burst into loud sobs, but she wasn't even allowed to cry, because the young man's furious passion gradually won over her body, which then silenced the complaint of her soul. On the bed there were soon two bodies in perfect harmony, two sensual bodies alien to each other. This was exactly what the girl had most dreaded all her life and had scrupulously avoided until now: intimacy without emotion or love. She knew that she had crossed the forbidden boundary, but she proceeded across it without objections and as a full participant. Only somewhere far off in a corner of her consciousness did she feel horror at the thought that she had never known such intensity, never so much intensity as at this moment beyond that boundary. Roman 12, then, it was all over. The young man got up off the girl and, reaching out for the long cord hanging over the bed, switched off the light. He didn't want to see the girl's face. He knew that the game was over, but he didn't feel like returning to their customary relationship. He feared this return. He lay beside the girl in the dark in such a way that their bodies would not touch. After a moment he heard her sobbing quietly. The girl's hand diffidently, childishly touched his. It touched, withdrew, then touched again, and then a pleading, sobbing voice broke the silence, calling him by his name and saying, "I'm me, I'm me." The young man was silent. He didn't move, and he was aware of the sad emptiness of the girl's assertion, in which the unknown was defined by the same unknown. And the girl soon passed from sobbing to loud crying and went on endlessly repeating this pitiful tautology: "I'm me, I'm me, I'm me." The young man began to call compassion to his aid. He had to call it from afar, because it was nowhere near at hand, so as to be able to calm the girl. There were still 13 days of vacation before them. Lovers of their time, William Trevor looking back on it, It seemed to have to do with that particular decade in London. Could it have happened, he wondered, at any other time except the 1960s? That feeling was intensified, perhaps, because the whole thing had begun on New Year's Day, 1963, long before that day became a bank holiday in England. "That'll be 2 and 9, she'd said, smiling at him across her counter, handing him toothpaste and emery boards in a bag. "Colgate's, remember," his wife had called out as he was leaving the flat. "The last stuff we had tasted awful." His name was Norman Britt. It said so on a small plastic name plate in front of his position in the travel agency where he worked, Travel-wide as it was called. Marie, a badge on her light blue shop coat, announced. His wife, who worked at home, assembling jewelry for a firm that paid her on a production basis, was called Hilda. Green's, the chemists, and Travel-wide were in Vincent Street, a street that was equidistant from Paddington Station and Edgware Road. The flat where Hilda worked all day was in Putney. Marie lived in Reading with her mother and her mother's friend Mrs. Druck, both of them widows. She caught the 8.05 every morning to Paddington and usually the 6.3 back. He was 40 in 1963, as Hilda was. Marie was 28. He was tall and thin, with a David Niven mustache. Hilda was thin also, her dark hair beginning to gray, her sharply featured face pale. Marie was well covered, carefully made up, her hair dyed blonde. She smiled a lot, a slack, half-crooked smile that made her eyes screw up and twinkle. She exuded laziness and generosity. She and her friend Mavis went dancing a lot in Reading and had a sizable collection of men friends. Fellas, they called them. Buying things from her now and again in Green's, the chemist's Norman had come to the conclusion that she was of a flirtatious disposition, and imagined that if ever he sat with her over a drink in the nearby Drummer Boy, the occasion could easily lead to a warm moment on the street afterwards. He imagined her coral-colored lips, like 2 tiny sausages, only softer, near his mustache and his abbreviated mouth. He imagined the warmth of her hand in his. For all that, she was a little outside reality. She was there to desire, to glow in the heady atmosphere of the Drummer Boy, to light cigarettes for in a fantasy. "Isn't it cold?" he said as she handed him the emery boards and the toothpaste. "Shocking," she agreed and hesitated, clearly wanting to say something else. "You're in that Travel-wide," she added in the end. "Me and my friend want to go to Spain this year. It's very popular, the Costa Brava." "That's right." She handed him threepence change. "In May. Not too hot on the Costa in May. If you need any help, just the bookings. I'd be happy to make them for you. Look in any time. Britt the name is. I'm on the counter. If I may, Mr. Britt, I could slip out maybe at 4 or roundabout. Today, you mean? We want to fix it up. Naturally, I'll keep an eye out for you." It was hard not to call her Madam or Miss, the way he'd normally do. He had heard himself saying that he'd be happy to make the bookings for her, knowing that that was business jargon, knowing that the unfussy voice he'd used was a business one also. Her friend was a man, he supposed, some snazzy tough in a car. "See you later then," he said, but already she was serving another customer, advising about lipstick refills. She didn't appear in Travel-wide at 4 o'clock. She hadn't come when the doors closed at 5:30. He was aware of a sense of disappointment, combined with one of anticipation. For if she'd come at 4, he reflected as he left the travel agency, their bit of business would be in the past rather than the future. She'd look in some other time, and he'd just have to trust to luck that if he happened to be busy with another customer, she'd be able to wait. There'd be a further occasion when she called to collect the tickets themselves. "Ever so sorry," she said on the street, her voice coming from behind him. "Couldn't get away, Mr. Britt." He turned and smiled at her, feeling the movement of his mustache as he parted his lips. He knew only too well, he said. "Some other time then. Maybe tomorrow, maybe lunchtime. I'm off myself from 12 to 1. Look, you wouldn't fancy a drink. I could advise you just as easily over a drink." "Oh, you wouldn't have the time. No, I mustn't take advantage. You're not at all. if you've got 10 minutes. Well, it's awfully good of you, Mr. Britt. But I really feel I'm taking advantage, I really do. A New Year's drink. He pushed open the doors of the saloon bar of the Drummer Boy, a place he didn't often enter except for office drinks at Christmas or when someone leaving the agency was being given a send-off. Ron Stocks and Mr. Blackstaff were usually there in the evenings. He hoped they'd be there now to see him in the company of the girl from Green's the chemist's. "What would you like?" he asked her. "Gin and peppermint's my poison, only honestly I should pay. No, let me ask you, I wouldn't dream of it. We can sit over there, look." The Drummer Boy, so early in the evening, wasn't full. By 6 o'clock the advertising executives from the firm of Dalton, Dewar and Higgins just round the corner would have arrived, and the architects from Frine and Knight. Now there was only Mrs. Gregan, old and alcoholic, known to everyone, and a man called Bert with his poodle Jimmy. It was disappointing that Ron Stocks and Mr. Blackstaff weren't there. "You were here lunchtime Christmas Eve," she said. "Yes, I was." He paused, placing her gin and peppermint on a cardboard mat that advertised Guinness. "I saw you too." He drank some of his double diamond and carefully wiped the traces of foam from his mustache. He realized now that it would, of course, be quite impossible to have that warm moment on the street outside. That had been just imagination, wishful thinking, as his mother would have said. And yet he knew that when he arrived home 25 or so minutes late, he would not tell Hilda that he'd been advising an assistant from Green's, the chemist's, about a holiday on the Costa Brava. He wouldn't even say he'd been in the Drummer Boy. He'd say Blackstaff had kept everyone late, going through the new package that Eurotours were offering in Germany and Luxembourg this summer. Hilda wouldn't in a million years suspect that he'd been sitting in a public house with a younger woman who was quite an eyeful. As a kind of joke, she quite regularly suggested that his drive left something to be desired. "We were thinking about the last 2 weeks in May," Marie said. "It's when Mavis can get off too." "Mavis, my friend Mr. Britt." Hilda was watching Z-Cars in the sitting room, drinking VP wine. "His stuff was in the oven," she told him. "Thanks," he said. Sometimes she was out when he returned in the evenings. She went round to friends, a Mr. and Mrs. Fowler, with whom she drank VP and played bridge. On other occasions she went to the club, which was a place with a license for card players and billiard players. She quite liked her social life, but always said beforehand when she'd be out and always made arrangements about leaving food in the oven. Often in the daytime she'd go and make jewelry with Violet Parks, who also went in for this occupation, and often Violet Parks spent the day with Hilda. The jewelry making consisted for the most part of threading plastic beads onto a string or arranging plastic pieces in the settings provided. Hilda was quick at it and earned more than she would have if she went out every day, saving the fares for a start. She was better at it than Violet Parks. "All right then," she said when he carried his tray of food into the sitting room and sat down in front of the television set. "Want some VP, eh?" Her eyes continued to watch the figures on the screen as she spoke. He knew she'd prefer to be in the Fowlers' house or at the club, although now that they'd acquired a TV set the evenings passed easier when they were alone together. "No, thanks," he said in reply to her offer of wine, and he began to eat something that appeared to be a risole. There were 2 of them, round and brown, in a tinfoil container that also contained gravy. He hoped she wasn't going to be demanding in their bedroom. He eyed her, for sometimes he could tell. "Hi," she said, noticing the glance. "Feeling amorous, dear?" She laughed and winked, her suggestive voice seeming odd as it issued from her thin, rather dried-up face. She was always saying things like that, for no reason that Norman could see, always talking about feeling amorous, or saying she could see he was keen when he wasn't in the least. Norman considered that she was unduly demanding, and often wondered what it would be like to be married to someone who was not. Now and again, Fatigued after the intensity of her affection, he lay staring at the darkness, wondering if her desires were related in some way to the fact that she was unable to bear children, if her abandon reflected a maternal frustration. Earlier in their married life, she'd gone out every day to an office where she'd been a filing clerk. In the evenings, they'd often gone to the cinema. He lay that night after she'd gone to sleep, listening to her heavy breathing, thinking of the girl in Green's The Chemist's. He went through the whole day in his mind, seeing himself leaving the flat in Putney, hearing Hilda calling out about the emery boards and the toothpaste, seeing himself reading the Daily Telegraph in the tube. Slowly he went through the morning, deliciously anticipating the moment when she handed him his change. With her smile mistily hovering, he recalled the questions and demands of a number of the morning's customers. "Fix us up Newcastle and back," a couple inquired. "Midweek's cheaper, is it?" A man with a squashed-up face wanted a week in Holland for himself and his sister's husband. A woman asked about Greece, another about cruises on the Nile, a third about the Scilly Isles. Then he placed the closed sign in front of his position at the counter and went out to have lunch in Bet's Sandwiches off the Edgware Road. "Packet of emery boards," he said again in Green's The Chemist's, "and a small Colgate's." After that there was the conversation they'd had, and then the afternoon with her smile still mistily hovering, as in fact it had, and then her presence beside him in the drummer boy. Endlessly she lifted the glass of gin and peppermint to her lips, endlessly she smiled. When he slept he dreamed of her. They were walking in Hyde Park and her shoe fell off. "I could tell you were a deep one," she said, and the next thing was Hilda was having one of her early morning appetites. "I don't know what it is about that chap," Marie confided to Mavis. "Something, though. Married, is he? Oh, he would be chap like that. Now you be careful, girl. He has Sinatra's eyes, that blue, you know. Now, Marie, I like an older fella. He's got a nice mustache. So's that fella in the International. Wet behind the ears, and my God, his dandruff." They left the train together and parted on the platform, Marie making for the Underground, Mavis hurrying for a bus. It was quite convenient, really, living in Reading and traveling to Paddington every day. It was only half an hour and chatting on the journey passed the time. They didn't travel back together in the evenings because Mavis nearly always did an hour's overtime. She was a computer programmer. I talked to Mavis. "It's okay about the insurance," Marie said in Travelwide at 11:30 that morning, having slipped out when the shop seemed slack. There'd been some details about insurance which he'd raised the evening before. He always advised insurance, but he'd quite understood when she'd made the point that she'd better discuss the matter with her friend before committing herself to the extra expenditure. "So I'll go ahead and book you," he said. "There'll just be the deposit." Mavis wrote the check. She pushed the pink slip across the counter to him. "Payable to Travelwide." "That's quite correct." He glanced at it and wrote her a receipt. He said, "I looked out another brochure or two. I'd quite like to go through them with you so you can explain what's what to your friend." "Oh, that's very nice, Mr. Britt, but I got to get back. I mean, I shouldn't be out in the middle of the morning." Any chance of lunchtime? His suavity astounded him. He thought of Hilda, deftly working at her jewelry, stringing orange and yellow beads, listening to the Jimmy Young program. "Lunchtime, Mr. Britt. We'd maybe talk about the brochures." He fancied her, she said to herself. He was making a pass, talking about brochures and lunchtime. Well, she wasn't disagreeable. She'd meant what she'd said to Mavis. She liked an older fella and she liked his mustache, so smooth it looked as if he put something on it. She liked the name Norman. "All right then," she said. He couldn't suggest Bet's Sandwiches because you stood up at a shelf on the wall and ate the sandwiches off a cardboard plate. "We could go to the drummer boy," he suggested instead. "I'm off at 12:15. Say 1:30, Mr. Britt. I'll be there with the brochures." Again he thought of Hilda. He thought of her wiry, pasty limbs and the way she had of snorting. Sometimes when they were watching the television she'd suddenly want to sit on his knee. She'd get worse as she grew older. She'd get scrawnier. Her hair, already coarse, would get dry and gray. He enjoyed the evenings when she went out to the club or to her friends the Fowlers. And yet he wasn't being fair, because in very many ways she did her best. It was just that you didn't always feel like having someone on your knee after a day's work. "Same," he said in The Drummer Boy. "Yes, please, Mr. Britt." She'd meant to say that the drinks were definitely on her, after what he'd spent last night, but in her flurry she forgot. She picked up the brochures he'd left on the seat beside her. She pretended to read one, but all the time she was watching him as he stood by the bar. He smiled as he turned and came back with their drinks. He said something about it being a nice way to do business. He was drinking gin and peppermint himself. "I meant to pay for the drinks. I meant to say I would. I'm sorry, Mr. Britt. Norman, my name is." He surprised himself again by the ease with which he was managing the situation. They'd have their drinks, and then he'd suggest some of the shepherd's pie or a ham and salad roll if she'd prefer it. He'd buy her another gin and peppermint to get her going. 18 years ago he used to buy Hilda further glasses of VP wine with the same thought in mind. They finished with the brochures. She told him she lived in Reading. She talked about the town. She mentioned her mother and her mother's friend Mrs. Druck, who lived with them, and Mavis. She told him a lot about Mavis. No man was mentioned, no boyfriend or fiancé. "Honestly," she said, "I'm not hungry." She couldn't have touched a thing. She just wanted to go on drinking gin with him. She wanted to get slightly tipsy, a thing she'd never done before in the middle of the day. She wanted to put her arm through his. "It's been nice meeting you," he said. "A bit of luck." "I think so too, Marie." He ran his forefinger between the bones on the back of her hand, so gently that it made her want to shiver. She didn't take her hand away, and when she continued not to, he took her hand in his. After that they had lunch together every day, always in The Drummer Boy. People saw them. Ron Stocks and Mr. Blackstaff from Travelwide, Mr. Feynman, the pharmacist from Green's, the chemists. Other people from the travel agency and from the chemists saw them walking about the streets, usually hand in hand. They would look together into the shop windows of Edgware Road, drawn particularly to an antique shop full of brass. In the evenings he would walk with her to Paddington Station and have a drink in one of the bars. They'd embrace on the platform, as other people did. Mavis continued to disapprove. Marie's mother and Mrs. Druck remained ignorant of the affair. The holiday on the Costa Brava that May was not a success because all the time Marie kept wishing Norman Britt was with her. Occasionally, while Mavis read magazines on the beach, Marie wept and Mavis pretended not to notice. She was furious because Marie's low spirits meant that it was impossible for them to get to know fellas. For months they'd been looking forward to the holiday, and now, just because of a clerk in a travel agency, it was a flop. "I'm sorry, dear," Marie kept saying, trying to smile, but when they returned to London the friendship declined. "You're making a fool of yourself," Mavis pronounced harshly, "and it's dead boring having to hear about it." After that they ceased to travel together in the mornings. The affair remained unconsummated. In the hour and a quarter allotted to each of them for lunch, there was nowhere they might have gone to let their passion for one another run its course. Everywhere was public, Travelwide and the chemist's shop, the Drummer Boy, the streets they walked. Neither could easily spend a night away from home. Her mother and Mrs. Druck would guess that something untoward was in the air. Hilda, deprived of her companionship, would no longer be nonchalant in front of the TV. It would all come out if they were rash, and they sensed some danger in that. "Oh, darling," she whispered one October evening at Paddington, huddling herself against him. It was foggy and cold. The fog was in her pale hair, tiny droplets that only he, being close to her, could see. People hurried through the lit-up station, weary faces anxious to be home. "I know," he said, feeling as inadequate as he always did at the station. "I lie awake and think of you," she whispered. "You've made me live," he whispered back. "And you me. Oh God, and you me." She was gone before she finished speaking, swinging into the train as it moved away, her bulky red handbag the last thing he saw. It would be 18 hours before they'd meet again. He turned his back on her train and slowly made his way through the crowds, his reluctance to start the journey back to the flat in Putney seeming physical, like a pain, inside him. Oh, for God's sake! A woman cried angrily at him, for he had been in her way and had moved in the same direction as she had in seeking to avoid her, causing a second collision. She dropped magazines onto the platform and he helped her to pick them up, vainly apologizing. It was then, walking away from this woman, that he saw the sign. Hotel entrance, it said in red neon letters, beyond the station's main bookstall. It was the back of the Great Western Royal, a shortcut to its comforts for train travelers at the end of their journey. If only, he thought, they could share a room there. If only for one single night they were granted the privilege of being man and wife. People passed through the swing doors beneath the glowing red sign, people hurrying with newspapers or suitcases. Without quite knowing why, he passed through the swing doors himself. He walked up 2 brief flights of steps, through another set of doors, and paused in the enormous hall of the Great Western Royal Hotel. Ahead of him, to the left, was the long, curved reception counter, and to the right, the porter's desk. Small tables and armchairs were everywhere. It was carpeted underfoot. There were signs to lifts and to the bar and the restaurant. The stairway, gently rising to his left, was gracious, carpeted also. They would sit for a moment in this hall, he imagined, as other people were sitting now, a few with drinks, others with pots of tea and plates half empty of assorted biscuits. He stood for a moment, watching these people, and then, as though he possessed a room in the hotel, he mounted the stairs, saying to himself that it must somehow be possible, that surely they could share a single night in the splendor of this place. There was a landing, made into a lounge, with armchairs and tables, as in the hall below. People conversed quietly. A foreign waiter, elderly and limping, collected silver-plated teapots. A Pekingese dog slept on a woman's lap. The floor above was different. It was a long, wide corridor with bedroom doors on either side of it. Other corridors, exactly similar, led off it. Chambermaids passed him with lowered eyes. Someone gently laughed in a room marked staff only. A waiter wheeled a trolley containing covered dishes and a bottle of wine wrapped in a napkin. Bathroom, a sign said, and he looked in, just to see what a bathroom in the Great Western Royal Hotel would be like. "My God," he whispered, possessed immediately with the idea that was, for him, to make the decade of the 1960s different. Looking back on it, he was forever after unable to recall the first moment he beheld the bathroom on the second floor without experiencing the shiver of pleasure he'd experienced at the time. Slowly he entered. He locked the door and slowly sat down on the edge of the bath. The place was huge, as the bath itself was, like somewhere in a palace. The walls were marble, white veined delicately with gray. 2 monstrous brass taps, the biggest bath taps he'd ever in his life seen, seemed to know already that he and Marie would come to the bathroom. They seemed almost to wink an invitation to him, to tell him that the bathroom was a comfortable place, and not often in use since private bathrooms were now attached to most of the bedrooms. Sitting in his mackintosh coat on the edge of the bath, he wondered what Hilda would say if she could see him now. He suggested it to Marie in The Drummer Boy. He led up to it slowly, describing the interior of the Great Western Royal Hotel and how he had wandered about it because he hadn't wanted to go home. "Actually," he said, "I ended up in a bathroom." "You mean the toilet, dear. Taken short, no, not the toilet. A bathroom on the second floor, done out in marble as a matter of fact." She replied that honestly he was a one to go into a bathroom like that when he wasn't even staying in the place. He said, "What I mean, Marie, it's somewhere we could go." "Go, dear. It's empty half the time, nearly all the time it must be. I mean, we could be there now, this minute if we wanted to." "But we're having our lunch, Norman. That's what I mean. We could even be having it there." From the saloon bar's jukebox, a lugubrious voice pleaded for a hand to be held. "Take my hand," sang Elvis Presley, "take my whole life too." The advertising executives from Dalton, Dorr and Higgins were loudly talking about their hopes of gaining the Canadian Pacific account. Less noisily, the architects from Frine and Knight complained about local planning regulations. "In a bathroom, Norman." "But we couldn't just go into a bathroom." "Why not?" "Well, we couldn't. We couldn't. What I'm saying is we could. I want to marry you, Norman. I want us to be together. I don't want just going to a bathroom in some hotel. I know I want to marry you too, but we've got to work it out. You know we've got to work it out, Marie getting married." Yes, I know. It was a familiar topic of conversation between them. They took it for granted that one day, somehow, they would be married. They had talked about Hilda. He described Hilda to her. He'd drawn a picture in Marie's mind of Hilda bent over her jewelry making in a Putney flat, or going out to drink VP with the Fowlers or at the club. He hadn't presented a flattering picture of his wife, and when Marie had quite timidly said that she didn't much care for the sound of her, he had agreed that naturally she wouldn't. The only aspect of Hilda he didn't touch upon was her desires, night starvation as he privately dubbed it. He didn't mention it because he guessed it might be upsetting. What they had to work out where Hilda was concerned were the economics of the matter. He would never, at Travelwide or anywhere else, earn a great deal of money. Familiar with Hilda's nature, he knew that as soon as a divorce was mooted she'd set out to claim as much alimony as she possibly could, which by law he would have to pay. She would state that she only made jewelry for pin money, and increasingly found it difficult to do so due to a developing tendency towards chilblains or arthritis, anything she could think of. She would hate him for rejecting her, for depriving her of a tame companion. Her own resentment at not being able to have children would somehow latch on to his unfaithfulness. She would see a pattern which wasn't really there. Bitterness would come into her eyes. Marie had said that she wanted to give him the children he had never had. She wanted to have children at once, and she knew she could. He knew it too. Having children was part of her. You'd only to look at her. Yet that would mean she'd have to give up her job, which she wanted to do when she married anyway, which in turn would mean that all three of them would have to subsist on his meager salary. And not just all three, the children also. It was a riddle that mocked him. He could find no answer, and yet he believed that the more he and Marie were together, the more they talked to one another and continued to be in love, the more chance there was of suddenly hitting upon a solution. Not that Marie always listened when he went on about it. She agreed they had to solve their problem, but now and again just pretended it wasn't there. She liked to forget about the existence of Hilda. For an hour or so when she was with him, she liked to assume that quite soon, in July or even June, they'd be married. He always brought her back to earth. "Look, let's just have a drink in the hotel," he urged. "Tonight before the train, instead of having one in the buffet." "But it's a hotel, Norman. It's for people to stay in. Anyone can go into a hotel for a drink." That evening, after their drink in the hotel bar, he led her to the first-floor landing that was also a lounge. It was warm in the hotel. She said she'd like to sink down into one of the armchairs and fall asleep. He laughed at that. He didn't suggest an excursion to the bathroom, sensing that he shouldn't rush things. He saw her on to her train, abandoning her to her mother and Mrs. Druck and Mavis. He knew that all during the journey she would be mulling over the splendors of the Great Western Royal. December came. It was no longer foggy, but the weather was colder, with an icy wind. Every evening before her train they had their drink in the hotel. "I'd love to show you that bathroom," he said once, "just for fun." He hadn't been pressing it in the least. It was the first time he'd mentioned the bathroom since he'd mentioned it originally. She giggled and said he was terrible. She said she'd miss her train if she went looking at bathrooms, but he said there'd easily be time. "Gosh," she whispered, standing in the doorway looking in. He put his arm around her shoulders and drew her inside, fearful in case a chambermaid should see them loitering there. He locked the door and kissed her. In almost 12 months it was their first embrace in private. They went to the bathroom during the lunch hour on New Year's Day, and he felt it was right that they should celebrate in this way the anniversary of their first real meeting. His early impression of her, that she was of a flirtatious disposition, had long since been dispelled. Voluptuous she might seem to the eye, but beneath that misleading surface she was prim and proper. It was odd that Hilda, who looked dried up and wholly uninterested in the sensual life, should also belie her appearance. "I've never done it before," Marie confessed in the bathroom, and he loved her the more for that. He loved her simplicity in this matter, her desire to remain a virgin until her wedding. But since she repeatedly swore that she could marry no one else, their anticipating of their wedding night did not matter. "Oh, God, I love you," she whispered, alone with him for the first time in the bathroom. "Oh, Norman, you're so good to me." After that it became a regular thing. He would saunter from the hotel bar, across the huge entrance lounge, and take a lift to the second floor. 5 minutes later she would follow, with a towel brought specially from Reading in her handbag. In the bathroom they always whispered, and would sit together in a warm bath after their moments together, still murmuring about the future, holding hands beneath the surface of the water. No one ever rapped on the door to ask what was going on in there. No one ever questioned them as they returned, separately, to the bar, with the towel they'd shared damping her compact and her handkerchief. Years instead of months began to go by. On the jukebox in The Drummer Boy the voice of Elvis Presley was no longer heard. "Why she had to go I don't know," sang the Beatles. "She didn't say, 'I believe in yesterday.'" And Eleanor Rigby entered people's lives and Sergeant Pepper with her. The fantasies of secret agents, more fantastic than ever before, filled the screens of London cinemas. Carnaby Street, like a jolly trash can, overflowed with noise and color. And in the bathroom of the Great Western Royal Hotel, the love affair of Norman Britt and Marie was touched with the same preposterousness. They ate sandwiches in the bathroom. They drank wine. He whispered to her of the faraway places he knew about but had never been to. The Bahamas, Brazil, Peru, Seville at Easter, the Greek islands, the Nile, Shiraz, Persepolis, the Rocky Mountains. They should have been saving their money, not spending it on gin and peppermint in the bar of the hotel and in The Drummer Boy. They should have been racking their brains to find a solution to the problem of Hilda. But it was nicer to pretend that one day they would walk together in Venice or Tuscany. It was all so different from the activities that began with Hilda's desires, and it was different from the coarseness that invariably surfaced when Mr. Blackstaff got going in The Drummer Boy on an evening when a travel-wide employee was being given a send-off. Mr. Blackstaff's great joke on such occasions was that he liked to have relations with his wife at night, and that she preferred the conjunction in the mornings. He was always going on about how difficult it was in the mornings, what with the children liable to interrupt you, and he usually went into details about certain other, more intimate preferences of his wife's. He had a powerful, waxy guffaw, which he brought regularly into play when he was engaged in this kind of conversation, allying it with a nudging motion of the elbow. Once his wife actually turned up in The Drummer Boy, and Norman found it embarrassing even to look at her, knowing as he did so much about her private life. She was a stout middle-aged woman with decorated spectacles. Her appearance, too, apparently belied much. In the bathroom, all such considerations, disliked equally by Norman Britt and Marie, were left behind. Romance ruled their brief sojourns, and love sanctified, or so they believed, the passion of their physical intimacy. Love excused their eccentricity, for only love could have found in them a willingness to engage in the deception of a hotel and the courage that went with it, that they believed most of all. But afterwards, selling tickets to other people or putting Marie on her evening train, Norman sometimes felt depressed, and then gradually, as more time passed, the depression increased and intensified. "I'm so sad," he whispered in the bathroom once. "When I'm not with you, I don't think I can stand it." She dried herself on the towel brought specially from reading in her large red handbag. "You'll have to tell her," she said, with an edge in her voice that hadn't ever been there before. "I don't want to leave having babies too late." She wasn't 28 anymore, she was 31. "I mean, it isn't fair on me," she said. He knew it wasn't fair on her, but going over the whole thing yet again in Travelwide that afternoon, he also knew that poverty would destroy them. He'd never earned much more than he earned now. The babies Marie wanted, and which he wanted too, would soak up what there was like blotting paper. They'd probably have to look for council accommodation. It made him weary to think about it, it gave him a headache. But he knew she was right. They couldn't go on forever, living off a passing idol in the bathroom of a hotel. He even thought, quite seriously for a moment, of causing Hilda's death. Instead, he told her the truth, one Thursday evening after she'd been watching the Avengers on television. He just told her he'd met someone, a girl called Marie, he said, whom he had fallen in love with and wished to marry. "I was hoping we could have a divorce," he said. Hilda turned the sound on the television set down without in any way dimming the picture which she continued to watch. Her face did not register the hatred he had imagined in it when he rejected her, nor did bitterness suddenly enter her eyes. Instead, she shook her head at him and poured herself some more VP. She said, "You've gone barmy, Norman. You can think that if you like. Wherever'd you meet a girl, for God's sake?" "At work." "She's there in Vincent Street, in a shop. And what's she think of you, may I ask?" "She's in love with me, Hilda," she laughed. She told him to pull the other one, adding that it had bells on it. "Hilda, I'm not making this up, I'm telling you the truth." She smiled into her VP. She watched the screen for a moment, then she said, "And how long's this charming stuff been going on, may I inquire?" He didn't want to say for years. Vaguely, he said it had been going on for just a while. "You're out of your tiny, Norman. Just because you fancy some piece in a shop doesn't mean you go getting hot under the collar. You're no tomcat, you know, old boy." "I didn't say I was." "You're no sexual mechanic. Hilda, all chaps fancy things in shops. Didn't your mother tell you that? Do you think I haven't fancied stuff myself, the chap who came to do the blinds, that randy little postman with his rugby songs?" "I'm telling you I want a divorce, Hilda," she laughed. She drank more VP wine. "You're up a gum tree," she said, and laughed again. "Hilda, oh, for God's sake." All of a sudden she was angry, but more, he felt, because he was going on, not because of what he was actually demanding. She thought him ridiculous and said so. And then she added all the things he'd thought himself. That people like them didn't get divorces, that unless his girlfriend was well-heeled the whole thing would be a sheer bloody nonsense, with bloody solicitors the only ones to benefit. "They'll send you to the cleaners, your bloody solicitors will," she loudly pointed out, anger still trembling in her voice. "You'd be paying them back for years." "I don't care," he began, although he did. "I don't care about anything except, of course you do, you damn fool." "Hilda, look, get over her. Take her into a park after dark or something. It'll make no odds to you and me." She turned the sound on the television up and quite quickly finished the VP wine. Afterwards, in their bedroom, she turned to him with an excitement that was greater than usual. "God, that switched me on," she whispered in the darkness, gripping him with her limbs. "The stuff we were talking about, that girl." When she'd finished her affection, she said, "I had it with that postman, you know, swear to God, in the kitchen. And since we're on the subject, Fowler looks in here the odd time." He lay beside her in silence, not knowing whether or not to believe what she was saying. It seemed at first that she was keeping her end up because he'd mentioned Marie, but then he wasn't so sure. "We had a foursome once," she said. "The Fowlers and me and a chap that used to be in the club." She began to stroke his face with her fingers, the way he hated. She always seemed to think that if she stroked his face it would excite him. She said, "Tell me more about this piece you fancy." He told her to keep her quiet and to make her stop stroking his face. It didn't seem to matter now if he told her how long it had been going on, not since she'd made her revelations about Fowler and the postman. He even enjoyed telling her about the New Year's Day when he'd bought the emery boards and the Colgates, and how he'd got to know Marie because she and Mavis were booking a holiday on the Costa Brava. But you've never actually. Yes, we have. For God's sake, where? Doorways or something, in the park. We go to a hotel. You old devil. Listen, Hilda, for God's sake, go on, love, tell me about it. He told her about the bathroom and she kept asking him questions, making him tell her details, asking him to describe Marie to her. Dawn was breaking when they finished talking. Forget about the divorce stuff, she said quite casually at breakfast. I wouldn't want to hear no more of that. I wouldn't want you ruined for my sake, dear. He didn't want to see Marie that day, although he had to because it was arranged. In any case, she knew he'd been going to tell his wife the night before. She'd want to hear the outcome. Well, she said in the drummer boy. He shrugged, he shook his head, he said, I told her. And what'd she say, Norman, what Hilda say? She said I was barmy to be talking about divorce. She said what I said to you, that we wouldn't manage with the alimony. They sat in silence. Eventually Marie said, then can't you leave her? Can't you just not go back? We could get a flat somewhere. We could put off kiddies, darling, just walk out, couldn't you? They'd find us, they'd make me pay. We could try it, if I keep on working you could pay what they want. It'll never pan out, Marie. Oh, darling, just walk away from her. Which is what, to Hilda's astonishment, he did. One evening when she was at the club, he packed his clothes and went to 2 rooms in Kilburn that he and Marie had found. He didn't tell Hilda where he was going. He just left a note to say he wouldn't be back. They lived as man and wife in Kilburn, sharing a lavatory and a bathroom with 15 other people. In time, he received a court summons, and in court was informed that he had behaved meanly and despicably to the woman he'd married. He agreed to pay regular maintenance. The 2 rooms in Kilburn were dirty and uncomfortable, and life in them was rather different from the life they had known together in the Drummer Boy and the Great Western Royal Hotel. They planned to find somewhere better, but at a reasonable price that wasn't easy to find. A certain melancholy descended on them, for although they were together, they seemed as far away as ever from their own small house, their children, and their ordinary contentment. We could go to Reading, Marie suggested. Reading? To my mum's. But your mum's nearly disowned you. Your mum's livid, you said yourself she was. People come round. She was right. One Sunday afternoon they made the journey to Reading to have tea with Marie's mother and her friend Mrs. Druck. Neither of these women addressed Norman, and once when he and Marie were in the kitchen, he heard Mrs. Druck saying it disgusted her, that he was old enough to be Marie's father. Don't think much of him, Marie's mother replied. Pipsqueak, really. Nevertheless, Marie's mother had missed her daughter's contribution to the household finances, and before they returned to London that evening, it was arranged that Norman and Marie should move in within a month, on the firm understanding that the very second it was feasible their marriage would take place. He's a boarder, mind, Marie's mother warned. Nothing but a boarder in this house. There were neighbors, Mrs. Druck added, to be thought of. Reading was worse than the 2 rooms in Kilburn. Marie's mother continued to make disparaging remarks about Norman, about the way he left the lavatory, or the thump of his feet on the stair carpet, or his finger marks around the light switches. Marie would deny these accusations, and then there'd be a row, with Mrs. Druck joining in because she loved a row, and Marie's mother weeping and then Marie weeping. Norman had been to see a solicitor about divorcing Hilda, quoting her unfaithfulness with a postman and with Fowler. You have your evidence, Mr. Britt. The solicitor inquired and pursed his lips when Norman said he hadn't. He knew it was all going to be too difficult. He knew his instinct had been right. He shouldn't have told Hilda. He shouldn't have just walked out. The whole thing had always been unfair on Marie. It had to be when a girl got mixed up with a married man. Should think of things like that, her mother had a way of saying loudly when he was passing an open door. Selfish type he is, Mrs. Druck would loudly add. Marie argued when he said none of it was going to work. But she wasn't as broken-hearted as she might have been a year or so ago, for the strain had told on Marie too, especially the strain in reading. She naturally wept when Norman said they'd been defeated, and so for a moment did he. He asked for a transfer to another branch of Travelwide and was sent to Ealing, far away from the Great Western Royal Hotel. 18 months later, Marie married a man in a brewery. Hilda, hearing on some grapevine that Norman was on his own, wrote to him and suggested that bygones should be allowed to be bygones. Lonely in a bed-sitting room in Ealing, he agreed to talk the situation over with her, and after that he agreed to return to their flat. "No hard feelings," Hilda said, "and no deception. There's been a chap from the club in here, the Woolworth's manager." "No hard feelings," he agreed. For Norman Britt, as the decade of the 1960s passed, it trailed behind it the marvels of his love affair with Marie. Hilda's scorn when he had confessed had not devalued them, nor had the 2 dirty rooms in Kilburn, nor the equally unpleasant experience in reading. Their walk to the Great Western Royal, the drinks they could not afford in the hotel bar, their studied nonchalance as they made their way separately upstairs, seemed to Norman to be a fantasy that had miraculously become real. The second-floor bathroom belonged in it perfectly, the bathroom full of whispers and intimacy, where the faraway places of his daily work acquired a hint of magic when he spoke of them to a girl as voluptuous as any of James Bond's. Sometimes on the tube he would close his eyes, and with the greatest pleasure that remained to him, he would recall the delicately veined marble and the great brass taps, and the bath that was big enough for 2. And now and again he heard what appeared to be the strum of distant music, and the voices of the Beatles celebrating a bathroom love, as they had celebrated Eleanor Rigby and other people of that time. Mouch reminiscences of a rowing man, Guy de Maupassant. This is what he told us. "I saw some funny things and some funny girls in those days, when I used to go boating on the river. Many's the time I've felt like writing a little book called On the Seine, describing that carefree athletic life, a life of poverty and gaiety, of noisy, rollicking fun, that I led in my 20s. I was a penniless clerk at the time. Now I'm a successful man who can throw away huge sums to gratify a passing whim. I had 1,000 modest, unattainable desires in my heart which gilded my existence with fantastic hopes. Today, I really can't think of anything that would induce me to get out of the armchair where I sit dozing. Though life could be hard, how simple and enjoyable it was to live like that, between the office in Paris and the river at Argenteuil. For 10 years my only, my absorbing passion was the Seine, that lovely, calm, varied, stinking river, full of mirages and filth. I think I loved it so much because it gave me the feeling of being alive. Oh, those strolls along the flower-covered banks, with my friends the frogs dreamily cooling their bellies on water-lily leaves, and the frail, dainty lilies among the tall grasses, which parted suddenly to reveal a scene from a Japanese album as a kingfisher darted past me like a blue flame. How I loved all that, with an instinctive passion of the eyes which spread through my whole body in a feeling of deep and natural joy. Just as others remember nights of passion, I cherish memories of sunrises on misty mornings, with floating, drifting vapors, white as ghosts before the dawn, and then, as the first ray of sunshine touched the meadows, lit with a lovely rosy glow. And I cherish memories too of the moon silvering the rippling surface of the water with a radiance which brought all my dreams to life. And all that symbol of everlasting illusion, was born for me on the foul water which swept all the refuse of Paris down to the sea. Besides, what a gay life we led. There were 5 of us, a small group of friends who are pillars of the community today. As none of us had any money, we had set up an indescribable sort of club in a frightful pothouse at Argenteuil, renting a single dormitory bedroom where I spent what were the maddest nights of my life. We thought about nothing but having fun and rowing, for all of us, with one exception, regarded rowing as a religion. I remember adventures those 5 rascals had, and pranks they thought up, which were so fantastic that nobody could possibly believe them today. Nobody behaves like that anymore, even on the Seine, because the crazy fun which was the breath of life to us means nothing to people nowadays. The 5 of us owned a single boat between us, which had cost us enormous trouble to buy, and which gave us more fun than we shall ever have again. It was a yawl, broad in the beam and rather heavy, but solid, roomy, and comfortable. I won't try to describe my friends to you. One of them was a mischievous little chap nicknamed Petty Blue, and another a tall, wild-looking fellow with gray eyes and black hair whom we called Tomahawk. Then there was a lazy, witty character we nicknamed La Toque, the only one who never touched an oar, on the pretext that he would be sure to capsize the boat. A slim, elegant, very well-groomed fellow we called unequal after a recently published novel by Claydell, and also because he wore a monocle. And lastly myself, whom the others had baptized Joseph Prunier. We lived in perfect harmony, our only regret being that we hadn't a girl to take the tiller. A woman is an indispensable adjunct to a boat like ours, indispensable because she keeps minds and hearts awake, because she provides excitement, amusement, and distraction, and because she gives a spice to life, and with a red parasol gliding past green banks, decoration too. But an ordinary coxswoman was no use to us 5, who could scarcely be described as ordinary people. We needed somebody unusual, odd, ready for anything, in short, almost impossible to find. We had tried a good many without success girls who just played at being helmswomen, stupid creatures, who were more interested in the light wine that went to their heads than in the water that kept them afloat. We kept them for a single Sunday and then sent them packing in disgust. But then one Saturday evening unequal brought along a lively, skinny little thing who was always hopping and skipping around. A young tease who was full of that skittishness, which passes for wit among the street Arabs of both sexes who have grown up on the pavements of Paris. She was a sweet girl but not really pretty, a rough sketch of a woman with a little of everything in her. One of those silhouettes which artists draw in 3 strokes on the tablecloth in a cafe after dinner, between a glass of brandy and a cigarette. Nature sometimes turns out creatures like that. On that first evening she astonished and amused us, and was so unpredictable that none of us could make up our minds about her. Landing in the midst of a bunch of men who were ready to get up to any kind of prank, she was soon in command of the situation, and by the next day she had conquered us completely. She was absolutely crazy into the bargain. She told us that she had been born with a glass of absinthe in her belly, which her mother had drunk just before giving birth to her, and she had never sobered up since, because, she said, her nurse used to keep her strength up with tots of rum. She herself always called the bottles lined up on bar-room shelves my holy family. I don't know which of us christened her Mouch, nor why that name was given her, but it suited her perfectly and it stuck to her. So every week our yawl, which was called Fuila l'Envers, would travel along the Seine between Asnières and Mason's Laffitte with a load of 5 light-hearted strapping young fellows, steered by a lively, scatter-brained creature under a parasol of painted paper, who treated us as if we were slaves charged with the duty of taking her for a row, and whom we all adored. We adored her, first of all for a variety of reasons, and then for one in particular. She was a sort of little word-mill in the stern of our boat, chatting away in the wind blowing over the water. She babbled incessantly with the continuous sound of those winged toys that spin in the breeze, trotting out the most unexpected, amusing, and astonishing things. In that mind of hers, which seemed like a patchwork of rags of all kinds and colors, not sewn together but only tacked. There was fairy tale fantasy, boldness, immodesty, impudence, jokes and surprises, and a sense of fresh air and scenery such as you would get traveling in a balloon. We used to ask her questions just to hear the far-fetched answers she would produce. The one we fired at her most often was, "Why are you called Mouch?" She thought up such fantastic reasons that we would stop rowing to laugh at them. She appealed to us as a woman too, and Lapdog, who never did any rowing but spent the whole day sitting beside her in the helmsman's seat, once said in reply to the traditional question, "Why are you called Mouch?" "Because she's a little Spanish fly." And that is exactly what she was. A little buzzing, exciting Spanish fly, not the classic poisonous cantharides, shiny and hooded, but a little red-winged Spanish fly who was beginning to have an oddly disturbing effect on the whole crew of the feuding. What stupid jokes we made about that leaf on which our fly had alighted. Ever since Mouch had joined our crew, unequal had taken up a superior, preponderant role among us, the role of a gentleman who has a woman, compared with 4 others who have none. He sometimes abused this privilege to the point of exasperating us by holding Mouch close in front of us, perching her on his knees after meals, and assuming all kinds of irritating prerogatives. We had fitted up a curtain in the dormitory to isolate them from the rest of us. But I soon noticed that my companions were thinking along the same lines as myself, and asking themselves, why, under what exceptional law, by virtue of what inadmissible principle, should Mouch, who seems uninhibited by any principles, be faithful to her lover when women of higher social standing are not faithful to their husbands? Our assessment of the situation was accurate, as we soon discovered. Our only regret was that we hadn't made it earlier and so wasted precious time. Mouch was close to all the other sailors of the feuding. She did this without any difficulty, without any resistance, the first time each of us asked. Heavens, how shocking prudish folk are going to find this. But why? Is there a single fashionable courtesan without a dozen admirers, and is there a single one of those admirers stupid enough not to know it? Isn't it the done thing to have a regular evening with some famous, much sought-after woman, just as one has a regular evening at the opera, the Théâtre Français, or the Odeon, now that they are putting on the minor classics? A dozen men club together to keep a cocotte who finds it difficult to make a fair distribution of her time, just as a dozen men will club together to buy a racehorse, ridden by a single jockey, the perfect symbol of the real admirer. For reasons of delicacy, we left Mouch to unequal from Saturday evening to Monday morning. The days on the river were his. We spent time with her only during the week, in Paris, far from the Seine, which for boding men like us was almost tantamount to not deceiving him at all. The odd thing about the situation was that the 4 men enjoying Mouch's company knew all about the sharing of that company, talked about it among themselves, and even made veiled allusions to it in her presence which made her roar with laughter. Only unequal seemed to know nothing about it, and his ignorance of the situation produced a sort of awkwardness between him and us. It seemed to set him apart, isolate him, and destroy our former trust and intimacy. It gave him in our eyes a difficult and rather ridiculous part to play, the part of a deceived lover, almost that of a husband. However, as he was extremely intelligent and had a dry sense of humor, we sometimes wondered rather uneasily whether he might not have his suspicions. He took care to enlighten us in a way which was painful for us. We were on our way to Bougival for lunch, and we were rowing hard when Lapdog, who had the triumphant look of a contented man that morning, and seated beside the helmswoman seemed to be leaning rather too close for our liking, suddenly called out, "Stop!" The 8 oars rose out of the water. Then, turning to his neighbor, he asked, "Why are you called Mouch?" Before she could answer, Oil, who was sitting in the bows, said dryly, "Because she settles on all sorts of carrion." At first there was an embarrassed silence, followed by a general inclination to laugh. Even Mouch was dumbfounded. Then Lapdog gave the order, "All together." The boat moved forward again. The matter was closed, the mystery cleared up. This little incident changed nothing in our habits. Its only result was to restore cordial relations between Oil and ourselves. He became once more the privileged companion of Mouch from Saturday evening until Monday morning, his superiority over the rest of us having been firmly established by this definition, which incidentally put a stop to all questions about the name Mouch. From then on, we contented ourselves with the secondary role of grateful and attentive friends who took discreet advantage of weekdays, without there being any sense of rivalry between us. Everything went very well for about 3 months. Then all of a sudden Mouch began to behave strangely with us all. She was less high-spirited and became edgy, ill-at-ease, almost irritable. We kept asking her, "What's the matter with you?" She would answer, "Nothing, leave me alone." We learned the truth from Oil one Saturday evening. We had just sat down at table in the little dining room which Barbichan, the proprietor of our pothouse, reserved for us in his establishment, and after finishing our soup, we were waiting for the fried fish when our friend, who also looked a little worried, took Mouch's hand and then began speaking. "My dear friends," he said, "I have something very serious to tell you which may lead to some lengthy discussion, but we'll have time for that between courses. Poor Mouch has given me a disastrous piece of news which she has asked me to pass on to you. She is expecting a child. I have only 2 things to add. This is no time to leave her in the lurch, and any attempt to find out who's the father is forbidden." The first effect of this news was utter amazement, a sense of disaster. We looked at one another as if we wanted to accuse somebody. But whom? Yes, whom? I have never felt as keenly as I did at that moment the unfairness of that cruel jest of Nature's, which never allows a man to know for certain whether he is the father of his child. Then, little by little, we came to experience a comforting sense of consolation, born, oddly enough, of a vague feeling of solidarity. Tomahawk, who hardly ever spoke, expressed this growing serenity in the following words: "Well, it can't be helped, and union is strength." A boy came in from the kitchen with the gudgeon. We didn't pitch into it as we usually did, because when all was said and done we were rather upset. Oil went on, "In these circumstances she has been good enough to make a full confession to me. We are all equally responsible. Let's shake hands on it and adopt the child." This proposal was unanimously accepted. We raised our arms above the dish of fried fish and swore a solemn oath. "We'll adopt it." Then, suddenly realizing that she was saved, and relieved of the horrible weight of anxiety which had been burdening her for a month, that sweet, crazy victim of love exclaimed, "Oh, my dear friends, you're so kind, so very, very kind. Thank you all." And for the first time in our presence she burst into tears. From then on we would talk about the child in the boat as if it had already been born, and each of us showed an exaggerated degree of interest in the slow but regular change in our helmswoman's appearance. We would stop rowing and ask, "Mouch?" She would reply, "Present. Boy or girl? Boy. What will he be?" Then she would give free rein to her imagination in the most fantastic way, telling us endless stories, astonishing accounts of the child's life from the day of his birth to his final triumph. He was everything, that child, in the innocent, passionate, touching dreams of that extraordinary little creature who now lived chastely among the 5 men. She called her 5 papas. She saw and described him as a sailor discovering a new world bigger than America, as a general winning back Alsace and Lorraine for France, as an emperor founding a dynasty of wise and generous sovereigns who would give our country lasting happiness, as a scientist finding first the secret of making gold, and then that of eternal life, and as an aeronaut devising a method of traveling to the stars and turning the infinite reaches of space into a vast promenade for mankind, thus making all men's most improbable and magnificent dreams come true. Heavens, how sweet and amusing the poor thing was until the end of that summer. It was on the 20th of September that her dream was destroyed. We were rowing back after lunch at Mason's Lafitte, and we were passing St. Germain when she said that she was thirsty and asked us to stop at Le Pec. For some time past she had been growing heavy, and this annoyed her dreadfully. She could no longer skip around as before, or leap from the boat to the bank as she was used to doing. But she still tried to, in spite of all we said or did to stop her, and she would have fallen a score of times if our arms had not been waiting to catch her. That day she was rash enough to try to leave the boat while it was still moving, in one of those displays of bravado which sometimes prove fatal to sick or tired athletes. Just as we were coming alongside, before we could guess what she was going to do or stop her, she stood up, took a spring, and tried to jump onto the quay. But she was not strong enough to reach it and just touched the stone edging with one foot. She slipped, struck herself against the sharp corner, and with a loud cry disappeared into the water. All 5 of us dived in together and brought out a poor fainting creature, deathly pale and already suffering terrible pain. We carried her as quickly as we could to the nearest inn and then sent for a doctor. During the 10 hours her ordeal lasted, she bore the appalling agony with heroic courage. We stood around miserably, sick with worry and fear. Finally she was delivered of a dead child, and for a few more days we had serious fears for her life. At last the doctor told us one morning, "I think she's over the worst. That girl must be made of iron." And we all went into her room together, our hearts bursting with relief. Speaking for us all, unequal said to her, "You're out of danger, Mouch dear," and we're all delighted. Then for the second time we saw her cry. With her eyes swimming with tears, she stammered, "Oh, if you only knew, if you only knew. I'm so unhappy, I'll never get over it." "Over what, Mouch dear?" "Losing him, of course, for I did lose him. Oh, I know I didn't mean to, but I'm so unhappy all the same." She burst out sobbing. We stood around her, deeply moved, not knowing what to say. She went on, "Did you see him?" With one voice we answered, "Yes." "It was a boy, wasn't it?" "Yes, and beautiful." We hesitated. Petit Bleu, who had fewer scruples than the rest of us, made up his mind what to say. "Very beautiful." This was unwise of him, for she started moaning, almost howling with despair. Then unequal, who perhaps loved her more than any of us, hit on a wonderful idea to calm her down. Kissing her tear-dimmed eyes, he said, "Cheer up, Mouch dear, cheer up. We'll help you find happiness again." The sense of humor which was in her very bones suddenly came alive, and half convinced, half laughing, with tears still in her eyes and her heart full of pain, she looked around at us all and asked, "Honest?" And we answered as one man, "Honest." The moon in its flight. Gilbert Sorrentino. This was in 1948. A group of young people sitting on the darkened porch of a New Jersey summer cottage in a lake resort community. The host, some Bernie, wearing an Uppsala College sweatshirt. The late June night, so soft one can, in retrospect, forgive America for everything. There were perhaps 8 or 9 people there, 2 of them the people that this story sketches. Bernie was talking about Sonny Stitt's alto on That's Earl, Brother. "As good as Bird," he said. Arnie said, "Bullshit." He was a very hip young man from Washington Heights, wore mirrored sunglasses. A bop drummer in his senior year at the High School of Performing Arts. Our young man, 19 at this time, listened only to Rebecca, a girl of 15, remarkable in her new look clothes. A long full skirt, black snug tailored shirt of blue and white stripes with a high white collar and black velvet string tie, black kid capesios. It is no wonder that lesbians like women. At some point during the evening he walked Rebecca home. She lived on Lake Shore Drive, a wide road that skirted the beach and ran parallel to the small river that flowed into Lake Minnehaha. Lake Ramapo, Lake Tomahawk, Lake Oshiwano, Lake Sunburst. Leaning against her father's powder blue Buick convertible, lost in the indigo night, the creamy stars, sound of crickets, they kissed, they fell in love. One of the songs that summer was For Heaven's Sake. Another, It's Magic. Who remembers the clarity of Claude Thornhill and Sarah Vaughan, their exquisite irrelevance? They are gone where the useless chrome donuts on the Buick's hood have gone. That Valhalla of Amos N. Andy and Guinea fruit peddlers with golden earrings. Plisa no squeeza de banana. In 1948, the whole world seemed beautiful to young people of a certain milieu, or let me say, possible. Yes, it seemed a possible world. This idea persisted until 1950, at which time it died, along with many of the young people who had held it. In Korea, the Chinese played Scrapple from the Apple over loudspeakers pointed at the American lines. That savage and virile alto blew clear on the sub-zero night. This is, of course, old news. Rebecca was fair. She was fair. Lovely Jewish girl from the remote and exotic Bronx. To him that vast borough seemed a Cythera that it could house such fantastic creatures as she. He wanted to be Jewish. He was, instead, a Roman Catholic, awash in sin and redemption. What loathing he had for the Irish girls who went to 11 o'clock Mass, legions of blushing pink and lavender spring coats, flat white straw hats, the crinkly veils over their open faces, church clothes under which their modesty was preserved. She had white and perfect teeth, wide mouth, creamy stars, pale nights, dusty black roads out past the beach, the sunlight on the raft, moonlight on the lake, sprinkle of freckles on her shoulders, aromatic breeze. Of course this was a summer romance, but bear with me and see with what banal literary irony it all turns out or does not turn out at all. The country bowled and spoke of Truman's grit and spunk, how softly we had slid off the edge of civilization. The liquid moonlight filling the small parking area outside the gates to the beach, bass flopping softly in dark waters. What was the scent of the perfume she wore? The sound of a car radio in the cool nights, collective American memory. Her browned body, delicate hair bleached golden on her thighs. In the beach pavilion they danced and drank cokes. Mel Torme and the Mel Tones, Dizzy Gillespie. Too soon to know. In the mornings, the sun so crystal and lucent it seemed the very exhalation of the sky. He would swim alone to the raft and lie there, the beach empty, music from the pavilion attendant's radio coming to him in splinters. At such times, he would thrill himself by pretending that he had not yet met Rebecca, and that he would see her that afternoon for the first time. The first time he held her close, he cried in his shame and delight. Can all this really have taken place in America? The trees rustled for him, as the rain did rain. One day in New York, he bought her a silver friendship ring, tiny perfect hearts in bas-relief running around it so that the point of one heart nestled in the cleft of another. Innocent symbol that tortured his blood. She stood before him in the pale light in white bra and panties, her shorts and blouse hung on the hurricane fence of the abandoned and weed-grown tennis court, and he held her, his hands resting on her back and kissing her shoulders. The smell of her flesh, vague sweat and perfume. Of course he was insane. She responded to his touch through his faded denim shorts. Thus did they lose themselves, burning. What were they to do? Where were they to go? The very thought of the condom in his pocket made his heart careen in despair. Nothing was like anything said it was after all. He adored her. She was entering her second year at Evander Childs that coming fall. He hated this school he had never seen and hated all her fellow students. He longed to be Jewish, dark and mysterious and devoid of sin. He stroked her hair and fingered her nipples, masturbated fiercely on the dark roads after he had seen her home. Why didn't he at least live in the Bronx? Any fool can see that with the slightest twist one way or another all of this is fit material for a sophisticated comics routine. David Steinberg say. One can hear his precise voice recording these picayune disasters as jokes. Yet all that moonlight was real. He kissed her luminous fingernails and died over and over again. The maimings of love are endlessly funny, as are the tiny figures of talking animals being blown to pieces in cartoons. It was this same youth who, 3 years later, caroused in Mexican border towns in a kind of drunken hilarity, falling down in the dusty streets of Nuevo Laredo, Villa Acuña, and Piedras Negras, the pungency of the overpowering perfume wedded to his rumpled khakis, his flowered shirt, his scuffed and beer-spattered low quarters scraping across the thresholds of the Blue Room, Ophelia's, the 123 Club, Felicia's, the Cadillac, Tres Hermanas. It would be a great pleasure for me to allow him to meet her there, in a yellow chiffon cocktail dress and spike heels, lost in a different life. One night, a huge, smiling Indian woman bathed his hands in gin as a testament to the strict hygiene she claimed to practice, and he absurdly thought of Rebecca, that he had never seen her unclothed, nor she him, as he was now in the Hollywood pink light of the woman's room, Jesus hanging in his perpetual torture from the wall above the little bed. The woman was gentle, the light glinting off her gold incisor and the tiny cross at her throat. "You good man, Jack," she smiled in her lying way. He felt her flesh again warm in that long-dead New Jersey sunlight. Turn that into a joke. They were at the amusement park at Lake Hopatcong with 2 other couples. A hot and breathless night toward the end of August, the patriotic smell of hot dogs and French fries and cranky music from the carousel easing through the sparsely planted trees down toward the shore. She was pale and sweating sick, and he took her back to the car and they smoked. They walked to the edge of the black lake stretching out before them, the red and blue neon on the far shore clear in the hot dark. He wiped her forehead and stroked her shoulders, worshipping her pain. He went to get a Coke and brought it back to her, but she only sipped at it, then said, "Oh God," and bent over to throw up. He held her hips while she vomited, loving the waste and odor of her. She lay down on the ground and he lay next to her, stroking her arms until she shivered under her cotton blouse. "My period," she said. "God, it just ruins me at the beginning. You bleeding, vomiting, incredible thing," he thought. "You should have stayed in," he said, the moonlight of her teeth. "I didn't want to miss a night with you," she said. "It's August. Stars, my friend, great flashing stars fell on Alabama." They stood in the dark in the driving rain underneath her umbrella. Where could it have been? Nakamis Road. Bliss Lane, kissing with that trapped yet wholly innocent frenzy peculiar to American youth of that era. Her family was going back to the city early the next morning, and his family would be leaving toward the end of the week. They kissed, they kissed. The angels sang. Where could they go, out of this driving rain? Isn't there anyone, any magazine writer or avant-garde filmmaker, any lover of life or dedicated optimist out there who will move them toward a cottage, already closed for the season, in whose split log exterior they will find an unlocked door? Inside there will be a bed, whiskey, an electric heater, or better, a fireplace. White lamps, soft lights, sweet music, a radio on which they will get Cookie's Caravan or Symphony Sid. Billy Eckstein will sing My Deep Blue Dream. Who can bring them to each other and allow them to be close? Tears of gratitude and release, the sublime and elegantly shadowed configuration their tanned legs will make lying together. This was in America in 1948. Not even fake art or the wearisome tricks of movies can assist them. She tottered, holding the umbrella crookedly while he went to his knees and clasped her, the rain soaking him through, put his head under her skirt and kissed her belly through her underclothes. All you modern lovers freed by Mick Jagger and freedom, give them, for Christ's sake, for an hour the use of your really terrific little apartment. They won't smoke your marijuana nor disturb your Indiana graphics. They won't borrow your Fanon or Cleaver or Barthélemy or Vonnegut. They'll make the bed before they leave. They whisper good night and dance in the dark. She was crying and stroking his hair. Ah God, the leaves of brown came tumbling down, remember. He watched her go into the house and saw the door close. Some of his life washed away in the rain dripping from his chin. A girl named Sheila, whose father owned a fleet of taxis, gave a reunion party in her parents' apartment in Forest Hills. Where else would it be? I will insist on purchased elegance or nothing. None of your warm and cluttered apartments in this story, cats on the stacks of books, and so on. It was the first time he had ever seen a sunken living room, and it fixed his idea of the good life forever after. Rebecca was talking to Marv and Robin, who were to be married in a month. They were Jewish, incredibly and wondrously Jewish. Their parents smiled upon them and loaned them money and cars. He skulked in his loud Brooklyn clothes. I'll put her youthful innocence into a black linen suit, a single strand of pearls around her throat. Did I say that she had honey-colored hair? Believe me when I say he wanted to kiss her shoes. Everybody was drinking Cutty Sark. This gives you an idea, not of who they were, but of what they thought they were. They worked desperately at it being august, but under the sharkskin and nylons those sunny limbs were hidden. Sheila put on in the still of the night, and all 6 couples got up to dance. When he held her, he thought he would weep. He didn't want to hear about Evander Childs or Gun Hill Road or the 92nd Street. Why, he didn't want to know what the pre-med student she was dating said, whose hand had touched her. It was most unbearable, since this phantom knew them in a way that he did not. He had touched them decorated with garters and stockings. Different hands. She had been to the Copa, to the Royal Roost, to Louison Stadium to hear the Gershwin concert. She talked about the New Yorker and Vogue, E. Cummings. She flew before him, floating in her black patent I. Miller heels. Sitting together on the bed in Sheila's parents' room, she told him that she still loved him. She would always love him, but it was so hard not to go out with a lot of other boys. She had to keep her parents happy. They were concerned about him. They didn't really know him. He wasn't Jewish. All right. But did she have to let Shelley? Did she have to go to the Museum of Modern Art, the Met? Where were these places? What is the University of Miami? Who is Brooklyn Law? What sort of god borrows a Chrysler and goes to the Latin Quarter? What is a supper club? What does Benedictine cost? Her epic acts, his flag brother's shoes. There was one boy who had almost won her heart. She had allowed him to take off her blouse and skirt, nothing else. At a CCNY sophomore party. She was a little high and he stumbled all over her slip. It was wicked and she was ashamed, battering his heart in her candor. Well, I almost stumbled too, he lied, and was terrified that she seemed relieved. He got up and closed the door, then lay down on the bed with her and took off her jacket and brassiere. She zipped open his trousers. Long enough, Sheila said, knocking on the door, then opening it to see him with his head on her breasts. Oh, she said, and closed the door. Of course, it was all ruined. We got rid of a lot of these repressed people in the next decade, and now we are all happy and free. At 3 o'clock, he kissed her good night on Yellowstone Boulevard in a thin drizzle. Call me, he said, and I'll call you. She went into her glossy Jewish life, toward Mambo's and the Blue Angel. Let me come and sleep with you. Let me lie in your bed and look at you in your beautiful pajamas. I'll do anything you say. I'll honor thy beautiful father and mother. I'll hide in the closet and be no trouble. I'll work as a stock boy in your father's beautiful sweater factory. It's not my fault I'm not Marvin or Shelley. I don't even know where CCNY is. Who is Conrad Aiken? What is Bronx Science? Who is Berlioz? What is a Stravinsky? How do you play mahjong? What is schmooze, schlep, Purim, mugu gai pan? Help me. When he got off the train in Brooklyn an hour later, he saw his friends through the window of the all-night diner, pouring coffee into the great pit of their beer drunks. He despised them as he despised himself and the neighborhood. He fought against the thought of her so that he would not have to place her subtle finesse in these streets of vulgar hells, benedictions, and incense. On Christmas Eve, he left the office party at 2. Even though one of the file girls, her Catholicism temporarily displaced by 4 roses and ginger, stuck her tongue into his mouth in the stock room. Rebecca was outside, waiting on the corner of 46th and Broadway, and they clasped hands, oh briefly, briefly. They walked aimlessly around in the gray bitter cold, standing for a while at the Rockefeller Center rink, watching the people who owned Manhattan. When it got too cold, they walked some more, ending up at the automat across the street from Bryant Park. When she slipped her coat off, her shape moved under the crocheted sweater she wore. They had coffee and donuts, surrounded by office party drunks sobering up for the trip home. Then it went this way. "We can go to Maryland and get married," she said. "You know I was 16 a month ago. I want to marry you, I can't stand it." He was excited and frightened and felt a surge of emotion. How could he bear this image? Her form, her familiar perfume, enormous figures of movie queens resplendent in silk and lace in the snug bedrooms of Vermont, in shutters banging, the rain pouring down, all entangled, married. "How do we get to Maryland?" he said. Against the tabletop, her hand, its long and delicate fingers, the perfect moons, Carolina moons of her nails. "I'll give her every marvel, push gently the scent of magnolia and jasmine around her, and permit her to drink champagne." Against the tabletop, her hand, glowing crescent moons over lakes of Prussian blue and evergreen twilights. Her eyes gray, flecked with bronze. In her fingers a golden chain, and on the chain a car key. "My father's car," she said. "We can take it and be there tonight." "We can be married Christmas then," he said, "but you're Jewish." He saw a drunk going out onto 6th Avenue carrying their lives along in a paper bag. "I mean it," she said. "I can't stand it. I love you." "I love you," he said, "but I can't drive." He smiled. "I mean it," she said. She put the key in his hand. "The car is in Midtown here, over by 9th Avenue. "I really can't drive," he said. He could shoot pool and drink Boilermakers, keep score at baseball games and handicap horses, but he couldn't drive. The key in his hand, fascinating wrinkle of sweater at her waist. Of course, life is a conspiracy of defeat, a sophisticated joke, endless. "I'll get some money and we'll go the holiday week," he said. "We'll take a train, okay?" "Okay," she said. She smiled and asked for another coffee, taking the key and dropping it into her bag. It was a joke after all. They walked to the subway and he said, "I'll give you a call right after Christmas." Gray bitter sky. What he remembered was her gray cashmere coat swirling around her calves as she turned at the foot of the stairs to smile at him, making the gesture of dialing a phone and pointing at him, and then at herself. Give these children a silver phantom and a chauffeur, a black chauffeur, to complete the America that owned them. Now I come to the literary part of this story, and the reader may prefer to let it go and watch her profile against the slick tiles of the Ert stairwell, since she has gone out of the reality of narrative, however splintered. This postscript offers something different, something finely artificial and discreet. One of the designer sweaters her father makes now, white and stylish as a sailor's summer bells. I grant you it will be unbelievable. I put the young man in 1958. He has served in the army, and once told the automat story to a group of friends as proof of his romantic prowess. They believed him. What else was there for them to believe? This shabby use of a fragile occurrence was occasioned by the smell of honeysuckle and magnolia in the tobacco country outside Winston-Salem. It brought her to him so that he was possessed. He felt the magic key in his hand again. To master this overpowering wave of nostalgia, he cheapened it. Certainly the reader will recall such shoddy incidents in his own life. After his discharge, he married some girl and had 3 children by her. He allowed her divers interests, and she tolerated his few stupid infidelities. He had a good job in advertising, and they lived in Kew Gardens in a brick semi-detached house. Let me give them a sunken living room to give this the appearance of realism. His mother died in 1958 and left the lake house to him. Since he had not been there for 10 years, he decided to sell it against his wife's wishes. The community was growing and the property was worth twice the original price. This is a ruse to get him up there one soft spring day in May. He drives up in a year-old Pontiac. The realtor's office, the papers, etc. certainly. A shimmer of nostalgia about it all, although he felt a total stranger. He left the car on the main road, deciding to walk down to the lake, partly visible through the new-leaved trees. All right, now here we go. A Cadillac station wagon passed and then stopped about 15 yards ahead of him, and she got out. She was wearing white shorts and sneakers and a blue sweatshirt. Her hair was the same, shorter perhaps, tied with a ribbon of navy velour. It's too impossible to invent conversation for them. He got in her car. Her perfume was not the same. They drove to her parents' house for a cup of coffee for old times' sake. How else would they get themselves together and alone? She had come up to open the house for the season. Her husband was a college traveler for a publishing house and was on the road. Her son and daughter were staying at their grandparents' for the day. Popular songs, the lyrics half remembered. You will do well if you think of the ambience of the whole scene as akin to the one in detective novels where the private investigator goes to the murdered man's summer house. This is always in off-season because it is magical then. One sees oneself as a being somehow existing outside time. The year-round residents are drawings in flat space. When they walked into the chilly house, she reached past him to latch the door and he touched her hand on the lock, then her forearm, her shoulder. "Take your clothes off," he said gently. "Oh, gently. Please, take your clothes off." He opened the button of her shorts. "You see that they now have the retreat I begged for them a decade ago. If one has faith, all things will come." Her flesh was cool. In the bedroom, she turned down the spread and fluffed the pillows, then sat and undressed. As she unlaced her sneakers, he put the last of his clothes on a chair. She got up, her form quivering slightly, and he saw faint marks running into the shadowy symmetry near her hips. She plugged in a small electric heater, bending before him, and he put his hands under her and held her there. She sighed and trembled and straightened up, turning toward him. Let me have a mist of tears in her eyes, of acrid joy and shame, of despair. She lay on the bed and opened her arms, and they embraced without elaboration. In the evening he followed her car back into the city. They had promised to meet again the following week. Of course it wouldn't be sordid. What then would it be? He had perhaps wept bitterly that afternoon as she kissed his knees. She would call him, he would call her. They could find a place to go. Was she happy? Really happy? God knows he wasn't happy. In the city they stopped for a drink in a village bar and sat facing each other in the booth, their knees touching, holding hands. They carefully avoided speaking of the past, they made no jokes. He felt his heart rattling around in his chest in large, jagged pieces. It was rotten for everybody. It was rotten, but they would see each other. They were somehow owed it. They would find a place with clean sheets, a radio, whiskey. They would just continue. Why not? These destructive and bittersweet accidents do not happen every day. He put her number in his address book, but he wouldn't call her. Perhaps she would call him, and if she did, well, they'd see. But he would not call her. He wasn't that crazy. On the way out to Queens, he felt himself lost in memory of her, and the car swerved erratically. When he got home, he was exhausted. You are perfectly justified in scoffing at the outrageous transparency of it if I tell you that his wife said that he was so pale that he looked as if he had seen a ghost. But that is, indeed, what she said. Art cannot rescue anybody from anything. Spring in Fialta, Vladimir Nabokov, spring in Fialta is cloudy and dull. Everything is damp. The piebald trunks of the plane trees, the juniper shrubs, the railings, the gravel. Far away, in a watery vista between the jagged edges of pale bluish houses, which have tottered up from their knees to climb the slope, a cypress indicating the way. The blurred Mount St. George is more than ever remote from its likeness on the picture postcards which since 1910, say, those straw hats, those youthful cabmen, have been courting the tourist from the sorry go-round of their prop, among amethyst-toothed lumps of rock and the mantelpiece dreams of seashells. The air is windless and warm, with a faint tang of burning. The sea, its salt drowned in a solution of rain, is less glaucous than gray with waves too sluggish to break into foam. It was on such a day in the early 30s that I found myself, all my senses wide open, on one of Fialta's steep little streets, taking in everything at once, that marine rococo on the stand, and the coral crucifixes in a shop window, and the dejected poster of a visiting circus, one corner of its drenched paper detached from the wall, and a yellow bit of unripe orange peel on the old, slate-blue sidewalk, which retained here and there a fading memory of ancient mosaic design. I am fond of Fialta. I am fond of it because I feel in the hollow of those violaceous syllables the sweet dark dampness of the most rumpled of small flowers, and because the alto-like name of a lovely Crimean town is echoed by its viola, and also because there is something in the very somnolence of its humid lent that especially anoints one's soul. So I was happy to be there again, to trudge uphill in inverse direction to the rivulet of the gutter, hatless, my head wet, my skin already suffused with warmth, although I wore only a light mackintosh over my shirt. I had come on the Caprabella Express, which, with that reckless gusto peculiar to trains in mountainous country, had done its thundering best to collect throughout the night as many tunnels as possible. A day or two, just as long as a breathing spell in the midst of a business trip would allow me, was all I expected to stay. I had left my wife and children at home, and that was an island of happiness always present in the clear north of my being, always floating beside me, and even through me, I dare say, but yet keeping on the outside of me most of the time. A pantless infant of the male sex, with a taut mud-gray little belly, jerkily stepped down from a doorstep and waddled off, bow-legged, trying to carry 3 oranges at once, but continuously dropping the variable third, until he fell himself, and then a girl of 12 or so, with a string of heavy beads around her dusky neck, and wearing a skirt as long as that of a gypsy, promptly took away the whole lot with her more nimble and more numerous hands. Nearby, on the wet terrace of a cafe, a waiter was wiping the slabs of tables, a melancholy brigand hawking local lollipops, elaborate-looking things with a lunar gloss, had placed a hopelessly full basket on the cracked balustrade, over which the two were conversing. Either the drizzle had stopped or Fialta had got so used to it that she herself did not know whether she was breathing moist air or warm rain. Thumb filling his pipe from a rubber pouch as he walked, a plus-forward Englishman of the solid, exportable sort came from under an arch and entered a pharmacy, where large pale sponges in a blue vase were dying a thirsty death behind their glass. What luscious elation I felt rippling through my veins! How gratefully my whole being responded to the flutters and effluvia of that gray day, saturated with a vernal essence which itself it seemed slow in perceiving. My nerves were unusually receptive after a sleepless night. I assimilated everything. The whistling of a thrush in the almond trees beyond the chapel, the peace of the crumbling houses, the pulse of the distant sea, panting in the mist, all this together with the jealous green of bottle glass bristling along the top of a wall, and the fast colors of a circus advertisement featuring a feathered Indian on a rearing horse in the act of lassoing a boldly endemic zebra, while some thoroughly fooled elephant sat brooding upon their star-spangled thrones. Presently the same Englishman overtook me. As I absorbed him along with the rest, I happened to notice the sudden side roll of his big blue eye straining at its crimson canthus, and the way he rapidly moistened his lips because of the dryness of those sponges, I thought. But then I followed the direction of his glance and saw Nina. Every time I had met her during the 15 years of our well, I failed to find the precise term for our kind of relationship. She had not seemed to recognize me at once. And this time, too, she remained quite still for a moment, on the opposite sidewalk, half turning toward me in sympathetic incertitude mixed with curiosity, only her yellow scarf already on the move like those dogs that recognize you before their owners do. And then she uttered a cry, her hands up, all her 10 fingers dancing, and in the middle of the street, with merely the frank impulsiveness of an old friendship, just as she would rapidly make the sign of the cross over me every time we parted. She kissed my cheeks thrice with more mouth than meaning, and then walked beside me, hanging on to me, adjusting her stride to mine, hampered by her narrow brown skirt perfunctorily slit down the side. "Oh yes, Ferdy is here too," she replied, and immediately in her turn inquired nicely after Alina. "Must be loafing somewhere around with Seger," she went on in reference to her husband. "And I have some shopping to do. We leave after lunch. Wait a moment, where are you leading me, Victor dear?" Back into the past, as I did every time I met her, repeating the whole accumulation of the plot from the very beginning up to the last increment. Thus in Russian fairy tales, the already told is bunched up again at every new turn of the story. This time we had met in warm and misty Fialta, and I could not have celebrated the occasion with greater art, could not have adorned with brighter vignettes the list of fate's former services, even if I had known that this was to be the last one. The last one, I maintain, for I cannot imagine any heavenly firm of brokers that might consent to arrange me a meeting with her beyond the grave. My introductory scene with Nina had been laid in Russia quite a long time ago, around 1917 I should say, judging by certain left-wing theater rumblings backstage. It was at some birthday party at my aunt's on her country estate, near Luga, in the deepest folds of winter. How well I remember the first sign of nearing the place, a red barn in a white wilderness. I had just graduated from the Imperial Lyceum. Nina was already engaged. Although she was of my age and of that of the century, she looked 20 at least, and this in spite or perhaps because of her neat slender build, whereas at 32 that very slightness of hers made her look younger. Her fiancé was a guardsman on leave from the front, a handsome heavy fellow, incredibly well-bred and stolid, who weighed every word on the scales of the most exact common sense and spoke in a velvety baritone, which grew even smoother when he addressed her. His decency and devotion probably got on her nerves, and he is now a successful if somewhat lonesome engineer in a most distant tropical country. Windows light up and stretch their luminous lengths upon the dark billowy snow, making room for the reflection of the fan-shaped light above the front door between them. Each of the 2 side pillars is fluffily fringed with white, which rather spoils the lines of what might have been a perfect ex-libris for the book of our 2 lives. I cannot recall why we had all wandered out of the sonorous hall into the still darkness, peopled only with furs, snow-swollen to twice their size. Did the watchman invite us to look at a sullen red glow in the sky, portent of nearing arson? Possibly. Did we go to admire an equestrian statue of ice sculptured near the pond by the Swiss tutor of my cousins? Quite as likely. My memory revives only on the way back to the brightly symmetrical mansion toward which we tramped in single file along a narrow furrow between snowbanks, with that crunch 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 which is the only comment that a taciturn winter night makes upon humans. I walked last. 3 singing steps ahead of me walked a small bench shape. The firs gravely showed their burdened paws. I slipped and dropped the dead flashlight someone had forced upon me. It was devilishly hard to retrieve, and instantly attracted by my curses with an eager, low laugh in anticipation of fun, Nina dimly veered toward me. I call her Nina, but I could hardly have known her name yet, Hardly could we have had time, she and I, for any preliminary. "Who's that?" she asked with interest, and I was already kissing her cheek, smooth and quite fiery hot from the long fox fur of her coat collar, which kept getting into my way until she clasped my shoulder, and with the candor so peculiar to her, gently fitted her generous, dutiful lips to mine. But suddenly parting us by its explosion of gaiety, the theme of a snowball fight started in the dark, and someone, fleeing, falling, crunching, laughing, and panting, climbed a drift, tried to run, and uttered a horrible groan. Deep snow had performed the amputation of an Arctic. And soon after, we all dispersed to our respective homes, without my having talked with Nina, nor made any plans about the future, about those 15 itinerant years that had already set out toward the dim horizon, loaded with the parts of our unassembled meetings. And as I watched her in the maze of gestures and shadows of gestures of which the rest of that evening consisted, probably parlor games with Nina persistently in the other camp, I was astonished, I remember, not so much by her inattention to me after that warmth in the snow as by the innocent naturalness of that inattention. For I did not yet know that had I said a word it would have changed at once into a wonderful sunburst of kindness, a cheerful, compassionate attitude with all possible cooperation, as if woman's love were spring water containing salubrious salts, which at the least notice she ever so willingly gave anyone to drink. "Let me see, where did we last meet?" I began, addressing the file-to version of Nina, in order to bring to her small face with prominent cheekbones and dark red lips a certain expression I knew. And sure enough, the shake of her head and the puckered brow seemed less to imply forgetfulness than to deplore the flatness of an old joke. Or to be more exact, it was as if all those cities where fate had fixed our various rendezvous without ever attending them personally, all those platforms and stairs and three-walled rooms and dark back alleys, were trite settings remaining after some other lives all brought to a close long before, and were so little related to the acting out of our own aimless destiny that it was almost bad taste to mention them. I accompanied her into a shop under the arcades. There, in the twilight beyond a beaded curtain, she fingered some red leather purses stuffed with tissue paper, peering at the price tags, as if wishing to learn their museum names. She wanted, she said, exactly that shape but in fawn, and when after 10 minutes of frantic rustling the old Dalmatian found such a freak by a miracle that has puzzled me ever since, Nina, who was about to pick some money out of my hand, changed her mind and went through the streaming beads without having bought anything. Outside it was just as milky dull as before. The same smell of burning, stirring my Tartar memories, drifted from the bare windows of the pale houses. A small swarm of gnats was busy darning the air above a mimosa, which bloomed listlessly, her sleeves trailing to the very ground. 2 workmen in broad-brimmed hats were lunching on cheese and garlic, their backs against a circus billboard, which depicted a red hussar and an orange tiger of sorts. Curious in his effort to make the beast as ferocious as possible, the artist had gone so far that he had come back from the other side, for the tiger's face looked positively human. "Oh, fond, I wanted a comb," said Nina with belated regret. How familiar to me were her hesitations, second thoughts, third thoughts mirroring first ones, ephemeral worries between trains. She had always either just arrived or was about to leave, and of this I find it hard to think without feeling humiliated by the variety of intricate routes one feverishly follows in order to keep that final appointment which the most confirmed dawdler knows to be unavoidable. Had I to submit before judges of our earthly existence a specimen of her average pose, I would have perhaps placed her leaning upon a counter at Cook's, left calf crossing right shin, left toe tapping floor, sharp elbows and coin-spilling bag on the counter, while the employee, pencil in hand, pondered with her over the plan of an eternal sleeping car. After the exodus from Russia, I saw her, and that was the second time in Berlin at the house of some friends. I was about to get married. She had just broken with her fiancé. As I entered that room, I caught sight of her at once, and having glanced at the other guests, I instinctively determined which of the men knew more about her than I. She was sitting in the corner of a couch, her feet pulled up, her small, comfortable body folded in the form of a Z. An ashtray stood aslant on the couch near one of her heels. And having squinted at me and listened to my name, she removed her stalk-like cigarette holder from her lips and proceeded to utter slowly and joyfully, "Well, of all people." And at once it became clear to everyone, beginning with her, that we had long been on intimate terms. Unquestionably, she had forgotten all about the actual kiss, but somehow because of that trivial occurrence she found herself recollecting a vague sketch of warm, pleasant friendship, which in reality had never existed between us. Thus the whole cast of our relationship was fraudulently based upon an imaginary amity which had nothing to do with her random goodwill. Our meeting proved quite insignificant in regard to the words we said, but already no barriers divided us. And when that night I happened to be seated beside her at supper, I shamelessly tested the extent of her secret patience. Then she vanished again, and a year later my wife and I were seeing my brother off to Posen, and when the train had gone, and we were moving toward the exit along the other side of the platform, suddenly near a car of the Paris Express I saw Nina, her face buried in the bouquet she held, in the midst of a group of people whom she had befriended without my knowledge, and who stood in a circle gaping at her as idlers gape at a street row, a lost child, or the victim of an accident. Brightly she signaled to me with her flowers. I introduced her to Alina, and in that life-quickening atmosphere of a big railway station, where everything is something trembling on the brink of something else, thus to be clutched and cherished, the exchange of a few words was enough to enable two totally dissimilar women to start calling each other by their pet names the very next time they met. That day, in the blue shade of the Paris car, Ferdinand was first mentioned. I learned with a ridiculous pang that she was about to marry him. Doors were beginning to slam. She quickly but piously kissed her friends, climbed into the vestibule, disappeared. And then I saw her through the glass settling herself in her compartment, having suddenly forgotten about us or passed into another world, and we all, our hands in our pockets, seemed to be spying upon an utterly unsuspecting life moving in that aquarium dimness, until she grew aware of us and drummed on the window pane, then raised her eyes, fumbling at the frame as if hanging a picture, but nothing happened. Some fellow passenger helped her, and she leaned out, audible and real, beaming with pleasure. One of us, keeping up with the stealthily gliding car, handed her a magazine and a Tauchnitz. She read English only when traveling. All was slipping away with beautiful smoothness, and I held a platform ticket crumpled beyond recognition, while a song of the last century, connected, it has been rumored, with some Parisian drama of love, kept ringing and ringing in my head, having emerged, God knows why, from the music box of memory, a sobbing ballad which often used to be sung by an old maiden aunt of mine, with a face as yellow as Russian church wax, but whom nature had given such a powerful, ecstatically full voice that it seemed to swallow her up in the glory of a fiery cloud as soon as she would begin. On dit que tu te maries, tu sais que j'en vais mourir, and that melody, the pain, the offense, the link between hymen and death evoked by the rhythm, and the voice itself of the dead singer, which accompanied the recollection as the sole owner of the song, gave me no rest for several hours after Nina's departure, and even later arose at increasing intervals like the last flat little waves sent to the beach by a passing ship, lapping ever more infrequently and dreamily. Or like the bronze agony of a vibrating belfry after the bell ringer has already reseated himself in the cheerful circle of his family. And another year or two later, I was in Paris on business, and one morning on the landing of a hotel, where I had been looking up a film actor fellow, there she was again, clad in a gray tailored suit, waiting for the elevator to take her down, a key dangling from her fingers. "Ferdinand has gone fencing," she said conversationally. Her eyes rested on the lower part of my face as if she were lip-reading, and after a moment of reflection, her amatory comprehension was matchless. She turned and, rapidly swaying on slender ankles, led me along the sea-blue carpeted passage. A chair at the door of her room supported a tray with the remains of breakfast, a honey-stained knife, crumbs on the gray porcelain. But the room had already been done, and because of our sudden draft, a wave of muslin embroidered with white dahlias got sucked in, with a shudder and knock, between the responsive halves of the French window, and only when the door had been locked did they let go that curtain with something like a blissful sigh. And a little later I stepped out on the diminutive cast-iron balcony beyond, to inhale a combined smell of dry maple leaves and gasoline, the dregs of the hazy blue morning street. And as I did not yet realize the presence of that growing morbid pathos which was to embitter so my subsequent meetings with Nina, I was probably quite as collected and carefree as she was, when from the hotel I accompanied her to some office or other to trace a suitcase she had lost, and thence to the cafe where her husband was holding session with his court of the moment. I will not mention the name, and what bits of it I happen to give here appear in decorous disguise of that man, that Franco-Hungarian writer. I would rather not dwell upon him at all, but I cannot help it, he is surging up from under my pen. Today one does not hear much about him, and this is good, for it proves that I was right in resisting his evil spell, right in experiencing a creepy chill down my spine whenever this or that new book of his touched my hand. The fame of his likes circulates briskly, but soon grows heavy and stale, and as for history, it will limit his life story to the dash between two dates. Lean and arrogant, with some poisonous pun ever ready to fork out and quiver at you, and with a strange look of expectancy in his dull brown veiled eyes, this false wag had, I dare say, an irresistible effect on small rodents. Having mastered the art of verbal invention to perfection, he particularly prided himself on being a weaver of words, a title he valued higher than that of a writer. Personally, I never could understand what was the good of thinking up books, of penning things that had not really happened in some way or other. And I remember once saying to him, as I braved the mockery of his encouraging nods, that, were I a writer, I should allow only my heart to have imagination, and for the rest rely upon memory, that long-drawn sunset shadow of one's personal truth. I had known his books before I knew him. A faint disgust was already replacing the aesthetic pleasure which I had suffered his first novel to give me. At the beginning of his career, it had been possible perhaps to distinguish some human landscape, some old garden, some dream-familiar disposition of trees through the stained glass of his prodigious prose. But with every new book the tints grew still more dense, the gules and purpure still more ominous, and today one can no longer see anything at all through that blazoned, ghastly rich glass, and it seems that were one to break it, nothing but a perfectly black void would face one's shivering soul. But how dangerous he was in his prime, what venom he squirted, with what whips he lashed when provoked. The tornado of his passing satire left a barren waste where felled oaks lay in a row, and the dust still twisted, and the unfortunate author of some adverse review, howling with pain, spun like a top in the dust. At the time we met, his passage à Nivelle was being acclaimed in Paris. He was, as they say, surrounded, and Nina, whose adaptability was an amazing substitute for the culture she lacked, had already assumed, if not the part of a muse, at least that of a soul mate and subtle advisor, following Ferdinand's creative convolutions and loyally sharing his artistic tastes. For although it is wildly improbable that she had ever waded through a single volume of his, she had a magic knack of gleaning all the best passages from the shop talk of literary friends. An orchestra of women was playing when we entered the café. First I noted the ostrich thigh of a harp reflected in one of the mirror-faced pillars, and then I saw the composite table, small ones drawn together to form a long one, at which, with his back to the plush wall, Ferdinand was presiding. And for a moment his whole attitude, the position of his parted hands, and the faces of his table companions all turned toward him, reminded me in a grotesque, nightmarish way of something I did not quite grasp. But when I did so in retrospect, the suggested comparison struck me as hardly less sacrilegious than the nature of his art itself. He wore a white turtleneck sweater under a tweed coat. His glossy hair was combed back from the temples, and above it cigarette smoke hung like a halo. His bony, pharaoh-like face was motionless. The eyes alone roved this way and that, full of dim satisfaction. Having forsaken the 2 or 3 obvious haunts where naive amateurs of Montparnassian life would have expected to find him, he had started patronizing this perfectly bourgeois establishment because of his peculiar sense of humor, which made him derive ghoulish fun from the pitiful spatialité de la Maison, this orchestra composed of half a dozen weary-looking, self-conscious ladies interlacing mild harmonies on a crammed platform, and not knowing, as he put it, what to do with their motherly bosoms. Quite superfluous in the world of music. After each number he would be convulsed by a fit of epileptic applause, which the ladies had stopped acknowledging and which was already arousing, I thought, certain doubts in the minds of the proprietor of the café and its fundamental customers, but which seemed highly diverting to Ferdinand's friends. Among these I recall an artist with an impeccably bald though slightly chipped head, which under various pretexts he constantly painted into his iron guitar canvases. A poet, whose special gag was the ability to represent, if you asked him, atoms fall by means of 5 matches. A humble businessman who financed surrealist ventures and paid for the aperitifs, if permitted to print in a corner eulogistic allusions to the actress he kept. A pianist, presentable insofar as the face was concerned, but with a dreadful expression of the fingers. A jaunty but linguistically impotent Soviet writer fresh from Moscow, with an old pipe and a new wristwatch, who was completely and ridiculously unaware of the sort of company he was in. There were several other gentlemen present who have become confused in my memory, and doubtless 2 or 3 of the lot had been intimate with Nina. She was the only woman at the table. There she stooped, eagerly sucking at a straw, the level of her lemonade sinking with a kind of childish celerity, and only when the last drop had gurgled and squeaked, and she had pushed away the straw with her tongue, only then did I finally catch her eye, which I had been obstinately seeking, still not being able to cope with the fact that she had had time to forget what had occurred earlier in the morning, to forget it so thoroughly that upon meeting my glance, she replied with a blank questioning smile. And only after peering more closely did she remember suddenly what kind of answering smile I was expecting. Meanwhile, Ferdinand, the ladies having temporarily left the platform after pushing away their instruments like so many pieces of furniture, was juicily drawing his cronies' attention to the figure of an elderly luncher in a far corner of the café, who had, as some Frenchmen for some reason or other have, a little red ribbon or something on his coat lapel, and whose gray beard combined with his mustaches to form a cozy yellowish nest for his sloppily munching mouth. Somehow the trappings of old age always amused Ferdy. I did not stay long in Paris, but that week proved sufficient to engender between him and me that fake chumminess the imposing of which he had such a talent for. Subsequently, I even turned out to be of some use to him. My firm acquired the film rights of one of his more intelligible stories, and then he had a good time pestering me with telegrams. As the years passed, we found ourselves every now and then beaming at each other in some place, but I never felt at ease in his presence, and that day in Fialta, too, I experienced a familiar depression upon learning that he was on the prowl nearby. One thing, however, considerably cheered me up: the flop of his recent play. And here he was coming toward us, garbed in an absolutely waterproof coat with belt and pocket flaps, a camera across his shoulder, double rubber soles to his shoes, sucking with an imperturbability that was meant to be funny a long stick of moonstone candy, that specialty of Fialtes. Beside him walked the dapper, doll-like, rosy Segur, a lover of art and a perfect fool. I never could discover for what purpose Ferdinand needed him, and I still hear Nina exclaiming with a moaning tenderness that did not commit her to anything, "Oh, he is such a darling, Segur." They approached. Ferdinand and I greeted each other lustily, trying to crowd into handshake and backslap as much fervor as possible, knowing by experience that actually that was all but pretending it was only a preface. And it always happened like that. After every separation we met to the accompaniment of strings being excitedly tuned, in a bustle of geniality, in the hubbub of sentiments taking their seats. But the ushers would close the doors, and after that no one was admitted. Segur complained to me about the weather, and at first I did not understand what he was talking about, even if the moist, gray, greenhouse essence of Fialta might be called weather. It was just as much outside of anything that could serve us as a topic of conversation as was, for instance, Nina's slender elbow, which I was holding between finger and thumb, or a bit of tinfoil someone had dropped, shining in the middle of the cobbled street in the distance. We four moved on, vague purchases still looming ahead. "God, what an Indian!" Ferdinand suddenly exclaimed with fierce relish, violently nudging me and pointing at a poster. Farther on, near a fountain, he gave his stick of candy to a native child, a swarthy girl with beads round her pretty neck. We stopped to wait for him. He crouched saying something to her, addressing her sooty black lowered eyelashes, and then he caught up with us, grinning and making one of those remarks with which he loved to spice his speech. Then his attention was drawn by an unfortunate object exhibited in a souvenir shop, a dreadful marble imitation of Mount St. George showing a black tunnel at its base, which turned out to be the mouth of an inkwell, and with a compartment for pens in the semblance of railroad tracks. Open-mouthed, quivering, all agog with sardonic triumph, he turned that dusty, cumbersome, and perfectly irresponsible thing in his hands, paid without bargaining, and with his mouth still open came out carrying the monster. Like some autocrat who surrounds himself with hunchbacks and dwarfs, he would become attached to this or that hideous object. This infatuation might last from 5 minutes to several days, or even longer if the thing happened to be animate. Nina wistfully alluded to lunch, and seizing the opportunity when Ferdinand and Segur stopped at a post office, I hastened to lead her away. I still wonder what exactly she meant to me, that small, dark woman of the narrow shoulders and lyrical limbs. To quote the expression of a mincing émigré poet, one of the few men who had sighed platonically after her, and still less do I understand what was the purpose of fate in bringing us constantly together. I did not see her for quite a long while after my sojourn in Paris, and then one day when I came home from my office, I found her having tea with my wife and examining on her silk-hosed hand, with her wedding ring gleaming through, the texture of some stockings bought cheap in Torrance-Stress. Once I was shown her photograph in a fashion magazine full of autumn leaves and gloves and windswept golf links. On a certain Christmas, she sent me a picture postcard with snow and stars. On a Riviera beach, she almost escaped my notice behind her dark glasses and terracotta tan. Another day, having dropped in on an ill-timed errand at the house of some strangers where a party was in progress, I saw her scarf and fur coat among alien scarecrows on a coat rack. In a bookshop, she nodded to me from a page of one of her husband's stories, a page referring to an episodic servant girl, but smuggling in Nina in spite of the author's intention. Her face, he wrote, was rather nature's snapshot than a meticulous portrait, so that when tried to imagine it, all he could visualize were fleeting glimpses of disconnected features, the downy outline of her pomettes in the sun, the amber-tinted brown darkness of quick eyes, lips shaped into a friendly smile which was always ready to change into an ardent kiss. Again and again, she hurriedly appeared in the margins of my life, without influencing in the least its basic text. One summer morning, Friday because housemaids were thumping out carpets in the sun-dusted yard, my family was away in the country, and I was lolling and smoking in bed when I heard the bell ring with tremendous violence, and there she was in the hall having burst in to leave, incidentally, a hairpin and mainly, a trunk illuminated with hotel labels, which a fortnight later was retrieved for her by a nice Austrian boy, who, according to intangible but sure symptoms, belonged to the same very cosmopolitan association of which I was a member. Occasionally, in the middle of a conversation, her name would be mentioned, and she would run down the steps of a chance sentence without turning her head. While traveling in the Pyrenees, I spent a week at the chateau belonging to people with whom she and Ferdinand happened to be staying, and I shall never forget my first night there. How I waited, how certain I was that without my having to tell her she would steal to my room, how she did not come, and the din thousands of crickets made in the delirious depth of the rocky garden dripping with moonlight, the mad bubbling brooks, and my struggle between blissful southern fatigue after a long day of hunting on the screes, and the wild thirst for her stealthy coming, low laugh, pink ankles above the swan's-down trimming of high-heeled slippers. But the night raved on, and she did not come, and when next day, in the course of a general ramble in the mountains, I told her of my waiting, she clasped her hands in dismay, and at once with a rapid glance estimated whether the backs of the gesticulating Ferd and his friend had sufficiently receded. I remember talking to her on the telephone across half of Europe on her husband's business, and not recognizing at first her eager barking voice. And I remember once dreaming of her. I dreamt that my eldest girl had run in to tell me the doorman was sorely in trouble, and when I had gone down to him, I saw lying on a trunk, a roll of burlap under her head, pale-lipped and wrapped in a woolen kerchief, Nina fast asleep, as miserable refugees sleep in God-forsaken railway stations. And regardless of what happened to me or to her, in between, we never discussed anything, as we never thought of each other during the intervals in our destiny, so that when we met the pace of life altered at once, all its atoms were recombined, and we lived in another, lighter time medium, which was measured not by the lengthy separations, but by those few meetings of which a short, supposedly frivolous life was thus artificially formed. And with each new meeting I grew more and more apprehensive. No, I did not experience any inner emotional collapse. The shadow of tragedy did not haunt our revels. My married life remained unimpaired, while on the other hand her eclectic husband ignored her casual affairs, although deriving some profit from them in the way of pleasant and useful connections. I grew apprehensive because something lovely, delicate, and unrepeatable was being wasted, something which I abused by snapping off poor bright bits in gross haste while neglecting the modest but true core which perhaps it kept offering me in a pitiful whisper. I was apprehensive because, in the long run, I was somehow accepting Nina's life, the lies, the futility, the gibberish of that life. Even in the absence of any sentimental discord, I felt myself bound to seek for a rational, if not moral, interpretation of my existence, and this meant choosing between the world in which I sat for my portrait, with my wife, my young daughters, the Doberman pinscher, idyllic garlands, a signet ring, a slender cane, between that happy, wise, and good world. And what? Was there any practical chance of life together with Nina? Life I could barely imagine, for it would be penetrated, I knew, with a passionate, intolerable bitterness, and every moment of it would be aware of a past, teeming with Proulxian partners. No, the thing was absurd. And moreover, was she not chained to her husband by something stronger than love, the staunch friendship between two convicts? Absurd. But then what should I have done with you, Nina? How should I have disposed of the store of sadness that had gradually accumulated as a result of our seemingly carefree, but really hopeless meetings? Fialta consists of the old town and of the new one. Here and there, past and present are interlaced, struggling either to disentangle themselves or to thrust each other out. Each one has its own methods. The newcomer fights honestly importing palm trees, setting up smart tourist agencies, painting with creamy lines the red smoothness of tennis courts, whereas the sneaky old-timer creeps out from behind a corner in the shape of some little street on crutches or the steps of stairs leading nowhere. On our way to the hotel, we passed a half-built white villa, full of litter within, on a wall of which again the same elephants, their monstrous baby knees wide apart, sat on huge, gaudy drums. In ethereal bundles the equestrienne, already with a penciled mustache, was resting on a broad-backed steed, and a tomato-nosed clown was walking a tightrope, balancing an umbrella ornamented with those recurrent stars, a vague symbolic recollection of the heavenly fatherland of circus performers. Here, in the Riviera part of Fialta, the wet gravel crunched in a more luxurious manner, and the lazy sighing of the sea was more audible. In the backyard of the hotel, a kitchen boy armed with a knife was pursuing a hen which was clucking madly as it raced for its life. A bootblack offered me his ancient throne with a toothless smile. Under the plane trees stood a motorcycle of German make, a mud-bespattered limousine, and a yellow, long-bodied Icarus that looked like a giant scarab. "That's our Seggers, I mean," said Nina, adding, "Why don't you come with us, Victor?" Although she knew very well that I could not come. In the lacquer of its elytra, a gouache of sky and branches was engulfed. In the metal of one of the bomb-shaped lamps we ourselves were momentarily reflected, lean filmland pedestrians passing along the convex surface. And then, after a few steps, I glanced back and foresaw, in an almost optical sense, as it were, what really happened an hour or so later. The three of them wearing motoring helmets, getting in, smiling and waving to me, transparent to me like ghosts, with the color of the world shining through them. And then they were moving, receding, diminishing, Nina's last 10-fingered farewell. But actually the automobile was still standing quite motionless, smooth and whole like an egg, and Nina under my outstretched arm was entering a laurel-flanked doorway. And as we sat down, we could see through the window Ferdinand and Seger, who had come by another way, slowly approaching. There was no one on the veranda where we lunched except the Englishman I had recently observed. In front of him, a long glass containing a bright crimson drink threw an oval reflection on the tablecloth. In his eyes, I noticed the same bloodshot desire, but now it was in no sense related to Nina. That avid look was not directed at her at all, but was fixed on the upper right-hand corner of the broad window near which he was sitting. Having pulled the gloves off her small, thin hands, Nina, for the last time in her life, was eating the shellfish of which she was so fond. Ferdinand also busied himself with food, and I took advantage of his hunger to begin a conversation which gave me the semblance of power over him. To be specific, I mentioned his recent failure. After a brief period of fashionable religious conversion, during which grace descended upon him, and he undertook some rather ambiguous pilgrimages, which ended in a decidedly scandalous adventure, he had turned his dull eyes toward barbarous Moscow. Now, frankly speaking, I have always been irritated by the complacent conviction that a ripple of stream consciousness, a few healthy obscenities, and a dash of communism in any old slop pail will alchemically and automatically produce ultramodern literature. And I will contend until I am shot that art, as soon as it is brought into contact with politics, inevitably sinks to the level of any ideological trash. In Ferdinand's case, it is true, all this was rather irrelevant. The muscles of his muse were exceptionally strong, to say nothing of the fact that he didn't care a damn for the plight of the underdog. But because of certain obscurely mischievous undercurrents of that sort, his art had become still more repulsive. Except for a few snobs, none had understood the play. I had not seen it myself, but could well imagine that elaborate Kremlinesque night along the impossible spirals of which he spun various wheels of dismembered symbols. And now, not without pleasure, I asked him whether he had read a recent bit of criticism about himself. "Criticism," he exclaimed. "Fine criticism. Every slick jackanapes sees fit to read me a lecture. Ignorance of my work is their bliss. My books are touched gingerly, as one touches something that may go bang. Criticism. They are examined from every point of view except the essential one. It is as if a naturalist, in describing the equine genus, started to jaw about saddles or mme. De V. He named a well-known literary hostess, who indeed strongly resembled a grinning horse. I would like some of that pigeon's blood, too," he continued in the same loud, ripping voice, addressing the waiter, who understood his desire only after he had looked in the direction of the long-nailed finger which unceremoniously pointed at the Englishman's glass. For some reason or other, Segar mentioned Ruby Rose, the lady who painted flowers on her breast, and the conversation took on a less insulting character. Meanwhile, the big Englishman suddenly made up his mind, got up on a chair, stepped from there onto the windowsill, and stretched up till he reached that coveted corner of the frame where rested a compact furry moth, which he deftly slipped into a pill-box. "Rather like Wouwerman's white horse," said Ferdinand, in regard to something he was discussing with Segar. "Two E's tres hippique si matin," remarked the latter. Soon they both left to telephone. Ferdinand was particularly fond of long-distance calls, and particularly good at endowing them, no matter what the distance, with a friendly warmth when it was necessary, as for instance now, to make sure of free lodgings. From afar came the sounds of music, a trumpet, a zither. Nina and I set out to wander again. The circus on its way to Fialta had apparently sent out runners. An advertising pageant was tramping by, but we did not catch its head, as it had turned uphill into a side alley. The gilded back of some carriage was receding. A man in a burnous led a camel. A file of 4 mediocre Indians carried placards on poles, and behind them, by special permission, a tourist's small son in a sailor suit sat reverently on a tiny pony. We wandered by a cafe where the tables were now almost dry but still empty. The waiter was examining, I hope he adopted it later, a horrible foundling, the absurd inkstand affair, stowed by Ferdinand on the banisters in passing. At the next corner we were attracted by an old stone stairway, and we climbed up, and I kept looking at the sharp angle of Nina's step as she ascended, raising her skirt, its narrowness requiring the same gesture as formerly length had done. She diffused a familiar warmth, and going up beside her, I recalled the last time we came together. It had been in a Paris house with many people around, and my dear friend Jules Darboux, wishing to do me a refined aesthetic favor, had touched my sleeve and said, "I want you to meet," and led me to Nina, who sat in the corner of a couch, her body folded Z-wise with an ashtray at her heel, and she took a long turquoise cigarette holder from her lips and joyfully, slowly exclaimed, "Well, of all people!" And then all evening my heart felt like breaking. As I passed from group to group with a sticky glass in my fist, now and then looking at her from a distance, she did not look, and listened to scraps of conversation, and overheard one man saying to another, "Funny, how they all smell alike, burnt leaf through whatever perfume they use, those angular dark-haired girls." And as it often happens, a trivial remark related to some unknown topic coiled and clung to one's own intimate recollection, a parasite of its sadness. At the top of the steps, we found ourselves on a rough kind of terrace. From here one could see the delicate outline of the dove-colored Mount St. George with a cluster of bone-white flecks, some hamlet on one of its slopes. The smoke of an indiscernible train undulated along its rounded base and suddenly disappeared. Still lower, above the jumble of roofs, one could perceive a solitary cypress, resembling the moist-whirled black tip of a watercolor brush. To the right, one caught a glimpse of the sea, which was gray, with silver wrinkles. At our feet lay a rusty old quay, and on the wall of the half-ruined house adjoining the terrace, the ends of some wire still remained hanging. I reflected that formerly there had been life here. A family had enjoyed the coolness at nightfall. Clumsy children had colored pictures by the light of a lamp. We lingered there as if listening to something. Nina, who stood on higher ground, put a hand on my shoulder and smiled, and carefully, so as not to crumple her smile, kissed me. With an unbearable force, I relived, or so it now seems to me, all that had ever been between us, beginning with a similar kiss. And I said, substituting for our cheap, formal thou that strangely full and expressive you to which the circumnavigator, enriched all around, returns, "Look here, what if I love you?" Nina glanced at me. I repeated those words I wanted to add. But something like a bat passed swiftly across her face, a quick, queer, almost ugly expression, and she, who would utter coarse words with perfect simplicity, became embarrassed. I also felt awkward. "Never mind, I was only joking," I hastened to say, lightly encircling her waist. From somewhere a firm bouquet of small, dark, unselfishly smelling violets appeared in her hands, and before she returned to her husband and car, we stood for a little while longer by the stone parapet, and our romance was even more hopeless than it had ever been. But the stone was as warm as flesh, and suddenly I understood something I had been seeing without understanding: why a piece of tinfoil had sparkled so on the pavement, why the gleam of a glass had trembled on a tablecloth, why the sea was ashimer. Somehow, by imperceptible degrees, the white sky above Fialta had got saturated with sunshine, and now it was sun-pervaded throughout, and this brimming white radiance grew broader and broader. All dissolved in it, all vanished, all passed, and I stood on the station platform of M. Lech with a freshly bought newspaper, which told me that the yellow car I had seen under the plane trees had suffered a crash beyond Fialta, having run at full speed into the truck of a traveling circus entering the town. A crash from which Ferdinand and his friend, those invulnerable rogues, those salamanders of fate, those basilisks of good fortune, had escaped with local and temporary injury to their scales, while Nina, in spite of her long-standing, faithful imitation of them, had turned out after all to be mortal. How to be an other woman Lorrie Moore meet in expensive beige raincoats on a pea-soupy night, like a detective movie. First, stand in front of Florsham's 57th Street window, press your face close to the glass. Watch the fake velvet Hummels inside revolving around the wing tips. Some white shoes, like your father wears, are propped up with garlands on a small mound of chemical snow. All the stores have closed. You can see your breath on the glass. Draw a peace sign. You are waiting for a bus. He emerges from nowhere, looks like Robert Culp, the fog rolling, then parting, then sort of closing up again behind him. He asks you for a light and you jump a bit startled, but you give him your Lucky's Lounge where leisure is a suit matches. He has a nice chuckle, nice fingernails. He lights the cigarette, cupping his hands around the end, and drags deeply like a starving man. He smiles as he exhales, returns you the matches, looks at your face, says, "Thanks." He then stands not far from you, waiting, perhaps for the same bus. The two of you glance furtively at each other, shifting feet. Pretend to contemplate the chemical snow. You are two spies glancing quickly at watches, necks disappearing in the hunch of your shoulders, collars upturned and slowly razoring the cab in store-lit fog like shark fins. You begin to circle, gauging each other in primordial sniffs, eyeing, sidling, keen as Basil Rathbone. A bus arrives. It is crowded, everyone looking laughlessly into one another's underarms. A blonde woman in barrette steps off, holding her shoes in one hand. You climb on together, grab adjacent chrome posts, and when the bus hisses and rumbles forward, you take out a book. A minute goes by and he asks what you're reading. It is Madame Bovary in a Doris Day biography jacket. Try to explain about binding warpage. He smiles, interested. Return to your book. Emma is opening her window, thinking of Rouen. "What weather?" you hear him sigh, faintly British or upper-crust Delaware. Glance up, say, "It is fit for neither beast nor vegetable." It sounds dumb. It makes no sense, but it is how you meet. At the movies he is tender, holding your hand beneath the seat. At concerts he is sweet and attentive, buying cocktails, locating the ladies' lounge when you can't find it. At museums he is wise and loving, leading you slowly through the Etruscan cinerary urns with affectionate gestures and an art history minor from Columbia. He is kind. He laughs at your jokes. After 4 movies, 3 concerts, and 2.5 museums, you sleep with him. It seems the right number of cultural events. On the stereo you play your favorite harp and oboe music. He tells you his wife's name. It is Patricia. She is an intellectual property lawyer. He tells you he likes you a lot. You lie on your stomach, still too warm. When he says, "How do you feel about that?" don't say "ridiculous" or "get the hell out of my apartment." Prop your head up with one hand and say, "It depends. What is intellectual property law?" He grins. "Oh, you know. Where leisure is a suit." Give him a tight, wiry little smile. "I just don't want you to feel uncomfortable about this," he says. Say, "Hey, I am a very cool person. I am tough." Show him your bicep. When you were 6 you thought Mistress meant to put your shoes on the wrong feet. Now you are older and know it can mean many things, but essentially it means to put your shoes on the wrong feet. You walk differently. In store windows you don't recognize yourself. You are another woman, some crazy interior display lady in glasses stumbling frantic and preoccupied through the mannequins. In public restrooms you sit dangerously flat against the toilet seat, a strange flesh sundae of despair and exhilaration, murmuring into your bluing thighs. "Hello, I'm Charlene. I'm a mistress." It is like having a book out from the library. It is like constantly having a book out from the library. You meet frequently for dinner after work, split whole liters of the house red, then wamble the 2 blocks east, 20 blocks south to your apartment and lie sprawled on the living room floor with your expensive beige raincoat still on. He is a systems analyst. You have already exhausted this joke, but what he really wants to be, he reveals to you, is an actor. "Well, how did you become a systems analyst?" you ask, funny you. "The same way anyone becomes anything," he muses. I took courses and sent out resumes. Pause. Patricia helped me work up a great resume, too great. Oh, wonder about Mistress courses, certification resumes. Perhaps you are not really qualified. But I'm not good at systems work, he says, staring through and beyond, way beyond, the cracked ceiling. Figuring out the cost-effectiveness of 200 people shuffling 500 pages back and forth across a new 4.5 by 3 foot desk. I'm not an organized person like Patricia, for instance. She's just incredibly organized. She makes lists for everything. It's pretty impressive. Say flatly, dully, what? That she makes lists. That she makes lists, you like that? Well, yes, you know what she's going to do, what she has to buy, names of clients she has to see, etc. Lists, you murmur hopelessly, listlessly, your expensive beige raincoat still on. There is a long, tired silence. Lists. You stand up, brush off your coat, ask him what he would like to drink, then stump off to the kitchen without waiting for the answer. At 1:30, he gets up noiselessly except for the soft rustle of his dressing. He leaves before you have even quite fallen asleep, but before he does, he bends over you in his expensive beige raincoat and kisses the ends of your hair. Ah, he kisses your hair. Clients to see, birthday snapshots, scotch tape letters to TD and Mom technically. You are still a secretary for Carmicola, but you wear your Phi Beta Kappa key around your neck on a cheap gold chain, hoping someone will spot you for a promotion. Unfortunately, you have lost the respect of all but one of your co-workers and many of your superiors as well, who are working in order to send their daughters to universities so they won't have to be secretaries, and who, therefore, hold you in contempt for having a degree and being a failure anyway. It is like having a degree in failure. Hilda, however, likes you. You are young and remind her of her sister, the professional skater. But I hate to skate, you say, and Hilda smiles, nodding. Yup, that's exactly what my sister says sometimes, and in that same way. What way? Oh, I don't know, says Hilda. Your bangs parted on the side or something. Ask Hilda if she will go to lunch with you. Over Reuben's sandwiches, ask her if she's ever had an affair with a married man. As she attempts, mid-bite, to complete the choreography of her chomp, Russian dressing spurts out onto her hands. Once, she says. That was the last lover I had. That was over 2 years ago. Say, oh my God, as if it were horrible and tragic, then try to mitigate that rudeness by clearing your throat and saying, well, actually, I guess that's not so bad. No, she sighs good-naturedly. His wife had Hodgkin's disease, or so everyone thought. When they came up with the correct diagnosis, something that wasn't nearly so awful, he went back to her. Does that make sense to you? I suppose, say doubtfully. Yeah, maybe you're right. Hilda is still cleaning Reuben off the backs of her hands with a napkin. At any rate, who are you involved with? Someone who has a wife that makes lists. She has listmaker's disease. What are you going to do? I don't know. Yeah, says Hilda, that's typical. Clients to see tomatoes, canned health food, toothpaste, health food, deodorant, Vit. See on sale, Rexall, Checkray, other shoemaker, 32nd cent. Patricia's really had quite an interesting life, he says, smoking a cigarette. Oh, really? You say, stabbing one out in the ashtray. Make a list of all the lovers you've ever had. Warren, Lasher, Ed, Rubberhead, Catapano, Charles Dietz or Keats, Alphonse, tuck it in your pocket. Leave it lying around conspicuously. Somehow you lose it. Make mislaid jokes to yourself. Make another list. Whisper, don't go yet, as he glides out of your bed before sunrise and you lie there on your back cooling between the sheets. Feel gray, like an abandoned locker room towel. Watch him as he again pulls on his pants, his sweater, his socks and shoes. Reach out and hold his thigh as he leans over and kisses you quickly, telling you not to get up, that he'll lock the door when he leaves. In the smoky darkness, you see him smile weakly, guiltily, and attempt a false, jaunty wave from the doorway. Turn on your side toward the wall so you don't have to watch the door close. You hear it thud nonetheless, the jangle of keys and snap of the bolt lock, the footsteps loud, then fading down the staircase, The clunk of the street door, then nothing. All his sounds blending with the city, his face passing namelessly uptown in a bus or a badly heated cab, the room, the whole building you live in, shuddering at the windows as a truck roars by toward the Queensborough Bridge. Wonder who you are. Hi, this is Attila, he says in a false deep voice when you pick up your office phone. Giggle. Like an idiot, say, oh, hi, hun. Hilda turns to look at you with a what's with you look on her face, shrug your shoulders. Can you meet me for lunch? Say, meat. I'm sorry, I don't eat meat. Cute, you're cute, he says, not laughing, and at lunch he gives you his tomatoes. Drink 2 huge glasses of wine and smile at all his office and mother-in-law stories. It makes his eyes sparkle and crinkle at the corners, his face pleased and shining. When the waitress clears the plates away, there is a silence where the two of you look down then back up again. You get more beautiful every day, he says to you, as you hold your wine glass over your nose, burgundy rushing down your throat. Put your glass down, redden, smile, fiddle with your Phi Beta Kappa key. When you get up to leave, take deep breaths. In front of the restaurant where you will stride off in different directions, don't give him a kiss in the noontime throng. Patricia's office is nearby and she likes to go to the bank right around now. His back will stiffen and his eyes dart around like a crazy person's. Instead, do a quick shuffleball chain like you saw Barbara Streisand do in a movie once. Wave gigantically and say, till we eat again. In your office building the elevator is slow and packed, and you forget to get off at the 10th floor and have to ride all the way back down again from the 19th. 5 minutes after you arrive dizzily back at your desk, the phone rings. Meet me tomorrow at 7, he says, in front of Florsheim's and I'll carry you off to my castle. Patricia is going to a copyright convention. Wait freezing in front of Florsheim's until 7:20. He finally dashes up, gasping apologies. He just now got back from the airport, his coat flying open, and he takes you in tow quickly uptown toward the art museums. He lives near art museums. Ask him what a copyright convention is. Where leisure is a suit and a suite, he drawls, long and smiling, quickening his pace and yours. He kisses your temple, brushes hair off your face. You arrive at his building in 20 minutes. So this is it. The castle doorman's fly is undone. Smile politely. In the elevator, say, the unexamined fly is not worth zipping. The elevator has a peculiar rattle for all 8 floors, like someone obsessively clearing her throat. When he finally gets the apartment door unlocked, he shows you into an L-shaped living room bursting with plants and gold-framed posters announcing exhibitions you are too late for by 6 years. The kitchen is off to one side, tiny, digital, spare, with a small army of chrome utensils hanging belligerent and clean as blades on the wall. Walk nervously around like a dog sniffing out the place. Peek into the bedroom. In the center, like a giant bloom, is a queen-sized bed with a Pennsylvania Dutch spread. A small photo of a woman in ski garb is propped on a nightstand. It frightens you. Back in the living room, he mixes drinks with scotch in them. So this is it, you say again with a forced grin and an odd heaving in your rib cage. Light up one of his cigarettes. Can I take your coat? Be strange and awkward. Say, I like beige. I think it is practical. What's wrong with you? He says, handing you your drink. Try to decide what you should do. 1, rip open the front of your coat, sending the buttons torpedoing across the room in a series of pops into the asparagus fern. 2, go into the bathroom and gargle with hot tap water. 3, go downstairs and wave down a cab for home. He puts his mouth on your neck. Put your arms timidly around him. Whisper into his ear. There's a woman, another woman in your room. The next morning he makes you breakfast. Something with eggs and mushrooms and hot sauce. Gaze into the mirror at a face that looks too puffy to be yours. Imagine using her toothbrush by mistake. Imagine a wife and a mistress sharing the same toothbrush forever and ever, never knowing. Look into the medicine cabinet. Middle dental floss Tylenol merthiolate package of 8 emery boards, razors and cartridges, 2 squeezed in the middle toothpaste tubes. Crest and Sensodyne Band-Aids, hand lotion, rubbing alcohol, 3 small bars of cashmere bouquet stolen from a hotel on the street. All over, you think you see her, the boring hotel soap stealer. Every woman is her. You smell cashmere bouquet all over the place. That's her. Someone waiting near you for the downtown express. Yup, that's her. A woman waiting behind you in a deli near Marine Midland who has smooth, hand-lotioned hands and looks like she skis. Good God, what if that is her? Break out in cold sweats. Stare into every pair of flared nostrils with clinical curiosity and unbridled terror. Scrutinize feet. Glance sidelong at pumps. Then look quickly away like a woman, some other woman who is losing her mind. Alone on lunch hours or after work, continue to look every female over the age of 12 straight in the nose and straight in the shoes. Feel your face a quiver and twice bolt out of Bergdorf's irrationally when you are sure it is her at the skirt sale rack choosing brown again, a Tylenol bottle peeking out from the corner of her purse. Sit on a granite wall in the GM Plaza and catch your breath. Listen to an old man singing Frosty the Snowman. Lose track of time. You're late, Hilda turns and whispers at you. Carlisle's been back here twice already asking where you were and if the market survey report has been typed up yet. Mutter, shit. You are only on the tees. Tennessee Carmicola consumption per square dollar mile of investment market. Figures for July 1980, October 1981. Texas fiscal year 1980, Texas fiscal year 1981, Utah. It is like typing a telephone directory. Get tears in your eyes. Clients to see one fallen in love, out of control. Who is this? Who am I? And who is this wife with the skis and the nostrils and the Tylenol, and does she have? 2. Reclaim yourself. Pieces have fluttered away. 3. Everything you do is a masochistic act. Why? 4. Don't you like yourself? Don't you deserve better than all of this? 5. Need something to lift you from your boots out into the sky, something to make you like little things again, to whirl around the curves of your ears and muss up your hair and call you every single day. 6. A drug. 7. A man. 8. A religion. 9. A good job. Revise and send out resumes. 10. Remember what Mrs. Kloosterman told the class in 2nd grade, just be glad you have legs. What are you going to do for Christmas? He says, lying supine on your couch. Oh, I don't know. See my parents in New Jersey, I guess. Pause. Wanna come meet my folks? A kind, fatherly, indulgent smile. Charlene, he says warmly, sitting up to pat your hand, your silly, ridiculous little hand. He gives you a pair of leather slippers. They were what you wanted. You give him a book about cars. Ma, open the red one first. The other package goes with it. A coffee grinder. Why, thank you, dear. She kisses you wetly on the cheek, a Christmas mist in her eyes. She thinks you're wonderful. She's truly your greatest fan. She is aging and menopausal. She stubbornly thinks you're an assistant department head at Carmicola. She wants so badly, so earnestly to be you. And this bag is some exotic Colombian bean, and this is a chocolate-flavored decaf. Your father fidgets in the corner, looking at his watch, worrying that your mom should be checking the Crown roast. Decaf bean, he says. That's for me? Say, yeah, Dad, that's for you. Who is he? Says your mom later in the kitchen after you've washed the dishes. He's a systems analyst. What do they do? Oh, they get married a lot. They're usually always married. Charlene, are you having an affair with a married man? Ma, do you have to put it that way? You are asking for big trouble, she says slowly, and resumes polishing silver with a vehement energy. Wonder why she always polishes the silver after meals. Lean against the refrigerator and play with the magnets. Say softly, carefully, I know, Mother, it's not something you would do. She looks up at you, her mouth trembling, pieces of her brown-gray hair dangling in her salty eyes, pink silverware cream caking onto her hands, onto her wedding ring. She stops, puts a spoon down, looks away, and then hopelessly back at you, like a very young girl, and shaking her head, bursts into tears. I missed you, he practically shouts, ebullient and adolescent, pacing about the living room with a sort of bounce, like a child who is up way past his bedtime and wants to ask a question. What did you do at home? He rubs your neck. Oh, the usual holiday stuff with my parents. On New Year's Eve I went to a disco in Morristown with my cousin Denise, but I dressed wrong. I wore the turtleneck and plaid skirt my mother gave me because I wanted her to feel good and my slip kept showing. He grins and kisses your cheek, thinking this sweet. Continue. There were 3 guys, all in purple shirts and paper hats, who kept coming over and asking me to dance. I don't think they were together or brothers or anything, but I danced, and on New York City Girl, that song about how jaded and competent urban women are, I went crazy dancing and my slip dropped to the floor. I tried to pick it up, but finally just had to step out of it and jam it in my purse. At the stroke of midnight I cried. I'll bet you suffered terribly, he says, clasping you around the small of your back. Say, yes, I did. I'm thinking of telling Patricia about us. Be skeptical. Ask, what will you say? He proceeds confidently. I'll go, dear, there's something I have to tell you. And she'll look over at you from her briefcase full of memoranda and say, HMMMMM. And I'll say, dear, I think I'm falling in love with another woman, and I know I'm involved with her. And she'll say, oh my God, what did you say? And I'll say, involved. And she'll start weeping inconsolably, and then what will you do? There is a silence, still as the moon. He shifts his legs, seems confused. I'll tell her I was just kidding. He squeezes your hand. Shave your legs in the bathroom sink. Philosophize. You are a mistress, part of a great hysterical, you mean historical tradition. Wives are like cockroaches, also part of a great historical tradition. They will survive you after a nuclear attack. They are tough and hardy and travel in packs, but right now they're not having any fun. And when you look in the bathroom mirror, you spot them scurrying up out of reach behind you. An hour of gimlets after work, a quick browse through Barnes and Noble, and he looks at his watch, gives you a peck and says, good night, I'll call you soon. Walk out with him. Stand there shivering, but do not pout. Say, call you later would sound better than soon. Soon always means just the opposite. He smiles feebly. I'll phone you in a few days. And when he is off, hurrying up 3rd Avenue, look down at your feet, kick at a dirty cigarette butt, and in your best juvenile mumble say, damn you, Jack. Some nights he says he'll try to make it over, but there's no guarantee. Those nights, just in case, spend 2 hours showering, dressing, applying makeup unrecognizably, like someone in drag. And then, as it is late and you have to work the next day, climb onto your bed like that, wearing perfume and an embarrassing, long, flowing, lacy bathrobe that is really not a bathrobe at all, but a hostess lounge coat. With the glassed candle by your bed lit and burning away, doze off and on, arranged with excruciating care on top of the covers, the window lamp on in the living room, the door unlocked for him in case he arrives in a passionate flurry, forgetting his key. 6 blocks from 14th Street. You are risking your life for him, spread out like a ridiculous cake on the bed, waiting with the door unlocked, thinking you hear him on the stairs, but no. You should have a corsage, you think to yourself. You should have a goddamned orchid pinned to the chest of your long, flowing hostess coat, then you would be appropriately absurd. Think, what has happened to me? Why am I lying like this on top of my covers with too much jauntu and mascara and jewelry, pretending casually that this is how I always go to bed, while a pervert with 6 new steak knives is about to sneak through my unlocked door? Remember, at Blakely Falls High, Willis Holmes would have done anything to be with you. You don't have to put up with this. You were 2nd runner-up at the junior prom. A truck roars by. Some deaf and dumb kids, probably let out from a dance at the school nearby, are gathered downstairs below your window, hooting and howling, making unearthly sounds. You guess they are laughing and having fun, but they can't hear themselves, and at night the noises are scary, animal-like. Your clock radio reads 1:45. Wonder if you are getting old, desperate. Believe that you have really turned into another woman, your maiden Aunt Phillies, some vaporish cocktail waitress, a glittery transvestite who has wandered, lost, up from the village. When 7 consecutive days go by that you do not hear from him, send witty little postcards to all your friends from college. On the 8th day, when finally he calls you at the office, murmuring things in German, remain laconic. Say, "Ja, nein, ja." At lunch, regard your cream of cauliflower soup with a pinched mouth and ask what on earth he and his wife do together. Sound irritated. He shrugs and says, "Dust, eat, bicker about the shower curtain." Why do you ask? Say, "Gee, I don't know. What an outrageous question, huh?" He gives you a look of sympathy that could bring a dead cat back to life. "You're upset because I didn't call you." He reaches across the table to touch your fingers. Pull your hand away. Say, "Don't flatter yourself." Look slightly off to one side. Put your hand over your eyes like you have a headache. Say, "God, I'm sorry." "It's okay," he says, and you think something is backward here, reversed, wrong, like the something that is wrong and what is wrong with this picture. In kids' magazines, in dentists' offices, toothaches, stomachaches, God, the soup. Excuse yourself and hurry toward the women's room. Slam the stall door shut. Lean back against it. Stare into the throat of the toilet. Hilda is worried about you and wants to fix you up with a cousin of hers from Brooklyn. Ask wearily, "What's his name?" She looks at you, frowning. "Mark, he's a banker, and what the hell kind of attitude is that?" Mark orders you a beer in a Greek coffee shop near the movie theater. "So you're a secretary," squirm and quip, more like a sedentary, and look at him in surprise and horror when he guffaws and snorts way too loudly. Say, "Actually, what I really should have been is a dancer." Everybody has always said that. Mark smiles. He likes the idea of you being a dancer. Look at him coldly. Say, "No, nobody has ever said that. I just made it up." All through the movie you forget to read the subtitles, thinking instead about whether you should sleep with Mark the banker. Glance at him out of the corner of your eye. In the dark, his profile seems important and mysterious, sort of. He catches you looking at him and turns and winks at you. Good God. He seems to be investing something in all of this. Bankers, sigh, stare straight ahead, decide you just don't have the energy, the interest. "I saw somebody else." "Oh, a banker, we went to a Goddard movie." "Well, good, good. I mean for you, Charlene, you should be doing things like that once in a while." "Yeah, he's real rich." "Did you have fun?" "No." "Did you sleep with him?" "No." He kisses you almost gratefully on the ear. Fidget, twitch. Lie, say, "I mean yes." He nods, looks away. Says nothing. Cut up an old calendar into week-long strips. Place them around your kitchen floor, a sort of bar graph on the linoleum representing the number of weeks you have been a mistress. 13. Put X's through all the national holidays. Go out for a walk in the cold. 3 little girls hanging out on the stoop are laughing and calling to strange men on the street. "Hi, hi, mister." Step around them. Think they have never had. A blonde woman in barrettes passes you in stockinged feet, holding her shoes. There are things you have to tell him. Clients to see one. This affair is demeaning. 2 violates decency. Am I just some scampish tart, some tartish scamp? 3. No emotional support here. 4. Why do you never say, "I love you," or "Stay in my arms forever, my little tadpole," or "Your eyes set me on fire, my sweet nubkin"? The next time he phones, he says, "I was having a dream about you and suddenly I woke up with a jerk and felt very uneasy." Say, "Yeah, I hate to wake up with jerks." He laughs, smooth, beautiful, and tenor, making you feel warm inside of your bones. And it hits you. Maybe it all boils down to this. People will do anything, anything for a really nice laugh. Don't lose your resolve. Fumble for your list. Sputter things out as convincingly as possible. Say, "I suffer indignities at your hands." Agonies of duff feet. "I don't know why I joke. I hurt. That is why." "What? That is why." "But you don't really care." Wince. "It sounds pitiful, but I do." For some reason this leaves you dumbfounded. He continues, "You know my situation, or maybe you don't." Pause. "What can I do, Charlene?" "Stand on my goddamned head." Whisper, "Please, stand on your goddamned head." "It is 10 o'clock, he says. "I'm coming over. We need to talk." What he has to tell you is that Patricia is not his wife. He is separated from his wife. Her name is Carrie. You think of a joke you heard once. What do you call a woman who marries a man with no arms and no legs? Carrie. Patricia is the woman he lives with. You mean I'm just another one of the gang? He looks at you puzzled. Charlene, what I've always admired about you, right from when I first met you, is your strength, your independence. Say, that line is old as boots. Tell him not to smoke in your apartment. Tell him to get out. At first he protests, but slowly, he leaves, pulling up the collar on his expensive beige raincoat like an old and haggard Robert Culp. Slam the door like Bette Davis. Love drains from you, takes with it much of your blood sugar and water weight. You are like a house slowly losing its electricity, the fans slowing, the lights dimming and flickering, the clocks stop and go and stop. At Carmicola the days are peg-legged and aimless, collapsing into one another with the comic tedium of old clowns, nowhere fast. In April you get a raise. Celebrate by taking Hilda to lunch at the plaza. Write for applications to graduate schools. Send Mark the banker a birthday card. Take long walks at night in the cold. The blonde in barrette scuttles timelessly by you, still carrying her shoes. She has cut her hair. He calls you occasionally at the office to ask how you are. You doodle numbers and curlicues on the corners of the Rolodex cards. Fiddle with your Phi Beta Kappa key. Stare out the window. You always say, fine. Yours Mary Robinson Allison struggled away from her white Renault, limping with the weight of the last of the pumpkins. She found Clark in the twilight on the twig and leaf-littered porch behind the house. He wore a tan wool shawl. He was moving up and back in a cushioned glider, pushed by the ball of his slippered foot. Allison lowered a big pumpkin and let it rest on the porch floor. Clark was much older than she, 78 to Allison's 35. They had been married for 4 months. They were both quite tall, with long hands, and their faces looked something alike. Allison wore a natural hair wig. It was a thick blonde hood around her face. She was dressed in bright-dyed denims today. She wore durable clothes, usually, for she volunteered afternoons at a children's daycare center. She put one of the smaller pumpkins on Clark's long lap. Now nothing surreal, she told him. Carve just a regular face. These are for kids. In the foyer on the Hepplewhite desk, Allison found the maid's chore list with its cross-offs, which included Clark's supper. Allison went quickly through the day's mail. A garish coupon packet, a flyer advertising white wines at Jamestown Liquors, November's pay TV program guide, and the worst thing, the funniest and already opened, extremely unkind letter from Clark's married daughter up north. You're an old fool, Allison read, and you're being cruelly deceived. There was a gift check for $25 made out to Clark. Enclosed, his birthday had just passed, but it was uncashable. It was signed Jesus H. Christ. Late into this night, Allison and Clark gutted and carved the pumpkins together, at an old table set out on the back porch. They worked over newspaper after soggy newspaper, using paring knives and spoons, and a Swiss Army knife Clark liked for the exact shaping of teeth and eyes and nostrils. Clark had been a doctor and internist, but he was also a Sunday watercolor painter. His 4 pumpkins were expressive and artful. Their carved features were suited to the sizes and shapes of the pumpkins. 2 looked ferocious and jagged. 1 registered surprise. The last was serene and beaming. Allison's 4 faces were less deftly drawn, with slits and areas of distortion. She had cut triangles for noses and eyes. The mouths she had made were all just wedges, 2 turned up and 2 turned down. By 1 a.m. they were finished. Clark, who had bent his long torso forward to work, moved over to the glider again and looked out sleepily at nothing. All the neighbors' lights were out across the ravine. For the season and time, the Virginia night was warm. Most of the leaves had fallen and blown away already, and the trees stood unbothered. The moon was round above them. Allison cleaned up the mess. Your jack-o'-lanterns are much better than mine, Clark said to her. Like hell, Allison said. Look at me, Clark said, and Allison did. She was holding a squishy bundle of newspapers. The papers reeked sweetly with the smell of pumpkin innards. "Yours are far better," he said. "You're wrong." "You'll see when they're lit," Allison said. She went inside, came back with yellow vigil candles. It took her a while to get each candle settled into a pool of its own melted wax inside the jack-o'-lanterns, which were lined up in a row on the porch railing. Allison went along and relit each candle and fixed the pumpkin lids over the little flames. "See," she said. They sat together a moment and looked at the orange faces. "We're exhausted. It's good night time," Allison said. "Don't blow out the candles. I'll put in new ones tomorrow." In her bedroom, a few weeks earlier in her life than had been predicted, she began to die. "Don't look at me if my wig comes off," she told Clark. "Please." Her pulse cords were fluttering under his fingers. She raised her knees and kicked away the comforter. She said something to Clark about the garage being locked. At the telephone, Clark had a clear view out back and down to the porch. He wanted to get drunk with his wife once more. He wanted to tell her from the greater perspective he had that to own only a little talent like his was an awful, plaguing thing. That being only a little special meant you expected too much most of the time and liked yourself too little. He wanted to assure her that she had missed nothing. Clark was speaking into the phone now. He watched the jack-o'-lanterns. The jack-o'-lanterns watched him. "The bad thing, David Gates, he has never hit me, and only once or twice in our 2 years has he raised his voice in anger. Even in bed Stephen is gentle, to a fault. Why then am I wary of him? Obvious. Well, so if you're wary of him, what are you doing here? Also obvious. For one thing, I have his baby inside me. Ye gods, his baby. I think of it that way because he and Marilyn never had children, and what other chance is he going to get? But it's not his baby, of course, nor mine. The baby is its own baby. I think of it as a girl, because the idea of a tiny man inside me is what? Repulsive, I was going to say, though sometimes I think. A little man, yes, squeezed out into the world to do my will. But at other times I pray, dear God, if you've made it a boy, go back in your time-scrunching omnipotence and redo the instant of its conception. Not forgetting to add, if it be thy will. You know, the kind of thing God does all the time, going back and changing what his will is. So I'm trying to take it as it comes. Even that seems wildly ambitious. 2 days ago, after Stephen had finished working and I'd come to a stopping place, we climbed the hill up behind Carl's house until we reached the power line. Stephen put on his skis. I put on the snowshoes he bought me. I'm not to ski anymore until after. Another thing I'm not to do is address Carl Porter as Carl. Stephen sees it as a class thing. Slipping along by my side, he praised my walking in the snowshoes. "Big deal," I said. "You put one foot in front of the other." "Ah, but that," he said, raising his index finger, "is ofttimes the hardest lesson of all." Big joke with Stephen is to intone fake profundities, raising his index finger to make sure you see he's kidding. I thought, right, I'm learning that, being married to you. Oh, I know, bad. You should be reaching out to him. Been tried, honey. Like our first night in this house. We'd both learned not from each other. We've both been around the block that the big moments you plan never work. So we decided against the French restaurant 2 towns over with the $40 prix-fixe dinner, and went to the diner on 28. We took a booth, ordered pancakes and sausage, and sat waiting for the modest magic by which the everyday becomes precious. Stephen flipped page after page of jukebox selections, fingering the little metal tabs at the bottom. The country songs in green. Then he flipped back through in the other direction. "Nothing," he said, "zip, unless you want to hear Randy Travis." By this I understood that I was not to want to hear Randy Travis. I put a hand on his. "Something's worrying you," I said. "Don't," he said, pulling his hand out from under. I saw tears come up and fill his eyes. "What?" I said. "Talk to me." He shook his head. "You've heard the same crap 48 times, he said. "Maybe the pills will help." 48 was one of his numbers I hadn't heard before. Usually they were round and overwhelming, like 50,000, I've done 50,000 of these children's books, or 10 million fax machines at J&R, and I get the one that craps out. Afterward, I thought about it. 48 was how old he'd be in June, when his first child would be born. Oh, but Stephen was such a complex man. Could it possibly be that simple? One thing that might help, to get my contempt under control, since he doesn't seem to be doing much about his. Now that would be a mood drug I could get behind. We moved up here for the beauty and the quiet, and so we'd each have a workroom. It's all so post-industrial. No need any more to be bodily on Lexington Avenue from 10 to 6. Up here I'd be able to take my job lightly and my work seriously as Stephen takes his. But needless to say, yesterday we had to go to Wananta for groceries. It had started snowing in the morning. When we got back, it was still coming down and we couldn't get up the driveway. He insisted on trying to shovel after making 3 trips all the way up to the house with the stuff, which he wouldn't let me help with. I told him forget it, come inside, we'll drink tea and get snowed in. Thinking, actually, of some Raimi in the tea what he's taking is one of the new anything-goes antidepressants and stretching out by the pellet stove, our feet together under the shiny maroon comforter, and so on. We'll get Carl to plow us out in the morning, I said. He said I treated the locals like old family retainers, which was so uncalled for when for once I was trying to take some care of him. He was already pale and sweating, and his chest was heaving. I went into the bathroom and cried, then washed my face. When he came in, looking even worse, he found me sipping tea with Raimi and reading Murray Bella, or rather staring at the pages and feeling put upon because now that I'd cut myself out of the loop, I would never design anything but monthly newsletters and annual reports. Bitch, I'm sure he thought, and clomped upstairs. When it got dark, I opened a can of soup. Then I stopped bothering with the tea and drank myself pretty nearly to sleep. Just managed to get up the stairs. Then woke up, of course, at 2 in the morning, mouth dry, head killing me. I went to the bathroom to pee and get a drink of water and some aspirin, and heard the music still going in Stephen's workroom, his damn Louis Armstrong, and saw a line of golden light along the bottom of his door. Inside was the kingdom of art from which I'd been exiled. I crept back to bed like a dirty animal, sneaking around a dark house at night, just like old times. When I was 22, my boyfriend and I shared a big old farmhouse in Rhode Island with his best friend and the best friend's girlfriend, and once a week or so, I would leave Dalton in bed and make my way down the creaky stairs to find Todd waiting on the sofa. He would be drunk, having got Kathleen drunk enough to put her to sleep, and not gentle with me. I would have put Dalton to sleep by being close to him as sweetly as I knew how, more sweetly than I know how anymore. But saving my feelings for Todd, knowing it was of no value to him except as proof that he could make me respond when Dalton couldn't, though of course Dalton could, and I didn't always save it. It started in the summer, one morning when Todd and I were alone in the house. He asked if I wanted coffee, then ran his index finger down my bare arm, me in that blue sundress with the yellow flowers, him in blue jeans and a t-shirt I couldn't imagine how he kept so white, and said, "Wouldn't it be funny if we put the horns on Dalton?" The horns. What more did I need to know? And yet, I heard 2 voices in my head, talking at me as I stood there in the doorway between the kitchen and the living room. My own voice saying this is bad for you, and a man's voice saying do what I say. I narrowed my eyes, trying to hear which was right, and I could picture myself as Todd saw me, looking intense and tempted. "This is a beautiful boy," said another voice, a voice that wished me ill, "who knows how to touch you." Did I simply have bad character? Or was I a strong young woman going after what she wanted and willing to pay the price? Though how strong were you really if you couldn't finally get it? One thing I promised myself, I would never again let myself in for this kind of humiliation. When Todd finally dumped me, I did the one bit of bitchy damage I could. I said I'd always known the real romance was between him and Dalton. I hope he still hears me saying that in his head. It was a mistake to have shown Todd's picture to Stephen. At the time, I thought I was doing it to leave nothing unshared, but actually it must have been to put him on notice that once I had been desired by a beautiful blonde boy, Todd's beauty was a means of convincing Stephen that I was beautiful. How messed up is that? I'm sure Stephen thought it was more evidence of my bad taste to have been attracted to the merely beautiful, as if it had never happened to him. Now, there's another thing we were never going to do: marry a man who wasn't on speaking terms with his own desires. I woke up again at 7 and came down and fixed myself a tray with coffee and a bowl of Count Chocula. Stephen loves the Grand Union in Wananta. When we lived in the city, he refused to shop in supermarkets, and every week he selects another brand of sugared-out kiddie cereal. I was raised on puffed rice, he said the first time he placed a box of Cap'n Crunch in the cart. This is a quiet man's rebellion. I don't generally eat this stuff, but I had to get something in my stomach immediately. I brought the tray up to my workroom and turned on the computer. Out the window, I saw a white cloud issuing from the tailpipe of Carl Porter's empty truck, so I picked up the phone. "You didn't need to ask, Mrs. Sturdivant," he said. "I meant to do you first thing. Lovely man." Listening to his truck humming and rumbling as he plowed the driveway, I ate the cereal and looked over the pages I'd laid out yesterday, telling myself that one bowl of Count Chocula wasn't so irresponsible. They probably spray the stuff with vitamins. And only then did it hit me what I'd done last night. Got stinking drunk while 4 months pregnant. 4 months. What did that mean in terms of how major a birth defect might be? Wouldn't it be more major the earlier you did the bad thing? I pictured a bullet fired at conception. Deflect that bullet almost at the target and it would miss by only a little, but deflect it early on and it would veer off wide. 4 months. That was less than halfway there. I slid from my chair to my knees and prayed, "Dear God, since I did it without thinking, please don't let it count." Just the kind of prayer God likes to hear. "Oh, right, if it be thy will." I listened down into my body to try to discern any damage, any change from yesterday. Nothing. Oh God. Well, we just wouldn't think about this. But what if Stephen looked at the bottle? I remembered him saying, "I want to make a baby with you." I know you must think I've said everything before to somebody else, but this is a first. A first. He actually said that. The thing to do was to hop in the car and go buy a pint of Ramey to get the level back up, put anything else in there, and Stephen would instantly taste something wrong, then hide the empty. But it was 20 miles to Wananta, the nearest liquor store classy enough to stock the stuff, and it was 7:30 in the morning. At 9:30, I started down to make more coffee. Still another thing I wasn't to do, drink more than a half cup a day, but I absolutely had to finish the last 6 pages this afternoon without fail, and I had nodded out staring at the screen. I was looking at this one page, trying to care whether or not the vertical picture should be moved to the right, and the pull quote brought down to compensate. And then I seemed to be at a performance of Hamlet. I think it was, and I suppose it's a rule with dreams that if you think it was, and my dress was too tight on me, and I wanted to go to the ladies' room and let out the waist. All pretty obvious. But before going down the stairs, I stopped and eased open the bedroom door with my fingertips. Stephen in pajamas was clutching my pillow, his mouth gaping. His hair looked damp. He must have taken a shower before coming to bed. It made me sad that I'd never known him when his hair was all black. I tried to think what his life must be like a first, but I really couldn't see that anything was so terrible. I'd never been able to take seriously enough the central tragedy, which was that he'd never become, I don't know, Jackson Pollock or whoever he'd wanted to be when he was 18. Back in my workroom, I drank the fresh coffee and stared at that page. This was a simple decision. which I still couldn't make. I got up again and went down the hall to Stephen's workroom. So cold when I opened the door, the window wide open. He'd finished another illustration. How could I have thought one of my little moods would slow the march of his work? Last night's production was a peasant family standing by a cottage. The cover from The Forest is Crying was sandwiched in my cookbook stand, and he'd spattered paint on the plexiglass. So that was where he'd gotten the woman peasant's colorful costume, the man peasant and the little boy he'd put in brown shirts and trousers and clumpy boots. There was something familiar about the landscape, too. Then I spotted the Edward Hopper book on the floor. Aha! The thatched roof cottage was that mobile station, and the peasant family stood in place of the round-headed gas pumps. He'd done it well. What else was new? I'd said my piece about this new phase when he showed me the first one, for which he'd used a Currier and Ives print of a man knife-fighting a rearing grizzly. "Oh, please," he said. "This is an homage. Learn a new word, Paula." Then, probably because he realized he was being a pompous ass, he went into one of his pompous ass parodies. "Think of this bear," he said, "not as a bear, but as Old Man Depression. The gallant mountain man, yours truly." He inclined his head. And behind the tree here, he pointed to a second man who was aiming a gun at the bear, Dr. Sabert, and his magic bullet. He'd only been taking the pills for a couple of days at this point. He gave his snorting laugh, the one that means I hate myself. Even with this fresh, cold air, I smelled cigarette smoke. In the wastebasket under a crumpled page of a sketch pad, I found butts, ashes, and burned-out matches. I counted the butts. 16. So he was back at it with a vengeance. How had I not picked up the smell off him? Ah, wet hair. Paula Wilson Sturdivant, girl detective. It's one of my amusements up here. The other morning I was unpacking a box of papers and Misk when I looked out the window and saw him in the backyard by the old oil drum where the people who'd lived here had burned their trash. Stephen, who puts the caps from toothpaste tubes in with the number 2 plastics to be recycled, I swear, was touching a match to a big sheet of paper and thrusting it from him as flames leaped up. "Just a particularly lousy piece of work," he said when he came in. I said the obvious. If it had bothered him enough to burn it, it must. V had something he could use. He asked if I was reverting to hippiedom, saying it in a way I was supposed to think was only kidding. So when he left to go get the mail, I went out to the barrel, but he'd even smashed up the ashes. Around 1 this afternoon, I heard Stephen go downstairs. The upstairs bathroom is right over the kitchen, and there's a grate in the floor for heat to come up. I tiptoed into the bathroom and knelt to watch. I could see a corner of the stove and most of the sink, where I'd put the filter basket with soiled filter and spent coffee grounds still in it. I saw him pick it up. His shoulders rose and fell, a martyr's sigh. I printed out my pages and went downstairs. He was lying on the sofa reading the Pickwick Papers. The last time he went on one of his reading binges, it lasted for over a month. This was back in the city. He got through 7 Dickens novels and blew off an album cover that would have paid him $3,000. He told them he'd been mugged and his arm was in a cast. "But what if you run into one of them?" I'd said. He'd said, "I don't plan to be going out." "Good morning," I said. I didn't mean it as a bitchy way of saying it was already afternoon, it just came out. "Listen, I have to run over to to the stationery store. You need anything from the outside world." "Am I not invited?" he said. "Of course," I said. "Sure, you just looked so comfortable. How could I do what I needed to do at the liquor store with him along?" "The master of illusion," he said. "How's the book?" he shrugged. "Reads about the same as last time." "No, I mean the wolf book. The children's book he's working on is about a lost wolf cub which is adopted by a peasant family but finally returns to the forest to be with its own kind. The crap he's handed is not his fault." "Oh, the book," he said. "Why didn't you say so?" This, I guessed, was meant as a light-hearted peace overture. "Good," he said. "Rockin' right along." I tried to think of a delicate way to find out if he was on the verge of another Dickens thing. Finally, I said, "When do they want them by?" "What's today?" "Thursday." "Thursday," he said. "So, a week from tomorrow, not a problem, barring a sudden coffee shortage." What about a cigarette shortage? I thought. He'd gone through nearly a pack last night. How could he be lying there, not jumping out of his skin? Why would he want to come with me to Oneonta instead of trying to hustle me out of here so he could smoke? Then I got it. He must have run out, and at some point he would excuse himself to do an errand. With any luck, he'd take long enough for me to get to the liquor store. But wait, if he hustled me out of here, he could just walk down to Webster's. I didn't get it. "I was looking through this," he said, "to see if there was anything in the Seymour stuff I could use. I always thought Fizz was way overrated, and I sort of wanted to give old Seymour a tip of the Hatlow hat. You know the story, right?" "What story?" I said obediently. "Okay, Seymour was the first illustrator on the book. See, Dickens was just this young guy they hired to crank out text. But in the middle of the thing, Seymour kills himself, and they got some bozo to fill in for a couple of weeks or whatever, and then they found Fizz. Look at this. This is the last thing Seymour did. It was an ugly picture of a dying man on a bed." "Why did he kill himself?" I said. "Got me," he said. I know Dickens sort of ran roughshod over him, which I guess didn't help matters, but I think it was just, his life. He got up and located his boots, his checkbook, the car keys, his red plaid hat. "Carl plow the driveway," he said, peering out the kitchen window as he zipped up his red plaid jacket over his down vest. "Did a great job." As we walked out the door, he handed me the keys. In Oneonta, he came into the stationery store with me. While I bought a ream of paper I didn't need, he picked out a half-dozen pen tips. Then he wanted to go have rice pudding at the luncheonette, where he got quarters for the jukebox and played Randy Travis singing the Forever and Ever song. How could he bear the irony? How could he put me through it? I watched his hand, the one with the ring, beat time on the formica. He never announced he had an errand. I tried to think how to manage a run to the liquor store, but it couldn't be done. On the way back out of town, we hit the Grand Union, where I bought stuff for chicken in a bread loaf and craftily omitted the dried mint. When we got home, he kissed me on the lips, warm, and went up to work. He hadn't had a cigarette, apparently, since some time last night. If he was a man who could pick up a thing and then just drop it, where did that leave me? Thinking about Marilyn, I suppose. He was married to her for 15 years, then dumped her because she got old. He says that's not what happened. She was only 42. I took the pad from next to the phone and figured it out. 42 minus 29. I would be 42 in 13 years. In the same 13 years, he would be 47 plus 13, he would be 60. Past the point where he could get another 29-year-old unless she was supremely stupid and probably fat as well. Not the kind of security one might desire, but nevertheless. I put the pad back, leaving the sheet with my calculations, on the off chance he might ask what they were. I waited half an hour, did dishes, cleaned the top of the stove, scrubbed the downstairs toilet, put the dishes away, scoured pot marks out of the kitchen sink, then went up and knocked on his door. Loud saxophone jazz. He called, "Yo." "Sorry to interrupt," I said to his door. "I have to go back to Grand Union. I forgot the stupid mint for the chicken." He opened the door, no smell of smoke. "You forgot what?" "Mint," I said. "They call for mint." "Oh, for Christ's sake, don't they carry mint at Webster's?" "I doubt it," I said. "I'd forgotten about goddamn Webster's. Actually, they were pretty well stocked if you didn't mind paying their prices." "Well, hell," he said, "just leave it out. You don't want to go all the way back to Oneonta. How much do they call for?" "Tablespoon," I said. It was a teaspoon. "Bag it," he said. "It'll be fine." "It really won't," I said. "It's going to taste blah," he sighed. "Christ, well look, why don't you just fix something else? Roast the chicken like you would anyway, and we'll eat the bread as bread, you know." "But you like the other so much," I said, feeling vile. "Paula," he said, "it's truly decadent to drive 40 miles round trip for a tablespoon of mint, for Christ's sake. You're putting wear and tear on the car, you're burning up fossil fuels." I tried to think. If my motives had been pure, would I be justified in thinking he was being a prick? And would it seem more suspicious to fight him on this or to acquiesce? More suspicious to fight, I decided. I don't know, I said. I guess you're right. Look, what I'll do is I'll run down to Webster's, and if they don't have mint, I'll figure out something else for dinner, okay? You sure you won't be disappointed? Au contraire. I will admire your resourcefulness in the face of domestic crisis. He reached around and patted my backside. I threw my sketchbook in the backseat that would be my alibi and drove to Webster's, where I bought a jar of dried mint and a pack of carefree peppermint gum. I'd chewed all 5 sticks by the time I got to the liquor store in Wananta. They didn't have pints of Ramey, so I had to buy the next size up, which I really couldn't afford. Then on the way back I remembered fossil fuels. Stephen wasn't so anal that he'd know the odometer reading, but he might know how much gas there was. I calculated 40 miles at, say, 25 miles per gallon. I stopped at Cumberland Farms and put in $2 worth. Back at the house, just in case, I pushed the little button on the trip odometer to make all zeros come up. Let him wonder. I was smart to leave the bottle in the car. Stephen stood there in the kitchen, the orange juice carton, no glass, in his hand. "Where the hell have you been?" he said, putting the carton back in the refrigerator. "Alice Porter called and I got stuck on the phone for an hour. An hour meant 5 minutes. So you shouldn't have picked it up," I said. "Why the good Lord made answering machines." "I was expecting it to be Martin," he said. "Our auteur has made still more changes in her text, and he had to be sure they didn't affect the pictures. This woman thinks she's Flaubert. I mean, this has been going on and on and on. I told Martin this is the end of it, Finney. Are they going to make you change anything?" I said. "No, it's just stuff like where she had the wolf with his tail held high. It's now at a jaunty angle. Jaunty, for Christ's sake. I mean, this is what my life has come down to, a jaunty angle." I told him, I said, "Look, the picture's done. He's got his tail in the air, and if the goddamn angle isn't jaunty enough, they can shove it." "Good for you," I said. "So where have you been?" he said. "You didn't go all the way back there, did you?" "No, you were right. They had it at Webster's. I went up to Randolph Pond and tried to do some sketching." I held up my sketch pad as evidence. "Good for you," he said. "You haven't sketched for a long time. Let's see." I shook my head. "They suck," I said. "I got a book of matches out of the drawer. I'm going to use the Stephen Sturdivant method. Burn it before it gets out of hand." "You're kidding, I hope." "You know, you were absolutely on the money with what you said the other day. How does that thing go? The man of genius makes no errors." "I'm not a man," I said, "and I'm not of genius. Be back in a second." "Come on now," he said, grabbing for the pad. "Let the old doctor have a gander." "No, Stephen." I twisted away. "I'm serious." If he'd gotten the pad away from me, he would have seen that the last sketch in the book was of a little girl at Jones Beach with pail and shovel. But the word serious seemed to back him off. I slammed the door behind me to lend myself still more power. Standing over the rusty oil drum, I ripped out 2 blank pages and set fire to them. Then I ripped out the little girl and burned her up too. When I came back into the kitchen, I heard the toilet flush upstairs. I listened to Stephen's footsteps going back to his workroom, then went out and brought the new bottle in. I brought the level in the old bottle up to something like what I guessed it had been. Apparently, I'd hit it much harder last night than I remembered. Took a slug of what was left for old time's sake and poured the rest into the sink, running hot water to chase it down. I put the empty bottle back in the paper bag, stuffed it into a milk carton and tucked it away in the bottom of the garbage. Okay. Crisis averted. I lit the oven, unwrapped the chicken, sawed the top off the bread loaf with the good knife from Broadway Panhandler, and began clawing out the soft inside. "I have a confession to make," he said as I lit the candles. "I smoked most of a pack of cigarettes last night." "Stephen," I said, "you didn't." "I decided I'm not going to do it anymore," he said. "How come you did it at all?" Well, we had that, and believe me, I'm not blaming you, but we had that unpleasantness yesterday that never really got resolved. And I felt like I was under the gun with those pictures, which it turns out I'm not. I mean, I'm actually in very good shape with them. I think all it really was, I was just looking for an excuse to do it, so I did it. I don't know what to say. I'm sorry if I contributed. I began cutting the stuffed bread loaf into inch-thick slices. He shook his head. Not your responsibility, it was my choice. And you had them around, I said. Yeah, I had them around. He did his snorting laugh. But I think this has taught me something. I mean, if you weren't reason enough, there's Trigger Jr. to think of. Trigger Jr. was his provisional name for the baby. What about you? I said. Aren't you reason enough? Well, I never have been, he said. Maybe that's changing. Did I tell you? I think these pills might be starting to do something. This morning I woke up and I felt just sort of, I don't know. Not heavy of heart for a change. I can't really describe it, but I definitely didn't want a cigarette despite putting all that nicotine into my system last night, which I find almost scary. But that's wonderful, I said. I laid a slice on his plate and a slice on mine. God, that looks splendid, he said. At any rate, full disclosure. He cut off a corner and speared it with his fork. I'm assuming we still care about that. I think we do. What else was I to say? Good. He put the corner in his mouth. Surpassed yourself. I'm glad you like it, I said, not meaning it to sound that dismal. In the interest of even fuller disclosure, he said, I must further confess to you that I nipped a bit at the cognac while you were out this afternoon. I don't actually know why, except that it was like I really wasn't craving a cigarette and that freaked me out. It was like nothing was wrong, you know, and that made me suspicious that something was really wrong that I didn't even dare bring to consciousness, so I thought I'd better drink to sort of preempt it. Does that make any sense at all? Absolutely, I said. I wasn't paying attention. How could he not have noticed that so much was gone out of that goddamn bottle, and now what? Try to keep him out of the kitchen and pour out some of what you just poured in. We ate. He took a second slice. Half of a third. Now he was talking about names for the baby. Lately he'd been liking Margaret. Did I know that was the same as Proulx? The same in what sense? I said, getting up to clear the table. You know, etymologically, he said. He stood up too and reached for the platter with the remains of the stuffed bread loaf. Sit, I said. I'll take care of it. I think you've had a hard day. Only in my head. He carried the platter and the salad bowl out to the kitchen. I set the plates and glasses on the counter next to the sink. Tinfoil be the best thing, he said, pulling open the drawer. Why don't you just let me take care of it? I said. I snatched the foil out of his hands. Just go and sit and relax. Actually, you know what would be lovely? If you would put on some music, I'll take care of this stuff and then bring our desserts out to the living room. How would that be? Now you're talking, he said. He took down a brandy snifter. What are you doing? I said. I'll get that for you. Go and sit down. I can get it. He opened the cupboard door, took out the bottle of Ramy, looked at it and said, What the hell? He looked at me. Then I saw his eyes go down to my hands and get big. I looked down too. I was sawing the saw thing on the aluminum foil box across the thumbprint part of my thumb. There was blood on the front of me. You've been drinking, he said. Obviously, I said. I couldn't feel the pain yet. I had a picture in my head of a bad person in shame. You're pregnant and you're drunk, he said. Don't you know what that can do? Do you care? How could you do it? What the hell is going on in your mind? I'm not drunk, I said. You're a whore, he said. Where did you go this afternoon? I wasn't angry. Or frightened, really, even though I cringed to appease him. He would never be a hitter. That fist he was raising at me would wham into the cupboard door, hurting only himself. I saw it all happening, then it really did happen. But I didn't understand the whore thing. Why was he confusing the drinking with the other? Then I got it. Obvious. It was all mixed up for him, all the same thing. The drinking, the other, anything that could make a woman free. First love Isaac Babel. When I was 10 years old, I fell in love with a woman called Galina Apollonovna. Her last name was Rubtsova. Her husband, an officer, went off to the Japanese War and returned in the October of 1905. He brought many trunks back with him. These trunks contained Chinese objects, screens, precious weapons, 30 poods in all. Kuzma told us that Rubtsov had bought these objects with the money he had made in military service in the Directorate of the Engineering Corps of the Manchurian Army. Not only Kuzma, but other people said the same thing. People found it hard not to gossip about the Rubtsovs, for the Rubtsovs were happy. Their house was adjacent to our property. Their glass veranda usurped a part of our land, but father had not quarreled with them on that account. Rubtsov, the tax assessor, had a reputation in our town as a fair man who maintained friendly relations with Jews. And when the officer, the old man's son, arrived back from the Japanese War, we all saw how well and happily they settled down together. Galina Apollonovna held her husband's hands for whole days on end. She could not take her eyes off him, because she had not seen her husband for 1.5 years, but I felt horror at her gaze, turned away and trembled. In her exultant eyes I saw the wonderful, shameful life of all people upon earth. I wanted to fall asleep in an extraordinary slumber, in order to forget about that life that exceeded all my dreams. Galina Apollonovna used to stroll about the rooms with her hair down, wearing red shoes and a Chinese peignoir. Under the lace of her low-cut chemise one could see the elegance of her form, and on her robe there were embroidered pink silk dragons, birds, hollow trees. All day she lounged about with a vacant smile on her moist lips, bumping into the trunks that had not yet been unpacked and the gymnastic rope ladders that were littered about the floor. If she had bruised herself, she would lift her peignoir above her knees and say to her husband, "Give baby a kiss." And the officer, flexing his long legs in their narrow dragoon's trousers, their spurs, their close-fitting kidskin boots, would get down on the dirty floor and, smiling, moving his legs and crawling across on his knees, kiss the hurt place. I saw those kisses from my window. They caused me suffering. Unbridled fantasies tormented me, but this is not worth talking about, for the love and jealousy of 10-year-old boys are in every respect similar to the love and jealousy of grown men, except that in boys these feelings are more secret, more exalted, more ardent. For 2 weeks I did not go to the window and avoided Galina until a chance incident brought us together. This chance incident was the anti-Jewish pogrom that in 1905 broke out in Nikolaev and other towns within the Jewish Pale. Crowds of hired murderers ransacked my father's shop and killed my granduncle Shoyle. All this happened in my absence, on the sad morning when I was buying doves from Ivan Nikodimich the hunter. For 5 years out of the 10 I had lived, I had dreamed about doves with all the power of my soul. And then, when I had bought them, Makarenko the cripple had smashed the doves on my temple. Then Kuzma took me to the Rubtsovs. On the gate of the Rubtsovs' house a cross had been drawn in chalk. They were left alone. They hid my parents in their house. Kuzma took me to the glass veranda. There in the green rotunda sat mother and Galina. "We must wash," said Galina. "We must wash, little rabbi. Our whole face is covered in feathers, and the feathers have blood on them." She embraced me and led me along a passage that had a sharp odor. My head lay near Galina's hip as we walked. We arrived at the kitchen, and Rubtsova put me under the tap. A tall goose was simmering on a tiled stove, gleaming kitchen utensils hung along the walls, and beside the utensils, in the cook's corner, hung Tsar Nicholas, adorned with paper flowers. Galina washed off the remains of the dove that had dried on my cheeks. "You shall be a bridegroom, my little snub-nose," she said, kissing my cheek and looking round. "Little rabbi," she whispered suddenly, "look, your papa is upset just now. He walks about the streets all day doing nothing. Why don't you call your papa home?" And through the window I saw the deserted street with an enormous sky above it and my red-haired father walking along the roadway. He had no hat covering his lightly ruffled red hair. His cotton shirt front was turned askew and fastened by some button or other, but not the one it ought to have been fastened by. Vlasov, an emaciated workman in wadded soldier's rags, was following my father relentlessly. "Babel," he was saying in a hoarse, earnest voice, touching my father affectionately with both hands. "We don't need freedom so that the yids can be free to haggle. Give light to the life of a working man for his labor, for this terrible great labor. Give it to him, friend, do you hear? Give it to him." The workman was begging father for something and touching him. Flashes of pure, drunken inspiration alternated in his face with dejection and sleepiness. "Our lives ought to be like those of the milk drinkers," he muttered, tottering on his unsteady legs. "Our lives ought to be like the milk drinkers, only without that old believer's God. It's the Jews who profit from him, no one else." And Vlasov, with wild despair, began to shout about the old believer's God, who took pity only on the Jews. Vlasov cried out, stumbled, and tried to catch up with his unknown God, but at that moment a Cossack mounted patrol crossed his path. An officer in trousers with stripes down the seams and a silver parade belt rode at the head of the detachment, a tall peaked cap on his head. The officer rode slowly and without looking to either side. He rode as though he were in a ravine, where one can only look ahead. "Captain," whispered father, when the Cossack drew level with him. "Captain," said father, gripping his head, and he got down on his knees in the mud. "What can I do for you?" replied the officer, looking ahead of him as before, and he brought his hand in its lemon suede glove up to his peaked cap. Ahead, on the corner of Ribnaya Street, ruffians were smashing our shop and throwing out boxes of nails, the machines, and the new portrait of me in school uniform. "There," said father without getting up off his knees. "They are smashing the things that are vital to me, Captain, and why?" "Yes, sir," the officer muttered, put his lemon glove to his cap and touched the reins, but his horse did not move. Father crawled in front of it on his knees, rubbing against its short, good-natured, slightly ruffled legs and its thick, patient, hairy muzzle. "Yes, sir," repeated the captain. He jerked the reins and rode away, the Cossacks moving off after him. They sat dispassionately in their high saddles. They rode through their imaginary ravine and disappeared from view at the turning into Sobornaya Street. Then Galina again pushed me to the window. "Call your papa home," she said. "He hasn't had anything to eat since early morning." And I stuck my head out of the window. "Papa," I said. Father turned round when he heard my voice. "My little son," he mouthed with inexpressible tenderness and began to tremble with love for me. And together we went to the Rubtsovs' veranda, where mother lay in the green rotunda. Beside her bed lay dumbbells and gymnastic equipment. "Lousy Kopecks," mother said to us in greeting. "Human life and children and our unlucky fortune, you gave them everything. Lousy Kopecks," she shouted in a deep, hoarse voice that was not her own, jerked on the bed and grew quiet. And then in the silence I hiccuped. I stood by the wall with my cap pulled down over my eyes and could not stop hiccuping. "For shame, my little snub nose." Galina smiled with her disdainful smile and flicked me with her stiff peignoir. She walked over to the window in her red shoes and began to hang Chinese curtains on the unusual window ledge. Her arms moved gracefully in the silk. The living tress of her hair flowed as she moved, and I looked at her with rapture. A bookish, nervous boy, I looked at her as if she were a remote stage lit by many lights. And at the same time I imagined I was Myron, the son of the charcoal dealer who traded on our corner. I imagined myself in the Jewish Self-Defense League, and there I am, like Myron, walking in tattered shoes that are tied with string. On my shoulder, on a green cord, hangs a worthless rifle. I am kneeling by an old wooden fence, shooting back at the murderers. Behind my fence stretches a vacant lot, and in it there are piles of dusty charcoal. The useless rifle shoots badly. The assassins in beards with white teeth are coming closer and closer to me. I experience a proud sense of imminent death and see, high up, in the blueness of the world, Galena. I see an embrasure cut in the wall of a gigantic house that is built of myriads of bricks. This purple house defies the lane in which the gray earth has been badly flattened. At its topmost embrasure stands Galena, flushed with a merciless winter gaiety, like a rich girl at a skating rink. With her disdainful smile, she is smiling from the inaccessible window. Her officer husband, half-dressed, is standing behind her, close to her. As I tried to stop hiccuping, I imagined all this so as to love Rubtsova more bitterly, more ardently, more hopelessly, and perhaps because the bounds of sorrow are not great for one who is 10 years old. The foolish dreams helped me to forget the doves and the death of Shoyle. I might even have forgotten about these murders had not Kuzma come on to the veranda at that moment with that terrible Jew Abba. It was dusk when they arrived. On the veranda burned a meager lamp, somehow lopsided at one end, a blinking lamp, the spasmodic traveling companion of misfortunes. "I've got Grandad all dressed up nice," said Kuzma as he came in. "He lies there very handsome now. And look, I've brought someone from the synagogue. Let him say something over the old man." And Kuzma pointed to the bored beetle Abba. "Let him whimper for a bit," said the yardkeeper amicably. "If the beetle stuffs his gut, he will bother God all night." He stood on the threshold, Kuzma, with his good-natured, broken nose turned in all directions, and was about to describe with as much emotion as possible how he had bound the dead man's jaws, but Father interrupted the old man. "If you please, Reb Abba," said Father, "say a prayer or two over the deceased. I will pay you." "But I fear you will not pay," Abba replied in a bored voice, putting his bearded, fastidious face on the tablecloth. "I fear you will take my money and go away with it to Argentina, to Buenos Aires, and open there a wholesale business with my money." "A wholesale business," said Abba, giving his contemptuous lips a chew and pulling towards him the Son of the Fatherland newspaper that lay on the table. In this newspaper there was a report about the Tsar's manifesto of 17 October and about freedom. "Citizens of free Russia," Abba spelled out, chewing his beard which he had stuffed into his mouth. "Citizens of free Russia, a bright Sunday of Christ's resurrection to you." The newspaper was sideways before the old beetle, swaying. He read it sleepily, sing-song fashion, and pronouncing the Russian words he did not know with extraordinary stresses. Abba's stresses were like the indistinct speech of a Negro who has just arrived in a Russian port from his native land. They made even my mother laugh. "I am committing a sin," she cried, leaning out from the rotunda. "I am laughing, Abba. Say better, how do you live and how is your family? Ask me about something else," Abba muttered, without releasing his beard from his teeth and continuing to read the newspaper. "Ask him about something else," Father said after Abba, and he went out into the middle of the room. His eyes, smiling at us through tears, suddenly turned in their orbits and fixed themselves on a point that was visible to no one else. "Oi, Shoyle," Father articulated in a level, false, preparatory voice. "Oi, Shoyle, dear man." Father's face, which had tightened into a spasm, was rent by exultation, and he was preparing to bawl as Jewish widows bawl at funerals, or like old women in Morocco, old women who have landed in misfortune. We saw that he was going to bawl horribly, and Mother gave us advance warning. "Manus," she cried, growing instantly distraught and beginning to tear at her husband's breast, "look how our child suffers. Why do you not hear his little hiccups? Why is this, Manus?" And Father fell silent. His dying eyes were surrounded by tears. "Rakhil," he said fearfully, "I cannot tell you, Rakhil, how sad I am about Shoyle." He went into the kitchen and returned from it with a glass of water. "Drink, artiste," said Abba, coming over to me. "Drink this water, which will help you just as a censer helps a dead man." And true enough, the water did not help me. I hiccuped all the more fiercely. A snarl escaped from my breast. A swelling, pleasant to the touch, rose up on my throat. The swelling breath filled out, covered my gullet, and tumbled out of my collar. Within it bubbled my lacerated breath. It bubbled like boiling water. And when towards night I was no longer the lop-eared boy I had been throughout all of my previous life, and became a writhing ball, rolling in my own green vomit, Mother, wrapping herself in her shawl and gown, taller and more shapely, approached the rigid Rubtsova. "Dear Galina," said Mother in a loud, singing voice, "how we are troubling you and dear Nadezhda Ivanovna and all your family. How ashamed I am, dear Galina." With flaming cheeks, Mother pushed Galina towards the door. Then she rushed up to me and stuffed her shawl into my mouth to suppress my groans. "Be brave, dear son," she whispered. "Be brave, my poor Babel, be brave for Mama." But even if I had been able to put up with it, I would not have done so, because I no longer had any feeling of shame. I tossed about on the bed and, falling to the floor, did not take my eyes off Galina. Fear was shaking the woman and making her writhe. I snarled in her face so as to prolong my power over her. I snarled in triumph, in exhaustion, with the ultimate exertions of love. Thus did my illness begin. I was 10 at the time. In the morning I was taken to see the doctor. The pogrom continued, but we were left alone. The doctor, a fat man, found that I had a nervous illness. "This illness," he said, "occurs only in Jews, and among Jews it occurs only in women." So the doctor was surprised to find I had such a strange illness. He told us to go to Odessa and the professors as soon as possible, and there await the warm weather and the sea bathing. And so we did. A few days later, I traveled with Mother to Odessa to stay with Grandfather Leviatskov and Uncle Simon. We sailed in the morning by steamer, and by midday the brown waters of the Bug gave way to the heavy green swell of the sea. Before me opened life in the home of crazy Uncle Leviatskov, and I said farewell forever to Nikolaev, where 10 years of my childhood had passed. And now, when I remember those sad years, I find in them the beginning of the ailments that torment me and the causes of my premature and dreadful decline. Tonka Robert Musil, I at a hedge. A bird was singing, and then the sun was somewhere down behind the bushes. The bird stopped singing. It was evening, and the peasant girls were coming across the fields singing. What little things! Is it petty if such little things cling to a person? Like burrs. That was Tonka. Infinity sometimes flows in drips and drops. And the horse was part of it too, the roan that he had tied to a willow. It was during his year of military service. It was no mere chance that it was in that year, for there is no other time of life when a man is so deprived of himself and his own works, and an alien force strips everything from his bones. One is more vulnerable at this time than at any other. But had it really been like that at all? No, that was only what he had worked it up into later. That was the fairy tale, and he could no longer tell the difference. In fact, of course, she had been living with her aunt at the time when he got to know her. And Cousin Julie sometimes came visiting. That was how it had been. He remembered being disconcerted by their sitting down at the same table with Cousin Julie over a cup of coffee, for she was, after all, a disgrace to the family. It was notorious that one could strike up a conversation with Cousin Julie and take her back to one's lodgings that same evening. She also frequented establishments of ill repute whenever she was wanted. She had no other source of income. Still, she was a relative, after all, even if one didn't approve of the life she led. And even if she was a woman of loose morals, one couldn't very well refuse to let her sit down at the table with one. Anyway, she didn't come very often. A man might have made a row about it, for a man reads the newspaper or belongs to some association with definite aims and is always throwing his weight about. But Auntie merely made a few cutting remarks after Julie had gone, and let it go at that. So long as she was there, they couldn't help laughing at her jokes, for she had a quick tongue and always knew more about what was going on in town than anyone else. So, Even if they disapproved of her, there was no unbridgeable gap between them. They had something in common.